Chapter 1: The White Horse and Solitary Monk of Hojogard. Alas, have I unwittingly indulged in a misguided sense of compassion, only to harm myself? In the depths of a secluded forest, a monk struggled along the rugged mountain path, letting a white horse, the tranquil surroundings, with dense foliage and hidden dangers, felt like yellow for ferocious beasts and venomous serpents. As bits of sweat trickled down his brow, he grappled with the treacherous terrain beneath his feet, and a pang of regret began to gnaw at Kishiart. What was the source of this regret? It stemmed from the events of the previous night. Earlier that day, there no known monk Tang Sung, having set out from the great capital of Shangan in the Tang dynasty, embarks to quest for the true scriptures from the west. After a journey of over a month, he finally reached the borders of Tang Empire, arriving at Hojogard. The local officials and monks had long been aware of the esteemed monk's illustrious reputation. Knowing he was the imperial brother of Tang Emperor and the revered monk who presided over the grand water anlin ceremony, they dared not treat him with anything less than utmost respect. They warmly welcomed him into the local temple, Fuyuan Temple, where the monks gathered to pay their respects and prepared lavish vegetarian feast in his honor. Afterward, he arranged for a monk to guide him to a superior meditation hall for rest. However, at the stroke of midnight, the monk, who had been peacefully slumbering, suddenly awoke with a start, sitting uprightened, his gaze bleary and unfocused. After a moment, clarity returned to his face, still buried expression. "Ugh, why does me hell so heavy?" he murmured, rubbing his temples in discomfort. Helle back down, closing his eyes and furrowing his brow, muttering, "Could it bethativa falanil again, Vielsa would me head hurt so much?" Ashapatted Hishiad Hanada said something Guasamishishon felt oddly unfamiliar. Instinctively Harry kept word, only to fin familiar soft texture of hair was replaced by a smooth, warm scalp. "Wait, where is me hair? What plate the scroll joking me while I leapt?" Feeling the bereskinatefished, panic surged within him, quickly followed by a wave of anger. Before he could unleash a torrent of curses, another wave of dizziness was shed over him, compelling him to close his eyes and subconsciously ponce Marie. Ike was not until a faulty word of to me had passed that they woke again. Amen out Tang Sung, Thevery Tang Sang who seeks the scripture is from the west? With wide eyes, he stared at wooden beams of but above him, piecing together fragments of the original monk's memories. Realizing the situation, the current monk felt a profound sense of despair. Could the stroll be happening? An ordinary mortal from the 21st century, have somehow found myself in these events and to seek scriptures, and not just in the scriptures, but those of a divine and supernatural nature? The prospect of failure loomed large in his mind, and Heffel tutter lid spondent. He could not fathom why he had become Tang Sung. Was it merely because he was an orphan, or did he possess some protagonist Sora? But what if these wazeler sultaf so mikasmakanamali, like a wormhole distortion in the timeline, allowing him to take Tang Sung's place? Logically, the deities of this world should have another said this which, right? According to Tang's memories, there are indeed gods and immortals in this world, one in bodhisattva event transformed before his free eyes. Surely those deities must beware of my predicament? Anxiety course thrufchen kieshup and direct these thoughts, reluctant to voice him. After all, I faracaled correctly. Tang Sung was never alone in his journeys. He was always accompanied by guardians by 5 directions, revealing the ides orth Kitagarba Bodhisattva who vigilantly protected him. What if the god Sand Bodhisattvas failed to discern his identity and inadvertently revealed the situation, arousing suspicion? After all, while Haj leaned some understanding of his identity and background from Tang Sung's memories, he could not be certain that this world adhered to the familiar narrative of Journey to the West, where all deities were benevolent. He should read Tate hot off being Gakasadofu usurping the identity of a Haliman can being condemned to the depths of hell. Fortunately, Chenke had always been indiscreet, no tenitos be castily. In his earlier confusion, he had not revealed anything incriminating, merely mentioning gay headache, which should not raise his suspicions. If a gown detected, perhaps I can assume the identity of Tang Sung and navigate this world off Journey to the West? Chinke pulled the covers over his face, pondering in the darkness. Tang Sung, the Journey to the West, the quest for scripturous Didiani trials. Ash contemplated, the initial panic began to fade, and he started to recognize the vintages of his current identity. Compared to the historical Xuanzang, the version of Tang Sung's Journey to the West that at Makiasir. He was accompanied by 3 extraordinarily powerful disciples and protected by countless deities of heaven and earth. One could say the dull thought he path to obtaining the scriptures was fraught with demons and monsters. Chenke could simply aback and return unscathed. If you were to undertake actual historical journey, crossing the 19 kingdom southwestern regions, eloquently debating at various temples, and obtaining thetedly off Mahayana. Cough in light of this comparison, Chun Kaiful theth journey to west version of tequist twas not so bad after indeed, it was quite good. Thean lid on seduous that in this version, there was no room for him to backtrack if he were rediscovered, his fucked would be shattered. Yet, on the other hand, Chun Kim used, stroking his bald head, to journey from Tang dynasty all the way to western paradise, witnessing various landscapes and encounters with monsters along the way, while sajading up close and personal with Monkey King and Pigsy, playing thoroughly off Master Tang Sung. If it were to return to my original world, surely many would be willing to exchange their lives for such an experience, even death would be worth it. Chun Kitcha clung to himself, feeling his spirits lift from despair to excitement. After all, this waste Monkey King, Ifa followed the script, heckled Beckama his master. Alas, it seems Ziva struck a fortuitous windfall, astro cuffluck from the heavens. With SI, Chun Ki found himself turned between joy and concern, wrapping himself in his blanket and tossing restlessly until dawn. On that day, as this in rosy clear and bright, to attend and Swahate accompanied Themonk from change and the border worry efficiently packing their belongings when they were halted by Themonk. Typically focused solely on the monumental task of seeking scriptures, Themon this to me behaved unusually instead of zeizing their limmering horse to continue their journey, Heinstruck to Thetwo tendance to inform the temple's monks to prepare breakfast. Thetwo tendance exchange edge lances, then carefully stop to procure a morning meal. Seeing the attendants leave with on-air excitement, Chun Kishu Kishaden bemusement. Regardless of anything else, had admired the determination of the original Tangsung. The journey from change and the border was na small the tight required relentless effort, with days starting gat dawn and ending gat dusk. They stayed at temples when available, slept at inns when they called, and camped in the wilderness when necessary. There were retamas when breakfast was scarce, surviving on dry rations at noon and relying on whatever vegetarian fare they could find at night. Huastrel Yama Delof diligence, akin to a hard-working Oxynthophiles. Yet, while Tang Seng had a fine white horse gifted by Emperor for travel, these attendants were more litra jingalong own food, burdened with their packs. According to the memorias left by Tang Sung, the distance from change and the border weighs approximately 5,000 miles. Goodness, it was fortunate that these were elected by the Emperor himself, otherwise if he had been accompanied by one reliable individuals, they might have considered abandoning Tang Seng along the way. Chun Kisilently criticized the Emperor's lack of foresight for sending his brother on such a perilous quest with only a plagal bowl, 2 attendants, and a single white horse for support. Could he know they've arranged for a proper escort, or if they've released provided horses for the attendants? It was implied to Missouri hard libefatinga fein emperor. With SI, Chankili and Wareli against the double resting a skin and hish and dash agaze due to the scenery of Tima meditation hall, lost in thought. In my recollection, after Tang Seng left Tang dynasty, Hezawan encountered the Monkey King who help him break his heel, yet at that time, Tang Seng had no attendants, only the white horse and disluggage. Duas the zamanthes at one fortunate souls navirvan meth Monkey King before a thir fatuas yield? Chen kilidly tapathetable, without he memory of to twolodial attendants, he might have a guessed they had fled on to cross at the border, fearing the hardships of the journey. Yet now, with the memory as a reference, it was reasonable to deduce that these attendants should likely fallen victim to some monstrous beast. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of his fingers drumming against the double ramin did Chen of the image of himself striking a wooden fish before the Buddha. Alas, at least these Atori innocent lives, I have my protectors, but he did not doubt if Vorito crossed he border Tagatha and I witnessed their demise before my eyes, he would feel a deep sense of guilt. Perhaps it's best if I venture forth alone with just a horse, until he encountereth Monkey King. Then I shall not worry about being alone. Taking a deep breath, Chun Kai resolved to make this decision, one he would latter slightly regret. Having Medufasman, Hugh Estedna time, after the attendants finished their breakfast at the temple, Hegathered his belongings, bid farewell to the monks, and derived at the Sadigat of Ujogard there, who produced a few pieces of silver and a hastily written letter, sending Thetwo attendants away. Initially, the attendants were reluctant to leave, but after Chen Kairjed Thema Futamisand invoked the authority of Tamink, the final light parted, allowing him to ride a white horse out of T city, heading westward. As for thou comb. Hajogard was the border of Tang dynasty, and outside of Thessaly, travelers were far between. Unfortunately, the direction Chen Kai needed to go was westward, where other were trodden paths, only steep mountains and rugged terrain. Ashesatotopthers revelingen thefridom of terida Hessen found himself warsid to slow down, ultimately dismounting to lead the horsel on the treacherous stray lacet slipped and stumbled. Ah, fromonobel cavalry manto a mere foot soldier. After laborious light traversing gas stretch of tepath, surrounded by tranquil woods and lush vegetation, Chen Kai finally voiced his earlier lament. Especially as the sky darkened and the forest obscura descends of direction, Heffeltaflik cur of trepidation and begin to yearn for Thetwo tendons, he also found himself increasingly eager to renege with his 3 disciples and continue westward. If the Putha were being scouted with Monkey King, with Pixel leading Thursi and Shawujing following behind, would Chenkaib de Tered be a mere mountain ridge? Would have any obstacles that lay ahead? Surely they would fear the great monk from Feast. Imagining the bright future that lay ahead, Chenkai encouraged himself and, after a brief rest, led the white horse onward. However, the dense vegetation off the mountain path proved treacherous. In a moment of distraction, Bothman and horse stumbled, tumbling down the mountainside. As Chen Kiffel, the world spun around him, and before he could regain his bearings, another strange occurrence unfolded. "Why's this wild monk? Bring him to me, he shall but have perfect accompaniment to me drink." With this thunderous risser, a fierce swine swept throat heavily, and dog group of 50 or 6 dismal demons merged, their grotesque forms rushing forward to bind Chen with coercer ropes. They hoisted him up and began to carry him up the mountain. Bound in Dunable Tomo, Chen Kishiar traced a strain to look around for information. Ultimately, he was soon ceremoniously tossed onto a stone platform. Upon the platform sat a massive creature, its eyes woody scopperbles, sharp teeth protruding menacingly, draped in ocular fultiger skin. Its fierce countenance separari semblance to Zhangfei, and its glossaries whitey and sharpest daggers, with a character for king finely inscribed in its forehead. "This is themed, this must be de Jurdaman, Didymus remember, Tang Seng has no protector seth aside. Is thys what happens for sending away mutendants, ami toprish before even meet Monkey King?" Chen Kai was filled with dread, and the imposing presence of Tita Jurdaman left them speechless, trembling in fear. Theta Jurdaman, seeing Chen Ki quaking, mere like Grenade menacing lion, commanded its minions, "Come, rip open thys monks a stand, takey hishar tan liver for midrink, leaveth the limbs intact the rest his ears." Up and hearing this, the surrounding demons surrupted in excitement, brandishing their knives and preparing to perform old, ancient, demonic surgery in Chenchi. However, before the cold commence, another demon rushed in, shouting, "Report, the Bear Mountain Lord and Special Scholar have arrived." As words fell, two hulking figure resembled up the mountain path. The first, adoring figure matching the Tiger demon's stature, washed dark-skinned and exuded an array of strength. The second, slightly plumper, sported wagrino corn-sadefished, dressed in a blue robe, moving with a calm demeanor. Up and seeing the 12 figures, Theta Jurdaman rose from the stone platform, its face alighting up with joy as it approached, only for the dark-skinned figure, the Bear Mountain Lord, to speak first. "Generaline, it has been a while, you still look as impressive as ever, congratulations." The blue-robed figure, the special scholar, chimed in, "Indeed, Generaline, your presence is even more formidable than before, truly a delight." Generaline grinned broadly in response, "Ha ha ha, how have I well been?" "Nothing good of the ordinary," repletes Bear Mountain Lord and Special Scholar, sharing a laugh and settling down to cot. After a while, the Bear Mountain Lord turned to Skazito Chenchi, curiosity evident, "Where did this monk come from?" "Hecamidas willingly," General Yin replied, taking gaswig off his drink, chuckling. "Perhaps I Sharito entertainos," the Special Scholar looked at Chenka's delicate form, swallowing hard. "Come now, what will I possibly hold back from such a monk?" General Yin Wavedish and grandly bring him here, dismember him, and present the Shartan head to my esteemed guests for their drink. "Yes, my lord," Thesmoldemons, now armed with their sharpened blades, eagerly rushed toward Chenchi, ready to prepare him for Agru Asama fate. Chapter 2 In Peril, the Celestial Star reveals its power. Wait! As the gleaming blade descended, poised to strike, Chenchi, trembling and overwhelmed, cold and scream inwardly, Milifice forfeit, when suddenly, Agental Celestial beseeched through the air. Before he could muster the strength to look for a glimmer of hope, darkness enveloped him onsmary, and half fell into a deep slumber. Ugh! As the sun rose high, a shaft of golden light pierced through, nudging Chenkai from Istapur. Turning his head, he found the stone platform devoid of the formidable Mansan Therminions, Theoria Wuskly and empty, and had it not been for the Corsaropa still binding him, he might have thought he terrifying events of the previous day were emerly a nightmare conjured by his anxious mind during his night in the mountains. Suddenly, an elderly man appeared, leaning on a short staff, exuding an array of wisdom and grace. With a few deliberate tests, he approached Chunchi, exhaling a breath of fresh air hat severed the ropes binding him. Event the HSN pains from Isfaldon mountain, as well as their treatment they had endured, vanished with that single breath, leaving him with a robust and health abundance. Thank you, Venerable Sage, thank you. Realizing he had encountered a celestial being, Chunki agilely bowing gratitude, filled with appreciation. If was not mistaken, it was this for Yelraho had saved him from the jaws of the demons yesterday, calling for a halt just in time. Rice Fielder said with a smile, gently helping Chunkai to his feet. In your harrowing Gordia last night, did you see anything? Chunchi, still overwhelmed with experience, replied, I was leading a horse that carried my belongings to his place, but after the fall, both horse and possessions vanished, and I was captured by thievemans. Oh, Fielder seemed surprised. You ventured into this silent wilderness alone, letting a horse, you were quite bold. I was meant to have it wo tendons be my side, Chunkai offered a bitter smile. However, I foolishly dismissed them, giving them a bite of silver for their journey home. And we was that, Fielder stroked his white beard, intrigued. Alas, Chunka sighed, not I dingest hots, I consider it the danger soft journey ahead, fear emmer immortals, and I feared him might fall prey to fierce beasts and them as if he accompanied me. Although them were good men born of good parents. Accompanying for 5,000 miles ways already a hardship I could not bear to put their lives at risk. I wash better to send them home, allowing them to honor their families. Yet, without them, I found myself vulnerable. Noten lidded I tumbled down a mountainside, but nearly fell into the clutches of the demons. I underestimated my own ability to send Mady full off Mijelf before you, Venerable Sage. Chunkichikal dathasonfully, bowing respectful to Fielder. Since you believeth ya are mere mortals, what of yourself, I observe you, young monk, seem to lack the power to subdue a demon sand spirits. Am I mistaken in me judgment? Fielder's interest was speak further, and he inquired in a teasing manner. Venerable Sage, don't jest, Chunki pleaded, raising a chance in supplication. Alamado explain I am a monk from Tang dynasty, known as Xuanzong. I have been entrusted by Guanyin Bodhisattva Tang Emperor to sinai the true scripture is from Thwest, Sat Hatame saves us from suffering. Thus ye foolishly believeth that with Bodhisattva's protection I will be safe from harm, and the demons would not dare to touch me. Butilas, who cold have a seen. Chunki scratched his smooth head, feeling embarrassed. Ho cold have foreseen that he would near lipperish out the jaws of a tiger? Fielder chuckled, finishing Chunki's thought. Indeed. Chunki foreseed a smile, trying to deflect the embarrassment. Tell me, do you harbor any regrets? Fielder asked, his stone light. There are, Chunki reflected on the previous day, nodding. I regretted my decision. I faced the treacherous path. When the demons captured me, Dewasan Thebrinkoff being disemboweled, my regrets multiplied. I wished I could return to Thesatigatien Slapsamis and say to my past self, urging him to keep those at wo tendance be my side. And what if no, Fielder seemed amused by Chunki's candidness. Chunki for disbrow in contemplation, slowly articulating his thoughts. Had it not been for our assistance, Venerable Sage, I will likely have perished as format wotendance, the rebut ordinary man. If they had encountered the same fatigue as it did, what good would they have done? One a lifeless is better than three. The death of monto spareth the lives of twa unison solstice worth it. My decision to send the Mawe Athesa to get to us not wrong, nor should I regret it. Very well, good. Fielder clapped Hishan Sindalite, your compass and Asia Korodite young monkit makes my assistance today worthwhile. Helef staff, gesturing for Chunki to follow, do not for tabuti our horse and belonging sluk, Theorera right there. Following Fielder's, Chunki saw white horse CPAs fully grazing, laden with his belongings. Up and noticing Chunchi, the horse erased at shed and when eating reading. Thank you, Venerable Sage, thank you. Chunki acclaimed, realizing that Fielder's intervention had restored everything. You have undertaken a great escond mediano blabado sinai the scripture is for Tang dynasty mismal act of assistance nothing in comparison, Fielder replied, waving his hand dismissively. Hethan Tuchin and Dan led him to Whitehorse. Come, allow me to guide you in your journey. Do you know where this place is? As they walked side by side along the mountain path, it felt as though they were strolling on a grand avenue. Chunchi, aware of Fielder's celestial nature, was not surprised. He accepted the Orion softy horse from Fielder Ranchukist, replying by ambutanavus, knowing little of world. Thysa Schwancherage Adenoftiger sandwolves often referred to as tiger and wolf's nest, Fielder explained leisurely. The creatureu encountered the stone platform yesterdays generaline a tiger demon thebluera bedfigure a bull demon and the dark skinned mountain lord is a beer demon. Theother small demon sermerle mountain spirits and wild beasts. Iz.chinkilla stenidently correlating the characteristics of these demons with the knowledge had gained. It was fortunate that I arrived just in time. The demons are known to man-eaters, but I dealt with them before any harm could befall you. Seeing Thadio Waresami what startled, I cast a spell to put you out of sleep for your recovery. If a heavy offended you and any, Eopio can forgive him. Recalling the events of yesterday, Thilder explained why he had put Chunki to sleep and what had transpired afterward. Don't worry, Venerable Sage Chunki replied, waving his hand dismissively. You acted in me best interest, in times of danger. There is no fence to speak of at preserving my life his entire lijuatoy or kindness. As they chatted, they had traversed the forest but had reached a dirt road. Every meeting must eventually end, Thilder said, stroking his beard. It seems sarfache viter twine for a time, but now you must continue along this road. Thuftriels may await you shall ultimately reach west. Thank you for your guidance, Venerable Sage. Though Chunki felt a deep reluctance to part from this effete Thilder provided, headed note presti Hittite white horsito an arbitrary, straight in Edis robes, and bowed respectfully to Thilder. Ha! Thilder chuckled, nodding with approval. He transformed into Aginalbreeze, riding crowned white cranny into Theski. A note fluttered down, inscribed with the words Aanth Venus Darafi West, here to surveyor life, fear nothing challenges ahead diviniad while accompany you in your journey. Go forth, young monk, and do good deeds, echoed Thilder's final words, imparting wisdom. Chunki thano temadair reading just contents before bowing deplying gratitudito that erection Thilder had departed. Soik was Venus star was avim, I am forever grateful, I shall not forget our teachings. With that Chunki regained his composure, to neither insoft to white horse, mounted it, and continued along Theroid toward west. In the clouds above, the Venus star, having concealed its form, watched Chunki's retreating figure with a smile. Strange, this dang senjus natas foolish as the rumors suggest that possesses a hint of chivalry. 5 directions revealing deities, do you perceive anything amiss in our protection of these tangsung? Reporting to you, my lord, on off T5 a figure stepped forward, bowing respectfully. I, the golden-headed revealing deity, have been betang sang side. Aside from a brief episode of discomfort at Hojogard, there have been no anomalies. As for his dismissal of his attendants, it aligns with her Buddhist compassion. Very well, the Venus star nodded, producing Goas to brush away Samidas. Then he shall return to the heavenly realm. You all must remain vigilant and Sharethis Tangsen Jisnatharmed. With that, the Venus star ascended in a cloud, returning to the heavenly court to report back to the supreme deity. Chapter 3, The Assistance of Lu Buqin to the monk at Shuangqiling. It is said that with the aid of the star of the white jade, Chen Shi once again embarked upon the path westward. As he journeyed, the scenery could be described as, the chilling winds rustled through the rain-soaked forest, the gentle waters gurgled beneath the rocky ravine, and fragrant wildflowers blossomed in abundance, clustered amidst the chaotic arrangement of stones. The cacophony of deer and monkeys echoed around him, while herds of roe deer and goats traversed the landscape. The air was filled with the raucous calls of birds, contrasting sharply with the serene silence of human presence. Alas, the splendid road was fleeting. Chen Shi, still yearning to absorb the beauty around him, encountered yet another mountain ridge, forcing him to dismount and walk on foot once more, leading his weary white horse through the dense forest. After approximately half a day's trek, devoid of any signs of habitation, Chen Shi raised his gaze to find the sun perched high in the sky. He patted his rumbling belly and noted the tired state of his horse, whose hooves appeared weary. Resolutely, he decided to pause for a moment to rest and consume some of the dry rations he had brought along with a sip from his water pouch. However, just as he halted his steps and before he could unpack, a sudden upheaval occurred in the tranquil forest. Roar, roar! 2 thunderous tiger growls resonated ahead, and from the thicket emerged 2 ferocious tigers. Behind him, the underbrush quivered as a few venomous snakes, some jade green, others ebony black, slithered forth, raising their heads and flicking their tongues menacingly at Chen Shi, hissing and poised to strike. To his left, a bizarre swarm of insects buzzed ominously, while to his right, a pack of wild wolves emerged. Drool dripping from their jaws, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Was this still a mountain wilderness, or had he stumbled into a zoo? This was utterly absurd. In despair at this harrowing scene, Chen Shi let out a startled cry, collapsing to the ground alongside his frightened horse. He found himself trapped, with tigers ahead, snakes behind, insects to the left, and wolves to the right. There was no path to the heavens.
nor refuge in the earth, yet, unwilling to succumb to fate, Chen Shi, trembling yet determined, managed to rise with the aid of his horse, brandishing the 9-ringed silver staff bestowed upon him by the Bodhisattva. Confronting the beasts before him. Do not panic, do not fear. Though the situation seems dire, I possess a robust body left by old Tang. If I could best the 3 monsters yesterday, surely I can contend with these beasts. This staff, a divine gift, would surely serve me well. If they dare approach, I shall strike each one down. If worst comes to worst, divine aid is bound to come. After all, I was nearly bound like a ball yesterday, with blades poised to pierce me, yet here I stand unharmed. The Bodhisattva would never allow a mere pilgrim to fall prey to wild beasts, would he? Bolstered by these thoughts, Chen Shi felt a surge of confidence. Gripping the staff tightly, his veins bulging, narrowing his eyes at the tigers, and grinning with a hint of ferocity, he prepared to take the offensive. In that moment, as if captivated by Chen Shi's defiant spirit, the tigers became cautious, the wolves retreated a few paces, and even the snakes and insects slowed their movements. Now you cower. Too late. Today, I shall test the mettle of this achievement of slaying tigers. Chen Shi thought to himself, swinging the staff with a shout akin to the fervor of Lu Zhishan wielding his magical staff. He struck at the 2 tigers. Thud, the 9-ringed staff displayed remarkable power as it struck, causing the tigers to leap back, narrowly avoiding the blow, yet leaving a sizable dent in the earth where it landed. Again, witnessing the impact of his strike invigorated Chen Shi, a newfound energy coursing through him. Excitement filling his mind, banishing all fear of the beasts. Lifting the staff, he let out a ferocious roar, pursuing the retreating tigers, all the while keeping a wary eye on the surrounding creatures. Howl in the face of Chen Shi's audacity. The 2 tigers, their spirits deflated, tucked their heads and emitted a whimper before turning tail and fleeing. The surrounding snakes, insects, and wolves, too, lost their earlier ferocity, scurrying away with tails between their legs. It turns out they were but a bunch of blustering cowards. After a few steps, Chen Shi firmly planted his staff in the ground, hands on his hips, catching his breath while mocking the retreating beasts. In this brief encounter, he had expended a fair amount of energy from a single swing. What a valiant elder! Just as Chen Shi was catching his breath and remaining vigilant, a booming voice resonated through the air. He looked up to see a robust man emerging from the slope ahead. The man wore a hat adorned with spotted leopard skin, his garments were woven from luxurious cashmere, a lion-skin belt cinched his waist, and he sported a pair of suede boots. His eyes were round and fierce, his beard wild and unruly. He carried a quiver of poisoned arrows and wielded a large trident. His voice was thunderous, and his presence was as imposing as that of Zhang Fei. Upon seeing the man, Chen Shi raised a hand to his chest in a cautious salute. Fear not, elder. The man waved his hand with a hearty laugh. I am not a villain, but a hunter of these mountains. Lu Buqin by name, known as the Guardian of the Mountain. I ventured into these woods seeking to hunt a couple of tigers for a hearty meal, but instead, I encountered your formidable presence. Regrettably, the cunning beasts of this forest have grown wary. Having hunted many snakes, insects, tigers, and wolves in the past, they now flee at the scent of my approach. Otherwise, I would have gladly aided you in your endeavors. Lu Buqin stomped his foot, expressing a hint of regret. Now it makes sense. Chen Shi nodded in understanding, realizing why the beasts had behaved so unusually. He then introduced himself. I am a monk from the Tang dynasty, sent by the emperor to journey westward in search of sacred texts. I am known as San Zhang. While traversing these woods, I was unexpectedly confronted by tigers, wolves, and venomous snakes, leaving me with no choice but to fight back, which must have been quite the spectacle for you. After recounting his tale, Chen Shi felt a touch of embarrassment at the praise from Lu Buqin. He knew his own limitations in martial arts. Relying solely on brute strength against such ferocious creatures was a gamble in itself. Thus, he was sincerely grateful to Lu Buqin for scaring off the beasts. Elder, there is no need for modesty. How many can claim the courage to face 2 tigers alone and step forward first? As for the strange occurrence of wolves and tigers blocking the road, well, I shall not hide the truth from you. This place is known as Shuangqiling, populated by many tigers and wolves. Over time, these creatures have gained a semblance of intelligence, learning to band together, and countless travelers have met their demise at their jaws. Lu Buqin first offered Chen Shi some comfort before elucidating the peculiarities of the area. He then extended a warm invitation. Since you have come from the Tang dynasty, this land still falls under its jurisdiction. We are compatriots sharing the same soil and water. It is said that every encounter is a matter of fate. Given the dangers of Shuangqiling, why not accompany me to my abode for a night's rest? Tomorrow, I shall escort you safely beyond this perilous region. Very well. Under the weight of such generous hospitality, Chen Shi could hardly refuse. I shall impose upon you, kind sir. He had grown weary of the dangers of Shuangqiling. where monsters and beasts lurked at every turn, and now, having encountered a man who appeared capable of providing protection and even offering a night's lodging, it was a stroke of fortune. As for whether this brawny man harbored ulterior motives, he was a holy monk of the Tang dynasty, shielded by the Bodhisattva Guanyin, who had to fear whom, in truth, he assessed that he was far from a match for Lu Buqin. Thus, Chen Shi led his frightened horse, which had collapsed in fear, and gladly followed Lu Buqin through the forest. After traversing several hills, they heard the sound of wind rushing by. Lu Buqin halted and turned to Chen Shi, saying, "Please rest here. That sound signals the presence of a mountain cat. I shall capture it and bring it back to treat you." Chen Shi, observing this, fell silent and nodded cautiously, allowing the man to proceed. Lu Buqin wasted no time, seizing his trident and striding purposefully up the slope. At that moment, a magnificent tiger leaped from the underbrush, colliding head-on with Lu Buqin. Yet, upon seeing him, the tiger, like a mouse confronting a cat, turned and attempted to flee, devoid of the regal demeanor befitting the king of beasts. "Not so fast," Lu Buqin bellowed with a thunderous voice, charging forward with swift determination, his trident poised to strike. As Lu Buqin closed in, the tiger, roused by the challenge, twisted to evade and lunged forward with its claws outstretched. What a formidable guardian of the mountain! Even without the advantage of terrain, Lu Buqin remained unfazed, retracting his trident and bracing himself, managing to block the tiger's powerful leap. Thus, a fierce battle commenced on the hillside, with dust swirling and the wind howling, one side roaring like thunder while the other bellowed like a tempest. One was the lord of the mountain, while the other was the indomitable guardian of the mountain. Observing the perilous struggle between man and beast, Chen Shi first cast a resigned glance at his horse, which had once again collapsed in fright. Then, he grasped his staff tightly, narrowing his eyes as he assessed the battlefield, contemplating how he might intervene. The previous encounter had ignited a spark of courage within him. Though the tiger's roar would send shivers down the spine of an ordinary person, he was no longer paralyzed by fear. He had gained the audacity to fight. Unfortunately, Lu Buqin, reveling in the thrill of the battle, declined Chen Shi's offer of assistance. Fully immersed in the exhilarating clash with the tiger, faced with Lu Buqin's refusal to allow outside interference, Chen Shi had no choice but to withdraw his eager staff and watch the unfolding duel between man and tiger. After a brief interval, approximately a quarter of an hour later, the tiger appeared to be somewhat exhausted, its movements slowing imperceptibly. A single misstep could mean the difference between life and death. Lu Buqin's steel fork grazed the tiger's paw, plunging straight into its chest, pressing the beast down, piercing its heart. Blood gushed forth, and after a few feeble thrashes, it lay lifeless. Lu Buqin, unfazed, grasped the dead tiger by its ear and dragged it onto the path. Maintaining an even demeanor, his breath steady, not a bead of sweat to be seen. "Fortune smiles upon me," he proclaimed with a grin, showcasing the tiger's ear. "This mountain cat is quite plump enough to sustain the elder for several days." Indeed, Lu Buqin lived up to his reputation as the guardian of the mountain. Chen Shi raised his thumb in admiration, praising, "Not only can you single-handedly take down a tiger, but you do so without a flicker of fear. Truly remarkable." It was no wonder that the previous tiger and wolves had fled at the mere whisper of his prowess. Encountering such a formidable being would only lead to their demise. "You flatter me." "Truly," Lu Buqin replied with a smile, humbly dismissing the praise. This mountain cat's capture was entirely due to the elder's good fortune. Come, while daylight remains, let us return and prepare a feast from this beast." With one hand gripping the steel fork and the other dragging the tiger, Lu Buqin led Chen Shi onward. Fortunately, the white horse, sensing the tiger's demise, had lost its fear and could be led along by Chen Shi without issue. Otherwise, it would have posed a dilemma for both men. After traversing several hills and winding through the mountains, they finally arrived at a quaint villa. The scene before them was enchanting. Towering ancient trees, wild vines sprawling along the path, the air was filled with the chill of 1,000 ravines, and the cliffs bore an extraordinary aura. A fragrant waft of wildflowers greeted them, and clusters of lush green bamboo swayed gently in the breeze. With a rustic gate, a fenced yard ripe for description, stone bridges and earthen walls, the place was a true delight. The autumn landscape appeared desolate yet elevated, with yellow leaves swirling to the ground, and white clouds drifting over the ridges. In the sparse forest, the birds chirped, and outside the villa, small dogs barked. Lu Buqin led Chen Shi to the front of the villa, casting the dead tiger to the ground and calling out, "Where are my attendants?" 3 or 4 oddly shaped and menacing-looking servants emerged from within, collaborating to hoist the dead tiger inside. "Hurry, we must skin this mountain cat while there is still light." "I have esteemed guests to entertain," Lu Buqin instructed briskly, then turned to Chen Shi, saying, "My humble abode may be crude. I hope the elder will not take offense." Chen Shi returned the courtesy, replying, "As a humble monk, I possess little and would never dare to be critical. It is I who intrude upon your hospitality. We are from the same hometown. You are too kind, Elder, Lubwachin said, pulling Chen Shi along as they strode into the villa. The white horse was taken care of by the attendants, and after Chen Shi expressed his gratitude, he observed the peculiar appearance of the servants with a tinge of alarm, though he did not show it. He mused silently that this must be a characteristic of the world of Journey to the West, filled with extraordinary beings. After all, in the original text, the descriptions of the monkey and the old pig were increasingly inhuman. Sometimes regarded as monsters, while at other times merely as unattractive monks. Once seated in the hall, Lubwachin and Chen Shi were soon served tea by the attendants, just as Chen Shi was about to sip the hot tea. An elderly woman entered, accompanied by a younger woman. This is my mother, and here is my wife, Lubwachin introduced. The esteemed matriarch and sister-in-law. Chen Shi responded, standing to pay his respects. Elder, you have traveled far. There is no need for excessive formalities. The elderly woman and her daughter-in-law returned the gesture and urged the guests to sit again. Mother, this esteemed guest is the Tripitaka master, sent by the Tang Emperor in Bodhisattva to the Western Heaven to seek the scriptures. Lubwachin explained. We are all subjects of the same nation, and by pure chance, we have crossed paths in the mountains. I have invited him to stay and rest his horse, and will send him on his way tomorrow. Ah, how fortuitous, the elderly woman exclaimed, her joy palpable. Tomorrow marks the anniversary of your father's passing. Would it be possible for the elder to remain another night, to recite sutras in honor of your father? He may depart the day after. Lubwachin, though capable of slaying tigers without a second thought, demonstrated his filial piety, glancing at Chen Shi with a mixture of hope and uncertainty. May I inquire? Elder, what is your wish? It would be my pleasure. I would not dare refuse, Chen Shi replied with a cheerful demeanor. As they chatted and laughed, the evening wore on, and Chen Shi recounted his recent harrowing encounter with the tiger demon. The gathering held their breath as he described the near-fatal experience, only to collectively exhale in relief upon hearing of his rescue by the Venus of Taibai. They all lamented the benevolence of the celestial being together. However, Chen Shi chose to gloss over the details of the so-called companions, as discussing them could come off as boasting. As they continued their light-hearted banter, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the servants set the table with several platters of well-cooked tiger meat. Steaming and aromatic, Lubwachin gestured for Chen Shi to indulge in the tiger meat to satisfy his hunger, suggesting that if he still wished for more, the attendants could prepare rice for him. Yet, upon gazing at the meat-laden table, Chen Shi's expression faltered. How wondrous! Alas, I failed to mention to the guardian that as a monk, I practice compassion and strictly abstain from consuming meat. I in the household of Tai Bao. It is astonishing that such a multitude of muntjac deer is kept. Chen Shi placed his hand upon the head of a deer, caressing and teasing it, while expressing his curiosity. The muntjac, known for its timid nature and susceptibility to fright, was not easily raised in his era. Lubwachin, with a smile, interjected, the elder may not be aware, but the affluent families you encountered in Chang'an naturally gather wealth in their homes. In rural estates, one must stockpile provisions, and those of us who rely on hunting for sustenance inevitably keep a few small creatures from the mountains at home, lest we find ourselves in dire straits should the weather turn foul. In the course of their light-hearted conversation, it was time for rest. Lubwachin led Chen Shi back to the main residence and into a well-prepared guest room for him to sleep. However, after Lubwachin departed, instead of resting, Chen Shi opened his belongings, delivered by a servant, and retrieved a scripture. Fortunately, the diligent monk Old Tang had not forgotten to bring along sacred texts on his journey to the west. Or else Chen Shi would have had to devise a way to decline the task. As he held the scripture, he read and memorized under the soft glow of the oil lamp. Reflecting on the matter, while he had indeed inherited many memories from Tang Seng, even to the extent of mimicking his handwriting flawlessly, it was not a complete inheritance. For instance, the scriptures that Tang Seng had memorized and could recite effortlessly had become somewhat hazy and familiar to Chen Shi. Much like his recollection of English from his school days, this was not entirely a negative circumstance. After all, if he had truly inherited all of Tang Seng's memories, who would he ultimately be, Chen Shi or Chen Xuanzang? Would he be Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly, or a butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou? After a peaceful night's sleep, as dawn broke, the entire estate came to life, following a simple vegetarian breakfast arranged for Chen Shi. The day's activities commenced. They first visited the ancestral hall to light incense and pay respects to the late patriarch. Chen Shi took out his wooden fish and, facing the spirit tablet of the patriarch, began to recite the Duan Wang Jing in earnest. To the realm of the Dharma, I vow to honor its boundless light, the ultimate perfection. This was the scripture Chen Shi had focused on the previous night. And true to its name, it was intended for the liberation of departed souls, enriched by the profound legacy left by Old Tang, making it effortless for him to memorize overnight, considering the likelihood of encountering unfortunate souls along the journey to the west. Chen Shi felt it prudent to commit it to memory. Throughout the morning, Chen Shi repeatedly recited the Duan Wang Jing, and before concluding, Lu Buqin requested Chen Shi to compose a letter of recommendation for the deceased. This document was meant for the underworld's officials, in hopes that the departed could be reborn into a fortunate life. Essentially, it served as a letter of introduction, seeking favor, or perhaps some offerings as a form of bribe. Fortunately Lol Tang was well versed in such matters, and Chen Shi had practiced diligently the night before. Accepting the paper and brush from Lu Buqin, he skillfully inscribed the letter with fluid strokes, "May the Buddha's light shine universally." As the sun graces the heavens, thus, the morning's tasks were completed. At noon, Chen Shi enjoyed a hearty meal before taking a brief rest, then accompanied Lu Buqin in the ancestral hall to continue the rituals. Most of the afternoon's labor was undertaken by Lu Buqin, with Chen Shi merely striking the wooden fish and reciting scriptures. Lu Buqin arranged a fire pit in the hall, offering various incense and burning paper effigies, occasionally bowing before the spirit tablet. Finally, as dusk fell, he burned the letter Chen Shi had written, marking the conclusion of the day's ceremonies. After a dinner, the weary household members had little inclination for conversation and retired early to their rooms. Yet, during the night, an extraordinary event transpired within the Lu family. It turned out that Lu Buqin's father's spirit, thanks to the letter of recommendation penned by Chen Shi, was able to escape the depths of the underworld and prepare for reincarnation. Before his rebirth, he visited the family in a dream, saying, "I have languished in the underworld for long, unable to transcend and reincarnate. Fortunately, a holy monk has chanted scriptures for me, absolving my sins. The king of hell has granted me permission to be reborn in the central plains, into a family of wealth and virtue. You must express your gratitude to the holy monk, do not neglect him. Remember this well." After speaking, the figure in the dream vanished. Thus, at dawn the following day, Lu Buqin's wife, upon waking, hesitantly recounted her dream from the previous night, revealing it to be a visitation from her late father-in-law. Upon hearing this, Lu Buqin was equally astonished. Having had the same dream, the couple, intrigued, decided to consult the matriarch, only to find her hastily approaching. Having experienced the same dream, they concluded this was indeed a message from the departed father's spirit. And without further hesitation, they joyfully began preparing gratitude offerings for Chen Shi. When Chen Shi awoke, he was greeted by the beaming faces of the family, accompanied by a servant leading his white horse, all waiting at his doorstep. After understanding the reason for their joy, Chen Shi clasped his hands in greeting and congratulated them, feeling a deeper appreciation for the influence he wielded as the reincarnation of Tang Seng. He politely declined the one or two taels of silver Lu Buqin wished to present, stating, "Since we are both from the same hometown and have met by chance, your hospitality in offering me lodging and escorting me is already a gesture of friendship. How could I accept monetary compensation from a friend for such a small favor?" His words, both reasonable and eloquent, rendered Lu Buqin speechless. Consequently, the matriarch busied herself preparing an array of dry rations, pastries, and some clean garments as gifts for Chen Qi. These Chen Shi did not hesitate to graciously accept. Once their sentiments were acknowledged, the three of them finally relented. The matriarch pulled her son aside, urging him to be more diligent in his duties during the escort, to which Lu Buqin readily agreed. After sharing breakfast with Chen Shi, they, along with two servants, armed with bows and crossbows, set off to escort him further along the journey to the west. Chapter 5. The Monkey King of Liangjia Mountain breaks free. Before them lay an endless expanse of wild mountain scenery and countless picturesque landscapes. After half a day's travel, Chen Shi and Lu Buqin arrived at the foot of a towering mountain, its peak reaching the azure skies. Steep and formidable, Lu Buqin ascended the mountain with ease, as if traversing flat ground, calmly encouraging Chen Shi, who was resting on horseback due to fatigue. "Elder, behold, this mountain is known as Liangjia Mountain. The eastern half belongs to our great Tang dynasty, while the western half is the territory of the Tartars. The fierce beasts there do not fall under my jurisdiction, and in the past I have refrained from crossing into their domain. However, considering our acquaintance, and the bond of friendship we share, I shall accompany you across Liangjia Mountain today. Beyond this point, I shall be unable to assist you further. I hope you can forgive me. To have you escort me even this far is already an act of great kindness. I am no ungrateful person who would demand more," Chen Shi responded from atop his steed, expressing his gratitude with a bow. Since Lu Buqin had already broken protocol for his sake, Chen Shi did not wish to overreach. It was better to part on amicable terms. My master has arrived. My master has arrived." Just as the two conversed, a thunderous shout reverberated through the mountains, silencing them both as they exchanged puzzled glances. This cry must have come from the old ape at the foot of the mountain. The servant standing nearby quickly reacted, exclaiming, "Indeed, it must be him." Lubotshine, enlightened by this, remarked, "You speak of the old ape, he is..." Chen Shi, filled with a sense of anticipation, replied, "What you may not know is that this mountain was originally called Wuxing Mountain. It was renamed Liangjia Mountain only after our Tang Emperor's campaign to the west. According to ancient tales, this mountain descended from the heavens during Wang Mang's usurpation of the Han dynasty. Beneath it lies a divine monkey impervious to the elements, without need of food or drink, watched over by the local earth deity. When hungry, he is fed iron pellets. When thirsty, he drinks the juice of copper. He has remained immortal since ancient times. The sound we heard earlier must have originated from him. If you find this intriguing, come with me to the mountain's base for a closer look." Let us go, let us go." Chen Shi eagerly nodded, dismounting his horse and hurrying alongside Lubotshine towards the base of the mountain. Wuxing Mountain, Wuxing Mountain, could it not be the legendary Wuxi Mountain? The imprisoned divine monkey must surely be the very Sun Wukong, his future protector. Chen Shi had grown weary of being constantly threatened by monsters or blocked by ferocious beasts. Even traveling alone was fraught with anxiety. With Sun Wukong by his side, would he, as Tang Sanzang, still be bullied? Well, at the very least, he would have company in suffering. With such thoughts, Chen Shi led his horse down the mountain, traversing several miles until they reached a stone enclosure. Within, a monkey head appeared, its hands flailing in excitement. "Master, why have you come now? It's good you've come, it's good. Hurry and rescue me, and I shall guarantee your journey to the west." Chen Shi observed closely, noting the monkey's features. A pointed mouth and sunken cheeks, golden eyes gleaming with fire, moss adorned its head, while vines sprouted from its ears, sparse hair mingled with grass by its temples. With no beard beneath its chin, just green moss, its brow was caked with dirt, its nose sunk in mud, presenting a most woeful sight, with fingers thick and palms calloused, still surprisingly animated, with a voice clear and articulate. Though its speech was fluid, its body was bound. Upon seeing this, Chen Shi felt a pang of sorrow. The monkey bore a striking resemblance to the mighty Sun Wukong of his memories, yet the vibrant, invincible figure he recalled now appeared so disheveled. Unfazed by Lubotchine's boldness, Chen Shi approached and began to carefully clean the dirt from the monkey, removing the weeds and restoring its appearance. Once finished, he clasped his hands and smiled, asking, "Why do you refer to me as master?" Thank you, thank you." Sun Wukong waited until Chen Shi had helped him tidy himself before awkwardly arching his hands in salute. Initially filled with excitement, his gaze softened as he inquired, "Might you be on a mission from the Eastern Kingdom's sovereign to journey to the west to obtain scriptures, if it is by the command of the Bodhisattva and our Tang Emperor?" "Then indeed, I am that monk," Chen Shi affirmed with a bow. "That is wonderful, truly wonderful." Sun Wukong, filled with excitement, eagerly nodded and said, "Master, you may not be aware, but I am the great sage equal to heaven, who caused quite the uproar in the heavenly palace 500 years ago. Due to my transgressions, I was punished by the Buddha and confined here. A few years back, Guanyin Bodhisattva passed by, and on behalf of the Buddha, she was seeking a disciple to journey westward for scriptures. I beseeched her for salvation, and she advised me to cease my violent ways and to embrace the Buddhist teachings. She encouraged me to diligently protect the scripture seeker, assuring me that upon the completion of this pilgrimage, my sins would be absolved, and I would reap great rewards. Thus, I have waited anxiously day and night for you, Master, to rescue me from this mountain. Once I am liberated, I shall pledge myself as your disciple and ensure your success in obtaining the scriptures." Upon hearing this, Chen Shi, already aware of the script, felt a surge of joy and exclaimed, "Splendid! With a divine monkey protecting my journey westward, I am without worry." Yet, he pondered, "But without tools, how shall I free this divine monkey?" "Fear not, no tools are necessary," Sun Wukong interjected, waving his hand and declaring, "Atop this mountain lies the golden seal of Buddha, which confines me here. All you must do, master, is ascend the mountain and remove that seal, and I shall be free." "Very well," Chen Shi replied without hesitation, rising to prepare for the ascent. However, Lubotshine, standing nearby, intervened, saying, "Elder, this mountain is steep and perilous. Allow me to accompany you to the summit. Yet, I wonder, is what the divine monkey claims truly authentic?" "It is indeed true. How could I deceive you?" Sun Wukong replied emphatically, seeing the clarity in the monkey's eyes and the sincerity in his demeanor. Chen Shi smiled and remarked, "I perceive the divine monkey's earnestness. He is no charlatan." With Chen Shi's endorsement, Lubotshine ceased his objections, leaving a servant behind to tend to the horses, while he assisted Chen Shi in ascending the 5 Elements Mountain. As they climbed,
They soon beheld a resplendent golden tablet, radiating divine light, affixed to a massive stone. It bore the 6 golden characters, Om Mat Inaya Ba Imi Hum. Facing this powerful edict, Chen Shi did not dare to be careless. He approached, performed a Buddhist salutation, and respectfully said, I am Tang Sanzang, tasked by the Bodhisattva to journey westward to seek the scriptures. If the Buddha wills it, and permits the divine monkey to accompany me, I humbly request the grace to remove this seal. After bowing again, he proceeded to peel off the tablet. Fortunately, no mishap ensued. It was as if the tablet were an ordinary piece of parchment. Easily lifted by Chen Shi, however, before he could examine this legendary item in detail, a fragrant breeze stirred, whisking the tablet into the air, accompanied by a voice that echoed, I am the guardian of the great sage. Today marks the end of his tribulations. We shall return to the Buddha with this seal. Chen Shi, bewildered, stared at his empty hands and then at the receding tablet, and together with Lu Buqin, offered a respectful farewell to the unseen celestial beings departing. After fulfilling this task, Chen Shi and Lu Buqin descended the mountain to the stone hollow, announcing, the seal has been lifted, the divine monkey may now emerge. Excellent, Sun Wukong exclaimed with joy, urging Master, please step back. My emergence will be quite tumultuous. Thus, Chen Shi and the others retreated about 5 to 7 li eastward, only to hear Sun Wukong shout again, further back. Further back. Continuing their retreat for what felt like an eternity, they eventually descended a slope, when suddenly a tremendous rumble resounded, and the earth quaked. Ha ha, I, old Sun, have emerged. As the mountain trembled, a resounding roar echoed. And in an instant, a figure appeared before Chen Shi on his white steed. The burdens of 5 centuries had vanished, revealing Sun Wukong bare and unadorned, who knelt before Chen Shi and proclaimed, Master, I have returned. Before Chen Shi could assist him, Sun Wukong decisively bowed 4 times in homage. Once finished, he rose and respectfully addressed Lu Buqin, Thank you, elder brother, for escorting my master here. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. With that, he busied himself gathering his belongings. However, the white steed, upon seeing Sun Wukong, quivered in fear and collapsed, trembling. This was due to the fact that Sun Wukong had once been the stablemaster of the heavenly court, commanding the celestial steeds. Leaving this ordinary horse in a state of trepidation, Chen Shi, feeling sympathy for his loyal steed, approached to soothe it while engaging Sun Wukong in conversation. May I inquire the name of the divine monkey? I am Sun, with the Dharma name Wukong. Simply call me Wukong, for divine monkey feels overly formal, he replied, shouldering his pack. Very well, henceforth I shall call you Wukong, Chen Shi responded with a smile. Ha, the great sage Sun Wukong is now my disciple. Seeing the master and disciple preparing their belongings, Lu Buqin interjected, Elder, with such a remarkable disciple, you shall undoubtedly traverse westward without concern. However, my family awaits my return, and I must depart soon to alleviate their worries. As the saying goes, parting is such sweet sorrow. Chen Shi grasped Lu Buqin's hand in gratitude, saying, Your protection along this journey has been invaluable. It is indeed time for you to return and spare your family any anxiety. Please extend my thanks to your wives for their hospitality these past few days. After exchanging heartfelt farewells, Chen Shi watched Lu Buqin's figure fade into the distance until it vanished into the forest. He then turned to continue his journey westward with Sun Wukong. Along the way, Sun Wukong insisted that Chen Shi ride while he led the way, but Chen Shi, chuckling, declined, stating that his legs were still capable and that he would allow the white steed a moment's respite. Thus Sun Wukong returned the luggage to the horse, leading it alongside Chen Shi, who wielded his staff. As they ambled along the path, throughout the journey, Chen Shi engaged Sun Wukong in conversation, eager to hear tales of his past exploits. Wishing to admire the feats of the great sage and draw closer to him, as Sun Wukong recounted his grand tales of dominance and mischief, Chen Shi listened intently, though he began to feel a sense of disillusionment with the once heroic figure. First, you plundered the armory of Alai Kingdom, then you raided the Dragon Palace of the East Sea for weapons, and demanded a full set of armor as well? While the underworld indeed wronged you. You barged in and crossed out the names of monkeys from the Book of Life and Death? When you became a celestial official, you fled due to dissatisfaction with your position, declaring yourself the great sage. Later, after being summoned, you pilfered from the peach garden during the banquet, and upon hearing of the Peach Blossom Conference, you brazenly drank the wine meant for the guests? Then, you wandered into the Doshui Palace, taking without asking and consuming the elixir of immortality? Sun Wukong, perhaps out of respect for his master, candidly recounted his past misdeeds without embellishment. Chen Shi, however, felt stunned, his impression of Sun Wukong shattering as he realized this was not the fearless, righteous, and noble great sage he had envisioned, but rather a reckless and untamed monkey driven by his formidable powers.
Surely his childhood impressions had been overly romanticized. Hey, we are friends, it was merely borrowing, the king of hell had wronged me first. I merely retaliated a bit fiercely. As for the Peach Blossom Conference and the elixir, I was simply inebriated. It was a case of drunken folly. Noticing Chen Qi's intense reaction, Sun Wukong, having reflected on his 5 centuries of confinement, chuckled sheepishly and sought to defend himself. You see, observing Sun Wukong scratching his head and grinning, Chen Qi was nearly amused to the point of exasperation, ultimately sighing, the past is in the wind. Since you have endured 500 years of suffering beneath the 5 Elements Mountain, you must recognize your former mischief. In the future, strive to control your impulsiveness and refrain from acts of plunder. Who else could it be but the Monkey King? Chen Qi could only earnestly counsel Sun Wukong, Master, your words hold wisdom. I shall remember them well, Sun Wukong replied, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect and smiling ingratiatingly. Though it was uncertain whether he would truly heed the advice, Chen Qi shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter, for he understood that at heart, Sun Wukong was good-natured. After 500 years of trials and the challenges of their journey westward, he would inevitably evolve into the noble and courageous great sage that Chen Qi held in esteem, yet, it was his responsibility as a master to impart life lessons. The path ahead is indeed daunting. Wishing to mold the complete great sage himself, Chen Qi sighed inwardly. As they conversed, the man, monkey, and horse traversed the 2 realms mountain, when suddenly the tiger's roar pierced the air as an aged tiger leaped forth. Chen Qi, having grown accustomed to the presence of tigers, felt indifferent. After encountering so many, he wondered if anything fresh would emerge. Only the white steed, still unaccustomed, crumbled in fright. Chen Qi could only shake his head in pity for the poor horse, which had endured such chaotic days alongside him. At this rate, even if the horse were not consumed by the white dragon, it would surely die of fright, while Chen Qi lamented the plight of the white steed. Sun Wukong, exhilarated, exclaimed, "Excellent, fear not, master, this is a delivery of garments for me." Thus releasing the reins, he withdrew a needle from his ear, and with the wind at his back, it transformed into a sturdy iron rod, inscribed with 5 grand characters, Rui Jingu Bang, a precious treasure unseen for 5 centuries. Today I shall employ it to fashion myself a garment. Sun Wukong gazed nostalgically at the iron rod in his hand, stepped forward, and bellowed, "You beast, where do you think you're going?" A swift strike landed upon the tiger's head. The tiger, rather peculiarly, merely crouched on the ground, motionless, as the blow splattered its brains, showering the surroundings with crimson splatters and sending its teeth flying like jade shards. Chen Qi observed quietly from the sidelines, unfazed. It was truly a marvel if the tiger managed to withstand a second blow from Sun Wukong. After all, this tiger was no tiger vanguard, and it was not accompanied by a dark horse from some mythic tale. This scene even sparked a flicker of delight within Chen Qi's heart. Now that the monkey has arrived, do these beasts dare to show themselves? Wasn't that monkey's journey in vain? He mused, a monk ought not to speak in such vulgarity. Amitba, Chapter 7. A night's lodging with an old acquaintance. The heart monkey sweeps away 6 thieves beside him. Chen Qi entertained his thoughts as the monkey dragged the lifeless tiger over and said, "Master, please take a moment to rest. I shall remove its skin and be on my way. Oh, a tiger skin skirt, is it? I remember this plot." Chen Qi blinked and replied, "I nearly forgot. Within my bundle lie several new garments sent by the Taibao's old matron. Wukong, do take a look and see if they fit. If they do, feel free to take them for a change of clothes. As for the tiger skin, once you peel it off, can you treat it like a hunter would with leather? Well, after all, we monks ought not to break our vows against consuming flesh. It would be wasteful to discard the tiger meat." "Wukong, did you not say you could traverse 8,000 miles in a single somersault? Then, would you kindly make a trip to return the tiger to the direction from whence I came to the Taibao's residence? In exchange, we shall procure a well-tanned tiger skin. I have needles and thread in my pack. I shall fashion you a tiger skin skirt when the time comes." Listening to Chen Qi's well-structured plan, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, then touched, and promptly began rummaging through the bundle. "Master, you truly think of everything and treat me exceedingly well." Wukong exclaimed, "Look, how does this outfit suit me?" The monkey had found a few new garments and was holding up a short white robe, gesturing at his chest. Chen Qi beamed at Wukong's candid actions, replying, "Yes, it looks splendid indeed. You are truly the beautiful Monkey King. I in this world." The monkey resembled the character from the 1986 version of Journey to the West, with golden fur and a rosy visage, matching Chen Qi's height. Thus, the garments gifted by the old matron would fit the monkey as well. "Master, you flatter me," Wukong replied, his joy evident as he clasped his hands together. Being rather impatient, the monkey donned the attire and hoisted the dead tiger onto his back.
reminding Chen Shi to stay safe. Then with a leap he vanished into thin air. Chen Shi marveled at the monkey's speed, then settled down, feeling thirsty, and took out his water pouch to drink just as he finished quenching his thirst and had given the white horse some water. Within the span of a tea break, Sun Wukong returned in Master, I have returned. Though he had yet to arrive, his voice had already reached Chen Shi. With a somersault, Sun Wukong landed before him, carrying 2 well-tanned tiger skins on his back. Master, I traveled swiftly and even encountered the Tai Bao, who was worried for your safety and did not dare to linger. He sent a message and then hurried to his estate. Upon arriving at his estate, after delivering the message, the Tai Bao's matron insisted that trading 1 tiger for a skin was too much of a loss, and thus she shoved 2 skins into Wukong's hands. One is for you, dear Wukong, to make a garment, and the other is for the master, as it is chilly to sleep outdoors. Asa monk, is it not a bit ostentatious for me to wrap myself in tiger skin? A peculiar thought crossed Chen Shi's mind, and he smiled at the monkey, saying, the matron has shown great kindness. Let us accept it, store it well in your pack, and when we stop to rest tonight, I shall sew it into something for you. Very well, Wukong replied eagerly, his excitement palpable. Chen Shi chuckled at the monkey's impatience, and after Wukong finished packing, the duo continued their journey westward. Walking together was far more enjoyable than alone. As they chatted and laughed until the sun began to set, the scene was picturesque. The fiery hues of sunset reflected across the horizon as birds chirped, seeking refuge in the woods. Pairs of wild beasts returned to their dens, while a crescent moon broke the dusk and stars twinkled in the night sky. Master, walk a bit faster, there's south an estate ahead, and seeing that the day is waning, let us seek lodging there. The monkey pointed ahead to Chen Shi, who had mounted his horse after feeling fatigued. Very well, noting the monkey's urgency, Chen Shi, fully aware of the reason, did not refuse and smiled as he urged his horse onward. Upon reaching the estate, Chen Shi dismounted, and the monkey stepped forward to shout, open the door, hey, Wukong, Chen Shi interjected, blocking the monkey with a bemused expression, we are seeking lodging, which is already a bother to others. How can we be so rude? With that, Chen Shi lightly knocked on the door and called softly, is anyone there? I am a monk traveling from the eastern lands to the western paradise, passing through your area, hoping to borrow a place to rest for the night. Coming, an elderly voice replied from within. With a creak, the wooden door opened, revealing an old man who peered at Chen Shi and asked, are you the monk from the east? Indeed, I am from the Tang dynasty. Chen Shi nodded with a smile. The old man seemed familiar, and just as he was about to agree, he caught sight of Sun Wukong squeezing in beside Chen Shi and exclaimed, oh dear, what kind of monster is this? The sight of Sun Wukong's fur, combined with the dimming light, startled the old man. What monster, you old fool, have you lost your senses? I am the great sage equal to heaven. Moreover, you old man have chopped wood and fetched vegetables before me. Have you forgotten? Sun Wukong stepped forward, displeased. Nonsense, when have I ever fetched wood and vegetables for you? The old man retorted. I see you are growing senile. I am the great sage of the mountain rock in the 2 realms. Look closely, Sun Wukong asserted, raising his face. You do indeed resemble him. How did you escape? The old man scrutinized and suddenly realized. Thanks to my master, Sun Wukong recounted the tale. Upon hearing this, the old man clapped his hands in realization. So it is an old acquaintance. I must have been foolish. In my youth, I even conversed with the great sage. Since we are familiar, that simplifies matters. The old man quickly invited Chen Shi inside, summoning his wife and children to introduce them and share past stories. They even prepared a simple vegetarian meal for the 2 travelers. After dinner, as they chatted, the old man reminisced about his childhood, his eyes filled with nostalgia and sentiment. Subsequently, Wukong requested some hot water for bathing, and Chen Shi joined in for a good wash as well. Before bed, under the oil lamp, Chen Shi took out a tiger skin, grabbed some needles and thread, and began to stitch a garment for Sun Wukong. Fortunately, the monkey was not picky, and Chen Shi's modest sewing skills, when combined, proved sufficient. Thus, after some time, a tiger skin skirt was completed. There was enough material left over for Chen Shi to fashion a vest as well, ensuring both upper and lower garments were taken care of. Though it was now deep autumn, and Chen Shi knew the monkey was not sensitive to temperature, it was the thought that counted. Upon receiving the tiger skin attire, the monkey was thrilled and immediately donned it. Strutting a few steps before Chen Shi. It looks rather nice, quite spirited, Chen Shi remarked, admiring his handiwork. Now the monkey, clad in cloth beneath and a tiger skirt atop, more closely resembled the image Chen Shi had in mind. Only a hat and the golden hoop were missing from his ensemble. Once everything was settled, Wukong stepped out to feed the white horse, and the 2 then retired for the night. The following day, as Chen Shi and Sun Wukong prepared to pack and take their leave, they were once more urged to stay for breakfast by the old man, who insisted they have one last meal before departing.
Before leaving, Chen Shi intended to offer some coins as a token of gratitude, but was met with refusal, as the old man claimed, "You are an old friend of the great sage." Chen Shi was taken aback. Realizing that just as he had used friendship as an excuse when visiting Lu Buqin, the same had now come back around to him, thus, he could only express his thanks profusely as he departed with the monkey. Afterward, Chen Shi and Sun Wukong journeyed on, braving the elements and unknowingly arriving at the early winter season. Along the way, frost withers the crimson leaves, thinning the forests, while a few pines and cypress stand tall upon the ridges. The plum blossoms have yet to bloom, dispersing their subtle fragrance, as the short days of early spring linger, with chrysanthemums fading and mountain tea flourishing. Ancient trees on cold bridges vie for branches. While the gentle streams trickle down the ravines, the pale clouds hint at snow drifting across the sky as the north wind howls, tugging at their sleeves. As evening approaches, how shall one withstand the chill? On this day, as Chen Shi and Sun Wukong walked along the road, they suddenly heard a whistle from the roadside, and 6 figures emerged, each wielding long spears and short swords, sharp blades, and strong bows. They bellowed, "Hey, monks, where are you headed? Leave your horses and belongings. We shall spare your lives if you pass." Chen Shi halted, intrigued, as their journey had grown somewhat monotonous over the days. Now, here was a chance for diversion. And finally, they were not facing a tiger and master. "It seems someone has come to offer us clothing and provisions," Yukong gleefully whispered as he sidled closer to Chen Shi. "Oh, you've become quite brazen." "Haven to you." Noting the glint in the monkey's eyes, Chen Shi recognized the mischief brewing within but did not intervene. "Just be mindful, Yukong. Don't be reckless, just watch me, master." The monkey chuckled to himself, feeling that this master truly suited his tastes. Not only was he incredibly kind, but he also possessed a refreshing openness, often imparting life lessons in a manner that was neither tedious nor overwhelming. It seemed to him that, even if their quest for the sacred scriptures in the West were to end in failure, he had already gained much: liberation from the 5 Elements Mountain and the blessing of a good master. He resolved to express his heartfelt gratitude to Guanyin Bodhisattva the next time they met. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Sun Wukong approached the 6 individuals before him, clasped his hands to his chest in greeting, and inquired, "What brings you, esteemed gentlemen, to obstruct the path of my master and me?" One among them spoke up, "We are the kings of the Cut Path, the benevolent rulers of this mountain. Our names are well known, though you may not have heard of us. Surrender your belongings now, and we shall let you pass. Dare to utter a single negative word, and we shall reduce you to mere fragments." Sun Wukong replied with a grin, "I too am a king of ancient lineage, a master of the mountains for many years. Why then, have I not heard of your esteemed names?" "Humph, that is merely a reflection of your ignorance. We are 6 individuals. One is called Eye of Joy, another Ear of Anger, Nose of Desire, Tongue of Thought, Will of Want, and Body of Worry." The 6 brandished their weapons, displaying their might. Observing this spectacle, Chen Shi found the names of these 6 rather ludicrous and bizarre. Could it be that such names truly existed in this world, and that they had banded together? It seemed to him that they aligned with the 6 thieves mentioned in Buddhist scriptures, perhaps conjured by some deity or bodhisattva to amuse us. Not heeding Chen Shi's bemusement, Sun Wukong laughed. "I see, 6 petty thieves. You've dared to rob your own ancestors. Why not present the treasures you've stolen so that I may divide them into 7 equal parts? If you do so, I might spare your lives." The 6 thieves reacted with a mix of delight and fury, advancing with their weapons drawn, shouting, "You, monk, are exceedingly rude. You demand we share our spoils without offering a single item." They lunged at him with their blades, but Sun Wukong effortlessly deflected their attacks with his head, sustaining not a scratch point. One of them exclaimed in astonishment, "What a formidable monk! His head is harder than steel." With a playful smile, Sun Wukong addressed the 6, Well, it seems you've tired yourselves out. Now it's my turn, don't you think?" He then produced the Rui Jingu Bang from his ear, causing it to grow in size as he gripped it firmly. "Come, let me test my strength against each of you." Upon seeing this, the 6 thieves dared not approach and scattered in fright, only to be pursued by Sun Wukong. One by one, with a single stroke of his staff, he ended their lives. After vanquishing the 6 thieves, Sun Wukong skillfully began to strip them of their belongings. However, as he was about to remove their garments, he heard Chen Shi cough beside him. Ahem! The monkey turned, sensing a hint of disapproval on Chen Shi's face. He immediately approached, hands rubbing together sheepishly, and said, "Master, perhaps I was a bit too forceful this time. I am not blaming you for that. They were steeped in sin, and their deaths were merely retribution. Dying by your hand is simply poetic justice." Chen Shi replied, shaking his head in resignation. He considered the odd names of the 6 and suspected they were not truly human. The ruthless manner in which they had attacked the monkey left no room for mercy. In this day and age, those who robbed travelers in the wilderness were often brutal, and one could only wonder how many lives they had taken. If they were merely after wealth, that would be one thing. But if they had taken innocent lives, he was certainly not the Tang Sang. He would not hesitate to pass judgment and have the monkey executed immediately. That is, the monkey ventured cautiously. Master, I find it rather perplexing that you would strip them of their clothing. Garments hold little value, and they are filthy. If you desire new attire, I can take you shopping next time, Chen Shi sighed. In this era, who could expect the cut-path thieves to maintain cleanliness? Who knew how many fleas and filth were embedded in their clothing, even if the monkey possessed the power to dispel insects and cleanse? Chen Shi had no desire for such things, it was simply distasteful. Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I've grown accustomed to it, you see, back when I was the Monkey King. My first act upon reaching land was to disguise myself as a monster, terrifying the coastal travelers until I found a hapless soul to rob of their clothes, until he encountered Bodhi Patriarch. He had either resorted to the same trick or pilfered garments hung out to dry. This had become a professional habit. Even after defeating a thief, the great sage equal to heaven felt compelled to strip their clothes. With a sheepish grin, the monkey gathered his plunder and stuffed it into his belongings. He and Chen Shi then moved the 6 thieves' bodies to the roadside. Sun Wukong blew a gentle breath, creating a large pit in the ground, and together they buried the corpses. As the saying goes, dust to dust, earth to earth. Though the 6 thieves were not virtuous, Chen Shi believed it a small kindness to help bury them, preventing their remains from being exposed to the elements and scavengers. Despite their brutality, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for having shown them mercy. Yet, what could he do? Dig them up again? That would be utterly absurd. With a resigned sigh, Chen Shi held his nose and chose to leave the matter be, resuming their journey westward, leaving behind a new grave by the roadside. After a time, the 2 travelers arrived at a mountain path, the sun now high in the sky, and their stomachs began to growl. Master, we have no provisions or water, the monkey exclaimed, shaking his empty satchel and flipping over the water pouch. Revealing its emptiness, they had encountered no one in days, and their supplies had dwindled to nothing. The 6 thieves had been so poor that they had not even a single coin, let alone any food. The monkey grumbled, Master, I shall see if there are any nearby households from which to beg for alms. If not, I shall forage for some fruits and wild vegetables to stave off our hunger and fetch some water. As they were now akin to the cut-path brigands, it was unlikely they would find any riches. If they had indeed prospered, they would surely have hidden their wealth away. Chen Shi first responded to the monkey's complaints with a smile, then added, It would indeed trouble you, Wukong, to beg for alms. Remember to bring some coins. Wealthy households may not require payment, so speak auspicious words. The less fortunate cannot refuse to give. After all, they were not true monks. Chen Shi felt somewhat uneasy about the idea of begging. If they were beggars, it might be understandable, but to seek alms with their own hands, wealthy families would not mind giving a little food in exchange for good fortune. But for those who were already struggling, Chen Shi's conscience felt a bit heavy. Fortunately, Chen Shi still had some of the reserve money left by the old Tang, and with today's unexpected earnings, he had enough to indulge in a small whim. As for their future journey westward, he had his own clever schemes to earn some coins. Master, take care. I shall return swiftly, Sun Wukong said, stuffing some copper coins into his pouch. Rest assured, Master. I still possess considerable strength. Chen Shi waved his hand, confidently brandishing the iron staff beside him. This is the power granted by the 9-section staff. Seeing his master's unwavering optimism, the monkey scratched his head, then swiftly vanished without a trace. Once the monkey had departed, Chen Shi busied himself, securing the white horse and gathering some firewood. He planned to use his magical powers to dry and ignite it once Sun Wukong returned, and he took out an iron pot from his belongings to set up over the fire, intending to boil some hot water for the monkey upon his return. After completing these tasks, Chen Shi settled down to rest, when suddenly an elderly woman appeared along the mountain path. She held a piece of cotton clothing and a flowered hat in her hands. Chen Shi rose politely and offered a respectful bow, preparing to let her pass, but the old woman spoke first. Where do you come from, venerable elder, to be here alone? I am a humble monk from the eastern land of Great Tang, journeying westward to seek the scriptures and pay homage to the Buddha. He replied smoothly, his demeanor changing as he recognized the significance of the encounter. He added, I am not alone. My disciple has gone to beg for alms and fetch water. The Western Buddha resides within the Great Thundersound Monastery in the land of Tianzhu. A journey of 8,000 miles, the old woman observed, glancing at Chen Shi. You, elder, must endure many hardships along the way. The road may be long, but one shall surely arrive, though trials may be tough. They can be overcome, Chen Shi replied nonchalantly with a smile. What a jest! The destined seeker of scriptures is joking with you. As long as I do not falter, no challenge shall prove insurmountable. Who does not know that the Tathagata eagerly desires the true scriptures to spread eastward? It is all but a pretense. There is no barrier too great to cross or tribulation too daunting to face. He could not help but think of the Five Elements Mountain and its seat of honor. Coughing lightly, he reminded himself not to reveal too much to the old woman. He was merely acting, after all. It was an unspoken rule that if he exposed the truth, either he would suffer greatly, or the Five Elements Mountain would become his own. Thus, the old woman was entirely taken in by Chen Shi's performance. Her face radiating a sense of pride and encouragement, as if she wished to grasp his hand and encourage him with words of support. Your determination and resolve, elder, suggest you may indeed reach the Western Paradise. The old woman nodded in approval and extended the clothing and hat, saying, I have this cotton robe and a hat woven with gold thread, once worn by my son. He was but a monk for 3 days before his untimely demise. I went to his temple, wept for him, and took these items as a memento. O venerable elder, you possess the unwavering determination to ascend to the celestial realm, and you also have a disciple. I present to you this garment and hat as a humble offering. Yet, this sense of familiarity is unmistakable. Chen Shi blinked, memories gradually surfacing, a feeling that this woman before him was rather unusual, igniting a sense of recognition, thus adhering to the principle that one should not receive rewards without merit. And that no pie falls from the sky. Chen Shi resolutely declined, stating, if this is merely a token from the esteemed benefactor, I, a poor monk, am unworthy of such generosity, although my disciple and I are destitute. We still have clothing to change into, so there is no need for the benefactor to go to such expense. Dear elder, you may not be aware, the old matron mysteriously urged him forward. This crown is no ordinary crown. It holds a universe within. You may place it upon your disciple's head. Moreover, I possess a sacred incantation known as the True Heart Mantra, also referred to as the tightening spell. Should the elder memorize this spell well and keep it confidential, it can be used to restrain your disciple, ensuring he harbors no ulterior motives. After all, while the elder is steadfast in his resolve to journey to the celestial realm, the disciple may not share the same conviction. Without the assistance of the disciple, how can the elder, in his solitary state, hope to reach the heavens and acquire the true scriptures? Bodhisattva, Chapter 9, The Monkey Unaware of the Treacherous Human Heart. Joyfully donning new attire, Bodhisattva, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. This glaringly obvious plot was practically laid out before Chen Shi. How could he not recognize the person before him? It was none other than the compassionate Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, the direct superior of Tangsang during the journey westward. This moment mirrored the original tale where the monkey's mischievousness led him to abandon Tangsang, prompting Avalokiteshvara to offer countermeasures, a classic scene indeed. From then on, the monkey found himself overshadowed by the tightening spell, losing his freedom and entering into years of rigorous training under the strict supervision of his master, Tangsang. As for why Avalokiteshvara, who had always interacted harmoniously with the monkey, would present the golden hoop and the spell, Chen Shi could only conclude that the monkey's notorious reputation was far too significant. His own strength was considerable. And should the monkey's nature flare up one day, he could easily strike him down with a single blow, leaving no one to intervene. What a dire jest that would be, even if Avalokiteshvara and Tathagata possessed immense powers to rescue him. Their dignity would be irreparably tarnished. Thus, to safeguard against such occurrences, Avalokiteshvara would naturally not hesitate to bestow the golden hoop and spell upon him, clearly intent on compelling him to accept. After contemplating all this, Chen Shi blinked and, faced with the Bodhisattva's goodwill, remained steadfast in his refusal. It is simple to bind a person's body, but to bind a person's heart is an arduous task. Relying on external objects is ultimately a poor choice. My disciple, though once mischievous, is not inherently bad. He is now on the path to reform. Should I utilize this object and spell to restrain him? Would that not imply a lack of trust? Trust is difficult to cultivate, yet can collapse in an instant. The bond between my disciple and me is founded on genuine master-disciple affection. I regard him as my disciple, and he sees me as his master. As a master, how can I be swayed by external objects to forcibly bind my disciple's heart, even if I believe my disciple will accompany me on my journey to the celestial realm? Should he one day choose not to, it would simply be the end of our fated connection, allowing us to part amicably and preserve our bond. Chen Shi articulated his reasoning, reflecting his true thoughts. Aware that he stood before a bodhisattva, he dared not resort to deceit, and thus spoke from the depths of his heart. Indeed, the notion of the celestial realm carries an unpleasant connotation, when mentioned casually. It seems as if one is contemplating death on a daily basis. Today, however, it felt as though the monkey's escort to the celestial realm involved his formidable iron staff. A blow from that iron staff would lead directly to the celestial realm, an effective method even the 6 bandits would commend. Chen Shi's words resonated with authority, each syllable a precious gem. Upon being refused, the Bodhisattva did not take offense. Instead, her smile broadened, growing increasingly satisfied with her chosen disciple. Nevertheless, the elder must remain cautious, for human hearts can be unpredictable. This garment and incantation shall remain with the elder, to use or not use as he sees fit. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva firmly placed the garment and hat into Chen Shi's hands, then leaned closer to whisper an incantation. One that only he could hear, repeating it thrice before turning into a beam of golden light and departing. Recognizing that the Bodhisattva's performance had concluded, Chen Shi quickly embraced the garment and hat. Bowing in the direction of the receding golden light, I pay my respects to the Nanhai Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, who embodies great compassion and aids all sentient beings. Having completed his reverence, he gazed at the attire in his arms. Scratching his head in contemplation, soon after, Chen Shi meticulously examined the golden hoop he had just retrieved from the hat's edge. It shimmered dimly, shaped like a circle, with one end not fully connected, curving up at both ends to form a small cloud-like shape. I must remind you once again, once this golden hoop is worn, you will no longer be an ordinary person. You must not indulge in earthly desires. Should your heart waver, this hoop will tighten upon your head, bringing you great suffering. With this hoop on, I cannot love you. Without it, I cannot protect you. Only you can safeguard my quest for the scriptures. Chen Shi raised the golden hoop, feigning a dramatic expression, his heart silently reciting those classic lines. Of course, he dared not truly wear it. Once the golden hoop settled upon him, it would be challenging to remove. He merely toyed with it, not wishing to embarrass himself. After indulging in this playful reenactment, Chen Shi finally tucked the golden hoop deep into his belongings, deciding to cherish it. This was a precious gift from Tathagata. A treasure that even the monkey had been made to obey, while Chen Shi had yet to discern its purpose. Keeping it could never be a mistake. Just as Chen Shi finished organizing his things, the monkey returned from his almsgiving. Master, old son has returned. With no one around for miles in the frigid winter, it was challenging to find fruits, so he adventured a bit farther. Are you well, Master? The monkey held a brimming golden bowl filled with wild vegetable porridge, carrying a heavy water bag as he approached Chen Shi with concern. What could possibly be wrong with me? Chen Shi smiled. Accepting the golden bowl and placing it aside, he rummaged through his belongings for the wooden bowl he had recently carved for the monkey. As he divided the porridge, he said, I just gathered some firewood and set up the boiler. You can heat the water you brought. Chen Shi retained the habit from his past life, preferring to avoid drinking raw water whenever possible. The monkey grinned widely, turning to ignite the fire and casually conversing. Master, that person was not wealthy. If it weren't for me, old son, offering him copper coins, he wouldn't have been willing to part with it. For an ordinary commoner, simply surviving without hunger is already a blessing. Food is indeed precious. How could they afford to give it away without reason? Wukong, you didn't shortchange him, did you? Chen Shi shook his head, sighing. He had never held high expectations for the lives of commoners in an ancient context. Even amidst a backdrop of gods and demons, from the memories left by old Tang, he had mostly interacted with the affluent, who never had to worry about food or drink. Yet, in the corners of those memories, hints of the era's darkness and terror could be felt. Aside from times of peace, commoners in ancient times often faced hunger and cold. Merely surviving was fortunate. How many times in history has there been true peace? Thankfully, the current Tang dynasty was in the Jingwan era, the beginning of a prosperous age, but the world is vast. While the Tang dynasty was grand, it was merely a small corner of it. No, old son gave him 5 copper coins, and he joyfully accepted them. I would never deceive. Here, close to the Tang dynasty, the copper coins were still in circulation. The monkey's response interrupted Chen Shi's contemplative mood, and he replied with a smile, that's good. After lighting the fire, the two gathered around it, watching the steam rise and dissipate from the boiling water, finishing their respective bowls of wild vegetable porridge. After the meal, the monkey proactively tidied up the pot and bowls, washing them thoroughly before packing them away, ready to continue their westward journey. Master, where did this beautiful clothing come from? Upon encountering the luggage, the sharp-eyed monkey noticed something amiss, pulling out a vibrant cotton robe and a slightly tattered floral hat. So beautiful, truly beautiful. The monkey shook the robe, modeling it on himself with unabashed delight. It seemed that the Bodhisattva had chosen a style that perfectly suited the monkey's tastes. No wonder the monkey was so easily deceived in the original tale. If you desire it, then wear it. Chen Shi observed the monkey's antics and did not stop him, saying, this was just given to me by the Bodhisattva. She mentioned it was meant for you, Bodhisattva, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, for me." Upon hearing this, the monkey joyfully removed his old clothes and donned the new ones, exclaiming, "Old son always knew the Bodhisattva was a good person. How could she forget to send me new clothes to wear?" Witnessing the monkey's naive exuberance, Chen Shi found himself at a loss for words. However, considering the Bodhisattva's good intentions, he chose not to mention the golden hoop. Given the monkey's untamed nature, he feared that upon hearing of it, he might impulsively seek to confront the Bodhisattva, which would likely result in 500 years of imprisonment at the bottom of the South Sea. Shaking his head, Chen Shi dismissed those nonsensical thoughts and instructed, "The Bodhisattva also sent a floral hat. I accidentally damaged it. I'll repair it tonight so you can wear it. No need. The impatient Sun Wukong eagerly examined the floral hat, then attempted to place it on his head. He rummaged through his pack for needle and thread, declaring, "No need to trouble the master. Old Sun can sew a bit too. We'll sew as we walk." Chapter 10. The White Dragon sings at Eagle Grief Gorge, revealing the true form of the temple. After several days of travel, it was the chill of the 12th lunar month, with biting winds and treacherous paths through steep cliffs and rugged terrain. Chen Shi traveled for half a day, resting on horseback intermittently. Suddenly, he heard the distant sound of rushing water, faint yet elusive. He could not help but inquire, "Wukong, is there a river nearby?" Sun Wukong raised his hand to part the curtain and looked up, replying, "A few days ago, while seeking alms, I inquired about this place. I recall it is called Shipan Mountain in Yingqiu Gorge. What you heard, master, must be the sound of the water in that gorge." "Yingqiu Gorge, isn't that where the White Dragon appears, and also the day this white horse meets its demise?" Chen Shi gently stroked the mane of the white horse, lamenting, "Oh dear horse, your fate is truly unfortunate. In the original tale, you accompanied Tang Seng for thousands of miles, constantly terrorized by monsters and tigers, and now upon arriving here, you must enter the mouth of that little white dragon. Such pity indeed. However, this time, it is I, Chen Shi, who shall journey to the west for the scriptures. I am not a heartless person. Throughout this journey, we have developed a bond, and it is only fitting that I secure a good fate for you. At the very least, to enjoy a peaceful old age." Chen Shi patted the horse's head, his mind resolute. As he pondered, they arrived at the gorge's edge. Chen Shi reined in the horse and gazed upon the scene. Witnessing cold streams winding through the clouds, clear waves reflecting the crimson sun, the sound of night rain echoing in the secluded valley, colorful dawns dazzling the vast sky, waves soared like 1,000 feet. Shattering jade-like spray, a pool of water roaring in harmony with the brisk wind, the flow returns to the vast expanse of misty waves, as gulls and herons forget their fishing encounters. As the master and disciple admired the enchanting scene of Yingqiu Gorge, a sudden roar erupted from the gorge, and a dragon emerged, churning the waves and surging from the cliff, heading straight for Chen Shi. In a panic, Sun Wukong quickly pulled Chen Shi back, seeking to evade. But Chen Shi stubbornly clutched the reins, refusing to let go. Chen Shi had not anticipated that the little white dragon would act without honor. As soon as he steadied himself, it approached to seize the horse. He could only grip the reins tighter, urgently exclaiming, "Wukong, protect the horse, save the horse." Sun Wukong was equally surprised. His usually broad-minded master, in this moment of life and death, prioritized the horse over his own life. But the white dragon charged with ferocity, leaving Sun Wukong no time for admonishment. He turned and drew his golden staff, launching into the air to strike. "Hey, you mudloach, how dare you harm my master!" The golden staff extended in the wind, wielding immense power, and struck the dragon's head, causing the little white dragon to become dazed and disoriented, falling into the depths of the gorge, unable to rise. Observing this, Sun Wukong put away his staff and scoffed, "Ha, I thought it was some mudloach. Turns out it's just a useless dragon head, all show and no substance. Ha!" After mocking the little white dragon, the monkey approached Chen Shi, both concerned and complaining. "Master, are you unharmed? What were you thinking holding on so tightly? No matter how important the horse is, it cannot compare to your own life." Chuckling, Chen Shi dismounted and replied, "The reason I did not let go is twofold. Firstly, this white horse has accompanied me for many days, enduring hardships. If I were to abandon it to be devoured by that vile dragon, it would be a sin on my part. As for the second reason," Chen Shi glanced at the still displeased monkey and continued with a smile, "it is because I have you, the disciple with extraordinary powers and martial skills. To protect me. A mere little dragon is hardly a concern. Master does have a point." After hearing Chen Shi's explanation, Sun Wukong beamed, his previous grievances dissipating like smoke. However, he soon expressed his concern, "But master, that vile dragon survived my blow, lurking in this gorge. I fear it may seek revenge." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Shi decisively stated, "Then we shall subdue this dragon before continuing our westward journey." What a farcical gift, a mythical steed presenting itself to me. I shall not let this opportunity slip away. You often boast of your ability to subdue dragons and tame tigers, do you not? This little dragon appears to be a nuisance. Wukong, today you shall display your might and cleanse this gorge. Very well. Energized by Chen Shi's encouragement, the monkey shook off his trepidation, retrieving his staff once more. Eager to demonstrate what it means to subdue dragons and tame tigers, yet, just before departing, he hesitated. Master, this vile dragon possesses some abilities. What if it takes advantage of my absence to harm you? Chen Shi pondered briefly, unable to reveal his knowledge of the little white dragon's true identity, which could not harm him. He could not disclose the presence of the protective deities watching over him, information unfit for an ordinary mortal. He couldn't just tell the monkey that he had the Bodhisattva's protection and that demons could not harm him. Fear not, great sage, do not be troubled, for someone from above has come to relieve your master's plight. We are deities sent by Guanyin Bodhisattva to discreetly protect the scripture seeker. Who might you be? State your names so that I may take roll call. The monkey looked up at the sky. Speaking without courtesy, the deities responded, we are the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, the 5 directions guardians, the 4 watchmen, and the 18 protectors of the scriptures, all taking turns to stand guard. Who shall take the first shift today? The monkey inquired. The guardians replied, Ding and Jia, watchmen, and the guardians take turns. As for us of the 5 directions, we are led by the golden-headed guardian, who never leaves your side. Good heavens, so it's you. The golden-headed guardian, who monitors me around the clock. What about my privacy? The employee benefits of the Western Heaven Group are truly lacking in courtesy. Chen Shi, concealed nearby, lowered his brows, silently grumbling, after a moment of thought. The monkey declared, in that case, those not on duty may withdraw, leaving the 6 Ding deities, the day watchmen, and the guardians to protect my master. The deities complied. The monkey then turned to Chen Shi, saying, Master, with protection in place, I shall confidently go and subdue the dragon. Go ahead. Chen Shi smiled and nodded, not forgetting to bow to the sky. I thank the deities for their guardianship. No need for thanks. A divine voice replied, though it remained uncertain whether it was the golden-headed guardian. The voyeur, Chen Shi, rolled his eyes, watching Sun Wukong soar into the distance, pondering what schemes might be at play. Meanwhile, the monkey donned a simple cloth robe, lifted his tiger-skin skirt, wielded his golden staff, and approached the gorge, half enveloped in mist, hovering above the water's surface. He shouted to the gorge's cliffs, Mud Loach. Mud Loach, are you still alive? Come out and face me, for I, Sun Wukong, have come to teach you to reform your ways. As for the little white dragon, having taken a blow from Sun Wukong, he was left gasping for breath and fell into the water. Had he not been a true dragon with a particularly resilient head, he might have lost his life in that chaotic moment. When Sun Wukong issued his challenge, the little white dragon remained submerged, rubbing his aching forehead on the verge of tears. Who would have thought that in search of food today, he would encounter such misfortune? At that moment, hearing the one responsible for his plight audaciously provoke him, the dragon's already fiery temperament flared up further. He leaped from the water, glaring at Sun Wukong and snarled, Who dares to harm me and flaunt their power in my absence? Prepare to face my wrath. Chapter 11. The Great Sage's unfinished conquest of the dragon. The Bodhisattva of purple bamboo in the South Sea. What ensued was a fierce clash. The dragon extended its claws while the monkey brandished his golden staff. One bore the white strands of a beard, the other donned a cloak of red gold. One spat pearls that emitted colorful mist, while the other wielded a staff that conjured wild winds. Yet, the little white dragon was no match for Sun Wukong, and after having sustained a blow, he faltered in just a few exchanges, ultimately seeking refuge in the depths of the water, disappearing without a trace. Infuriated, Sun Wukong stood upon the water, stamping his feet and cursing. However, the little white dragon, frightened by the blow, resolutely remained hidden beneath the surface. Do you think this will deter me? Seeing this, Sun Wukong chuckled with rage. Unleashing his formidable powers to churn the clear waters of Yingqiu Gorge, turning it into a swirling mire akin to the muddy yellow river, the little white dragon, once lamenting his misfortune at the gorge's bottom, suddenly found himself tossed and turned, unable to maintain his composure. This calamity is too much indeed. In a fit of anger, the little white dragon emerged from the water, lunging at Sun Wukong and bellowing, You vile creature, prepare to meet your end. Ha, a worthy opponent. Sun Wukong, unperturbed, swung his golden staff, striking the little white dragon down from the air. The blow jolted the dragon awake, who promptly transformed into a water snake and slithered into the brush. Sun Wukong hurriedly pressed forward, parting the foliage, but found no trace of the serpent. Fuming, the monkey stamped his feet and gritted his teeth. This mudloach is as slippery as they come. Once he calmed his frustrations,
The monkey's eyes darted, a plan forming in his mind. Reciting a spell, he summoned the local deities of land and mountain. Upon their arrival, the two deities bowed before the great sage. Come, extend your heads. Allow me to strike you each 5 times to relieve my anger. Sun Wukong raised his golden staff, feigning an intimidating stance. Great sage, forgive us, we were unaware of your presence, please grant us mercy. The two deities, startled, pleaded for clemency, knowing that even one strike from the staff would send their spirits fleeing. Seeing their compliance, Sun Wukong lowered his staff and said, Very well, I shall spare you. And now tell me, from whence does this dragon in Yingqiu Gorge originate? The great sage may not be aware, but there were no malevolent creatures in this gorge before. It is merely deep and broad, with crystal clear waters, so much so that crows and magpies do not dare to fly over it. It was merely because the waters were clear that she caught sight of her own reflection and mistook it for a companion bird, often plunging herself into the water, hence the name Eagle's Woe at the steep gorge. Last year, the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara set out to find a certain pilgrim for scriptures. On the way, she rescued a jade dragon and instructed it to remain here and patiently await the arrival of the pilgrim. Forbidding it from causing any mischief, the jade dragon complied, content to occasionally emerge to catch a few birds or deer when hungry. However, it unexpectedly clashed with the great sage today. The two deities exchanged pleasantries in front of the monkey. Blind to his own folly, he has come to me today seeking sustenance. Sun Wukong scoffed, recounting the events. Tell me, this mudloach is no match for me. It was beaten and turned into a water snake. Fleeing into the grass, where could it have gone? This Eagle's Woe gorge is riddled with countless openings, which is why it is so profound. Surely that jade dragon found a hole to slip into. The great sage need not exert much effort in the search. This dragon was sent by Avalokiteshvara, so summoning her would surely lead to an easy subjugation. The earth deity stroked his beard, suggesting there is some merit to this. Sun Wukong nodded, returning with the two deities to explain the situation to Chen Qi in detail. He leaned in closer and whispered to Chen Qi, Master, this rebellious dragon seems to be a helper arranged for you by the Bodhisattva, just like me. I must summon her, lest we harm our own kind. Indeed, that little white dragon was nearly beaten to death by you. Was it not? Were you so fierce in the original text as well? If that is the case, then Wukong, hurry and invite the Bodhisattva, to avoid creating a mess. Chen Qi, feeling somewhat tense, glanced at the monkey after hearing about the battle. Do not worry, master, I shall go. The monkey chuckled, flipping over and soaring into the clouds. Before long, he arrived at the purple bamboo grove in the South Sea. The vast ocean stretched into infinity, its waters merging with the sky. Auspicious light enveloped the cosmos, while ethereal energy illuminated the mountains and rivers. Layers of snowy waves roared against the azure sky, and countless misty waves surged in the daylight. The waters rushed in all directions, and the waves rolled around like thunder. Do not merely speak of the water's might, observe what lies in the center, the 5-colored, hazy Baodian mountain, adorned with red, yellow, purple, black, green, and blue. This Logia Mountain's purple bamboo grove truly lives up to its reputation as the Bodhisattva's sacred ground. Exhibiting extraordinary splendor. Upon reaching this place, the monkey did not bother with formalities, for the golden-armored deities of heaven and the wooden-forked deity dared not impede him, allowing him to stride directly towards the Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva, Sun Wukong approached Avalokiteshvara, clasping his hands with enthusiasm. Oh, you mischievous monkey, instead of safeguarding Tang Sanzang on his journey to the west, what brings you here? Have you reverted to your unruly nature and no longer wish to seek the scriptures? Observing the monkey's relatively amiable demeanor, the Bodhisattva inquired with a smile. Bodhisattva, you worry too much. The master you helped me find suits me perfectly. No matter how arduous the journey to the west may be, I will ensure he arrives safely. Sun Wukong felt no anger, for the conflict present in the original text had vanished. He held nothing but fondness for Avalokiteshvara, grateful for her releasing him from the mountains, finding him a suitable master, and even gifting him splendid garments. See, it is no wonder that everyone calls the Bodhisattva the embodiment of great compassion and mercy. Oh, seeing your enthusiasm, it seems that this pilgrim, Chen Qi, is indeed remarkable. Avalokiteshvara remarked, continuing, since that is the case, why have you come to me? Alas, Bodhisattva, you may not be aware, but it concerns the jade dragon of Eagle's Woe gorge. The monkey scratched his head, feeling slightly guilty. Jade dragon. The Bodhisattva smiled. He is the son of the Dragon King Aurawan of the West Sea. One day, he set fire to the palace's precious pearl. His father punished him for his defiance, and the heavenly court sentenced him to death. I interceded, believing his crime did not warrant such a fate, and asked the Jade Emperor to spare him, teaching him to serve as a companion to Tang Sanzang. How is it that he disobeys my command and dares to obstruct your path? The Bodhisattva furrowed her brow, seemingly displeased. He. Sun Wukong scratched his head, feigning ignorance. As soon as my master and I arrived at Eagle-S Wo Gorge, this rebellious dragon leaped out to attack us. I drove him away with a single blow. My master said that this rebellious dragon poses a threat to travelers and must be subdued and guided toward goodness. Who would have thought that this rebellious dragon is not adept at fighting but possesses an exceptional talent for fleeing, slipping into those myriad waterholes? Left with no choice, I summoned the earth deity to inquire, only to learn that he was sent by you to assist my master in his quest for scriptures. Thus, to prevent our own kind from clashing, my master hastily sent me to invite you to subdue this rebellious dragon. Amitba, it seems this jade dragon remains incorrigible. Wukong, let us go to Eagle-S Wo Gorge and seek the truth. Avalokiteshvara responded, her tone reflecting a hint of displeasure as she floated into the air with the monkey. Chapter 12, The White Horse's Final Scene and the Dragon Horse's Return. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Avalokiteshvara felt discontent and, alongside the monkey, arrived at Eagle-S Wo Gorge. Master, the monkey, in his impatience, touched down before the Bodhisattva, rushing over to Chen Shi. Master, look, I have invited the Bodhisattva. Chen Shi turned to see none other than the South Sea Avalokiteshvara, this time without any illusion. Chen Shi, apart from the memories left by old Tang, truly beheld the Bodhisattva's majestic form. Atop her head rested a crown of golden leaves adorned with emerald flowers, radiating golden light, and a sharp aura emanating from the dangling jewels. Her attire consisted of a lightly colored robe, intricately embroidered with golden dragons and vibrant phoenixes. A pendant of fragrant jewels and jade hung from her chest, while a silk skirt, woven with golden threads, flowed gracefully as she moved. In her hands she cradled a precious vase meant for bestowing blessings upon the world, with a branch of willow dipped in the nectar of the jade bottle, scattering its essence to dispel the lingering mist and weeping willows. The jade rings adorned with embroidered clasps and the golden lotus at her feet were deep and profound. She appeared as Chen Shi had envisioned the Bodhisattva, yet exuded an extraordinary air of dignity and compassion. Disciple pays homage to the Bodhisattva. In the presence of the great compassion and mercy of Avalokiteshvara, Chen Shi did not dare to be negligent. Bowing deeply in respect, there is no need for such formality. Xuanzang, Avalokiteshvara replied, descending from the clouds, her demeanor warm and inviting. She was thoroughly pleased with this chosen pilgrim, who was not only well versed in Buddhist teachings but also possessed a steadfast heart of compassion towards all beings. Honoring the Buddhas, what was most remarkable was his ability to teach this mischievous monkey to be obedient. Matters of importance take precedence, Avalokiteshvara continued after greeting Chen Shi and the protected deities. She turned to the deity Jedi and instructed, go to the gorge's edge and call out, Arawan, Dragon King, Jade Dragon, Third Prince, come forth, for the South Sea Bodhisattva is here. Inquire of this rebellious dragon. I wish to interrogate him thoroughly. Jedi complied and shouted at the gorge's edge. After a couple of calls, the little white dragon indeed leaped from the waves and transformed into a human form. Approaching the shore to bow respectfully to the Bodhisattva, I cannot forget the great kindness of the Bodhisattva in saving my life. I, the little dragon, have awaited your arrival, yet I do not know when the pilgrim shall come. Without mentioning the fact that the pilgrim and his disciples were right there, the Bodhisattva pointed toward Chen Shi and said, I am here with you, reminding you not to engage in malevolent deeds. How is it that I hear you attack the pilgrim? The little white dragon raised his head, glancing at the monkey, who was grinning at him, prompting the little dragon's anger to surface, veins bulging on his forehead, and pain radiating from the swollen lump on his brow. He bowed his head to the Bodhisattva and lamented, Bodhisattva, I must explain that I have always behaved myself in this Eagle-S Wo Gorge. But today, my hunger drove me to leap from the water in pursuit of that white horse. However, that mischievous fiend struck me down with a stick, sending me crashing into the water, causing me excruciating pain and weakness. I thought it was my own fault and did not dare to retaliate. Who would have guessed that this fiend would be relentless, attacking me again and disturbing my peace? Uttering vile words, without ever mentioning the scriptures, Avalokiteshvara regarded the little white dragon's sorrowful voice and the pitiful sight of the swollen lump on his forehead, then glanced at the monkey, who was sheepishly grinning. This monkey has always relied on his formidable strength, disregarding others. How could he invoke the name of the scriptures to intimidate others? She continued, however, on this journey to the west, there are several aids I have specifically arranged for your master. At that time, do not forget to identify yourselves, lest you cause your own kind to clash as you did today. Understood? Understood. Do not worry, Bodhisattva. I, the old monkey, will be careful next time. Sun Wukong chuckled, attempting to evade responsibility. The Bodhisattva shot him a knowing glance but chose not to dwell on it. Turning to the little white dragon, she said, although this matter was instigated by this mischievous monkey's relentless pursuit, It also arose from your greed. In the future, remember to be cautious and do not repeat your mistakes. The little dragon shall remember. The white dragon replied respectfully. Tang Sanzang Babalokiteshvara then addressed Chen Shi softly. As you embark on your journey to the Western Buddhist realm, you must traverse countless mountains and rivers. This ordinary horse from the eastern lands lacks the strength to carry you across. You require the dragon horse to succeed. Chen Shi stepped forward, expressing gratitude for the Bodhisattva's kindness. The Bodhisattva nodded with a smile, approached the little white dragon, removed the pearl from around his neck, dipped a willow branch in the sweet dew from the jade bottle, and gently brushed it over him, blowing a breath of celestial energy, commanding, transform. Instantly, the little white dragon transformed into a magnificent white horse beside Chen Shi. But even grander than before, you must diligently atone for your karmic debts. Once your mission is accomplished, you will transcend into a divine dragon and be granted a golden body and the fruit of your efforts. The Bodhisattva advised, gently touching the swollen lump on the horse's forehead, imparting wisdom. As she withdrew her hand, the swollen lump vanished. The little white dragon, now a white horse, held a rein in his mouth and could not speak. Bowing his limbs in submission, mission accomplished, the Bodhisattva said, leading the dragon horse to Chen Shi's side. All matters here are concluded. I shall return to the South Sea. Bodhisattva, please wait. Chen Shi stepped forward, raising his hand to pause her. Oh, Tang Sanzang, what is your concern? The Bodhisattva halted and turned, smiling. Bodhisattva, if you will allow me. Chen Shi gently stroked the white horse beside him, reflecting on their arduous journey together, his expression tinged with sentimentality and reluctance. This horse has accompanied me for thousands of miles on my journey to the west. Today, I am fortunate to receive a steed from the Bodhisattva, a dragon horse for my travels. However, I cannot neglect this white horse. I beseech the Bodhisattva to show mercy and find it a suitable place, thus fulfilling the bond we share. Goodness. The Bodhisattva, upon hearing these words, nodded in acknowledgement of Chen Shi's benevolence and said, Then I shall take this horse back to the South Sea, where I have a secluded mountain that can provide it with nourishment and rest, free from worldly troubles. This shall serve as a reward for its merits. The disciple expressed gratitude to the Bodhisattva, joining hands in reverence. As the Bodhisattva prepared to depart, she noticed the mischievous monkey playfully teasing the dragon horse, and with a gesture admonished, You mischievous monkey, do not bully it. Come here with me, Bodhisattva, I am not bullying him, merely seeking to befriend him. The monkey waved his hand and approached Guanyin Bodhisattva with a cheeky grin, asking, What do you seek me for? The Bodhisattva gave him a disapproving glance, saying, The journey to the west is fraught with peril. Should you encounter danger, I grant you the power to call upon the heavens and the earth for assistance. In times of dire straits, I shall come to your aid. Come closer, and I shall bestow upon you a special ability. The Bodhisattva plucked 3 leaves from a willow branch and placed them behind Sun Wukong's head. Commanding, transform, they turned into 3 magical hairs, which she declared to be life-saving hairs. When you face great peril, you may remove one to ensure your safety and avert disaster. After speaking, she could not help but twist the ears of the troublesome monkey, asking, Do you remember? Ouch. The monkey, resembling a student caught slacking by a teacher, or a naughty child reprimanded by a loving mother, covered his ears and repeatedly exclaimed, I remember. Please, Bodhisattva, stop twisting. As long as you remember, replied the Bodhisattva with a satisfied smile, as fragrant breezes swirled around her, and colorful mists floated gracefully. With the white horse in tow, she returned to the sacred Mount Putuo in the South Sea. Chapter 13, The Water God and the Mountain God. The group, having paid their respects to the Bodhisattva as she departed, went their separate ways. The mountain deity and the land god dispersed at the monkey's gesture, while Jeti Jialan, upon receiving the monkey's command, vanished from sight. Chen Shi and the monkey gathered their belongings and led the dragon horse onward in their journey westward. Master, the Bodhisattva left in such haste that she forgot to take the saddle and bridle off the old horse. The monkey remarked, looking at the dragon horse. Without the saddle and bridle, it was inconvenient to carry their luggage on the horse, so Chen Shi and the monkey divided the load between them, which looked rather comical from a distance. Fortunately, the dragon horse was no ordinary steed, otherwise, they would have been troubled by how to lead it. Saddle and bridle. That's fine, Chen Shi replied, carrying his staff and balancing the burden. Once we reach a populated area, we can buy a new set. That's right, the monkey agreed. I can't go bothering the Bodhisattva over such a trivial matter. Who knows what method she might use? She twisted my ear quite painfully. If I dared approach her over this, I might end up with my ear twisted again, and that would not be pleasant. The monkey gingerly touched his ear. Still apprehensive, unable to comprehend why his seemingly indestructible body had faltered this time, had I not acted with kindness, you would have experienced something far worse than a mere ear twist. You might have been rolling on the ground in pain.
Chen Shi chuckled to himself, amused by the monkey's plight. The monkey, usually fearless, was comically humble today, which brought a certain delight. It served as a reminder for the monkey that there are greater forces beyond him, preventing him from causing trouble as he had in the past. However, master, I cannot understand why I, who am indestructible, would feel pain, the monkey mused, setting aside his wonder and turning to Chen Shi with a question. Why does the Bodhisattva sometimes refer to you as Xuanzang and other times as Sanzang? That is because my name was once Xuanzang, Chen Shi explained. While we are on the road, it is good to pass the time by chatting. I am of the Chen family and was adopted by the elders of Jinshan Temple as an abandoned infant who drifted down the river. Hence my childhood name, Zhang Lui Er. As I grew older, I was given the Dharma name Xuanzang. You heard the Bodhisattva mention this. As for Sanzang, that was conferred upon me by the Tang Emperor before I set out from Chang'an. Chen Shi winked at the monkey, grinning. Since this name was bestowed by the Tang Emperor, and I am a monk journeying westward from the Tang dynasty to seek scriptures, I may also call myself Tang Sang. Tang Sanzang. Furthermore, since I have sworn brotherhood with the Tang Emperor, I may be referred to as Tang Yudi. This, Zhang Luer is you, Xuanzang is you, Sanzang is you, Tang Sang, Tang Sanzang. Tang Yudi, all names belong to you, Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished. Master, you have so many titles. Well, you have your fair share too, Chen Shi replied, teasing. Let me count. Mei Ho Wang, Sun Wukong, Chi Tian De Sheng, 3 already. And then there's Bai Mawen, which makes it 4. Master, let us not mention Bai Mawen. It has nothing to do with me. The monkey, who had been cheerful, immediately fell silent at the mention of Bai Mawen. Blushing and huffing, he muttered, that title is merely an official position in the heavenly court. What connection does it have with me, Sun Wukong? Moreover, I resigned long ago. My current title is Chi Tian De Shang. Do you understand, master? It means one whose life is equal to that of the heavens. Ha! Chen Shi laughed heartily at the monkey's flustered demeanor. Thus, the master and disciple continued their journey along the Eagle's Cry Gorge, until they encountered a fisherman navigating downstream on a wooden raft. Hey there, fisherman, please take us across. We are on our way to the west to seek scriptures and must cross this gorge. Seeing the fisherman, Sun Wukong waved his hand as if he had found salvation, abandoning any pretense. Wukong, have you forgotten what I taught you? When asking for help, one must be polite, Chen Shi admonished, frowning at the monkey's behavior. He then turned to the elderly fisherman and, placing his palm in greeting, said, Good sir, we are monks traveling from the east to the west to seek scriptures. My foolish disciple has been troublesome. I hope you can forgive us that if you do not mind, could you please ferry us across the river? No need for such courtesy, no need. The fisherman, noticing the monkey's sly smirk, quickly replied, I am idly passing my time and would be glad to take you across. After speaking, he halted the raft, inviting Chen Shi and the monkey to board. Once they secured their belongings and steadied themselves, he vigorously propelled the raft, swiftly crossing the water, and soon they arrived at the western bank. Thank you, good sir, Chen Shi said, retrieving a few copper coins from his pack as a fare of gratitude. No need for payment, no need. The fisherman hastily waved his hands as if the coins were burning, pushing away from the shore and soon vanishing into the waters. Master, do not worry, that was the water god of Eagle's Cry Gorge. He did not come to greet me earlier, but if the raft had not been skillfully navigated, I might have met with a stick from my old self. Seeing Chen Shi look puzzled, the monkey hoisted his belongings and playfully said, It turns out that it was the water god of Eagle's Cry Gorge. Chen Shi nodded in understanding, gesturing toward the monkey. I did not expect you, Bai Mawen, to possess such authority. If they did not come to greet you, you would resort to violence, meeting Chen Shi's teasing gaze. The monkey clasped his hands in apology, saying, Master, I was wrong. Next time I shall be polite and will not flaunt any official authority. Please do not mock me. The monkey's face flushed again. As he stammered, regretting his earlier slip, he lamented his loose tongue. His good-natured master, however, chose not to press the matter further, and after seeing the monkey acknowledge his mistake, Chen Shi dropped his teasing demeanor. He turned to the gorge's edge and proclaimed loudly, I express my gratitude to the water god. You are too kind. It echoed a grand voice from the river, responding to Chen Shi. The words were the same as when they first met, but now there was joy instead of fear. After exchanging bows, Chen Shi led the monkey and the white dragon horse away from Eagle's Cry Gorge, resuming their journey westward. As the sun sank in the west, the sky gradually darkened. Along the way, the clouds drifted lazily, and the moon hung low in the mountains. The frost-laden sky grew chilly, and the wind rustled through the trees. Solitary birds departed from the vast marshes, and the setting sun cast a warm glow upon the distant mountains. The sparse trees swayed in the wind, and solitary monkeys cried out in the empty hills. For a long stretch, no signs of travelers were seen.
As boats returning home vanished into the night, the two companions, leading the horse, ambled along until they arrived at a temple. "Master, it is getting late. Let us rest here," Sun Wukong suggested, halting his steps. "Very well." Chen Shi nodded, raising his gaze to see three large characters inscribed above the temple door. Li Shi Si. As they entered, they found an elderly man with a string of prayer beads around his neck. Greeting them with joined palms, "Please, master, take a seat." Noticing the old man's unexpected warmth, Chen Shi quickly returned the gesture and followed him into the hall to pay respects to the sacred image before sitting down for a more extended conversation. After settling in, the old man called for a young attendant to serve tea. As they sipped tea and chatted, Chen Shi curiously inquired, "Elder, why are you so courteous, and why is this temple named Li Shi Si?" "This is the border of the western barbarian country of Hamat. Behind the temple, there are many households that jointly vow to build this temple with sincere hearts," the elder explained. Li refers to the locals, indicating it is a temple shared by the villagers. She refers to the earth god. Whenever the villagers engage in spring plowing, summer weeding, autumn harvesting, or winter storage, they prepare offerings of 3 animals and flowers and fruits to honor the earth god. Seeking blessings for a prosperous year, bountiful harvests, and thriving livestock, the elderly man evaded Chen Shi's inquiry, instead elaborating on the origins of the temple's name. Chen Shi nodded in understanding. It was the temple of the earth god. After all, however, one should not underestimate the earth god simply because his position appears humble. Typically, the earth god of a region oversees a multitude of matters: the fertility of the fields, the abundance of livestock, the prosperity of the community, the spirits of the ancestors, and the myriad of creatures inhabiting the mountains and forests. As long as they fall within his jurisdiction, they are under his watchful eye. Ahem, of course, the extent of his authority and the magnitude of his power are altogether different matters. As the two engaged in lively conversation, Chen Shi also introduced himself as a monk from the east, sent to the west to seek scriptures. The elder clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, whether out of genuine reverence or mere courtesy, it was unclear. Soon after, the elder summoned a young boy to set a table laden with vegetarian fare, allowing Chen Shi and his companion to indulge until they were satisfied. After the meal, Sun Wukong prepared to lead the dragon horse to rest, prompting the elder to question, "Master, where did this magnificent horse come from? It appears quite robust, yet lacks saddle and reins." "This horse was gifted to me by the Bodhisattva," Chen Shi explained. "It was originally a dragon from the Eagle Cry Gorge. The Bodhisattva feared that my previous steed was merely an ordinary horse, ill-suited for the journey westward, and thus specially guided me to this one. My former horse has been taken away by the Bodhisattva for safekeeping, and in my haste, I forgot to remove the saddle and reins, which must have been quite amusing to you, dear sir." Adhering to the monk's principle of honesty, Chen Shi responded earnestly, though he was indifferent to whether others believed him or not. To his surprise, upon hearing this explanation, the elder slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "What a coincidence! In my youth, I had a bit of wealth and enjoyed horseback riding. However, after a house fire, my family fell into hardship, leading me to become the caretaker of this temple. Yet, I still possess a fine saddle and reins, which I have cherished greatly and could never bring myself to sell, even in these impoverished times. Upon hearing that the Bodhisattva has gifted you such a noble steed, I cannot be stingy. Tomorrow, I shall retrieve the saddle and reins for your convenience." This dialogue struck a familiar chord with Chen Shi. Hadn't the last gift been clothing? Now it was a saddle and reins. Narrowing his eyes, he sensed something amiss but remained silent, continuing to decline the offer. However, the temple caretaker was insistent and, in his warm-heartedness, forcibly bestowed the items upon him. The young boy was then called to light the lamps and prepare the sleeping quarters, and soon everyone settled down for the night. The following morning, as Chen Shi and Sun Wukong set out, they discovered a complete set of saddle and reins laid out in the corridor, along with other equestrian gear. It was truly splendid. The carved saddle gleamed like silver stars, while the precious seat sparkled with golden threads. Layers of velvet adorned the saddle, and 3 strands of purple silk formed the reins. The bridle was crafted with intricate floral patterns, and the stirrups were polished iron, glistening in the light. The temple caretaker stood beside them, grinning as he presented the saddle and reins. Seeing this, the monkey joyfully approached to help adorn the dragon horse, but Chen Shi halted him, persistently refusing the offer, ultimately unable to withstand the elder's fervor. Chen Shi reluctantly accepted the saddle and reins, and in return, he offered a handful of silver coins, which the elder steadfastly declined. Instead, after the saddle and reins were properly fitted, the elder supported Chen Shi as he mounted the horse, producing a whip from his sleeve, a finely crafted item with a fragrant rattan handle and a braided tail made of tiger sinew. "Holy monk, I also have this whip to present to you.
Thank you, Chen Shi replied with a wry smile, feeling somewhat guilty for accepting the elder's generosity. Just as he was about to take his leave, he looked up to find the elder had vanished. And the temple stood empty. A voice echoed from the air, "Holy monk, do not take offense. I am the mountain deity of Luojia Mountain, sent by the Bodhisattva to provide you with the saddle and reins. You must persevere on your westward journey and not become complacent. I knew it." Having once again fallen into the same trap, Chen Shi took a deep breath, dismounted, and bowed towards the heavens in gratitude. "Thank you for your hospitality last night, and please extend my thanks to the Bodhisattva for their profound grace." After a few moments, as the mountain deity's presence faded, Chen Shi turned his gaze to Sun Wukong, who was suppressing a grin. "You mischievous monkey, did you know all along and enjoy watching your master make a fool of himself?" Rolling his eyes at the cheeky monkey, Chen Shi retorted, "You're not much better." The more he pondered, the angrier he became. In a fit of frustration, he lightly tapped the monkey's head, then mounted the dragon horse and rode off westward. The monkey, unperturbed, chuckled and followed along. Chapter 14. The Guanyin Zen Monastery. Thus began 2 months of tranquil journeying, filled with encounters of various tribes and creatures. With Sun Wukong's protection, these challenges posed no significant threat to Chen Shi. During this time, he contemplated learning the monkey's mystical arts. Unfortunately, Sun Wukong shook his head, stating, "Though your body, left by the old Tang, is fit among ordinary men, it lacks the aptitude for cultivating immortality. Even if I were to impart the simplest of techniques, you would need to diligently practice for 20 years to see any results. With that time, you could complete your pilgrimage and attain merit. Surely the Buddha and Bodhisattva would grant you a place in the Western paradise. Why toil in arduous training? Moreover, cultivating one's spirit and breath requires a methodical approach, adhering to seasonal rhythms, which would be utterly impractical for you during your quest for scriptures. If the Western paradise were to disregard you, how could they provide you with a place upon your return? Once your mission is complete, we can return together to the Flower Fruit Mountain, where I shall procure the elixirs of immortality to prolong your life. There will be plenty of time for cultivation then." Unaware of Chen Shi's inner turmoil, the monkey spoke boldly. Their camaraderie flourished, and Sun Wukong did not mind the prospect of Chen Shi residing with him as a long-term neighbor. "Well then, I must thank you, Wukong," Chen Shi replied, feeling a bittersweet pang in his heart but not wishing to dampen the monkey's spirits. In disguise as the false Tang Sang, he had managed to elude the scrutiny of the gods and the Bodhisattva. Yet, upon arriving at the Western paradise, he would have to shed his mortal shell and face the Buddha. He would inevitably be confronted with the memories of the golden cicada and the cultivation therein. As a transmigrant, what connection did he have to the golden cicada? Without such memories, would he not reveal his true identity? Conversely, if he did possess them, how much more frightening would it be when the golden cicada returned? Would he remain Chen Shi or become Tang Sang? He had initially hoped to cultivate and gain some formidable abilities, but now he feared he would have to resign himself to fate. After all, the choice of an ordinary man as a scripture seeker in the West was intended to test his resolve. They would not grant Chen Shi the opportunity to grow stronger. Perhaps even the inferior quality of this body was deliberate. Alas, as a mere mortal, to embark on the journey westward and witness the wonders was already a blessing. What more could he demand? Moreover, from the perspective of Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Western paradise should be a realm of compassion, and he still held a glimmer of hope. All these schemes and calculations were buried deep within Chen Shi's heart, and he resolved to think no more of them. Instead, he would relish the beauty of the journey westward, following the inclinations of his heart. Thus, he beheld the mountains adorned in vibrant hues, the verdant woods sprouting anew. The plum blossoms had fallen, and the willows were beginning to bud, heralding the arrival of spring. As the day waned, Chen Shi reined in his horse, gazing into the valley where he perceived the silhouette of pavilions and solemn halls. "Wukong, it seems there are people in the distance. Let us seek lodging there for the night." The prospect of staying with locals in the wilderness was refreshing, yet the monotony of constant solitude began to weigh on him. It might be possible to acquire hot water for a bath, which invigorated Chen Shi's spirits. "Not people, but a monastery," Sun Wukong corrected, glancing upward. "Even better, temples are akin to family. We can visit to seek shelter, beg for alms, and wash ourselves without shame." The grandeur of the monastery was evident as they drew closer. "What a magnificent Zen monastery!" Chen Shi exclaimed. "With its layered halls and intricate corridors, it stands beyond the 3 mountain gates, shrouded in a myriad of colorful clouds. Before the 5 blessings hall, vibrant red mists swirl around. 2 paths of pine and bamboo stand sentinel, while a grove of cypress and fir adds to the serenity. As they approached, he noted the height of the bell and drum tower, the majesty of the pagoda. The tranquility of the monks resonated with the soft sounds of birds among the trees.
Such an imposing monastery. I wonder how the food tastes, Chen Shi mused with a smile, dismounting to converse with the monkey. Master, while other monks envy this monastery, you seem primarily concerned with the food.
Sun Wukong teased, unloading his burdens as he chuckled. Chen Shi, having journeyed thus far, was well aware of his master's temperament, easygoing, able to endure hardship, and most often walking alongside the dragon horse, only mounting it when fatigued. He merely inquired about the sincerity of his heart, yet the monkey, astutely perceptive, recognized that it was merely the master who felt it was slightly unjust for him to ride while he himself bore the burdens on foot.
But who is he, Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, who, 5 centuries ago, wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, leaving the gods in utter despair? Does he truly need to concern himself with fairness in the manner of a mere mortal? Nevertheless, it must be said that Chen Shi's actions greatly pleased the monkey, fostering an increasingly harmonious relationship between them. However, it would be remiss to overlook Chen Shi's flaws, chief among them his insatiable appetite. This master often proclaimed, "Man is iron, and food is steel. One meal skip leaves one in disarray." He harbored particular preferences when it came to the flavors of food, should he find himself unsatisfied or deprived of a decent meal. His demeanor would sour, and he would walk with a furrowed brow and a downcast spirit. Conversely, when he was well fed and indulged in delectable fare, he would radiate joy, his spirits soaring high. The monkey frequently teased Chen Shi about this, questioning how he could resemble a monk, yet Chen Shi was unperturbed, replying that a monk is still human, with needs for sustenance and natural bodily functions. As long as he did not engage in extravagance, even the Buddha would find his reasoning sound. Furthermore, he was somewhat frugal, eschewing raw water, insisting on cleanliness before meals, and washing his hands. While the monkey often jested about these habits, he dutifully catered to Chen Shi's needs, striving to procure appetizing vegetarian dishes during their alms rounds and gathering wild fruits to enhance their diet. He tirelessly tended to the fire and boiled water daily, filling their water skins. This left Chen Shi often pondering how he would navigate the journey without Wukong by his side. The monkey, reveling in his cleverness, found great amusement in this. To return to the main narrative. As the master and disciple exchanged laughter, the temple gates swung wide open, revealing an ordinary monk. He wore a left hairpin hat and donned a pristine robe, with copper rings adorning his ears and a silk sash cinching his waist. His straw sandals struck the ground steadily, while he held a wooden fish in hand. Upon seeing Chen Shi, he quickly bowed and asked, "From whence does this master hail? Would you care to rest and enjoy some tea within the temple?" Chen Shi raised his palm in greeting, smiling as he replied, "My disciple and I have journeyed from the eastern land of Tang to the west to pay homage to the Buddha and seek sacred scriptures. As we traverse this place, the evening has grown late, and we wish to borrow your esteemed sanctuary for the night. In truth, he also hoped to indulge in a meal and enjoy a warm bath. Please, gracious master, do come in," the monk urged warmly. Chen Shi, along with the monkey, took hold of their horses and burdens and entered the temple. As they approached, the monk caught sight of the peculiar Sun Wukong, whose appearance struck him with a tinge of fear, prompting him to ask, "What is this peculiar creature you carry?" "Fear not, young monk, he is my disciple, a being of extraordinary nature, hence his unusual appearance." Chen Shi replied with a smile. The monk shivered slightly, biting his finger as he remarked, "Such an ugly and strange visage, what merit does he possess to be your disciple? The Buddha teaches that form is not separate from emptiness, and emptiness is not separate from form. Young monk, to cling to appearances is to be ensnared by illusions. My disciple possesses great powers and a kind heart, honoring his master. How could he not be worthy of the title of disciple?" Before the monkey could react in anger, Chen Shi sternly admonished the monk. "Do forgive me, esteemed master," the monk quickly interjected, sensing Chen Shi's displeasure. "I am but a humble monk, lacking in wisdom, and I have spoken thoughtlessly against the master and his esteemed disciple." Although the monk had not previously encountered the Buddhist scriptures Chen Shi quoted, he felt an inexplicable depth in the words, leading him to adopt a respectful demeanor and change his form of address. No offense taken, he assured. Recognizing Chen Shi's defense, the monkey's ire dissipated, and he sought to ease the tension, saying, "Master, he acknowledges his error. Let us proceed inside to rest, for you have yet to dine." "Fear not, esteemed master, I shall arrange a meal for you and your disciple as an apology," the monk assured, demonstrating his perceptiveness. "But," Chen Shi replied, observing the monkey's nonchalance, "then that shall suffice." The group continued forward. Fully entering the temple gates, inside, they beheld the main hall adorned with the large characters Guanyin Zen Monastery. Chapter 15. The trials of the Zen monastery cannot be escaped. Brewing disaster from greed at the Golden Pool. Guanyin Zen Monastery, so they had arrived. Chen Shi lowered his head in contemplation, the grand characters swirling in his mind. If I do not don this brocade robe, how would the world know that I have severed my worldly ties and exhausted the Golden Sea? Elder Jinsi, a monk who had lived for over 2 centuries yet remained unenlightened, unable to see beyond fame and fortune, his heart blackened. In the original text, as a monk, he indulged in pleasures and comparisons. But upon seeing the brocade robe, his greed ignited. Hearing the proposals of his disciples, he even contemplated burning the Tang monk and his companions alive. Such behavior is hardly befitting a compassionate monk. He instead resembled a bandit. If one were to attribute blame for the calamity befalling Guanyin Zen Monastery in the original tale, the monkey's vanity would account for 20%, while Elder Jinsi would bear the remaining 80%. At this moment, Chen Shi's hesitation did not stem from concern for the monk's life, but rather from considering whether to rein in the monkey to avoid unnecessary complications. However, considering the predetermined 81 trials on their journey for scriptures and the opportunity to educate the monkey, he dismissed the thought, let it unfold naturally. Master, seeing Chen Shi standing still, the monkey gently nudged him, inquiring with concern. It is nothing, Chen Shi replied, lifting his gaze with a smile. I was merely reminiscing about my vow made before the Buddha in the Tang dynasty. To pay my respects at every temple encountered on this journey. Having traveled thus far, blessed by the Bodhisattva, I wish to visit the main hall to pay my respects. You may enter to pay homage. I shall prepare a meal for you, esteemed master, the young monk, showing keen insight, suggested. Very well, I thank you, young monk, Chen Shi responded with a raised palm in gratitude. The young monk then summoned another to open the hall's door, while he himself led the dragon horse to the kitchen, both to prepare a meal for Chen Shi and to feed the dragon horse with fodder. Afterward, he hurried off to find the monastery's head. Meanwhile, the monkey had discarded their belongings outside the hall and entered the grand hall alongside Chen Shi. Inside, they found a golden statue of the Bodhisattva. Chen Shi clasped his hands in prayer. Bowing reverently on the mat before the statue, whispering a prayer of gratitude, the monk who had opened the door struck the drum, while the monkey, ever playful, rang the bell. Once Chen Shi completed his prayers and the drumming ceased, the monkey abandoned the bell and rushed to Chen Shi's side, jesting. Master, does this count as me being a monk for a day? Ringing the bell for a day? Chen Shi pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Then you still owe the Buddha many days of bell ringing. After speaking, he couldn't help but chuckle along with the monkey. The master and disciple expressed their thanks to the monks in the hall and exited, only to find the young monk who had arranged the meal had returned, accompanied by a senior monk. After introductions, they learned that this senior monk was the head of Guanyin Zen Monastery. Having heard of the scriptures spoken by Chen Shi from the young monk, he felt a profound resonance and thus sought to invite Chen Shi to converse in the back room. Aware that he had little to offer, Chen Shi wished to decline, but the head monk was insistent, firmly leading Chen Shi to the back room to sit, and summoned attendants to present fine tea. Just as they settled, 2 young acolytes supported an elderly monk into the room, wearing a pillow square hat adorned with a radiant cat's eye gem, clad in a luxurious brocade robe with golden edges of emerald fur glimmering, his shoes embellished with the 8 treasures, and leaning on a staff embedded with celestial patterns. His face was lined with wrinkles reminiscent of the old mother of Lishan, his dim eyes akin to those of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. His mouth, weathered from age, and his back bent, spoke of an illustrious yet worldly life, more akin to a noble than a monk. Upon seeing this elder, Chen Shi narrowed his eyes, the name Jinsi surfacing in his mind. The patriarch had arrived. Upon the elder's arrival, the head monk rose respectfully. Chen Shi followed suit, also addressing him as old master. The young acolytes had mentioned a master from the eastern land of Tang, prompting me to come forth and pay my respects. Jinsi returned the greeting, then articulated the purpose of his visit. Chen Shi subtly furrowed his brow, finding the elder's address somewhat pedestrian, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, my disciple and I have journeyed from the eastern land of Tang. Master, how far is it from the eastern land to here? Jinsi inquired with curiosity. From our capital, Chang'an, to the Tang borders. It spans over 5,000 miles, crossing the 2 boundary mountains. I acquired my disciple along the way, traversing the western barbarians and the Hama kingdom, enduring for 2 months, covering another 5,000 to 6,000 miles before arriving at your esteemed abode. In total, it has been a journey of 10,000 miles, Chen Shi recounted, his brow furrowed as he delved into memories, concluding with a sigh, a vast distance indeed. 10,000 miles, Jinsi echoed with a sense of lament. My disciples and I have squandered our lives remaining stagnant within these temple gates, in stark contrast to your illustrious journey, akin to a frog in a well, a rotting wood amongst the living. For those of us who practice the Buddhist path, as long as the heart remains pure, whether one walks 10,000 miles as a wandering monk or reveres the Buddhas within the temple,
What difference does it make? Chen Shi consoled Elder Jinsi, his words seemingly imbued with deeper meaning. Master speaks wisely indeed, Jinsi responded with delight, yet he failed to grasp the implications within Chen Shi's words. Rather, it was the head monk seated beside him who appeared contemplative after hearing Chen Shi's remarks. Jinsi, elated by Chen Shi's words, turned to urge the young acolyte, "Hurry, bring tea for this esteemed master." The young acolyte, having received the command, swiftly exited the room and returned shortly, presenting a jade tray with 3 teacups set in gold, accompanied by another acolyte carrying a white bronze kettle. Pouring 3 cups of fragrant tea, the tea in its vessels harmonized splendidly, exuding a color that rivaled the brilliance of pomegranate blossoms and a flavor surpassing the fragrance of osmanthus. Chen Shi lifted a cup, inhaling its aroma before tasting it with his lips, then sighed, "Excellent tea." He made no mention of the exquisite tea set. The monkey leaned close to Chen Shi's ear, whispering mischievously, "Master, this old man is showing off to us." Chen Shi shot him a glance, remaining silent. It is commonly said that fine horses deserve fine saddles, good wine pairs with fine vessels. Tea follows the same principle, but for him, the taste was all that mattered. Chen Shi's silence, however, led Jinsi to misinterpret, exclaiming, "Does the esteemed master find these vessels lacking? The gentleman hails from the Celestial Empire and must have encountered numerous rare treasures. Might he have any wisdom to impart to me?" "I, a mere rustic, am you asking about this?" Chen Shi could only dodge the question, stating that his knowledge is limited and he cannot offer guidance. It is not that he looks down upon this tea set. Rather, having become accustomed to the coarse earthenware bowls of the peasantry along the journey, he harbors no particular desire for fine tea utensils. I see. Jin Shi nodded, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he regarded Chen Shi. "The gentleman has come from the Celestial Empire. Might he possess any treasures that I could borrow for a glance?" "Forgive the old abbot for jesting," Chen Shi shook his head, saying, "although the Tang dynasty is replete with countless treasures of nature and craftsmanship, I am merely a wandering monk. Not only do I possess none, but even if I did, how could I carry such treasures across mountains and rivers?" Jin Shi elongated his tone, assuming Chen Shi had never seen the world and was merely trying to save face. Even the young attendant beside him regarded Chen Shi and his disciple with a gaze tinged with contempt. How could Sun Wukong tolerate such indignity? He immediately approached Chen Shi and whispered in agitation, "Master, I noticed you have a splendid cassock in your bundle. Bring it out and dazzle these dogs with their blind eyes. Such vanity in comparing material possessions is ill-advised." Chen Shi observed the monkey's indignation and chuckled softly. "But who asked me to be your master? If you are truly vexed, you may fetch that cassock, provided you are prepared to bear the consequences." Chen Shi had not anticipated that the trouble-making monkey, known for his impulsiveness in the original tale, would actually pause to consult his master this time. Feeling greatly pleased, Chen Shi promptly devised a plan for the monkey. There is no helping it. One must endure the 81 trials, and thus temper the disciples, without shame. "Very well, I shall retrieve that cassock at once," the monkey exclaimed, bouncing with joy. The monks nearby, having overheard their whispering about retrieving a cassock, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "So it is a cassock! What treasure could a cassock possibly be? These 2 monks from the Tang dynasty are truly impoverished if they consider a cassock to be a treasure. Perhaps it is merely for show." Several young attendants laughed heartily, whispering their mockery. Even the seated abbot chimed in, saying, "The gentleman claims that a cassock is a treasure. How truly laughable, if we were to speak of cassocks. Those of us here possess no fewer than 20 or 30. My master has been a monk here for over 250 years and has no fewer than 700 or 800. How remarkable could such a cassock be? Let these 2 gentlemen have a good look. They must not have seen much of the world." Jin Shi, ever one to revel in showing off, seized the opportunity and instructed his followers. Thus, the Taoist priest opened the storeroom, and the monk lifted the cabinet, bringing forth 12 cabinets, placing them in the courtyard, unlocking them, setting up clothes racks on either side, and tying ropes around to display the cassocks one by one. Each was adorned with intricate patterns, gold embroidery, and exquisite craftsmanship, filling the hall with finery and the walls with silk. After the display, the faces of the onlookers wore sneers and disdainful gazes. The monkey's expression turned furious. These were mere worldly possessions. "Today, I shall enlighten you all." The monkey swiftly turned and dashed towards the baggage in front of the main hall, returning with a bundle in hand. Before even unwrapping the bundle, radiant light burst forth. Sun Wukong unveiled the contents, shedding 2 layers of oil paper to reveal the true form of the cassock. He shook it in the air, and red light filled the room, vibrant colors overflowing the courtyard. The monks were left in awe, for this cassock, adorned with countless exquisite pearls, gathered from a myriad of rare Buddhist treasures, is draped with dragon whiskers. Bordered with brocade on all sides, it vanquishes malevolent spirits and envelopes one in protection from harm, crafted by celestial beings. It is not meant for the unworthy to wear. What say you now? The monkey shook the cassock, brimming with pride. We were indeed looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. I underestimated these two gentlemen, Jin Shi, having lived for over 250 years. Knelt gracefully and said, compared to this cassock, there is truly no treasure in our Zen temple. I humbly beseech you, let us behold it for a night, and we shall return it on the morrow. Very well, since you have asked, I shall oblige. Observing the old monk and the group of monks submit, their expressions shifting to admiration, the monkey, in his exuberance, confidently agreed. Qin Shi watched the unfolding spectacle with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Not wishing to intervene should one lend possessions to others without discerning their character, they risked never seeing them returned. Jin Shi, having obtained the cassock, was elated, no longer caring to engage in pleasantries with Chen Shi and the monkey. He arranged for them to eat their meal and then rest in the Zen room at their leisure, while he himself took his disciples back to his chamber to thoroughly appreciate the embroidered cassock. That night, after washing up, Chen Shi and the monkey lay on their rattan beds, just as they were about to rest, when Chen Shi suddenly spoke. Wukong, you have stirred up trouble. Trouble? Where does it come from? Master, Sun Wukong turned to face his master, perplexed. Wine is a poison that courses through one's veins, lust is a blade that cuts to the bone, wealth is a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. Anger is the root of calamity. Do you remember what I said when you went to fetch the cassock? Chen Shi chuckled lightly, reciting a poem before continuing. I observe that old abbot is unclean in his senses. Enamored with worldly possessions, having seen the extraordinary cassock today, how could he willingly let it go? If my conjecture is correct, before the cassock is returned tomorrow, there will surely be a turn of events. Having witnessed the unfolding drama, I am confident, yet, a mere group of mortals, even if they awaken greed, what need is there for my master to worry? When the time comes, I shall certainly return the embroidered cassock intact. You are overthinking it, master. The monkey lay on his bed, hands behind his head, crossing his legs nonchalantly. The cassock is ultimately a material possession. What is there for me to be concerned about, if I were to care for it? How would I differ from that old abbot, who was lost in material desires? Chen Shi gazed at the ceiling of the Zen room, continuing to smile as he spoke. I merely hope that in the face of calamity, you will discern the truth and refrain from indulging in baseless vanity. You must also learn to distinguish the hearts of men. Observe that old abbot. It is clear he delights in luxury. Adorned in gaudy attire and using gold and jade, he does not resemble a true monk. If you flaunt your treasures before such a man, how could he refrain from harboring ulterior motives? Once he harbors ill intentions, he will seek to harm you. Currently they are but a group of mortals, and you do not regard them, but what will you do when faced with formidable opponents in the future? If you truly can look down upon all the heroes of the world, how then were you imprisoned beneath the 5 Elements mountain for 500 years, waiting for me to rescue you? One must reflect upon oneself thrice daily, lest one missteps. Master, upon hearing this, the monkey sat up, feeling a twinge of emotion, and began to regret his earlier behavior in the Zen temple. Enough. Chen Shi glanced at the monkey, feigning disdain, saying, do not act so childishly. As long as you remember these principles, they will surpass 1,000 words. You speak truly, master. Indeed, the monkey replied with a grin, discreetly wiping the damp corner of his eye. For reasons unknown, Chen Shi's words reminded him of his former mentor, particularly the teachings that echoed the words of Bodhi Patriarch before sending him away. When others see you possess something, they will inevitably seek it from you. If you fear calamity, you must share. Should you refuse, you will surely be harmed. Your very life may be at stake. Master, oh master, was it for this reason that you sent me away back then? Meanwhile, in the Zen room, one person sleeps soundly while the monkey tosses and turns in distress. Let us shift our focus back to Elder Jin Shi. With matters diverging, Elder Jin Shi finds himself in a dire predicament. Beneath the light of the lamp in the back room, the cassock shone brilliantly, captivating the heart. Yet Jin Shi was too distraught to appreciate it, prostrating himself and weeping bitterly, sobbing until he could scarcely catch his breath. His frail body trembling uncontrollably. The other monks, puzzled by his demeanor, cautiously approached and inquired, Master, why do you weep? I weep because I am fated to be unacquainted with this treasure and cannot behold it. Jin Shi lamented. Master, you are mistaken. The cassock lies before your very eyes. Simply examine it closely. The monks replied, this is but a fleeting glimpse. How could I endure without it for long? I am 270 years old this year and have accumulated hundreds of cassocks. How could I not possess even one such cassock? If only I could wear this cassock for a day, I would die contentedly, having lived as a monk. Jin Shi continued to weep. But how is this difficult? Master, you could simply ask that Tang monk to stay, and for 1 day, you could wear it. If he stayed for 10 days, you could wear it for 10 days. What need is there for such a loss of composure?
The monk suggested, even if he were to stay for a year or more, would he not have to return it upon leaving? It cannot last forever. Jin Shi maintained his sorrowful tone. Finally, a perceptive young monk named Guangji stepped forward.
Having understood Jin Shi's intentions, Master, I have a plan that will ensure longevity. Chapter 16. Self-inflicted calamity. The Zen temple reduced to ashes, desiring to save the black bear, straying off course. The young monk, Guangji, indeed lived up to his Dharma name, having discerned Jin Shi's underlying thoughts. Good disciple, what plan do you propose? Upon realizing that someone understood his intentions and was willing to step forward, Jin Shi immediately ceased his weeping and responded with delight. Those Tang monk and his disciple have traveled a great distance and must be utterly exhausted. It is now the dead of night, and they are surely in deep slumber. Let us gather a few strong brothers, armed with knives and spears, break into their room, and strike them down with our blades, after disposing of their bodies in the backyard. This plan will remain our secret. Once accomplished, the monk's white horse and belongings will then belong to us, and naturally, the cassock will revert to the patriarch, becoming the treasured heirloom of our Zen temple. Guangji's eyes gleamed with malice as he gestured dramatically. Excellent, excellent, marvelous. Jin Shi wiped away his tears, filled with joy. Only the seated abbot and a handful of monks bore discontented expressions, feeling such actions were unbecoming of monks. Alas, Jin Shi has lived for 270 years, and within this temple, his disciples and trusted confidants have largely monopolized power. A few among them, possessing some semblance of conscience, can only remain silent to preserve their own safety. Thus the scheme was devised. Guangji led a few individuals to procure blades and firearms, yet a young monk stepped forth to interject. This is ill-advised. Oh, what seems to be amiss, junior brother? Guangji halted his actions, regarding the obstructing Guang Ma with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Most of the monks displayed no emotion, while Jin Shi's expression was somber, his gaze unwavering. Senior brother, have you forgotten? Using blades and firearms inevitably leads to bloodshed. That pale-faced Tang monk may appear easy to bully, yet his rough-faced disciple is another matter entirely. Guang Mao, undeterred, continued, since they have journeyed thousands of miles, they must possess the means to protect their lives. If senior brother leads the charge, what peril could possibly await? In my humble opinion, it would be wiser to gather the firewood from the various quarters and send it to the Tang monk's meditation chamber. We can set fire to those 3 meditation rooms, letting them call for heaven and earth in vain, and even burn that white horse alongside them. When the flames attract the attention of the villagers beyond the mountains, they will only conclude that the monk and his disciple have perished in a fire of their own making. In such a scenario, with no witnesses left to testify, would not the robe rightfully belong to you? Master Ancestor, Guang Mao grinned slyly, leaning closer. Excellent, this plan is indeed brilliant. Jin Shi and the majority of the monks voiced their approval. Only a few displayed unease, among them Guangji. Not only had Guang Mao stolen his thunder, but he also intended to incinerate the white horse he had coveted, leaving Guangji with no opportunity to shine. Alas, with Jin Shi in command and convinced by Guang Mao, Guangji could only harbor resentment silently, refraining from protest. Meanwhile, the heartless monks quietly conspired, amassing firewood from 70 to 80 quarters, gathering over 200 monks to stack the wood densely around Chen Qi's meditation chamber. On the other side, the sleepless and brooding Sun Wukong, lost in thought, was startled by the sound of dry wood and withered leaves scraping outside his door, accompanied by the sound of passing footsteps in the wind. He wondered anxiously, at this late hour, what footsteps disturbed the night. Could it be thieves or bandits? Just as Sun Wukong was about to rise to open the door, fearing to wake his slumbering master and alert any lurking danger, he rolled his eyes and transformed into a beast. Silently, he flew out through the crack in the door, perching on the eaves to observe. To his astonishment, he discovered that the monks were indeed gathering firewood, intending to burn them alive. His master's warnings rang true. These monks harbored treachery in their hearts, seeking to set fire to them for the sake of the robe. Sun Wukong admired Chen Qi's foresight, feeling both anger towards the malevolent monks and a desire to leap into action, wielding his golden staff to strike them all into the depths of the underworld. But then he recalled that this was a Guanyin temple. Enough, he thought. The Bodhisattva has been kind to me on this journey, offering me garments and promising to save my life. Today, I shall show her a modicum of respect. Observing the monks, he decided that their wickedness could not go unpunished. First, he would teach them a lesson by thwarting their plans, a small punishment for their great folly, and once his master awoke the next day, they would deliberate on how to deal with the matter.
With a plan forming in his mind, he chuckled softly to himself, then performed a somersault, leaping up to the southern heavenly gate. As he appeared, he startled the gatekeeper deity, who bowed deeply, alarmed and exclaiming, "This is not good, this is not good. The troublemaker from the heavenly palace has returned." Sun Wukong laughed heartily at the commotion, hands on his hips. Fear not, I, the Monkey King, have come to seek the assistance of the heavenly King Guangmu." Upon hearing this, the heavenly King Guangmu approached Sun Wukong with a warm greeting. "Long time no see, monkey. I heard that the Bodhisattva Guanyin came to see the Jade Emperor, borrowing the 4 celestial officials, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, and other guardians to escort the Tang monk to the west. I was told you have become his disciple. What brings you here today? Let us dispense with idle chatter. My master is beset by a band of villains intent on setting him ablaze. Where is your fireproof cloak? Lend it to me swiftly." Sun Wukong implored Guangmu. "Villains wish to set fire. You need only douse it with water. Why borrow my cloak?" Guangmu inquired, puzzled. You do not understand. If I extinguish the flames with water, the matter would end there. I wish to use your fireproof cloak to shield my master. And as for the rest, I have my own plans. Hurry, time is of the essence. Do not delay." Impatient, Sun Wukong began rummaging through Guangmu's pockets, prompting the heavenly king to dodge and plead, "You mischievous monkey. You never change. Do not scratch. Here, take it. Guangmu, unable to contain his laughter, hastily retrieved the fireproof cloak from his robes and handed it to Sun Wukong. With the cloak in hand, Sun Wukong had no time for thanks. He executed a somersault and returned to the temple. Standing still, Guangmu watched as the monkey departed, rubbing his eyes from laughter while lamenting the loss of his fireproof cloak. Addressing the nearby deities, "This rascal monkey is up to no good again. I wonder what mischief he plans to wreak and if I shall ever see my precious cloak again." At the southern heavenly gate, while Guangmu fretted, Sun Wukong scrutinized the situation from the clouds. Seeing that the monks had yet to ignite the fire, he breathed a sigh of relief, lowered the fireproof cloak to protect Shen Qi's meditation chamber, as well as the horses and belongings. He then leaped atop the building where the robe was stored, ensuring it remained safe from the flames. After preparing, Sun Wukong chuckled to himself, eagerly watching as the group of monks set the fire. He formed a spell and blew towards the southeastern wind, summoning a great gust that scattered the firewood in all directions. Indeed, the wind fueled the flames, and the flames borrowed the wind's power. Before long, dark smoke billowed, and crimson flames soared. The smoke rendered the sky void of stars. The flames illuminated the earth in a fiery glow. Initially, there were dazzling golden serpents. Later, the ominous sight of blood-red steeds. The sounds of crackling were akin to firecrackers in the twilight. The booms echoed like cannon fire. The flames consumed the Buddha statues, rendering them helpless, while the eastern courtyard's temple could find no refuge. In an instant, the wind raged, and the fire roared, transforming the opulent Guanyin temple into a sea of crimson. Yet, it was precisely because of this brilliant conflagration that it caught the attention of a mountain beast spirit. Black Wind Mountain lay 20 miles directly south of the Guanyin Temple. Within the mountain, a cave known as Black Wind Cave housed a recently awakened Mountain King. Why is it so bright at this early hour?" the Mountain King exclaimed, stretching his limbs. Upon stepping outside, he realized the brilliance emanated from a blazing inferno in the northern sky. "Oh no, this is not good," the Mountain King cried, shaking off the remnants of sleep. "It seems the Guanyin Temple has caught fire. These monks are so careless. I must go lend a hand." The Mountain King, possessing a kind heart, hurriedly exited his cave, riding the clouds towards the Guanyin Temple. Upon arrival, he found that the once dignified temple was now enveloped in smoke and flames. With great strides, the Mountain King stormed into the temple, intending to call for water, but noticed a section of the rear courtyard remained untouched by flames. Whereupon the ridge of the roof stood a figure observing. "Isn't this Jin Qi's room? What is he up to?" the Mountain King mused, curiosity piqued. Stealthily, he approached the room, peering inside to discover a faint glow emanating from the center, originating from a green silk bundle atop the altar. Squinting, the Mountain King crept inside, carefully unwrapping the bundle to reveal the very robe that had caused the calamity. "What a splendid robe!" he exclaimed. Eyes wide, breathless, and parched, his heart racing. Truly, wealth could entice even the strongest of wills. Swallowing hard, the Mountain King glanced around, meticulously wrapped the bundle once more, then turned, transforming into a gust of black wind to make his escape. He could no longer concern himself with the initial intention of extinguishing the fire. Chapter 17, asking the Bodhisattva why she sits backward, sighing at the reluctance of sentient beings to repent. The raging inferno showed no mercy, burning until there was nothing left to consume. Of the fire at the Guanyin Temple raged until dawn, only extinguishing once everything was reduced to ashes, with embers still flickering amidst the ruins of the temple.
The monks, stripped of their possessions, wandered in despair, weeping and wailing. Some, unwilling to accept their losses, dove into the ashes, sifting through the charred remains in search of hidden gold and silver. Yet, beneath the searing heat, their treasures had been transformed into molten metal, lost to the flames. Thus, the monks, with reddened eyes and frenzied minds, futilely clawed through the ruins. Others, more resolute, constructed makeshift shelters from the remaining walls, cooking whatever wild vegetables and grains they could scrounge. Yet, the majority continued to weep, accusing one another in their grief. Those who had advised Jin Shi, particularly Guang Ji and Guang Mao, were met with the ire of the crowd, beaten to the ground. Barely clinging to life of the instigator, Jin Shi, witnessing the chaos, felt a surge of fear. Dreading the wrath of his once loyal disciples, seizing the moment, he retreated to his meditation chamber, contemplating his fate alongside the precious robe. Sun Wukong, observing the self-inflicted calamity of the monks from the clouds, could hardly contain his amusement. After reveling in their misfortune, he reclaimed the fireproof cloak and somersaulted back to the southern heavenly gate. Heavenly King, the monkey exclaimed, returning to the southern heavenly gate and slapping Guang Mu on the shoulder. I owe you thanks for lending me the cloak. Guang Mu, astonished to see the notorious monkey returning the precious item, eagerly accepted it, joyfully exclaiming, has the great sage changed his ways? I was worried you would not return my treasure, and I would be at a loss for how to retrieve it. Ah, would I ever deceive you to your face? Sun Wukong replied to the monkey, with audacity, spoke words that even ghosts would not believe. He added, well, good borrowing and good returning makes borrowing again a trivial matter. The King of Broad Eyes did not trust the monkey's nonsensical claims and merely remarked, it has been a long time since we last met. Would you care to accompany me to my palace for some merriment with my 4 brothers? The monkey, momentarily tempted, ultimately resisted the allure, saying, alas, I, Sun Wukong, am not as carefree as I once was. Now, I must protect my frail mortal master on his journey westward for scriptures, leaving me no time to spare, once my quest is complete. We shall converse again. With a slight bow, the monkey bade farewell to the King of Broad Eyes and descended back to the mortal realm. The king, left pondering, mused, what kind of mortal master has this rebellious monkey taken on? To have tamed him so effectively, truly, it is a marvel. Meanwhile, as Sun Wukong descended, it was already the time of day when the sun had risen. He returned to the meditation room where he had rested the previous night, transforming into a bee to enter the chamber, only to find Chen Shi still deep in slumber. Master, the dawn has arrived, it is time to rise. The monkey transformed back into his true form and gently nudged Chen Shi. Chen Shi groaned, squinting his eyes and stretching his back. Has it truly dawned? I slept so soundly last night. As long as you find it comfortable, that is what matters. The monkey, feeling a twinge of guilt, attended to Chen Shi's dressing and rising. Noticing the monkey's unusual diligence, Chen Shi felt a stir of suspicion, contemplating whether this mischievous monkey had gone off to stir up trouble as depicted in the original tale. Indeed, as they stepped outside the meditation room, the monastery was divided. On one side, tranquility prevailed, while the other had been reduced to ruins, a desolate expanse of ash. Observing the remnants of the fire, Chen Shi was not surprised, merely lamenting the loss before sighing lightly. Master, last night those monks turned into thieves attempting to incinerate us. I employed a minor stratagem, causing them to suffer the consequences of their own actions. The monkey hurried to explain as he saw Chen Shi's calm demeanor. A minor stratagem? Chen Shi looked at the monkey, countering with an inquisitive tone. Just a minor stratagem, the monkey said, gesturing with his fingers in an OK sign, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Do you know why the Bodhisattva is depicted sitting upside down in some temples? Chen Shi inquired, choosing not to expose the monkey's antics. Oh, the Bodhisattva can sit upside down? I have never seen such a sight. How peculiar. The monkey scratched his head, somewhat confused, and asked, Master, do you have any wisdom to impart? Ask the Bodhisattva why he sits upside down. Lamenting the unwillingness of sentient beings to turn back, Chen Shi spoke softly, reflecting on the monks of the Guanyin monastery, who, devoted to the compassionate Bodhisattva, had now succumbed to madness and become bandits, unwilling to return to the shore of enlightenment and instead choosing to plunge into the sea of suffering. Do you also believe they have brought this upon themselves? The monkey blinked, grasping Chen Shi's sentiment, and cheerfully exclaimed, Master, and I share the same heroic vision. Last night, upon witnessing their thieving intentions, I contemplated striking them down decisively, yet out of respect for the Bodhisattva, I specifically sought out the King of Broad Eyes at the southern heavenly gate to borrow a fireproof cover to shield my master and the dragon horse, while I created a gust of chaotic wind. I guarded the robe, and with the wind fueling the flames, those monks received their just deserts. Even if the Bodhisattva were to arrive, there would be nothing to say. Unable to resist praise, the monkey exuberantly recounted the events of the previous night. Chen Shi shook his head, choosing to ignore the monkey's self-satisfied chatter as he headed towards the back rooms of the monastery. Such matters are better left unspoken, understood only in silence. The monkey is still too youthful in his ways. Seeing Chen Shi depart, Sun Wukong halted his self-congratulatory stance and hurriedly followed. The two of them navigated through the ruins and soon arrived at an open space behind the monastery, where they encountered a group of weeping monks. Initially, the monks were in disarray, lamenting and bickering, but upon sighting Chen Shi and Sun Wukong, they fell silent. Then, one by one, they began to scatter in terror, crying out, "Oh heavens, the two foreign monks who perished in the fire last night have returned as vengeful spirits." Ha! Observing the comical scene, the monkey first erupted into laughter, but then sternly commanded, "What spirits are you talking about? Quickly return my master's robe. We still have a journey westward to undertake." Some, still dazed, continued to flee only to be rooted in place by Sun Wukong's magic. A few quick-witted monks, realizing escape was futile, knelt and prostrated themselves, pleading, "Grandfather, if there are debts, they must be settled with the rightful owners. Do not seek vengeance upon us. It was Guangji and Guangmo who instigated this." They pointed towards the two monks who had been beaten unconscious. "You wretched beasts," the monkey sneered, "I shall not concern myself with how to punish you for now, but return my robe." Two bold monks, trembling, ventured to speak. "Sir, given the great fire in the monastery yesterday, you should have perished. Now you come seeking the robe. Are you human or ghost? Ha! You miscreants set the fire. It has nothing to do with us. Open your eyes and see. Did our meditation room suffer even a hint of smoke?" The monkey, hands on his hips, laughed mockingly. The monks, standing upright, glanced towards the front courtyard, and without the fireproof cover shielding them, they saw the meditation rooms as they had always appeared to this. There are no signs of burning. They gasped, astonished. Could it be an illusion created by vengeful spirits? Nonsense! In broad daylight, how could there be illusions? Besides, they just died. How could they conjure such tricks? It must be a divine being, the monks whispered among themselves. And soon, the monk who had welcomed Chen Shi into the monastery yesterday exclaimed, recalling Chen Shi's mention of extraordinary beings. Once this notion was proposed, it quickly swayed the other monks, who in unison bowed deeply, declaring, "We were blind and failed to recognize the holy monk and the divine protector accompanying him. Please step inside. The robe awaits in the back with our master." The monks guided Chen Shi and Sun Wukong forward, past several layers of crumbling walls, until they arrived at an undamaged meditation room. Realizing the room was intact, the monks understood it must be due to the holy monk's extraordinary treasures, instilling in them a deeper sense of reverence. They hurriedly knocked on the door, calling out, "Master, the Tang monk is a holy figure who has descended to the mortal realm, and his disciple is a divine protector. Last night as fire could not harm him, but it has devastated our belongings. Please open the door and return the robe." Seeing that Jin Shi inside feigned ignorance, a few impatient monks disregarded decorum and burst through the door, only to find Jin Shi sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from his head. Lifeless, Jin Shi had returned to the meditation room, and before he could rejoice that it remained intact, he discovered the precious robe was missing. Now he faced utter ruin, losing both the robe and the monastery's long-standing foundation, while also bearing the burden of 2 lives lost, shattering years of diligent asceticism. As he sat there, consumed by anxiety and despair, he suddenly heard the monks outside calling, "Good news! We haven't taken on the burden of 2 lives. Bad news! After offending the holy monk and divine protector, they have come to claim the lost robe." Caught in a bind, Jin Shi, in a state of panic, decided to take drastic action. As other monks crashed through the door, he charged forward, bowing low and slamming his head against the wall, tragically causing himself to bleed profusely from the head. His spirit shattered as he gasped for breath. Alas, why must the old abbot meet such a fate? Observing Jin Shi's plight, Chen Shi looked disdainfully at his bloodied head, sighing, "I did not speak without reason. I previously stated that I did not carry the treasures not out of selfishness, but because this robe was a gift from the Bodhisattva Guanyin, meant to be worn during the pilgrimage to the west." The old abbot had worshipped the Bodhisattva for many years, yet failed to see through the superficiality of fame and fortune, ultimately perishing due to this robe bestowed by the Bodhisattva. Truly, it was both fate and destiny. Chen Shi stood unaffected by the situation. After all, aside from the pilgrimage, he had nothing else to concern himself with, and thus could easily perceive the vanity of worldly attachments. Chapter 18. In search of the robe, no place to find it. The monks point to Black Wind Mountain. "Master, cease your lamentations over what cannot be changed, and let us first retrieve the robe." Seeing Chen Shi lost in sorrow, the impatient monkey grasped Chen Shi's arm. He had just noticed that the exquisite robe, which had been placed in the room, was now nowhere to be found. This simply would not do. This robe was one he had sworn to retrieve from his bundle, and now its loss would surely be a blow to his reputation as the great sage. Sun Wukong, beyond the taunts of his master regarding his past as a stable keeper, what further humiliation could he endure? This absolutely could not be allowed, with this thought racing through his mind. The monkey seized the robe of a nearby monk, his expression turning fierce. "Speak, have you hidden the exquisite robe? Step forward, all of you, and bring forth the roster so I may examine each one." Thus, the monks of the monastery found themselves subjected to Sun Wukong's scrutiny, excluding the deceased Jin Shi and the unconscious Guangji and Guangmo. The remaining 228 monks stood obediently in the open space. Sun Wukong held the roster presented by the head monk and began to call out names, searching each monk's garments for the robe, which he pulled off and inspected thoroughly. Only those who passed his inspection could stand on the opposite side of the clearing. One by one he checked, yet still there was no sign of the exquisite robe. Sun Wukong then rummaged through the boxes and crates that the monks had hastily removed from the fire. Meticulously sifting through the contents, but still found no results. Something is amiss. Sun Wukong stood guard over that room last night. Could the robe have vanished into thin air? The monkey, with a finger clamped in its jaws, squatted on the ground, a furrowed brow reflecting its deep contemplation. Chen Shi, unfazed, beckoned the remaining monks to boil water and prepare a meal, quietly observing the monkey's actions. Could it be that the Bodhisattva is toying with me? Sun Wukong, anger surged within me for my indiscretions last night. Perhaps she has retracted her cassock to trouble me, the monkey murmured to itself, then quickly dismissed the thought. No, the Bodhisattva is not one to be petty. My actions last night were justified. She would not stoop so low. After a prolonged moment of fruitless pondering, Sun Wukong, in a fit of frustration, brandished his golden staff, exclaiming, "You beasts, come forth and explain the sordid deeds of last night. Speak clearly, or I shall reward you with a strike. Spare us, great one, spare us." The monks clamored, prostrating in plea. "It was that old wretch's fault. He took your cassock last night, yet failed to examine it closely. Weeping incessantly, driven by greed, we tried to dissuade him, but with the cunning of Guangji, he plotted to burn you both. We merely followed orders, and in the latter half of the night, we were busy extinguishing flames and salvaging belongings. We truly do not know where your cassock has gone." The monks, with hearts trembling in fear, did not forget to shift the blame. Realizing he had gleaned nothing, the monkey seethed, retreating to the golden pool chamber. Stripping down the garments in search of answers, yet unearthing nothing. He even excavated the room thoroughly, yet no trace of the exquisite cassock was found. Something is amiss, the monkey thought, having exhausted his anger in search. He stood still, deep in thought. I was merely a bystander on the beam last night, preoccupied with the spectacle and the fire. I failed to scrutinize the cassock, yet how could an ordinary mortal deceive my discerning eye? Unless it were a demon. Just as the monkey was on the verge of unraveling the mystery, Chen Shi, ever so nonchalant, revealed the truth. Indeed, it must have been a demon who took advantage of my inattention to pilfer the cassock. Without pausing to inquire how Chen Shi deduced this, the monkey hastened to seize the temple master, demanding, in this vicinity of several dozen miles, "Are there any demons or spirits? Speak up to your master." "My lord, in our Zen temple's vicinity, there are no other demons, save for a Black Wind Mountain 20 miles directly south, wherein lies the Black Wind Cave, home to the Black Wind King." That wretched fiend often debated Zen with him. "So if you seek, it is surely he." Of the temple master, suspended in midair by Sun Wukong, trembled, responding hastily. "Haha, master, we have a lead on the cassock." Upon hearing this, the monkey released the temple master and excitedly approached Chen Shi. "But you are merely speculating. How can you be certain?" The latter countered. "Even if the demon indeed stole it, how will you retrieve it?" Knowing the answer, Chen Shi teased the exuberant monkey. "Who else could it be? The fire from our temple illuminated the night. The demon must have been drawn by the flames, discovered the treasure of the cassock, and seized it in the chaos. Otherwise, even if I were negligent, which mortal could pilfer it right beneath my nose? And since I know who took it, I shall simply go and reclaim it. What chance does a mere mountain king stand against me?" The monkey, having made up his mind, prepared to set off for the cassock. Chen Shi did not impede him, only imparting a significant warning. "If it becomes too challenging, do return. Do not cling to this external possession." The monkey brushed off Chen Shi's words, not taking them to heart. Before departing, he brandished his golden staff, striking the wall. "Take good care of my master, and see to my white horse. Otherwise, when I return, I shall reward you with a blow to meet the king of hell." With that, he struck the wall, shattering bricks and toppling several layers, causing the monks to cower in fear, not daring to entertain any rebellious thoughts. "Master, I am off."
The monkey nodded to Chun Shi, leaping onto the somersault cloud, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The monks, witnessing such prowess, collectively exclaimed, "A celestial being!" Riding the clouds, Sun Wukong swiftly arrived at Black Wind Mountain. Hovering atop the clouds to scrutinize the landscape, indeed, it was a magnificent mountain, where myriad ravines flowed, and towering cliffs contended for beauty. Birds sang unseen, and flowers fell, yet the trees retained their fragrance. After rain, the azure cliffs glistened, and with the wind the pines danced, their verdant canopies unfurling. Mountain grasses sprang forth, wildflowers blossomed, and the cliffs stood steep and formidable. The verdant woods thrived, and the majestic peaks rose high. Who would seek a hermit here, rather than a woodcutter? By the stream, 2 cranes drank, while wild monkeys cavorted atop the rocks. The dark hues of the rock formations loomed, while the vibrant greens played with the light of the dawn. Such splendid scenery, yet, as Wukong journeyed, appreciating the beauty, he soon heard voices emanating from a grassy slope within the mountain. Quietly, he lowered himself upon the clouds, treading lightly to investigate, concealed beneath a stone cliff. The monkey peered out. Lo and behold, 3 demons sat upon the ground, engaged in animated discussion. The foremost was a burly black man, to his left sat a Taoist, and to his right a refined gentleman in white. Their discourse revolved around esoteric alchemical practices, discussing methods to refine mercury and concoct elixirs. Just then, the black man paused, chuckling. "The day after tomorrow marks the anniversary of my mother's trials during my birth. Dear friends, would you care to join me in celebration?" The gentleman in white responded with a smile. "Every year, I celebrate alongside the king. This year is no exception." The black man, unable to contain his pride, continued. "Last night, I acquired a new treasure, a cassock of brocade. It is truly a remarkable item. Tomorrow, I shall host a feast in its honor, inviting all esteemed friends to partake in the festivities. Let us call it the robe celebration. Shall we?" "The splendid." The Taoist nodded with a grin. "We shall attend the feast tomorrow, reveling in merriment for the king's birthday." Chapter 19. The Monkey King's poetic aspirations soar above the heavens. Yet the black wind speaks in mockery. Upon hearing the black man's words, Sun Wukong realized that the cassock he had lost was indeed stolen by this very demon. Enraged, he ground his teeth in fury. Stealthily retreating from the cliff, and leapt forth, brandishing his staff. "You thieving demons, how dare you steal from your ancestor? You pilfered my cassock, yet you dare to host a robe celebration. Taste my wrath." This strike, imbued with immeasurable strength, sent the black man fleeing like the wind, while the Taoist ascended into the sky. Only the most unfortunate and clumsy gentleman in white met his demise, struck down by Wukong's staff, revealing his true form as a white-striped serpent. Yet, even this did not quench Wukong's ire. He prodded the serpent's remains with his staff, smashing it until it lay in several pieces before finally relenting. Subsequently, the monkey followed the trail of the fleeing black man, pursuing deeper into the mountains. Crossing a sharp peak and several steep ridges, he arrived at a precipice before a cave. The scenery was remarkably delicate, mist and haze intertwined. Pine and cypress flourished, mist enveloped the entrance, while verdant pines embraced the dwelling. A bridge crossed over dry logs, and peaks encircled the lush surroundings. Birds carried red blossoms into the clouds, while deer tread upon fragrant thickets atop stone platforms. The wind carried the scent of blossoms, while green willows turned golden, and peach trees along the banks danced with pink butterflies. Though the wilderness may not be worthy of praise, it rivals the beauty beneath the peaks of Penglai. However, the monkey was too preoccupied to admire the scenery. He approached the cave entrance, where he saw the inscription, "Black Wind Mountain, Black Wind Cave." Knowing he had not erred in his search, he raised his staff and bellowed, "Open the door. If you dare to steal the cassock, do not cower behind it. Open up. I know you are inside." With a cacophony akin to Chun Shi's earlier shouts, he successfully summoned a small demon to open the door. "Who are you? How dare you disturb my celestial cave?" The gatekeeper demon quivered. "You wretched creature, how dare you call this a celestial cave? Summon your black-faced king and return my cassock, lest my wrath obliterates your entire den." The monkey waved his golden staff impatiently. The frightened gatekeeper dashed inside, reporting, "My lord, the robe celebration cannot proceed. A monk with a fierce visage seeks the cassock." "Where did this monk come from? How dare he intrude upon my gathering? Does he think I am easily provoked due to my peaceful demeanor?" The black man, having just returned from the grassy slope, was incensed. "Bring me my armor. I shall teach him a lesson." The gatekeeper hurriedly fetched the long spear and armor. Assisting him in donning it, once fully equipped, the black man, armed with a black tasseled spear and clad in shimmering armor, marched forth with bravado to confront Wukong. After a brief wait outside, the monkey beheld the black man emerging. Now clad in a helmet of iron and gleaming armor. "You come from where, monk? How dare you act so rudely before me?" the Black Wind King proclaimed, his spear planted firmly on the ground.
Exuding an air of authority, "Enough of your bluster, return my cassock," Sun Wukong retorted, unwavering, gripping his iron staff. "Which temple do you hail from, to seek your lost cassock here, whether out of insecurity or forbearance?" The Black Wind King continued to argue, "My cassock is in a Zen room behind the Guanyin Zen temple to the north. Last night a great fire broke out, and you vile fiend took advantage of the chaos to steal my cassock. Plotting your robe celebration, if you do not return soon, I shall strike your crown with my staff, shatter it to pieces, and with another blow obliterate your Black Wind Mountain, and yet another to vanquish the vile creatures that dwell within." Seeing this demon dare to argue, Sun Wukong's fury erupted, and he declared fiercely, "The King of Black Wind," upon hearing this, coldly laughed and retorted, "You wretched creature, so it was you who set that fire last night. You have committed acts of violence from that Zen room, and I was the one who retrieved that robe. What do you intend to do about it? Where do you hail from? What is your name? What formidable skills do you possess to utter such outrageous claims? Blinded by your ignorance, you fail to recognize the true majesty of the mountain." The monkey, witnessing this ignorant demeanor of the Black Fiend, stood firm, gripping his staff, and shook his head, saying, "Listen well to my origins. From a young age, I have wielded great powers, transforming with the winds and displaying my heroism, nurturing my spirit and cultivating my essence through the passage of time. I have escaped the cycle of reincarnation. With sincere intent, I once sought the way, gathering medicinal herbs atop Lingtai Mountain. There resides an ancient sage, whose lifespan exceeds 100,000 years. I have taken him as my master. Guiding me on the path to immortality, yet he revealed to me the elixir within, and that seeking externally is a futile endeavor. To grasp the profound celestial teachings, one must have a solid foundation. Through introspection and tranquility, the inner light shall manifest, harmonizing with the cosmic forces. With minimal desires, one can achieve a steadfast body. Returning to youth is easily attainable. The path to transcendence is not distant. 3 years of diligent cultivation can yield an immortal form, unlike the mundane who suffer endlessly. I traverse the 10 continents and 3 islands, journeying to the ends of the earth. It is only fitting that, after over 300 years, I have yet to ascend to the heavens, diving into the sea and subduing dragons. I wield a golden staff as my treasure. I am the leader before the Flower Fruit Mountain. Gathering a host of demons within the waterfall cave, the Jade Emperor has proclaimed me the supreme sage equal to heaven. I have caused quite a stir in the heavenly palace, and stolen the peaches of the Queen Mother on several occasions. 10,000 heavenly soldiers have come to subdue me. Armed with their weapons, I have repelled the heavenly kings, while Nezet in pain led his troops in retreat. The true immortal can transform, but I, Sun Wukong, gamble and engage in combat. The Daoist patriarch, Guanyin, and the Jade Emperor observe from the southern heavenly gate. Yet, with the assistance of the old lord, Erlang captured me and brought me to the heavenly court, bound to the demon suppression pillar. I was ordered to face execution by celestial weapons, and neither sword nor hammer could harm me, and even the thunder could not scorch me. In truth, I possess great skills and fear nothing. Cast into the old lord's furnace, I was slowly refined by the divine fire. When the furnace opened, I leaped out, wielding my iron staff, and soaring through the heavens, I roamed freely, causing chaos in the 33 heavens. The Buddha, Tathagata, employed his divine might, pressing me beneath the 5 elements mountain. For 500 years I remained trapped, until the arrival of Tang Sang from the Tang dynasty. Now I return to the west, ascending to Thundersound Temple to meet the Jade Hairpin. Go and inquire throughout the 4 seas. I am the most renowned demon throughout the ages. This lengthy and elaborate verse encapsulates Sun Wukong's experiences since being trapped beneath the 5 elements mountain, a testament to his extraordinary lineage and unparalleled talents, while also recounting his proudest achievements. To the monkey, this is nothing short of perfection and divinity. Yet, as Sun Wukong reveled in his self-satisfaction, the King of Black Winds suddenly interjected with a mocking laugh. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the one who stirred up trouble in the heavenly palace, the stable-keeper. Ha ha! Sun Wukong, infuriated by this remark, glared with wide eyes, his 3 corpses in turmoil, his monkey face turning as red as a monkey's rear. And he shouted, "You despicable fiend, stealing the robe and daring to insult your grandfather! Come, feel the wrath of my staff!" No longer willing to waste words, Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff and swung it fiercely at the crown of the King of Black Wind. Chapter 20. The truth revealed. A strike descended from the heavens, infused with the great sage's wrath. However, the King of Black Wind evaded it by sidestepping, thrusting his spear in retaliation. Thus, the two engaged in combat at the cave's entrance. One was the once celebrated Monkey King, while the other was the refined King of Black Wind. Both were formidable demons and celestial beings skilled in martial arts. The clash of staffs and spears was fierce. as one unleashed the white tiger's claw while the other executed the yellow dragon's repose, resulting in an intense and unresolved battle that lasted for several rounds. As the sun reached its zenith, the King of Black Wind seized an opportunity. Sun Wukong, it is midday, I must return for lunch to regain my strength for our battle. What a feeble excuse, we have only just begun. And you are already weary. I have been trapped beneath the Five Elements mountain and have not tasted a drop of water. Enough with the chatter, a true man would fight me now. Sun Wukong retorted with a cold smile, his anger boiling, unwilling to let this insolent demon escape. Yet, while he desired to fight, the Black Fiend had other plans. The King of Black Wind feigned a thrust, retreated into the cave, and shut the stone door tightly. No matter how much Sun Wukong shouted, he refused to emerge for battle. He even had the audacity to instruct his minions to prepare a feast and send invitations to other demon kings for a banquet the following day. Seeing the door unyielding to his blows, Sun Wukong, filled with rage, struck it with his staff, intending to force his way in, but the stone door seemed enchanted, perhaps fortified by some rare treasure or protective formation. Even with his furious strike, it remained unmoved. Left with no choice, Sun Wukong could only curse the cowardice of the King of Black Wind before returning to Guanin's Zen temple. Wukong, you have returned. Did anything happen? You arrived just in time. Come, let us dine together inside the Guanin Zen temple. The monks had already completed their morning rituals, attending to Chen Qi's breakfast. As noon approached, they prepared a midday meal when Sun Wukong returned. Chen Qi, upon seeing the monkey, waved and smiled. Surrounded by the monks, he felt somewhat awkward, unaccustomed to such attention. Now, having the monkey for company was indeed a relief. Master, the monkey approached Chen Qi, his demeanor somewhat dejected, and confessed, the robe was indeed stolen by the demon from the Black Wind Cave. When I demanded it back, he refused and then retreated into his shell like a coward. I hope Master can grant me a little more time to devise a plan to retrieve the robe. The confidence with which he had initially lent the robe and the certainty with which he had spoken of its retrieval now made the monkey feel rather embarrassed. He had boasted of his ability to shoulder the consequences, yet now he returned empty-handed. How many times must I say it? The robe is not important. Observing the monkey's bashful and ashamed demeanor, Chen Qi found it amusing and pulled the monkey to the table, saying, given the situation, let us eat first. If the robe cannot be retrieved, then so be it. Do not forget, our purpose in traveling west is to seek the Buddha and acquire the scriptures, not merely to possess a beautiful robe. Chen Qi reassured the monkey, and his words bore truth. Although the robe was a famed Buddhist treasure, celebrated for its protective qualities, for Chen Qi, destined to complete the scripture quest, it was merely a beautiful outer garment. Moreover, considering the robe was a generous gift from the Bodhisattva, there was little reason for regret. Master, the monkey, seeing that Chen Qi was not angry about the loss of the precious robe and was instead serving him food, felt touched and accepted the full bowl of rice, saying, Master, I will take responsibility for this matter. Since I promised you and lent the robe, I will certainly retrieve it. Rest assured, though the King of Black Wind may be challenging, I am no mere clay figurine. With a bit of cunning, I will surely return the precious robe to you. The raw materials for clay are earth, and for stone, they are also earth. The difference lies in their composition. You as a stone monkey, indeed can be considered as molded clay. Similarly, according to the myth of Nuwa creating humanity, all humans are made from clay. Observing the monkey regaining his vigor, Chen Qi felt an urge to tease him but held back. Instead, he offered him some vegetables, saying, eat up. Let us discuss matters after you are full, and if your strategy fails, you can still come to me. I have my own plan. Though the monkey was eager to inquire about Chen Qi's strategy, he was confident in his own abilities. He decided to wait until he had retrieved the robe before asking. Otherwise, if he learned of a plan similar to Chen Qi's, it would diminish his own prowess as Sun Wukong. Thus, the monkey sat down, and after finishing his meal, he clasped his hands toward Chen Qi, saying, Master, I shall take my leave now. Be cautious in all matters. Chen Qi watched the monkey depart, shaking his head. If his intuition was correct, the monkey was likely to face another setback, for in Chen Qi's recollections, it was only after the Bodhisattva intervened that the robe was recovered, and the King of Black Wind was honored and became the mountain guardian. Indeed, the monkey's current endeavor did not seem to be one of seeking the Bodhisattva's assistance. Rather, according to the script, it appeared he was headed for disaster. As Chen Qi pondered, a bold monk asked, why does the holy monk shake his head? Is it that the protector's mission will not succeed? Not quite, Chen Qi replied, noticing the monk's tentative tone while the surrounding monks listened intently. His sense of mischief stirred. He raised his hand and smiled. I was merely contemplating how to deal with you monks who have harbored ill intentions and possess impure thoughts, should my disciple retrieve the precious robe.
Then, does the holy monk intend to? One monk trembled at the thought of punishment. I have not yet decided, but adhering to compassion, I cannot be overly harsh. Chen Shi feigned a frown, observing the monk's expressions brighten, and continued, however, my disciple, before becoming my apprentice, was quite fierce and combative. If the punishment is too lenient, he may not agree and might resort to striking you down. Just moments ago, he spoke of compassion. Yet now he threatened them with death. The monks, although devoted to chanting and yearning for paradise, were not prepared for such a drastic turn of fate. In that moment, each face was etched with fear as they bowed their heads in supplication, pleading, I beseech you, holy monk, show us mercy, spare our lives. To save a single life is to construct a pagoda of 7 levels. We implore your compassionate heart, holy monk, our sins do not warrant death. The masterminds are the patriarch and the trio of Guangji and Guangmo. Upon hearing Chen Shi's words, the crowd was stricken with terror, fully aware that the fierce guardian with the rugged visage was not one to be trifled with. Yet, they were drawn to the benevolence radiating from the monk before them, hastily prostrating and begging for mercy. The shrewdest among them hastily pointed fingers at the true culprits, attempting to shirk responsibility. What you say does hold some weight. Chen Shi listened to the cacophony of pleas, his heart unmoved, his brow furrowed in feigned perplexity. In this world, it is often the case that only the principal offender is punished, allowing others a path to redemption. Indeed, holy monk, we shall strive to be better individuals, to reform ourselves. The monks, sensing a glimmer of hope for survival, eagerly echoed his sentiments. Yet, how could one expect leniency for the followers if the principal offender remained unpunished? Chen Shi's light words revealed the true intent behind his faade, exposing the underlying purpose. The assembled monks exchanged glances, their eyes eventually landing on the motionless forms of Guangji and Guangmo on the ground. These two had been beaten nearly to death during the chaos of the previous night and lay unconscious, having failed to awaken since Chapter 21, Incense and the Goddess of Mercy. Though all had been swept up in a moment of collective fury, participating in the brutal assault, it was evident that the initial cause had been the fire that ravaged the Zen temple, stripping them of reason and restraint. The fact that they had not beaten Guangji and Guangmo to death in that frenzy suggested that their meditative practices had not been without merit, and they still held a measure of regard for their brotherhood. In the aftermath of this calamity, it was clear that Guangji and Guangmo would face ostracism within the temple, an indication that their lives had not been forfeited. At most, they would be expelled, left to fend for themselves. However, according to the implications of Chen Shi, the holy monk, he sought their demise, all while keeping his own hands clean, using them as instruments of death. The monks, gazing at the prostrate forms of Guangji and Guangmo, wore expressions of uncertainty. These were brothers with whom they had shared many years of life. They were all practitioners devoted to the Buddha. Yet, which righteous practitioner would conspire to harm and kill the lives of two brothers? How could they weigh against the lives of the 200 present? Should they then proceed to execute them? After all, these two had intended to burn Chen Shi alive. Even if their plot had failed, they had still transgressed the precept against killing. It was a case of once committed, no turning back. If they could burn Chen Shi and his disciple, why not eliminate Guangji and Guangmo, exterminate the principal offender, prove our innocence? Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd, shattering the silence and breaking the shackles that bound the monks' hearts. Exterminate the principal offender, the monks murmured, as if reciting a familiar sutra. Exterminate the principal offender, exterminate the principal offender. Exterminate the principal offender. Unbeknownst to them, the murmurs grew increasingly fervent, instilling courage within their hearts, their expressions taking on an air of righteousness, much like the wrathful deities of the temple. Thus, they took action, wielding the readily available bricks and debris from the ruins. One by one, they hurled the bricks down upon the two sprawled figures. Ah, what are you doing, brothers? Spare us, please, do not strike us. As Guangji and Guangmo, who had been incapacitated, were awakened by the rain of bricks, they curled up on the ground, clutching their heads and begging for mercy. In their eyes, the fierce countenances of the monks appeared as malevolent specters. Amitabha, Chen Shi observed the scene with a cold detachment. Initially, he had merely intended to use the monks to rid the temple of Guangji and Guangmo. The two foremost evildoers, as revealed by the information extracted from the monks regarding the previous night's events, it was clear that Jin Shi and these two were the most malevolent within the temple. Jin Shi had first succumbed to greed, while these two willingly acted as his lackeys, devising plans. The other monks, in blind obedience, had become accomplices. While the accomplices may not deserve death, the principal offenders must be eradicated. Jin Shi had already met his demise. Guangji and Guangmo were to follow suit. This had all been meticulously orchestrated by Chen Shi. What he had not anticipated was that, in their desperation to survive,
The monks would descend into a bizarre frenzy when attacking Guangxi and Guangmo, as if possessed by a collective madness, yet accomplices are still culpable. Among this group of monks, few could be deemed virtuous during the assault. No one intervened, nor did anyone consider alerting the authorities. The unfolding situation was thus understandable. It revealed their true natures beneath the guise they had worn, and so, Guangxi and Guangmo met their end. They perished within the grave constructed of bricks by their own brethren. In a corner of the open space, bricks were stacked high, obscuring the view of the inside. In the center of the clearing knelt the remaining monks, awaiting Sun Wukong's return, hoping for leniency. After the death of Guangxi and Guangmo, it was not that no one considered turning on Chen Shi, however, witnessing his calm demeanor and the formidable prowess of the monkey. Those who had been restless extinguished their violent intentions and, with a sense of humility, knelt alongside the others, awaiting the final judgment. Fortunately, they did not have to wait long. The monkey flipped onto the ground and approached Chen Shi. "Master, master," the monkey said sheepishly, "today has not been fortuitous. My little scheme was foiled by that loquacious imp, and the Black Wind King saw through it, yet I have not returned empty-handed." The monkey produced an invitation he had obtained from a minor demon he encountered earlier that afternoon, which was meant for Jin Qi, the former head of the temple who had met his demise by colliding with a wall, inviting him to a banquet just as the monkey was contemplating how to deceive the gatekeepers. He had to adapt to the situation and assumed Jin Qi's form to attend the gathering, hoping to steal a glance at the cassock. However, at a critical moment, a patrolling minor demon revealed the monkey's true identity, forcing him into a confrontation with the Black Wind King. Unfortunately, this king proved to be quite formidable, and the struggle continued until sunset, at which point the monkey devised an excuse to slip back into the Black Wind Cave. "Master, this fellow is a black bear spirit, and he possesses considerable skill," Sun Wukong recounted, pointing to the name of the attendant, Xiong Pai, inscribed on the invitation. "The fact that this black bear spirit could contend with you is impressive," Chen Shi praised, "but his strength is not enduring. Had he not fled quickly, he would not have stood a chance against me." The monkey crossed his arms and commented, "Being able to hold his own against you for a significant period is no small feat. After all, where else could one find a second Shi Tian to shine?" Chen Shi replied with a smile, which made the monkey beam with delight, his teeth bared in joy. "What are they doing over there? What is that pile they are constructing?" It was only then that the monkey noticed the unusual scene, observing the monks kneeling in unison, stacking bricks in a corner. "They are demonstrating a sincere attitude of repentance, hoping for your mercy and leniency in their punishment." Chen Shi chuckled, explaining the afternoon's events in the Zen temple. "Oh, so that is how it is." The monkey nodded in understanding, observing the monks bowing and prostrating, casting sidelong glances at Chen Shi, his impression of his master undergoing a transformation. "Goodness, my master is quite severe. Could it be that he is practicing the killing with a heart for retribution that he often speaks of? Truly, how frightening. I, Sun Wukong, have lost my cassock, but I hope my master does not hold it against me. Perhaps I should also employ such methods." The monkey silently shivered, feeling a chill run down his spine. Vowing to retrieve the cassock and report back promptly, "Guardian, spare us, Guardian, the principal offender has been eliminated. Please show leniency." The monks, unaware that the monkey's gaze remained fixed upon them, had already lost themselves in fear. Seeing their master glance in their direction, they immediately began to plead for their lives. "What does my master intend?" The monkey, not even deigning to look at the group of monks, quietly inquired of Chen Shi. His demeanor humble. "There is no rush, it is late, and we shall discuss it tomorrow." Chen Shi observed the darkening sky, smiling mysteriously. Thus, Chen Shi and the monkey enjoyed their evening meal before returning to the Zen chamber to rest. The remaining monks leaned against the crumbling walls, fashioning makeshift shelters from the tiles, spending the night in uneasy slumber. As dawn broke, the monkey eagerly tugged at Chen Shi, inquiring about the fate of the cassock and the monks. Chen Shi maintained his unhurried demeanor, first sharing breakfast with the monkey and attending to his personal hygiene. "To untie the bell, one must find the one who tied it," Chen Shi remarked, observing the monkey's growing impatience. "Where are we currently residing? Which deity do these monks worship? Who presented me with that cassock? Rather than exhaust ourselves trying to reclaim the cassock or punish the monks, why not let the rightful authority handle the matter?" Chen Shi smiled, revealing the incense he had prepared in advance, lighting it upon the offering table before bowing in reverence. Disciple Tang Sanzang, having encountered a dilemma, respectfully invites the great compassion and benevolence of Guanyin Bodhisattva to descend. Chapter 22. Guanyin reveals her true form. The fragrant sandalwood incense wafted like a cloud of smoke, curling gracefully into the air until it dissipated. The monkey, observing Chen Shi's actions, scratched his head in confusion. Master, is this how one calls upon the Bodhisattva? Can she truly hear your words? If this fails, perhaps I should go to the South Sea to fetch her instead, to save you from this fruitless endeavor. Impudent monkey, you who have lost my precious cassock and burned my Lu Yunxia courtyard, dare question my power. Before the monkey could finish his sentence, and while Chen Shi remained seated, a cloud of auspicious mist appeared above the Zen temple, where the Bodhisattva sat in a lotus position upon a cloud, smiling as she rebuked Sun Wukong. Bodhisattva, Bodhisattva has manifested. It truly is the Bodhisattva. Please save us, we are all devout practitioners who honor you. Upon witnessing the manifestation of the Bodhisattva Guanyin, the first to express astonishment and commotion were the monks, who were kneeling in a state of anxiety. They fervently beseeched the Bodhisattva for mercy, hoping for her compassionate intervention. Is it truly the Bodhisattva? The monkey exclaimed, rubbing his eyes and scrutinizing the figure before him, at last confirming the reality of the divine presence. His understanding of the Bodhisattva's formidable power became markedly clearer. This place was, after all, the Guanyin Zen monastery, renowned for the Bodhisattva's omniscient awareness of the suffering in the world. Everything we do here unfolds beneath her watchful gaze. My offerings of incense cannot possibly escape her notice. Can they? Chen Shi rose respectfully, greeting the Bodhisattva, and then turned to the monkey with a smile, explaining, the Bodhisattva, whose full name is Avalokiteshvara, embodies the essence of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. There is no need for excessive reverence, Tripitaka, the Bodhisattva said. Descending from the clouds, she momentarily disregarded the prostrating monks and addressed Chen Shi. What troubles you today that prompts your plea? Firstly, the theft of the brocade robe. Secondly, the punishment of the monks in this monastery. Chen Shi replied, bowing in deference. Indeed, Bodhisattva, that black bear spirit, emboldened by a modicum of power, has seized the robe and refused to return it, while the monks here, lacking purity of essence, sought to incinerate my master and me in their greed for the robe. As the saying goes, do not judge the monk by his appearance, but by the Buddha. This robe was a gift from you, Bodhisattva, and these monks are your devotees. Surely you must provide a resolution. The monkey, having grasped the gravity of the situation, eagerly sidled up to the Bodhisattva and shamelessly grinned. You impudent monkey, is it not your ostentation regarding the robe that incited the jealousy and avarice of petty souls? Your arrogance and provocations have drawn that black bear spirit to steal the robe. The Bodhisattva tugged at the monkey's ear, twisting it in reprimand. Chen Shi lowered his head in silence during this exchange. Although he had attempted to counsel, he ultimately indulged the monkey. The deaths of Jin Shi and the others could be attributed to his instigation, and had it not been for the Bodhisattva's magnanimity, had another more self-serving deity been present, both he and his master would have faced dire consequences today. Well, Bodhisattva, had that black bear not harbored greed, how could my boasting have led to such misfortune? Fortunately, the monkey, loyal in spirit, refrained from betraying Chen Shi and stubbornly defended himself, though the expression of pain on his face from the ear-tugging was less than flattering. You incorrigible monkey, sharp-tongued yet unwilling to admit fault. The Bodhisattva released her grip on his ear, playfully patting his head 3 times. Her affection mingled with exasperation. Very well, though your reasoning is flawed, it holds a kernel of truth. For the sake of Tripitaka, I shall spare you this time. Thank you, Bodhisattva, thank you. The monkey, grateful for his reprieve, rubbed his ear and hastily clasped his hands in gratitude. You shameless creature, the Bodhisattva remarked, casting a disapproving glance at the monkey before addressing Chen Shi. The matter of the robe is easily resolved. That black bear spirit possesses powers akin to this monkey, yet with my assistance, it need not be a cause for concern. However, the monks of this monastery have aided in wrongdoing. The principal offender has been dealt with. Do you have counsel for me, Tripitaka? The Bodhisattva surveyed the kneeling monks before returning her gaze to Chen Shi, placing emphasis on her words when she mentioned the principal offender. Her look imbued with deeper significance. Everything the monkey had done could not escape the Bodhisattva's discerning eye, and naturally, Chen Shi's actions were equally transparent to her, daring not to voice his counsel. Chen Shi kept his head bowed, though he had some thoughts he wished to share, which he hoped the Bodhisattva might consider. Oh, speak your mind, the Bodhisattva encouraged. As the saying goes, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower one will be crooked. I observe that the monks of the Guanyin Zen monastery, due to the indulgences of their ancestor Jin Shi, have become fond of pleasure in material wealth, resulting in their uncleanliness of spirit and a loss of compassion, which has led them to commit such heinous acts, bringing disgrace upon our Buddhist teachings. The Bodhisattva could disperse the monks, allowing them to wander freely, but imposing restrictions that they must perform a good deed each day, otherwise they would suffer severe headaches until they have atoned for their sins over the course of 10 years, at which point they would be granted their freedom to choose to leave or stay. Entirely at their discretion, Chen Shi, maintaining a calm demeanor, slowly articulated his thoughts. Good, the Bodhisattva nodded in agreement, her smile illuminating the gravity of the decision. A decade of virtuous deeds may serve to redeem their sins while enlightening them to the teachings of Buddhism. Then let it be so, as you have suggested, Tripitaka. The Bodhisattva turned her attention to the prostrate monks, her expression one of compassion. You who have aided the thief and committed grave misdeeds shall receive my commandments to atone for your sins. Transform into wandering monks, performing a good deed each day, and only after 10 years shall your shackles be lifted. Raising her hand, she sprinkled them with the essence of a willow branch, golden light shimmering above. Imprinting the symbol of a precept upon their foreheads. Bodhisattva, we humbly accept your teachings and shall not defy them. The assembly of monks grasped the Bodhisattva's intentions through the radiant light, regardless of their feelings. Whether joy or sorrow, willingly rising to bow in unison. Subsequently, they assisted one another in gathering their belongings and descended the mountain to embark on their journeys as wandering monks, with the monks' matters settled. The Bodhisattva accompanied me to confront the black bear spirit and retrieve the robe. As I observed the dispersal of over 200 monks, the impatient monkey rushed forward, tugging at the Bodhisattva. Eager to head to Black Wind Mountain and confront the Black Wind King, the Bodhisattva, wary of the monkey's impetuousness, gently brushed aside his hand and, following the monkey, ascended on clouds toward Black Wind Mountain to vanquish the demon. Upon witnessing the Bodhisattva depart, Chen Shi, feeling a weight lift from his bones, took a deep breath and exhaled, sensing a newfound lightness. He understood that his instigation of the other monks would be overlooked by the Bodhisattva. And now he awaited her and the monkey's return with the robe. In due course, he anticipated that the subdued black bear spirit would accompany them back. Reflecting on this experience, which bore resemblance to yet diverged from the original tale, Chen Shi stood amidst the ruins of the Guanyin Zen monastery, raised his palm, and closed his eyes in prayer. Amitabha, Chapter 23, Guanyin confronts the black bear. Wukong dispels doubts as the tale unfolds. Sun Wukong and the Bodhisattva Guanyin departed from the Guanyin Zen monastery, soaring on clouds toward Black Wind Mountain. Suddenly, a Taoist emerged along the mountain path, holding a glass plate containing 2 celestial pills. Humming a cheerful folk tune, seemingly in great spirits, upon witnessing this scene from above, Sun Wukong could not refrain from leaping down and striking the Taoist with his iron staff, resulting in a gruesome scene of blood and gore. You impudent monkey, your demonic nature remains unchanged. This Taoist has not stolen your robe, nor do you have any acquaintance with him. Why have you taken his life? The Bodhisattva inquired, her brow furrowed in discontent. Heheg Bodhisattva, you are unaware of the circumstances. This Taoist is an old acquaintance of the black bear spirit. Just yesterday, they gathered together under the pretense of the robe for a so-called Buddhist garment convention. I dispatched another white-robed gentleman, who revealed himself to be a white flower snake right before my eyes. This Taoist and the black bear spirit fled, and today, fate has deemed it his end. Yamatba, if that is the case, then it is forgiven. Since there is cause for this event, it cannot be deemed an act of indiscriminate violence, the Bodhisattva conceded, allowing the monkey a reprieve. Seeing the Bodhisattva's anger dissipate, the monkey approached to inspect the Taoist's corpse. Retrieving the robe that concealed beneath it the form of a grey wolf, the base of the glass plate bore a name, crafted by Ling Suzi, suggesting that this Taoist was indeed Ling Suzi, a grey wolf that had attained a form of enlightenment. Skilled in alchemy, it is a lamentable fate for such a formidable demon to meet its end at the hands of Sun Wukong, a harbinger of chaos. As Sun Wukong rummaged through Ling Suzi's belongings, his mind began to race with ideas. The Bodhisattva, fortune favors us. I have a plan that will allow you to effortlessly subdue that demon. Oh, you monkey, have devised a scheme. The Bodhisattva chuckled, regarding him with amusement. Bodhisattva, do listen. This grey wolf spirit, Ling Suzi, is destined to attend the black bear spirit's banquet today, as evidenced by the 2 celestial pills in the plate. Why not use this to our advantage? The Bodhisattva can transform into his appearance, and I shall take the form of a slightly larger celestial pill. You can feign offering the pill, and I will then enter his belly. At that moment, the black bear spirit will either relinquish the robe or face the consequences of my wrath and find himself a new robe crafted from his own heart. The monkey, undeterred by the Bodhisattva's teasing, pressed on with his plan. Seeing the monkey's enthusiasm, the Bodhisattva, with no other recourse, acquiesced to his proposal, transforming herself into the deceased Ling Suzi. As the Bodhisattva assumed her new form, Sun Wukong marveled at her transformation, exclaiming, Bodhisattva, your skill is truly remarkable, yet, I find myself pondering, are you now a demon or a Bodhisattva? Wukong, the distinction between a Bodhisattva and a demon is but a matter of perception.
In essence, they are both empty. The Bodhisattva smiled, imparting wisdom to the monkey. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong experienced a moment of clarity and swiftly transformed into a slightly larger celestial pill. The Bodhisattva placed the faux celestial pill upon the glass plate and, in the guise of Ling Suzi, wobbled her way toward the demon's lair. Upon reaching the entrance of Black Wind Cave, the Bodhisattva surveyed the surrounding landscape. The cliffs are deep and perilous, the clouds rise upon the peaks. The cypress trees stand tall and verdant, while the winds whisper through the forest. The cliff steps and the mountain's dangers keep the malevolent spirits at bay. The lush cypress and pine provide a sanctuary for the true immortals and their hidden paths. With streams flowing in bubbling waters, the gentle sounds of nature offer a melodic respite. Amidst the cliffs, deer roam, and cranes soar gracefully, creating a serene ambience worthy of admiration. Feeling a sense of purpose, she realized that this demon might possess some degree of decorum, suggesting a connection to her own being. Thus, she devised a plan. Upon reaching the cave entrance, the familiar gatekeeper demon promptly informed the others. Lingshu Taoist has arrived. The black bear spirit, therefore, approached the cave entrance to greet, saying, Lingshu, it is a great honor for you to grace us with your esteemed presence. The humble abode is illuminated by your arrival. Mighty king, do not stand on ceremony. I humbly present to you a celestial elixir to celebrate your longevity. The Bodhisattva, disguised as a Taoist priest, chuckled. Wonderful, wonderful. Lingshu is truly thoughtful. The black bear spirit, unsuspecting of any trickery, was elated and invited the Bodhisattva to enter the cave and take a seat. Once seated, as the black bear spirit intended to recount the events of the previous day, the Bodhisattva swiftly raised a tray, saying, Mighty king, please indulge in this humble offering. The Bodhisattva pushed the larger elixir towards the black bear spirit, exclaiming, May the king enjoy 1,000 years of life. The black bear spirit then pushed the other elixir towards the Bodhisattva, laughing heartily. Let it be shared with Lingshu. Just as he was about to swallow the elixir, it seemingly sprouted legs and swiftly darted into his belly, revealing the miniature form of Sun Wukong. The monkey wreaked havoc within the black bear spirit's belly, causing him immense pain, rolling on the ground and demanding a cassock, which he dared not refuse. Once the Bodhisattva shed his disguise and took the cassock, he looked at the feigning innocent black bear spirit and pulled out a golden hoop from his robe, casting it upon his head, saying, Wukong, since the cassock has been returned, come forth. The monkey complied, emerging from the black bear spirit's nostrils. As soon as the monkey extricated himself, the once docile black bear spirit became ferocious, brandishing a long spear, intending to stab the Bodhisattva and the monkey. Observing this, the Bodhisattva stood still, reciting an incantation with a smile. The golden hoop on the black bear spirit's head began to constrict painfully, forcing him to drop the spear and roll on the ground once more. Wretched beast, do you submit? The Bodhisattva inquired with a smile. I submit, I submit. Will you accept my allegiance? I will pledge my loyalty, I will pledge my loyalty. Just spare me, and I shall submit. The black bear spirit, unable to endure the headache, cried out while rolling on the ground. Ha! What a ridiculous sight! Sun Wukong laughed heartily, reveling in the black bear spirit's misfortune, and taunted, Bodhisattva, this black bear spirit is unrepentant. Continue your incantation until he meets his end. Ha! You mischievous monkey, still so fierce. The Bodhisattva glared at the monkey, halting his chant. This black bear spirit's sins do not warrant death. I have no guardian for Mount Loka, and he shall serve as the mountain's deity, returning to the righteous path. How compassionate of the Bodhisattva, Sun Wukong praised, his eyes twinkling as he sought to ingratiate himself. Might I inquire what adornment the demon wears upon his head? What incantation was the Bodhisattva reciting? Perhaps you could teach it to me. This way, should I encounter a demon similarly troublesome on our journey to the west, I would not need to trouble the Bodhisattva for assistance. Hee, you clever monkey, the Bodhisattva observed knowingly, seeing through the monkey's intentions but choosing not to expose him. Instead, he awakened the dazed black bear spirit, conferred upon him the sacred rite, and officially appointed him as the guardian deity of the mountain before departing, saying, Wukong, the cassock has been returned, and all matters are settled. You may return to Tang Sang and serve him on his journey to the west. I am most grateful to the Bodhisattva. Please take care. The monkey stood upright, bowing respectfully as the Bodhisattva departed. Once the Bodhisattva was out of sight, he touched his head, feeling a lingering dread. Is there truly such a formidable treasure of incantations in the world? How terrifying indeed. Sun Wukong, must not rely too heavily on my indestructible body. I must exercise caution from now on, for reasons unknown. As he observed the black bear spirit rolling in pain, he felt a strange sense of empathy.
His head throbbing as if in warning, filling him with trepidation. Thus, he sought to probe the Bodhisattva for weaknesses in this treasure. Unfortunately, the Bodhisattva saw through his insincerity and ignored him. It seemed he would have to be more vigilant in the future and not wear just anything upon his head. Sun Wukong, stroking his hat, silently admonished himself. Suddenly he halted, recalling the origins and peculiarities of this hat. It was precisely the one gifted by the Bodhisattva, and when it came into his possession, his master stated he had damaged it, leaving a circle of stitches along the brim. Why would the Bodhisattva bestow such clothing and headgear? If that circle of stitches were not broken, could it not snugly fit a golden hoop? Hiss, that was close. Could it be that Sun Wukong, almost fell into the Bodhisattva's trap? The monkey stood frozen, his expression shifting between anger and fear, a blend of surprise and dread. After a while, his countenance turned stern, and without a word, he smashed the door of the Black Wind Cave and set it ablaze before making his way to the Guanyin Zen Monastery in search of Chen Qi. Chapter 24. Arriving at Cao Laozhuang. Upon returning to the Guanyin Zen Monastery from Black Wind Mountain, Sun Wukong's demeanor returned to normal, swallowing his doubts, and approached Chen Qi with a smile, saying, "Master, I have fulfilled my mission. The brocade cassock is returned in its entirety. As long as all is well," Chen Qi replied, taking the neatly wrapped brocade cassock and tossing it aside casually while sizing up the monkey with a grin. "He, master, although the Bodhisattva played a role, it was mainly my clever tactics that achieved this." Thus Sun Wukong recounted the entire affair to Chen Qi, although Chen Qi found it difficult to grasp the overall picture. He was far more interested in the details shared by the monkey, listening patiently to his boasting while playing the supportive role, complimenting him in turn. Once their conversation concluded, the two prepared to continue their journey westward, leading their horse and carrying their burden. Before departing, Chen Qi did not forget to offer incense and pay respects to the Bodhisattva at the monastery's ruins. The grass-clad jade steed treads softly. The willows sway, adorned with dew, peach and apricot trees bloom vibrantly, vines entwine the path, exuding vitality. The sun warms the sandy banks where mandarin ducks slumber, and the fragrance of flowers lures butterflies in the mountain stream. As autumn wanes, winter lingers, and spring approaches its zenith, one wonders when the journey will yield true enlightenment. One day, after traversing 6 or 7 days of desolate roads without encountering a soul, they finally spotted a village in the distance as dusk approached. "Wukong, look yonder. There is a village. Our provisions are nearly depleted. Let us procure supplies here," Chen Qi said, leading the white dragon horse and pausing to catch his breath. Master's words hold some truth. However, in these desolate mountains, the appearance of a village may not necessarily indicate the presence of real people. Sun Wukong replied, "I have heard that some fox spirits and demons conjure illusory villages to lure travelers into their traps." The monkey squinted at the village in the distance, engaging Chen Qi in light-hearted banter and embellishing the tale with a touch of horror. Yet, seeing Chen Qi's calm demeanor, he could only set aside his small disappointment, stating, "I shall scout ahead for you, master, and then we can discuss our next steps. With Wukong here, I have no worries," Chen Qi remarked, smiling at the monkey's diligence. He, master, you flatter me. It is nothing, truly nothing." The monkey, feeling slightly bashful, stifled his joy and feigned indifference, waving his hand dismissively. However, the corners of his mouth betraying his true feelings revealed his elation. What a diligent and perceptive worker the monkey is, Chen Qi mused, watching the monkey set down his burden and head off to scout. He pondered how the original Tang Sang, with such a monkey, could create friction and dismiss Sun Wukong due to mutual distrust. If it were in the hands of some unscrupulous capitalist in later generations, after enduring the initial manipulation, the monkey would undoubtedly smash those greedy fiends, saving the trouble of even hanging street lamps. Just because the monkey sometimes toiled without complaint does not mean he should be taken for a fool. "Master, I have checked, and this village is a place of kindness and virtue. It is certainly not a demon's illusion designed to deceive and harm us. Let us enter and find lodging for the night, as well as gather some supplies," the monkey declared, returning to Chen Qi's side and interrupting his thoughts. "Well done, Wukong. Let us proceed," Chen Qi replied warmly, nodding at the hard-working monkey. Thus, the two approached the village, leading their horse and carrying their burdens. The village indeed lived up to the monkey's description as a place of kindness and virtue. Dense bamboo fences and thatched cottages abounded, towering wild trees welcomed visitors, and winding streams reflected the setting sun. Willows leaned along the path, and flowers bloomed fragrant in the gardens. At this moment, the sunset sank in the west. The mountains and forests alive with the chatter of birds, the smoke of evening meals wafted, and paths meandered, herding cattle and sheep. They observed chickens and pigs resting in the corners of houses, and drunken neighbors singing merrily. Chen Shi stood at the village entrance, admiring the peaceful scene, when he noticed a young boy, his head wrapped in cloth, dressed in a blue jacket, holding an umbrella and backpack. Wearing trousers with a drawstring, and sporting a pair of 3-eared straw sandals, striding purposefully down the street. "Hey, young lad, where are you headed? I have a question for you. What is the name of this place?" Sun Wukong casually grabbed the boy, asking in an instant, "Is there no one else in this village? Go ask someone else," the boy replied, struggling against the monkey's grip. Do not be upset, my friend, as the saying goes. Helping others is helping oneself. Please share with me about this place. I see you are in a hurry, and I can help alleviate your troubles, the monkey said, displaying an uncommon patience and amiability towards the boy. "I don't believe you," the boy retorted, ignoring the monkey's words and continuing to struggle. Hee, if you have the ability to break free from my grasp, then I shall let you go, the monkey teased. Realizing the boy's stubbornness, yet he was no match for a being of such stature as the great sage Sun Wukong, and thus the boy, in a fit of anger, threw down his bundle and umbrella, attempting to claw at the monkey. But in terms of such antics, the monkey's expertise far surpassed that of the ordinary boy. With a monkey's hand pressed firmly against his forehead, he could only grasp at thin air. Rendered utterly futile. "Wukong, do not bully the child," Chen Shi interjected, furrowing his brow as he spoke. "If you have questions, seek another. There is no need to jest with a mere child. Do not be angered." "Master," the monkey replied hastily, noticing Chen Shi's irritation, finding someone else would lack the same amusement. "This lad may possess a lucrative opportunity." "Opportunity? What opportunity?" Before Chen Shi could inquire further, the youth, who had been tugged and struggled against the monkey's grasp, resignedly answered, "This place lies within the borders of the kingdom of Usang, known as Gao Laozhuang, simply because most villagers bear the surname Gao. Now, will you let me go? I see you are in a hurry. Dressed as if for a long journey, have you encountered some trouble? Come share your plight, and my disciple and I shall assist you," the monkey said with a grin, refusing to relent. "You sigh." The youth managed to wriggle free for a moment, only to exclaim, "Today has truly been unfortunate. After enduring the wrath of the old master, I must now bear the scorn of you monks." All right, if you wish to know, I shall tell you. My name is Gao Kai, a relative of the esteemed Gao matriarch of Gaojia village. My grandfather has but one daughter. Lacking a son, he took a son-in-law 3 years ago at the age of 20. Who would have imagined that our son-in-law was a demon? Causing great displeasure to the matriarch, she claimed it tarnished the family name and that there were no connections with the in-laws, thus insisting on dismissing him, but our son-in-law would not agree. He has kept the young lady locked in his inner quarters for half a year, refusing to allow her to meet her family. My grandfather gave me a few coins to seek a sorcerer to deal with that demon. I have yet to find a suitable one, having consulted 3 or 4 inept monks and useless Taoists, all failing to subdue the demon. I was just scolded for my ineptitude and given 5 coins for travel expenses. Instructed to seek a competent sorcerer to vanquish him. Have you heard enough? If so, let me go. I have pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 25, Lodging at the Gao residence. What luck. You lad are like a patient who stumbles upon a doctor just after falling ill. The monkey leaned closer to Gao Kai, grinning mischievously. "If you wish to capture a demon, why not enlist us? There is no need to spend more coins on a long journey. My disciple and I happen to have a place to rest and replenish supplies. We are not like those inept ones you sought before. We have traversed thousands of miles from the eastern Tang, vanquishing countless demons and spirits along the way. Bring us back, and I assure you, your troubles will vanish, and the demon will be no more." Observing the monkey's playful demeanor, Gao Kai felt skeptical. Could this monkey, who seemed to delight in taunting him, truly be as formidable as he claimed? The monks and Taoists he had previously sought had spoken even more grandly. "Do not jest with me. Step aside. If I take you back and you are unable to accomplish your task, I will bear the brunt of my grandfather's wrath." Gao Kai struggled, attempting to push Sun Wukong away. Meanwhile, Chen Shi had gleaned from the conversation who this so-called demon son-in-law was and chose not to hinder the monkey further, watching with amusement as the two tussled. "Just take us there." Sun Wukong, do not deceive you," the monkey insisted, thick-skinned, pulling Gao Kai along playfully as Fine, I will take you back, but first, let me go." Gao Kai, having struggled in vain, yielded once more to Sun Wukong, glaring at the monkey who had released him. He straightened his disheveled clothing, retrieved his discarded umbrella and bundle, and resignedly stated, "Let us go. I will lead you back to my residence." Upon reaching the entrance of the Gao residence, Gao Kai halted and instructed, "You wait here for a moment while I inform the matriarch. By the way, you are indeed from the distant eastern Tang, correct?" Yes, hurry along," the monkey urged, waving his hand in encouragement. Gao Kai sighed inwardly,
Feeling disheartened as he entered the Gao residence, upon stepping inside, he encountered the Gao patriarch head-on. Spotting Gao Kai, the patriarch erupted in anger. "You insufferable wretch, I sent you to find someone, and you return empty-handed. Are you attempting to deceive me?" Faced with the patriarch's furious glare, Gao Kai swiftly straightened up, shaking off his earlier dejection, and replied with feigned joy, "Grandfather, you are unaware of the joyous news. I just prepared to seek someone when I fortuitously encountered two individuals. They are holy monks from the Eastern Tang, renowned for vanquishing demons. Seeing my distress, they eagerly inquired about my troubles. Upon learning of your predicament, they insisted I bring them to assist you." "Oh, did they truly say so?" the patriarch asked, his curiosity piqued. "Absolutely, grandfather," Gao Kai affirmed. "Since they have journeyed from the Eastern Tang, they must possess some skill." "Where are they now?" the patriarch questioned, still skeptical. "They await just outside," Gao Kai responded. "Then come. Let us greet them." Of the patriarch, upon hearing this, quickly changed into guest attire and exited with Gao Cai. At the entrance, they found the monkey and Chen Shi, who were becoming impatient elders. The patriarch called out. Chen Shi looked up to see an elderly man adorned with a black silk cap, dressed in fine garments, and wearing coarse leather boots, who greeted them with a smile and a bow. "I greet you, esteemed elders," Chen Shi returned the greeting politely, while the monkey remained still, crossing his arms and scrutinizing the patriarch. As for the monkey's manners, Chen Shi found himself at a loss. He had previously attempted to teach the monkey decorum. However, the monkey would retort that as he was older, it was customary for the elder to yield to him. If one were to discuss the care of the weak, the monkey would insist that he did not indiscriminately strike others, thereby showing kindness to the vulnerable. Chen Shi pondered this and thought, indeed, there was some merit to his reasoning. After all, Chen Shi did not subscribe to the notion that the weak were always right. His respect for the elderly and care for the young stemmed from a simple moral principle: to treat others as one would wish to be treated. Yet, as for the monkey, he found it difficult to embrace these ideas. In this world of deities and demons, the monkey had shown considerable restraint by not wielding his power recklessly. To demand that he treat others with courtesy seemed rather excessive. Nevertheless, under Chen Shi's guidance, the monkey had made some progress. At the very least, he would express gratitude to those who had aided him, and his demeanor had improved somewhat. At the very least, he would no longer be so dismissive when encountering the water god. In this instance, however, the patriarch's age did not afford him an advantage with the monkey, who alongside Chen Shi, came to aid in subduing a demon. The patriarch's earlier concerns had only deepened when he found himself left waiting at the door. Provoking the monkey's indifference, even disdain, alarmed by the monkey's unusual appearance and poor attitude, the patriarch furtively whispered to Gao Kai, "You foolish creature, with one demon son-in-law already in the family, why have you brought back another with a monkey's face?" "Ha, old Gao, despite your advanced years, you remain so naive. Do not judge one by appearances. I, Sun Wukong, may look peculiar, but my prowess is unparalleled. I can subdue the demon son-in-law and bring back your daughter." The monkey interjected, having grown increasingly impatient with the patriarch's whispers. "Forgive this old man for his folly. I have neglected to honor the elders. Please, come in, come in." The patriarch, sensing the monkey's anger, quickly composed himself and invited them inside. Hearing the patriarch's invitation, the monkey huffed, tossing his burden to Gao Kai while leading Chen Shi into the Gao residence. Chen Shi shook his head in resignation, offering an apologetic smile to the patriarch. This predicament was of his own making, and all he could do was express polite acknowledgement. Upon entering the main hall of the Gao residence, the monkey made no effort to secure his white dragon horse. Casually tying it to a pillar, he then dragged over a polished chair, gesturing for Chen Shi to sit, and took a seat beside him. Observing the monkey's lack of decorum, the patriarch muttered, "This young elder certainly shows no regard for propriety." "Ha, if you were to allow me to stay for half a year, I would consider it my home," the monkey retorted, quick to catch the patriarch's earlier concerns. Chapter 26, The Grand Entrance of Zhu Beiji. The Gao patriarch, caught off guard by Sun Wukong's remark, fell silent, ultimately taking a seat as he turned to Chen Shi to discuss serious matters. "I have heard from Gao Kai that both of you are from the Eastern Tang?" "Indeed, we are on a sacred mission from the Tang Emperor and Guanyin Bodhisattva to journey to the west to pay homage and seek knowledge," Chen Shi replied with a nod. "How impressive. You speak of the Tang Emperor and Guanyin Bodhisattva, they sound formidable indeed," the patriarch remarked, nodding appreciatively, though his belief was another matter altogether. "But how did your intention to seek lodging transform into an intent to subdue demons?" "Since we seek lodging, it would be fortuitous to capture a few demons along the way, and perhaps earn some recompense for our journey," Chen Shi explained. The monkey interjected, inquiring, "How many monsters reside in your abode?" "Oh, how can one even begin to count?" lamented the elderly patriarch. "I have but a single monstrous son-in-law, and even this one has tormented me to the brink of despair. How could I possibly entertain the notion of more? He waved his hands in anguish. Pray, recount to me the origins and prowess of this creature, so that I may assist you in subduing him, the monkey replied, reclining comfortably as he munched on the sunflower seeds provided by Gao. Very well, Gao nodded and began to narrate. Our village, known as Gao Lao Village, has historically been a sanctuary of purity and kindness, untouched by malevolent spirits or sinister forces. Alas, my luck has been rather unfortunate. I have no sons, only daughters. The eldest is named Shanglan, the second Yulan, and the youngest Suelan. The two eldest have been wed off to local families, leaving only the youngest to seek a husband to care for me in my old age. To support our household and perform labor. 3 years ago, a man arrived claiming to be from Fuling Mountain of the surname Zhu. He was without parents or siblings and expressed a desire to become my son-in-law. Seeing he had no ties, I consented. At first, he was diligent. He plowed the fields and harvested crops without the aid of oxen or tools. He worked diligently day and night. However, there was one peculiar matter: his appearance would often change. Oh, in what manner did it change? The monkey inquired with curiosity. When he first arrived, he was a stout, dark-skinned man, but soon transformed into a dim-witted creature with a long snout and large ears. Adorned with a tuft of hair at the back of his head, his body coarse and fearsome, resembling that of a pig. Gao sighed, continuing, moreover, his appetite is insatiable. He consumes 3 to 5 dough of rice in a single meal. And for breakfast, requires 100 or so flatbreads. Thankfully, he is a vegetarian, for if he were to indulge in meat and wine, my family's possessions would be depleted within half a year. During his labor for you, what harvest did you reap? Did it ever balance out his consumption? Chen Qi perceptibly queried. Gao was momentarily at a loss for words, then shifted the subject. In truth, his gluttony is but a minor issue. He has also gained the ability to summon winds, conjuring clouds and mist, wreaking havoc upon my family and the neighbors, leaving us all in disarray. Furthermore, he has confined my dear Tsuelan in the back house, and I have not seen her for half a year, unaware of her current state of well-being. Therefore, I acknowledge him as a monster and beseech the elder to show mercy and banish him. Master, this old Gao possesses a certain charm. I wonder if he despises the monstrous son-in-law for his looks or if it is merely a matter of reputation, the monkey whispered to Chen Qi. Then stood up and declared, what difficulty is there in subduing this monster? I shall assist you tonight. I will compel him to write a letter of withdrawal, restoring your daughter to you. Delighted, Gao exclaimed. I have tarnished my reputation and strained my family ties to welcome him as my son-in-law. If you can capture him, what need is there for such a letter? Just remove him from my life. Ah, indeed, a heartless father-in-law, Chen Qi thought to himself, shaking his head. By now it was clear to him why Gao wished to expel Zhu Beiji. It was simply a matter of face. Now that he had encountered the monkey, he was no longer intent on getting rid of him. He only desired Beiji's life, entirely disregarding the bond forged over 3 years of marriage. Seeing Gao's callous demeanor, Sun Wukong felt no anger. Instead, he squinted and chuckled. No need to rush. Let us wait for nightfall, and then the matter shall be resolved. Gao, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and hurriedly instructed his servants to tidy up the furniture and prepare a vegetarian feast. Sharing it with Chen Qi. As night fell, Gao anxiously inquired, what weapons shall we require? How many attendants shall accompany us? I wish to prepare in advance. As for weapons, the monkey rose with a playful grin. Pulling from his ear a golden staff the size of a sewing needle. He blew on it, and it grew in length, fitting snugly in his hand. I have this. As for attendants, your servants seem rather ineffectual. It would be better to prepare some tea and snacks to entertain my master while I proceed on my own. Upon witnessing the monkey's extraordinary display, Gao felt somewhat reassured and resolved to follow Sun Wukong's advice. However, Chen Qi interjected, Wukong, allow me to accompany you this time. Knowing that this so-called monster was none other than his future disciple Zhu Beiji, Chen Qi felt no concern for safety or hindrances and decided to join in the adventure. Seeing Chen Qi wink at him, the monkey did not object and nodded in agreement. Gao had no objections either. In his eyes, Chen Qi was likely more formidable than Sun Wukong. The two masters together would surely prove to be a formidable team. As Sun Wukong led the way to the back house, he cheerfully guided the two of them along. This is the place. My daughter has been trapped inside for 6 months. Upon reaching a door secured with a heavy iron lock, Gao halted. Chen Qi took a glance. The lock was unremarkable, merely a standard one with its core filled with molten copper, rendering it impossible to unlock with a key. However, this did not hinder a mortal from breaking it open through sheer force. To avoid any misunderstandings, Chen Qi glanced at the monkey, who understood the cue and returned a knowing look. Approaching with brute strength, the monkey effortlessly twisted and broke the iron lock, just an ordinary lock.
With the lock removed, the door swung open, revealing darkness within. Sun Wukong gestured to Gao. Go call for your daughter, see if she is inside. Trembling with fear, Gao gritted his teeth and called out, third sister. Hai Tsuilan recognized her father's voice and weakly replied, Father, I am here. The monkey peered inside, his keen eyes catching sight of the girl. Her hair is disheveled, her beauty unwashed by dust, her heart remains pure. Though she appears delicate and frail, her lips devoid of color, her waist bent in weariness, with furrowed brows and faintly arched brows, she speaks softly. Tsuilan, following the light, approached the door and embraced Gao, weeping profusely. The monkey consoled her, do not cry, now tell me, where has that monster gone? I do not know where he has gone these days, he leaves at dawn and returns at night, shrouded in mist. Making it impossible to discern his whereabouts. He is aware that my father wishes to drive him away, so he is always on guard, coming and going in secrecy. Tsuilan managed to choke out between sobs.
Ah, I see. The monkey nodded in understanding. That is sufficient information. Old Gao, take your daughter to the front house and converse at your leisure. Allow me to wait here. If he does not arrive, it is fate. Should he come, I shall ensure his demise. Very well, Gao replied, clearly eager to leave the place after having reunited with his daughter. Supporting her, they joyfully departed. This Tsuilan has truly suffered, Chen Shi remarked as he watched the father and daughter leave. Indeed, caught between a father who values reputation and a monstrous husband, her plight must be the most arduous. The monkey concurred. Over the past 6 months, due to that iron lock filled with molten copper, Gao had callously allowed his daughter to remain in darkness. It was difficult to ascertain whether to commend him for his caution or condemn him for his heartlessness. Chen Shi reflected upon his earlier observations, exchanging silent glances with the monkey, both shaking their heads in unison. As the saying goes, even a just official finds it hard to adjudicate family matters. In such cases, they, as outsiders, had little to contribute. Master, the monster should be arriving soon. I plan to disguise myself as Tsuilan to tease the future demon and inquire about his true nature. Should I return to wait for you, or, after a moment of contemplation? The monkey was the first to speak up. Wukong, do you have any illusions to help me conceal my identity? I sense that this monster, while imprisoning others, does not harm them. He must possess some measure of benevolence, and his power should not be overwhelming. Allow me to observe. Chen Shi, gathering his thoughts, turned to Sun Wukong and smiled. How could the scene of Zhu Beiji carrying his wife be complete without you? Though this version may not feature Zhu Beiji marrying Sun Wukong nor include that famous celebratory music, it is a must for him to play the role of an on-site monster. This is no challenge. Do not underestimate me, old son. The monkey chuckled in agreement, leading Chen Shi into the room. Placing a chair in the corner, he waited for Chen Shi to sit before exhaling a breath of fresh air and performing a series of hand gestures. Suddenly, to the naked eye, Chen Shi's form, along with the chair, vanished from sight. The monkey winked at the invisible Chen Shi, signaling him to remain still, then approached the bed, rubbed his hands together with a mischievous grin, and transformed into the likeness of Gao Tsuilan. Before long, a gust of wind swept through the room, truly displacing stones and sand. Initially gentle, it soon grew chaotic and overwhelming. The fierce wind howled through the windows, and suddenly a dark demon appeared, standing within the room. Indeed, as Gao had described, he was an unsightly creature, with a black face and short hair, a long beak and large ears. He donned a robe of indeterminate hue, secured with a patterned cloth sash. Chapter 27. The monkey mocks the pig. Upon seeing the visage of Zhu Beiji, Sun Wukong stifled a laugh, realizing this was the form he took. No wonder Gao wished to replace him as a son-in-law. Sun Wukong, desiring to play a trick on the pig demon, feigned illness as he lay on the bed, groaning without acknowledging Beiji's presence. Beiji, being of an impatient nature, entered the room and immediately fixated on the figure of Tsuilan lying in bed. Consumed by carnal thoughts, oblivious to the strangeness of the person in bed, and utterly unaware of Chen Shi, who was concealed by the illusion, with a sudden leap, he lunged towards the bed, wrapping his arms around the monkey's form that was disguised as Tsuilan. Eager to kiss, he sought to kiss the monkey. The monkey laughed so hard that he nearly burst his belly, using his strength to clasp Beiji's long mouth, cleverly maneuvering him so that Beiji rolled off the bed. Wrapped in the bed curtains, ouch, Beiji feigned pain, clinging to the edge of the bed, and exclaimed, Sister, is it my fault for arriving late today? No, the monkey stifled his laughter and, in the voice of Gao Tsuilan, replied, Why are you so impatient? I am feeling a bit unwell today. You should take off your clothes and rest for now. Beiji, being rather simple-minded, was somewhat puzzled by this but complied and removed his clothing. Seizing the opportunity, the monkey leaped onto the commode in the corner of the room, exchanged a conspiratorial wink with Chen Shi, and silently erupted into laughter. Chen Shi, observing the scene, couldn't help but stifle his own laughter as he watched the monkey leap onto the toilet.
Unable to contain a chuckle, Beiji, having stripped off his upper garment, felt around the bed but found nothing he sought, calling out, "Sister, where have you gone? Come and sleep." "You sleep first. I need to relieve myself." The monkey replied, pinching himself to suppress his laughter. Upon hearing this, Beiji finished undressing and lay down on the bed. "Sister, hurry up." Beiji rolled over impatiently. All right. The monkey grinned back, Chen Shi secretly holding back his laughter. Mused, this sister calling business makes it sound as though we have a pig from Tianjin. After a while, having had his fill of laughter, the monkey finally recalled the purpose of his visit. Adjusted his expression, and sighed, "Alas, my fate is indeed unfortunate." "What are you sighing about? How is your fate unfortunate?" To Beiji, hearing the sigh from Gao Zuilan, abruptly sat up and retorted, "Though I have come to your home and eaten some meals, I have not done so without merit. I have swept your floors, cleared your drains, moved bricks, transported tiles, built walls, and tilled the fields. I have worked hard to establish a home. Now you wear fine garments, adorn yourself with gold, enjoy flowers and fruits in every season, and have vegetables cooked for you on every festival. What more could you desire? Why lament your fate?" Hearing this, the monkey, in the guise of Zuilan, sighed again. "It is not this that troubles me. Today, my parents at home are throwing bricks and tiles over the wall, finding every possible way to scold me." "What are they scolding you for?" Beiji glared with his big pig eyes, seething with anger. "They say that since I have become your wife, I am now their son-in-law, with no sense of propriety, such a vile person, who cannot bear to see his in-laws. Nor can he understand who you are, what kind of person you are, and has tarnished his virtuous reputation and sullied his family name. That is why I am being scolded, and thus I am troubled." The monkey, weaving a tale, spoke in a voice that was heart-wrenchingly plaintive, and Beiji's heart softened at once. "Oh dear, my wife. Though I may be somewhat unattractive, it is not impossible to be handsome. When I arrived, I had a conversation with him, and he was willing to accept me. Why mention it now? Besides, I reside in the Yinjian cave of Fuling Mountain. I go by my appearance, hence the surname Zhu. And my official name is Zhu Ganglai. If he asks you again, just tell him this. Aha, with the address and name in hand, there's no escaping now." The monkey raised an eyebrow at Chen Shi. Eager to uncover the truth about this pig demon, he also said he would invite a master to bring you down. "Fear not, a sister, I possess the transformations of the heavenly canopy and the nine-toothed rake. What do I have to fear from any master, monk, or Taoist, even if your father had the fervent intention to summon the great sage equal to heaven from 500 years ago? I am acquainted with him and he would not dare to do anything to me." Beiji waved his hand, initially enraged by his father-in-law's behavior but then dismissively laughed. In his view, it was merely a minor quarrel between his in-laws, which would resolve itself over time and life would return to the harmonious state it once was when he first arrived. It was only a matter of a few more years of his wife living in this house. After all, he would return to the mountain during the day to rest and come back for merriment at night, leading a very comfortable life, which he had no complaints about. Meanwhile, the monkey, listening to Beiji's ridiculous boasting, rolled his eyes and ominously warned. He said he would invite the great sage equal to heaven, who caused such a ruckus in the heavenly palace, to come after you. "What?" Upon hearing this, Beiji's smile instantly froze, and after a prolonged stammer, he spoke with a hint of fear. "What kind of calamity has my father-in-law encountered to utter such words? If he truly says this, then I must leave. Our marriage cannot continue." "Why must you leave?" Seeing him turn cowardly, the monkey mocked. "Alas, sister, you do not understand. That troublesome marshal of the stable possesses some abilities, and I fear I may not be able to handle him, and would only be subjected to his mockery and humiliation. It is better to retreat, better to retreat." Beiji, with a dejected expression, donned his clothing, preparing to flee. Hearing Beiji mention the marshal of the stable again, the monkey's eyes blazed with fury. Seeing him dressing to escape, he seized him and wiped his face, shouting, "Trying to run away, you lustful pig demon, do you not see who your grandfather is?" Beiji turned his head. Realizing the monkey's fierce expression and fiery eyes, resembling a living thunder god, panicking, he stammered, "Oh no, I truly have encountered this calamity of a monkey." With a swift motion, he tore off his clothes and transformed into a whirlwind. Escaping, the monkey, brandishing his iron staff, took advantage of the moment and swung it at the wind, but Beiji cleverly transformed into myriad sparks of fire, darting towards the cave. Seeing his strike miss, the monkey gritted his teeth, nodded at Chen Shi, and hurriedly flew off in pursuit, declaring, "Where do you think you're going? If you ascend to heaven, I will chase you to the bullfighting palace. If you descend to the earth, I will follow you to the hell of wrongful death." Observing the two chase each other away, Chen Shi shook his head, rising from his seat, and dispelled the monkey's illusion. He sighed inwardly. Beiji, that impatient fool, is fortunate not to have been born in modern times. With his abilities, he would have been completely swindled in an online romance. knowing that the two would have to engage in battle for a while longer. Chen Shi decided not to wait idly and made his way to the main hall to await their return. Chapter 28, The Yunjian Cave on Fuling Mountain. On Fuling Mountain, Beiji, transformed into a streak of fire, flew ahead with the monkey following on colorful clouds. As they anxiously chased each other, Beiji spotted his old home and, with a swift movement, dashed into the Yunjian Cave, retrieving his weapon, the nine-toothed rake, and prepared to confront the monkey. The monkey, seeing Beiji no longer fleeing, halted midair and brandished his staff, inquiring, "You pig demon, from where do you hail that you know of Sun's name? Speak, and I may spare your life." "Oh, have we become strangers upon meeting again?" Beiji, brandishing his rake, leaned on it and proclaimed, "Since childhood, I have been simple-minded, indulgent, and lazy, never nurturing my character nor cultivating my spirit, muddling through the days in confusion. I was banished from the heavenly gate for my offenses and sought to build a life at the foot of Fuling Mountain. I was reborn as a pig due to my sins. And my common name is Zhu Gangalite." It seems reciting such passages in the context of the journey to the west is quite fashionable. Previously, the monkey had swayed and gestured before the black bear spirit, and now it was Beiji's turn to recite his background story before the monkey. Having been previously bested by the black bear spirit, would the monkey now yield to Beiji's narrative? Not a chance. The monkey burst into laughter, pointing at Beiji's nose and mocking, "I thought you were someone else. Turns out you're the one who was banished from heaven and reincarnated as a pig. Ha, even as a pig, you still have lustful intentions, marrying into a family. Oh dear, you, the insolent marshal of the stable, do you not know the calamity you have caused for so many? Now you meddle in my affairs and dare to mock me. Come, taste my rake." Beiji, infuriated, exhaled a few puffs of smoke from his nostrils and brandished his rake to strike. The monkey, not one to back down, wielded his staff and charged into battle. The two clashed in the dark of night on the mountainside, fierce in their combat. Wukong's keen eyes sparkled like lightning, while the demon's eyes glimmered like silver flowers. One breathed out colorful mist, while the other exhaled crimson clouds. The crimson clouds illuminated the dark, while the colorful mist shone brightly in the night. The rake struck like a dragon's claw, while the staff danced like a phoenix through flowers. "You dare to disrupt my marriage as if killing my father. You dare to forcefully restrain a young girl." They battled until dawn broke. As Beiji fought on, he felt his arms weaken and his hands grow sore. Realizing he was no match for the monkey, he transformed into a gust of wind and dashed back into the cave to avoid the fight. The monkey, seeing Beiji retreating like a turtle, mocked him before examining the inscription above the cave that read Yunjian Cave. Reflecting on his escapades since leaving, he wondered whether his master was worried and decided to return for breakfast and inform his master, then come back to play with this pig demon. With this resolution, he flipped over and flew back to Gao Laozhuang. In the main hall of the Gao residence, Chen Shi was enjoying tea and snacks, engaging in conversation with Gao Kai about local customs and amusing anecdotes from his travels. As the dawn approached, the monkey descended from the sky and entered the main hall. "Master, I am back." The monkey plopped down, gulping down the cool tea that Chen Shi had prepared for him. "Master, you wouldn't believe how interesting the pig demon's backstory is." The monkey wiped his mouth and chuckled. "What makes it so interesting?" Chen Shi, not revealing the truth, played along with the monkey's excitement. "Well, it turns out he is the water god of the heavenly canopy, who once flirted with the immortal China. If it weren't for the intervention of the Venus star, he would have long been sentenced to death on the celestial execution platform. However, he did not meet his demise, nor did he find himself in a significantly better state. Cast down to the mortal realm, he mistakenly became a swine." "Ha!" Chen Shi laughed as the monkey recounted the origins of Zhu Beiji, which he had long anticipated, yet he was taken aback to hear the name of an old acquaintance, Tai Bai Jinxing. Chen Shi reminisced with a sigh, recalling how this venerable celestial being had once bestowed kindness upon him. "Many years ago, as I ventured forth from the borders of the Tang dynasty, I found myself alone, unexpectedly confronted by a horde of monsters led by a tiger, a bear, and an ox. Those three fiends captured me, intent on carving out my heart and liver for their revelry. I trembled in fear. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the celestial Tai Bai Jinxing." Chen Shi shook his head. Although he later learned that he had been under the protection of guardian deities like Jie Di Jialan, at that moment, he was uncertain whether he was partaking in the authentic journey to the west or some peculiar variant thereof. He had no knowledge of when these protective deities began watching over Xuanzang. Thus, with the helping hand that Tai Bai Jinxing extended during his perilous plight, Chen Shi remained eternally grateful. As for the notion that the journey to the west was merely a scripted performance, Chen Shi held a reserved stance on this. While indeed many tribulations served to hone one's character, numerous others were simply coincidental encounters on their westward journey. In this era, as he traversed the land, Chen Shi was convinced that it was inherently an age teeming with spirits and monsters. Lacking any evidence, he would never cast Tai Bai Jinxing his savior in the malevolent light of a director. Thus, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Subsequently, not only did the venerable immortal vanquish those malevolent beings and rescue me from peril, but he also guided me a considerable distance on my journey, parting ways only when I reached the main road, leaving me with a few words of wisdom to ponder. The monkey, overhearing the first half of the story, had been secretly contemplating when to find an opportune moment to annihilate the fiends that sought to consume Chen Shi. But upon hearing the conclusion, he abandoned that plan. He then remarked, "The old star is indeed a man of integrity. In my youth, I was foolish and squandered his goodwill. It was only after experiencing much that I came to appreciate how well the old star treated me." The two conversed a bit more about Tai Bai Jinxing, both praising him, clearly demonstrating the high regard in which this celestial being was held. After their discussion, the monkey returned to the matter at hand. This Tianping, due to his lascivious nature, was cast down from the heavens and transformed into a wild boar on earth, yet he could not suppress his carnal desires. "Master, last night I pursued that Tianping pig and followed him all the way to his current lair. I played with him until his muscles were sore and his limbs numb, and he fled back to his home like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. Seeing dawn approaching, I worried you might be concerned. So I made a special trip back." The monkey, seeking to mock Beiji, had even adopted the title of Tianping Zhu. Just as the monkey finished speaking, Gao Taigong, upon hearing of the monkey's return, hurried into the main hall, kneeling and beseeching, "Elder, I could not manage it. Though you have gone, he awaits your return. How shall we deal with him? I implore you to assist me. Aside from the root, there will be no future troubles. I'm an old man, do not dare to neglect this. I shall offer substantial rewards. The wealth and lands of my family shall be documented, shared equally with the elder. However, we must eradicate the roots to preserve my family's honorable reputation." The monkey looked at the kneeling Gao Taigong and scoffed, "You old Gao, how unaware you are. That Tianping pig once told me that although he has consumed some of your food, he has also done many good deeds for you. Over the years, he has earned considerable wealth, all thanks to his efforts. He has not taken your provisions in vain. How dare you seek to drive him away? According to him, he is a deity sent from the heavens to guard your household and has not harmed your daughter. A son-in-law of such caliber is indeed a worthy match, and would not tarnish your family's reputation. How can you truly wish to cast him aside?" Gao Taigong, seeing the monkey subtly aligning with the monstrous son-in-law, grew anxious and retorted, "Elder, while he may not be harmful, his reputation is less than savory. People frequently say that the Gao family has taken in a monstrous son-in-law. How can one endure such a statement?" The monkey shrugged, chuckling, "Well, if you cannot tolerate it, I shall capture the Tianping pig and let you two have a proper discussion. If it becomes clear that he must go, I will lend you my assistance in halting him." Wukong, seeing the monkey exasperated by Gao Taigong, turned to leave, but Chen Shi stopped him with a smile, saying that there was no rush in capturing demons. They should first partake in a meal before proceeding. The monkey, indifferent, settled down comfortably upon hearing Chen Shi speak, awaiting the meal before they departed. Gao Taigong, however, was genuinely anxious. Upon hearing this, he quickly arranged for food, preparing vegetarian dishes at dawn to serve to the master and disciple. After Chen Shi and the monkey had filled their bellies and leisurely sipped tea to aid digestion, they set off, guided by the eager gaze of Gao Taigong, with the monkey leaping into the clouds to capture the demon. Upon arriving at the cave of Yunzhan, the monkey had lost all inclination to play with Beiji, smashing through 2 stone doors with a single swing of his staff, and bellowing, "You a worthless fool, come out and face me." Beiji, exhausted from a night of labor and monkey antics, was deep in slumber within his cave. But upon hearing the doors shatter and the insults hurled at him, he became irate and retorted, "You, the troublesome monkey king, what business do you have meddling in my affairs with my wife and father-in-law? You dare to break into my home. Do you know that entering through the main door is a capital offense? Oh, you understand the law?" The monkey replied with curiosity, looking at him, "I have every reason to break down your door. You have forcibly claimed another's woman and refused to let her leave. According to the law, it is you who deserves the death penalty." Chapter 29, I Caught Zhu Beiji. This chapter is also titled, Zhu Beiji Gets Dazed. "You rude monkey, I, the old pig, am too lazy to reason with you. Come, let us settle this with my rake." Beiji, left speechless by the monkey's words, indignantly brandished his 9-toothed rake, ready to argue. However, the monkey merely laughed heartily at the sight of the rake, teasing, "Is that not a tool used in Gao Laozhuang's vegetable garden? The once mighty Tianping now reduced to wielding a rake as a weapon. You monkey have no insight, unable to recognize a true treasure." To Beiji's surprise, he was not angered by the monkey's mockery, Instead, he retorted with bravado, "This is forged from divine ice steel, polished to a brilliant shine. The old lord himself wields the hammer. While Mars personally adds the charcoal, winning through endurance is no challenge. One need not speak of prowess in a duel. What care I for your copper head and iron body, when you are sure to lose your spirit and vigor?" After a lengthy and impressive verse, Beiji pointed proudly at his rake, declaring, "This nine-toothed rake is indeed a rare artifact." "Ha, what grandiose boasting!" The monkey scoffed, dismissing Beiji's claim, and with a flourish he extended his head forward. Come, come, I shall stand here unmoving. You may strike me with your rake, and I shall see if you can truly extinguish my spirit." Beiji, not one to shy away from a challenge, spat into his palms, gripped the rake tightly, and swung down with all his might. With a resounding clash, the rake scraped against the monkey's iron head, sending sparks flying, yet the monkey remained unscathed, not even losing a single hair. Alas, seeing that his full-force blow failed to breach the monkey's defenses, Beiji's mental fortitude crumbled, and he plopped down onto the ground, feeling weak and helpless. Goodness, what a formidable opponent! Ha! The monkey, reveling in Beiji's plight, laughed heartily. "Have you forgotten? Ike the old monkey stirred up the heavenly palace, stealing elixirs, pilfering peaches, and swiping royal wine. Even when captured by Erlangshun and brought before the bull demon king, the celestial beings struck me with axes, hammers, swords, and flames, yet I remained unscathed. I was subsequently taken by the Supreme Lord, placed into the 8 trigrams furnace, and tempered with divine fire to forge my fiery eyes and iron limbs. If you don't believe me, take another swing and see if it hurts or not." Indeed, you monkey, unable to be harmed even by the 8 trigrams furnace, how could my nine-toothed rake possibly breach your defenses?" Beiji, sitting on the ground, suddenly understood and exclaimed, "You monkey, I recall that during the turmoil in the heavenly palace, you resided in Dongxing Shenzhou's ally kingdom, within the water-curtained cave of Huagua Mountain. It has been so long since I heard your name. How did you come here to bully me? Could it be that my old father-in-law has accidentally summoned you?" The monkey laughed and waved his hand. "Your father-in-law did not summon me. I have merely reformed my ways, abandoning the path of the robe to become a monk, protecting a disciple of the Tang dynasty named Xuanzang, taking him as my master. Together, we journey to the west to pay homage to the Buddha and seek scriptures. We stopped by Kaohsiung for a night, and the old man, upon hearing our tales, requested my aid to rescue his daughter from you, a worthless fool. How unfortunate." "No, wait," Beiji, initially feeling dejected and lamenting his misfortune, suddenly realized and tossed aside the rake. "Are you truly going to the west to seek scriptures? May I inquire where the scripture seeker is? I would be grateful for an introduction." "Why do you wish to meet my master?" The monkey raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "Alas, that is a long story," Beiji sighed. "I was once persuaded by Guanyin Bodhisattva to do good deeds, receiving his precepts. Here, I practiced vegetarianism, instructed to follow the scripture seeker to the west to pay homage to the Buddha and atone for my sins, hoping to attain enlightenment. I have awaited his arrival for years without news. Now that you have become his disciple, why did you not mention the journey earlier, instead resorting to force against me?" Hearing Beiji's complaints, the monkey's eyes glimmered with mischief. "You speak without evidence. How can I be sure you are not deceiving me, seeking a chance to escape to the heavens? How about this? First, take a solemn oath to prove your intentions to me. Amitbud Namo Buddha. If I am not sincere and genuine, may I be punished by the heavens and torn asunder." The foolish Beiji swore at once. "I in that case set fire to your dwelling, and I shall take you with me." The monkey added. Beiji then gathered some reeds and thorns, igniting them to turn the Yunjian cave into a dilapidated shack. Showing no remorse as he said to the monkey, "I am now free of attachments. Take me away quickly." "Very well, I shall lead you forth, but first, hand me your rake to prevent you from causing harm." The monkey chuckled, snatching Beiji's rake with a grin. He then plucked a hair from his own body, blew on it, transforming it into 3 strands of hemp rope, and proceeded to bind Beiji's hands behind his back. At this moment, Beiji faintly sensed something was amiss, yet he merely stared wide-eyed at the monkey, awaiting his introduction to Chen Shi. After completing this act, the monkey could no longer contain his laughter, clutching his belly as he exclaimed, "Look at your foolish demeanor. What are you laughing at? Hurry and take me away." Beiji finally realized he had fallen for this trickster's ploy, but now bound, he dared not turn against him, only weakly beseeching the monkey. "Ha, let us go, let us go," the monkey replied with a mischievous grin. Not truly intending any harm to the simple pig, but emulating the bodhisattva, he tugged on Beiji's ears and rode the clouds back to Gao Laozhuang. "Ach, be gentle," yet, for reasons unknown, today the speed of their flight was unusually slow. Taking a considerable time to return to Gao Laozhuang, leaving behind the plaintive wails of Beiji in the clouds. Upon reaching Gao Laozhuang, the monkey descended with Beiji directly to the Gao household.
Landing before the central hall, still tugging at Beiji's now crimson ears, pointing to Chen Shi and declaring, "Behold my master, the one you seek for scriptures." Inside the hall, the anxious Gao Taigong awaited, and upon seeing the monkey return with Beiji still bound, he joyfully approached, exclaiming, "Elder, it is he, the very monster who is my son-in-law." Unfortunately, the monkey paid no heed to his enthusiastic greeting, while Beiji dismissed this treacherous father-in-law. Recognizing only Chen Shi, he knelt and said, "Master, your disciple is late in greeting you. Had I known you resided at my father-in-law's, I would have come to welcome you, and would not have faced such tribulations. Oh, when did you become my disciple?" Wukong, Chen Shi feigned confusion, turning to the monkey for clarification. He "Master, do not forget what the Bodhisattva said earlier." The monkey replied with a wink, tapping Beiji's back with the rake. "Come, you foolish one, tell your story in detail." Now thoroughly subdued by the monkey, Beiji recounted his tale in full. After listening, Chen Shi nodded with delight, saying, "So it was the Bodhisattva who chose this disciple for me. To have such a remarkable pupil is truly..." Observing Beiji's adorably foolish expression, Chen Shi found himself unable to utter the words "heavenly gifted hero." Enough of this, let us maintain moderation in jest. Chen Shi coughed lightly and shifted the topic, saying, "Indeed, a remarkable disciple, Li Gao Taigong. May I borrow the incense table?" Beiji, perplexed by these contradictory statements, blinked his large eyes in confusion. The monkey, already familiar with Chen Shi, grinned widely. Yi Gao Taigong, although somewhat bewildered by the current situation, graciously provided the incense table. Chen Shi cleansed his hands and lit incense, offering a prayer to the southern direction. "Thank you, Bodhisattva, for granting me this disciple. May the Bodhisattva bear witness and accept this disciple." After the ritual, the monkey untied Beiji's bonds, allowing him to sit on a stool and receive Beiji's formal bow of respect. He then introduced Beiji to the monkey, who, due to the order of initiation, became his senior brother. Chen Shi contemplated whether to elevate the status of the little white dragon, making him the second in rank, but the monkey interjected, stating that the little white dragon was merely summoned by the Bodhisattva to assist and did not count as a disciple. If anything, he can only be considered the youngest. Considering the monkey's reasoning, Beiji felt it awkward to shift from second brother to third brother, and thus Chen Shi was persuaded, after paying homage to the master and senior brother. The most thrilling moment arrived. Sitting on the stool, Chen Shi looked at the honest Beiji before him and kindly asked, "As a disciple of the monk, you shall have a Dharma name. Would you like me to bestow one upon you?" "I have received the Bodhisattva's blessing and my Dharma name is Zhu Wuneng," Beiji replied, patting his belly with sincerity. "It is also a name derived from Wuneng and bestowed by the Bodhisattva, which is indeed fitting. But it is rather inconvenient for daily use." Chen Shi first nodded in approval, then shook his head in deliberation, saying, "How about this? In Buddhism, there is the 8 precepts, which are the regulations a monk should adhere to. I shall give you a nickname. From now on, you shall be known as Beiji. This shall serve as a constant reminder for us disciples to uphold these 8 precepts, even if the heavenly king himself were to arrive. You would still be called Beiji." Chapter 30, Discussion on Beiji. When has Zhu Wuneng ever been called anything else in daily life? I see you affectionately calling that monkey Wukong. Are you intentionally trying to make things difficult for me? Old pig. Beiji sensed something was amiss yet could not articulate it, only lowering his head submissively, saying, "I shall heed my master's words. From now on I shall simply be called Zhu Beiji." Beiji, being of kind heart, accepted his new name joyfully, yet he scratched his head in confusion, asking, "Master, I have only heard of the 8 precepts concerning the 5 meats and 3 dislikes. Which are these 8 precepts?" Chen Shi was momentarily taken aback by the question. Recalling, the first precept is to abstain from killing, the second from stealing, the third from lust, the fourth from false speech, the fifth from intoxicants, the sixth from wearing fragrant flowers, the seventh from sitting or lying on high, luxurious beds, and the 8th from eating at inappropriate times. This was something he had heard in his past life, and when Beiji inquired, he used it to placate him. In truth, Chen Shi was in a hurry. In the original story, Tang Sang had given Beiji the nickname to deter him from drinking alcohol in celebration of becoming a disciple, as Beiji had previously adhered to the 5 meats and 3 dislikes. The intent was simple, to find a reason to dissuade Beiji. Now, by coincidence, he had articulated an even more fitting 8 precepts. Upon hearing Chen Shi recite these precepts, both the monkey and Beiji exhibited faint expressions of concern. "Oh, do you have objections to these 8 precepts?" Chen Shi queried, noticing their reluctance. "Master." Beiji was the first to speak, frowning and grimacing as he said, "As for the first and second precepts, they are quite simple. I, old pig, am not one to kill or steal. However, regarding the 3rd precept of lust, since I have become a monk and renounced the world, I should be able to endure." Hearing Beiji claim he could abstain from lust,
The monkey, though still somewhat troubled, could not help but laugh. Chen Shi, seated above, also struggled to suppress a smile, yet his temperament was not as unrestrained as the monkey's, so he held back. He did not wish to inflict greater psychological harm on Beiji.
Humph, you look down on me, old pig. Beiji shot a sidelong glance at the monkey, confidently declaring, "We shall see, watch me, old pig, and see if I can endure." Seeing Beiji's earnestness, the monkey playfully agreed, "All right, if you truly can manage. I shall personally apologize to you later." After the two brothers had their playful banter, Beiji resumed speaking to Chen Shi. "As for the 4th, 6th, and 7th precepts, while they may be austere, they are indeed what a monk ought to endure. However, as for the 5th precept regarding alcohol and the 8th regarding eating at improper times," Beiji patted his ample belly, lamenting, "Ever since I encountered the Bodhisattva, I have indeed refrained from the 5 meats and 3 dislikes. But I have never ceased drinking. As for eating on time, just look at my figure. Even with 3 meals a day, I still feel famished." Beiji clutched his belly, gazing at Chen Shi with downcast eyes. Exuding a pitiful demeanor, the monkey quickly followed suit, expressing his doubts. "Master, among these 8 precepts, the others are not too concerning, but while I do enjoy wine, I could forsake it with your words. However, the 1st precept of killing." The monkey spread his hands in helplessness. Being a warrior and protector, how could he possibly avoid killing while fulfilling his duties? Were it anyone else speaking, the great sage equal to heaven would disregard their words. But since it was Chen Shi, he wished to prevent any misunderstandings, ensuring that Chen Shi did not think he looked down upon him or disregarded his words. Seeing before him this pig and monkey, both possessing great powers and abilities, displaying such behavior, Chen Shi found it somewhat amusing, saying, "Wukong, let us first discuss the troublesome matter of killing. As the saying goes, to kill for the sake of protection is not to slay the innocent. Your task of subduing demons and vanquishing evil aligns perfectly with the Buddhist principle of great compassion, wherein one performs grand deeds with a resolute heart. How could we speak of killing in this context? As for those matters of food and drink," Chen Shi turned to the two, whose eyes now gleamed with hope due to his explanation, and smiled. "Wukong, do you still recall the poem I once composed regarding wine? Lust, wealth, and anger?" He had another line to share. Now he would reveal the complete version. Chen Shi rested his hand on his forehead, pondering briefly, then recited, "Wine is a poison that courses through the veins. Lust is a steel blade that shreds the bones. Wealth is a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Anger is the root of calamity. It seems these 4 words do harm. It is better to strike them from existence. Without wine, there can be no etiquette. Without lust, one walks a lonely road. Without wealth, the path through life is difficult. Without anger, one may be deceived. It seems these 4 words hold value. I advise you to tailor your actions accordingly." "Wukong, o Beiji," Chen Shi concluded his poem with a smile, "do you understand the lesson it imparts about moderation in all things? Moreover, the 8 precepts I have established are not merely restrictions, they are meant to aid you in cultivating your character and nurturing your spirit. For instance, these 2 items of food and drink. The wine, brewed from grains, is exceedingly precious, yet it easily leads one to drunkenness and reckless behavior, causing one to commit acts that they would later regret upon regaining their senses. Both of you have encountered misfortunes due to this very drink, so you ought to comprehend my words." The Monkey King recalls the tumult at the peach banquet, while Pigsy remembers the time he drunkenly flirted with Chang'e. One was trapped beneath the 5 Fingers Mountain for 5 centuries, and the other was cast down to the mortal realm, reborn as a piglet, nodding in mutual understanding, observing the expressions of remorse on their faces. Chen Shi spoke with a sense of relief. Thus, abstaining from alcohol does not necessitate total abstinence, yet one must avoid the act of brewing or seeking out wine, and certainly must not indulge to the point of drunkenness that leads to misdeeds. As for the matter of food, it is designed so that ordinary monks do not indulge in excessive meals, seeking pleasure in gourmet dishes, thereby fostering a habit of simplicity among them. Pigsy, you are no mere mortal. Your capacity is indeed vast. To demand that you restrain yourself as others do, risking your health and spirit in the process, would be an utter folly, provided that you do not waste or indulge extravagantly. It is acceptable to consume more. Though I may be somewhat impoverished, I am not incapable of providing for my disciples. Seeing Chen Shi smiling at him, having elaborated with care, it was clear he was not imposing his authority as a master, but rather gently imparting wisdom for their benefit. Pigsy and the monkey exchanged glances, then bowed in unison, expressing their respect. We shall heed Master's teachings. There is no need to speak of teachings. Chen Shi humbly waved his hand, then pointed at the monkey, adding, These matters require mutual encouragement among us, the master and disciples. Though I am the master, I am still human, subject to desires and the pursuit of enjoyment. How delightful it would be to travel westward in a chariot, to ride upon your clouds, and to savor delicious food.
the monkey knows well that I too have my cravings for culinary delights.
Therefore, these 8 precepts are not solely directed at you, Pigsy, they are meant for us all to uphold, to supervise, and assist one another's. Chapter 31, Farewell to Gao Laozhuang. The 2 disciples, thoroughly convinced, bowed to Chen Shi. Yukong, already in a good relationship with him, had little to add, while the newly initiated Pigsy had developed a favorable impression of this rather unconventional master, although he was but a mortal. There was something extraordinary about him. He was not quite a holy monk, yet possessed a slight essence of Buddhism, evoking a sense of fondness in those who beheld him. Gao Taigong, listening to their conversation, though somewhat perplexed, grasped several key points. First, his monstrous son-in-law could finally depart. While it may not have been the most perfect solution to eradicate the problem entirely, at least now, following this master to become a monk, he might find stability for over a decade, perhaps even for a lifetime if fortune smiled upon him. Gao Taigong could once again hold his head high in Gao's village. Secondly, the master had a taste for fine cuisine, and the young elder had a penchant for wine. Having witnessed his son-in-law's habits firsthand, he had watched in distress as the food was consumed. Thus, in gratitude for the master and the elder, and to celebrate the departure of the monstrous son-in-law, Gao Taigong generously ordered a lavish vegetarian feast and presented a pot of wine for companionship. The monkey and Pigsy gazed eagerly at Chen Shi, and upon seeing him nod with a smile, they each poured a cup and began to enjoy the sumptuous meal. Chen Shi reminded them not to overindulge in drink, then turned his attention to savoring the exquisite dishes. During this feast, the host and guests reveled in each other's company, exchanging toasts and laughter, while Gao Taigong felt a weight lift from his shoulders, his smile widening in conversation with Chen Shi. After the meal, Gao Taigong instructed his servants to bring forth a crimson lacquered plate containing 200 taels of scattered gold and silver as a reward for their journey, alongside 3 new cotton garments for the upper body. Upon seeing this, Chen Shi pondered and replied, "As for the reward for subduing the demons, I cannot accept it. Since Pigsy has now become my disciple, the previous arrangement regarding demon capture no longer applies." As for the travel expenses, Chen Shi glanced at the awkward exchange between Pigsy and Gao Taigong, who were not quite seeing eye to eye. Pigsy had once been Gao Taigong's son-in-law and had contributed significantly to his success. Now that they had parted ways, Gao Taigong's offering of travel expenses could be deemed as settling their accounts. However, 200 taels seemed excessive. Since I failed to capture the demon, I cannot shamelessly accept such a generous reward. Therefore, I would request that Gao Taigong allocate 100 taels to Pigsy and keep the rest for himself. Upon hearing this, the monkey stepped forward with a grin, taking the plate and splitting it in half, returning one portion while nonchalantly pocketing a few pieces of scattered silver, saying, "Thank you, my friend, for guiding us and introducing my master to this excellent disciple. Consider this silver a token for your guidance. Use it to buy some straw sandals." Afterward, he playfully patted Gao Taigong on the shoulder, adding, "In the future, should any demons arise, feel free to send them my way. I shall be sure to repay you." Gao Taigong, hesitant to accept, finally received the unexpected bounty after several rounds of polite refusal. His face flushed with excitement. He contemplated kneeling to express gratitude, but the monkey's disapproval halted him. All right, now that you have accepted my money to do me a favor, it is time for you to return the favor, is it not?" Pigsy, watching with a pained expression, spoke up. Initially, Chen Shi's mention of reducing the 200 taels to 100 was already enough to stir his concern. But thankfully, this master was reasonable, giving all 100 taels to the old pig. Pigsy thought this over and found it acceptable. After all, receiving 100 taels was better than splitting 200 3 ways. Especially since he was new to the group and lacked sufficient strength to claim an equal share. Little did he expect this troublesome monkey to use his own money to repay his kindness. "That is my money, the money of a pig. That wretched monkey deserves to remain a stable keeper." Yet, considering the disparity in their strengths, Pigsy could only swallow his grievances, grumbling internally while forcing a smile. Seeing Pigsy in such a state, the monkey teased him further, lifting the plate and saying, "You are newly joined in our quest for the scriptures, having achieved no merit yet. How can you dare keep this gold and silver for yourself? I suggest we give it to the master, and let us all use it for our travel expenses. How does that sound?" Pigsy stammered, wanting to snatch it back but fearing retribution from the monkey. Struggling to refuse, yet knowing he could never agree to relinquish it. Observing Pigsy's flustered demeanor, Chen Shi chuckled and interjected, "Yukong, do not tease your junior. This is rightfully his, and how could I forcefully take from my disciple? Return it to him." Chen Shi then turned to Pigsy, who had eagerly stuffed the gold and silver into his bosom with a beaming smile, advising, "This money is yours. No one shall take it from you. Nor will I interfere, but remember this.
do not waste it, nor spend it frivolously. Chen Shi cautioned Pigsy, fully aware of the pig's notorious propensity for indulgence. Spending this money on food and clothing would be acceptable. But if Pigsy were to squander it on frivolities, it would lead to trouble. What then would Chen Shi do? He could not simply resort to cutting off the pig's worries, Pigsy, having received Chen Shi's warning, nodded obediently, though his firm grip around the gold and silver caused Chen Shi some unease. Thus, Chen Shi turned to the monkey once more, saying, "Keep an eye on Pigsy for me, normal spending is acceptable. But ensure he does not use the gold and silver for foolish endeavors." The monkey glanced at Pigsy, who appeared alarmed, and grinned. "Of course, master, you can count on me to watch over Pigsy, that rascal. Always picking on the pig, my life is truly miserable," Pigsy lamented, frowning as he clutched his chest, silently grieving. Once the two calmed down, Chen Shi bid farewell to Gao Taigong. They had rested adequately, feasted well, and it was indeed the right moment to set forth. Gao Taigong, eagerly awaiting this moment, did not impede their departure, promptly accompanying them to the entrance of his estate. Before parting, Chen Shi took the opportunity to purchase some provisions from Gao Taigong for the journey ahead. Initially reluctant to accept payment, Gao Taigong eventually acquiesced after Chen Shi insisted, though he only charged the cost price without any profit. However, while Chen Shi did not take advantage of Gao Taigong, Pigsy was quite forthright, stating that after his tussle with the monkey the previous night, his clothing had been torn and his shoes damaged. He managed to extract a new set of clothing and shoes from Gao Taigong without hesitation. In truth, Chen Shi had spare shoes and clothing in his baggage, but Pigsy insisted that as he was about to depart, it was only right for his father-in-law to provide him with a new outfit and shoes. Turning down Chen Shi's offer, Gao Taigong, eager to see this calamity leave, willingly provided Pigsy with the new attire without hesitation. Content with his new shoes and clothing, Pigsy promptly donned them, exclaiming, "Please convey my regards to my father-in-law. Aunt, second aunt, and uncle, I am becoming a monk today and cannot bid farewell in person. Do not hold it against me. Father-in-law, please take good care of my wife. If we fail to obtain the scriptures, I may return to the secular world and continue living as your son-in-law." Gao Taigong's expression stiffened, clearly ignoring the calamity's ramblings. "Stop your nonsense," the monkey scolded, tugging at Pigsy's ear. "Monkey, I am not being nonsensical. I merely fear that there may be some unforeseen complications, and I do not wish to err in my path as a monk, nor in my marriage," Pigsy protested, his body twisted from the tugging. "The quest for the scriptures is in accordance with the will of Guanyin Bodhisattva and the Buddha. There is no need for you to worry, Pigsy, should any issues arise in our endeavor. You have already offended the heavenly court and the monks of the West, and it is likely," Chen Shi shook his head, "it may lead to unfortunate consequences." Seeing the compassionate gaze of Chen Shi and the monkey's expression, which straddled between amusement and mockery, the pressure on Pigsy's ear intensified. Zhu Beiji endured the pain with great fortitude and quickly exclaimed, "Master's words are indeed reasonable. I, the old pig, vow to protect our master with my life and fulfill the great mission of journeying to the West for the scriptures. As long as the scriptures exist, so shall the individuals." Chapter 32, the transmission of the Heart Sutra by Master Wuchao. It happened that Beiji was temporarily intimidated by the two companions, frightened into making a solemn oath, and thus took on a dual commitment. The team of three, now bolstered, continued their journey westward. Along this path, Beiji bore the burden, the monkey led the way, and Chen Shi occasionally guided the horse. Riding behind. In a days, they had already traversed for more than a month, having crossed the border into the kingdom of Yuzhazang. One day, the three were walking as usual on their westward journey. Chen Shi, holding the horse, engaged in conversation with the leading monkey, while Beiji, claiming hunger, incessantly stuffed his mouth with large flatbreads, only interjecting a few words when he had the chance. Suddenly, he looked up to see a towering mountain before them. "This mountain is rather high," Chen Shi remarked, gazing upward. "Fear not, this mountain is called Putuo Mountain, home to Master Wuchao, who practices here. I, too, have crossed paths with him before," Beiji replied, swallowing a mouthful of flatbread. "Master Wuchao?" Chen Shi inquired, intrigued. "Who is he? I don't know much about him, but he possesses some skills. He once urged me to join him in his cultivation, but I, the old pig, heck, master, you understand, how could I endure the hardships of mountain training with him?" Beiji shook his head, grinning foolishly at Chen Shi. "What a fool," the monkey muttered, shaking his head from the side. Beiji paid no heed and continued munching on his bread. Chen Shi chuckled resignedly, having grown accustomed to Beiji's antics. The trio continued their ascent of the mountain as before. The scenery was quite splendid. To the south were verdant pines and cypress, while to the north flourished green willows and red peach trees. The air was alive with the chatter of mountain birds, graceful cranes danced in the sky, the fragrance of myriad flowers wafted through the air, and the rich greenery was home to a myriad of peculiar weeds. Below, a torrent of green water flowed, and before the cliff, clouds floated like cotton. Truly, it was a place of exquisite beauty, serene and devoid of passers-by. As Chun-Shi gazed around, he suddenly noticed a thatched nest atop a fragrant cypress tree. With a deer on the left carrying flowers and a mountain monkey on the right presenting fruits. At the treetop, azure phoenixes and colorful birds sang in harmony, while black cranes and ornamental chickens gathered together. Quite the spectacle. Chun-Shi raised an eyebrow, pondering which celestial being might be behind such a scene. Look, over there is Master Wu Chao's place of cultivation. Beiji casually pointed toward the nest. Shall we go have a look? Chun-Shi turned to his companions, asking for their opinions. Since we have encountered him, it must be fate, the monkey chuckled, scratching his head. Master, let us pay him a visit. I have no objections. Beiji shrugged indifferently. With a unanimous decision, the three slowly approached the thatched nest. Upon reaching it, Master Wu Chao emerged from the nest and descended from the tree, saying, "Holy monk, what a pleasure to meet you. My apologies for not welcoming you from afar. I hope you will not take offense." Though the master's entrance was somewhat peculiar, he was remarkably polite. Chun-Shi quickly returned the greeting, to which Master Wu Chao humbly replied, "You flatter me. I do not yet deserve the title of holy monk." After the formalities, Beiji chimed in, saying, "Old master, the old pig, bow to you. You are..." Master Wu Chao looked at Beiji, scrutinizing him before laughing. "Ah, you are Zhu Ganglai from Fuling Mountain. What brings you away from your old nest to follow this holy monk?" Beiji pressed his palms together and said, 2 years ago, I was advised by Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva to practice virtue, and I wished to follow him as a disciple." A good Master Wu Chao praised, waving his hand, then turned to Sun Wukong, asking, "May I ask who this esteemed individual is? You know him, yet you do not know me." "I am Sun Wukong." The monkey quipped, "I am indeed lacking in knowledge, and I apologize for laughing at your esteemed presence." Elder Wukong, Master Wu Chao replied, displaying a good-natured temperament in response to the monkey's jest. After greeting each one, Master Wu Chao then addressed Chun-Shi, "I have heard that a holy monk has made a great vow to seek enlightenment for the souls of the wronged in the Eastern Tang, embarking on a journey to the West to obtain the true scriptures. I have long admired this holy monk, and it is a surprise to encounter you today." With a smile, Master Wu Chao bowed to Chun-Shi and continued, "Since we are fated to meet, I possess a scroll of scriptures that may assist you on your journey. I hope the holy monk will graciously accept it. I dare not decline. I thank you." "Master," Chun-Shi replied gratefully, knowing he had encountered a hidden master. He suspected that this master had come to offer him scriptures, yet he had no proof. This is the Heart Sutra, composed of 54 phrases, totaling 270 words. If you encounter demonic miasmas, reciting this sutra will protect you from harm. Seeing Chun-Shi happily accept the scroll, Master Wu Chao smiled in satisfaction and began to recite the sutra to them. Mahaprajna Paramita Heart Sutra, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. Practicing deep Prajna Paramita perceives, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is precisely emptiness. Whether it was due to the Buddhist foundation left by Tang Sang, this extraordinary physique, or perhaps the miraculous abilities of Master Wu Chao. Chun-Shi memorized the Heart Sutra after just one hearing, missing not a single word. After reciting it once more, Master Wu Chao stepped onto the clouds and returned to his nest, leaving behind a lingering echo in the air. Though the journey was long, a day would come when they would arrive. "Holy monk, do not forget your original intention. Do not forget your original intention. Thank you, Master, for imparting the teachings. I shall remember your words." Chun-Shi replied with a bow toward the thatched nest. Original intention. Was it Tang Seng's vow to obtain the scriptures, or Chun-Shi's ambition to traverse the vast expanse of 8,000 miles? Smiling through the 81 tribulations, it seemed they were not in conflict. Chun-Shi pressed his palms together, chuckling softly. But after completing their rituals, the group resumed their journey, with those who carried burdens continuing to do so, while those who guided horses did likewise, pressing onward toward the west. Once they descended from Putuo Mountain and had distanced themselves from Master Wu Chao, the monkey stealthily approached Chun-Shi, whispering, "Master, the phrase emptiness is not different from form. Form is not different from emptiness from the Heart Sutra. I once heard you mention when entering Guanyin Zen Temple. Could it be?" The monkey glanced at Chun-Shi's expression and added, "Is there some connection between you and Master Wu Chao?" "Monkey brother, master, what are you two whispering about?" Beiji interjected, noticing their secretive demeanor. "This doesn't seem fitting for monks." Beiji, noticing the two's conspiratorial manner, assumed they were discussing some good fortune behind his back and immediately voiced his discontent. "Ah, you fool, don't stir trouble. Go away, the monkey retorted, dismissively waving his hand. "Wukong, there's nothing to hide," Chun-Shi interjected, stopping the monkey out. "If we were to conceal it, it would be impossible to do so." Chen Shi had spoken publicly at the time, and the guardians of the Kalachakra were all present, making it impossible to deceive others. Thus, Chen Shi candidly recounted the past to Beiji. Does that mean that rascal Wu Chao has stolen your scriptures? Master, Beiji, in his ignorance, misunderstood and widened his eyes. Monkey brother, as the saying goes, when there is a task, the disciple must bear the burden. How can we stand by and watch our master be bullied like this? Let us return and deal with that old rascal. Seeing Beiji's furious expression, the monkey felt no anger but merely covered his eyes in exasperation, muttering, "This fool." Chen Shi couldn't help but chuckle at Beiji's antics, saying, "Beiji, I appreciate your filial piety, but your comprehension skills could use some improvement. What I meant earlier was whether the fragmented scriptures that Master knows have been misappropriated by Master Wu Chao outside. Not that the Master had stolen from our Master, you fool." The monkey, unable to contain himself, chimed in to clarify, tapping Beiji on the head. "Well, if that's the case, you should have said so earlier, talking half-heartedly and leaving out the rest." "Wouldn't it be normal for me to misunderstand?" Beiji protested, rubbing his head. All right, Chen Shi interjected, calming the playful bickering between the two brothers. He had not anticipated that a casual remark would lead to a humorous incident in the context of the journey to the West. In this world, how many monks and devotees exist? Is it not normal for someone to grasp the same Buddhist principles? Moreover, who knows if the line I know was not originally disseminated by Master Wu Chao himself? I merely chanced upon it in an ancient text, and because the reasoning was profound I remembered it. That day, I merely spoke it out loud to reprimand that novice monk, Chen Shi explained, shaking his head, providing himself with a patch for the misunderstanding and allowing the matter to pass. Chapter 33. Huangfeng Ridge, 800 miles with a cord tied around the nose, securing the void, tethered to the tree of non-action, preventing it from faltering. This was the meditation that automatically emerged in Chen Shi's mind after he recited the sutra a few times, though it bore no significant utility and could not cultivate magical powers. It served to calm him, preventing a surge of fiery anger and other emotions. Perhaps it resembled a version of the ice heart technique from the journey to the West. Considering the time factor, this would likely be the ancestor of the ice heart technique. By now it had been quite a while since their chance encounter with Master Wu Chao. The three of them had journeyed through wind and water, under moonlight and stars, and had once again arrived in the sweltering summer. The flowers wilt, and the butterflies are heartless, the trees loom high, and the cicadas sing loudly at the wild silkworms spin their cocoons, and the new lotus blooms in the marsh. As for the humorous incident caused by Beiji earlier, it had long been forgotten. One day, the three companions came across a cottage by the mountain path. Chen Shi looked up at the western sky adorned with evening clouds and said to the two, "Mukamu Beiji, the day is waning, and we have encountered a cottage. Let us rest here for the night." Master speaks wisely. I, the old pig, am also quite hungry. Let us quickly procure some food and borrow a pot to cook, so we may fill our bellies and have the strength to carry our burdens. Beiji exclaimed joyfully, "Eat, eat, eat, you gluttonous creature, you must have been born from a pig. You cannot shake off this habit. Every day, it's just eating," the monkey remarked, crossing his arms and shaking his head in exasperation. "Hey, monkey brother, why do you speak such strange words?" Beiji lamented, patting his ample belly with a look of grievance. "I have a large appetite, and it's not my fault that I was born this way. Besides, I pay for the provisions myself. Master is indeed our master, and it's only natural for me to offer him my provisions." "Monkey brother, you have consumed my rations. Do you not understand the principle that one should not bite the hand that feeds them? Furthermore, in our little group of three, Master only carries a staff and can ride when tired, while you, unburdened, frolic ahead without a care, leaving me to toil behind with the load. Oh, are you suggesting that we switch roles? You scout ahead while I carry the burden." The monkey narrowed his eyes, casting a rather dangerous glance at the dazed Beiji. "No, how could I dare? I lack the capabilities of my elder brother. I am content just to carry the load." Beiji stammered, sensing the monkey's menacing gaze and quickly reverting to a more submissive demeanor. It's good that you understand." The monkey rolled his eyes at Beiji, retracting his gaze with satisfaction. "You two, day in and day out, never cease your bickering. I wonder if it is a natural discord, or if you are simply old enemies reincarnated from a past life." Chen Shi remarked with a chuckle, having observed the daily squabbles between the two. Since Beiji joined the group, their journey had become quite lively, with constant banter and quarrels. Whether it was the monkey pointing out Beiji's faults or Beiji taking jabs at the monkey, neither was an easy target. One was quick with his tongue, while the other was quick with his fists. Clearly verbal sparring was no match for physical prowess. Each encounter ended with Beiji's defeat and the monkey's triumph, yet the two remained undeterred, reveling in their playful rivalry. Perhaps the scenery along the journey was somewhat enjoyable for a mortal like Chen Shi. But for these two beings of immense power, it was far too mundane, thus, they treated their journey as a means to amuse themselves. In fact, Chen Shi found himself growing weary of the repetitive sights. Realizing that it was not merely the monkey bullying Beiji, rather, the two engaged in their antics without restraint, leaving Chen Shi to anticipate the next challenge that lay ahead. Chen Shi was certainly well acquainted with the legendary tales of Journey to the West. As a child, he had watched the 1986 television adaptation countless times and had seen various animated and dramatic renditions. He could recall the general outline of each trial, but regrettably he had not revisited them in his adult years. And his memories were now jumbled. Thus, to Chen Shi, each forthcoming challenge felt like opening a blind box, extracting fragments from his childhood fantasies. Lost in thought, the group soon arrived at a cottage. Chen Shi dismounted. While Beiji and the monkey stood beneath a tree, waiting with their horses and burdens or approaching a house, Chen Shi lifted his gaze to find an elderly man reclining on a bamboo bed. Softly reciting Buddhist scriptures, what fortune to encounter a venerable elder who chants sutras. "Good day, esteemed elder," Chen Shi greeted warmly. "A monk," the elder exclaimed, startled to see Chen Shi at his doorstep. "What brings you to my humble abode?" "I hail from the Eastern Tang dynasty, journeying westward to pay homage to the Buddha and seek the scriptures. I apologize for the intrusion, but as night draws near, I seek shelter for the night." To his surprise, Chen Shi's polite request was met not with the anticipated warm hospitality, but rather with a heavy sigh from the elder. "Oh dear, do not venture westward, but rather turn back to the east." The elder advised, shaking his head, "Are you suggesting I am like Aristotle from the Journey to the West? Should I become Magellan and together prove the earth is round, yet, in this realm of deities and demons? The earth may not even be round." Dismissing the elder's nonsensical notion, Chen Shi chuckled, "Esteemed elder, I have vowed to journey to the west, having traveled over 10,000 miles to reach here. I cannot simply turn back." "Ah, do you truly intend to proceed westward?" the elder inquired, taken aback by Chen Shi's resolve. With a heart full of sincerity, "I fear not the trials ahead. My resolve remains steadfast, and I shall journey forth." Chen Shi affirmed, "Alas, I must not hide the truth from you. 30 miles to the west lies a mountain known as the Yellow Wind Ridge, where many demons dwell. If you proceed, I fear you will encounter unspeakable horrors." "You would be wise to turn back," the elder warned, growing increasingly concerned. "Yellow Wind Ridge, that name sounds familiar. It must be one of the 81 trials." Chen Shi nodded, understanding the elder's apprehension. It was no wonder he sought to dissuade him. Any trial that could deter Tang Sang would be akin to a natural disaster for an ordinary monk. Death was a certainty either way. However, Chen Shi was no ordinary monk. "Fear not, esteemed elder. I have 2 disciples, both of great strength and prowess. With their assistance, though the passage through Yellow Wind Ridge may be arduous, we shall prevail." Chen Shi reassured the elder. "2 disciples, how strong can they be? Can they lift a 200-pound stone?" The elder was skeptical, recalling tales of others who had been overconfident and never returned from Yellow Wind Ridge. "Not only can I lift a 200-pound stone, but I could carry an entire mountain," the impatient monkey chimed in, peeking from behind Chen Shi, boasting with bravado. "You, a gaunt creature with a face like a thunderstorm, and eyes as red as a fevered illness, are capable of such feats." "Nonsense." The elder retreated a step, startled by the monkey's appearance, only to express his discontent once he recognized him. "The ignorant cannot fathom the mighty, a mere mayfly cannot comprehend the vastness of the sky." The monkey scoffed, crossing his arms dismissively. Having spent much time with Chen Shi, the monkey had grown weary of addressing the blind ignorance of mortals. In times past, he would have retorted sharply, but now he simply shrugged it off. "I apologize for my disciple's brashness. He possesses great talent, yet his temper matches it," Chen Shi interjected diplomatically. "Indeed, I have been remiss. It is said that extraordinary beings bear extraordinary appearances," the elder conceded, softening his tone. "If what you say is true, and if you have disciples to escort you, then traversing the Yellow Wind Ridge may indeed be feasible." Suddenly, a panicked voice echoed from the entrance. "Demons, demons, help!" The elder's face paled. He recognized the voice as belonging to his son and several grandchildren. He rushed out the door, prompting Chen Shi to follow, albeit with confusion. With the monkey and Beiji present, what threat could possibly arise? As they emerged, they found 2 young boys and an elderly woman returning from the fields, their clothes disheveled and feet bare. Upon spotting Chen Shi tending to the horses, they rushed over, only to be frightened by Beiji's appearance. Scattering in terror, realizing the commotion, Beiji hastily raised his hands, exclaiming, "Do not fear. I am just a monk, not a demon. I do not eat people." The scene erupted into chaos. Chen Shi found it amusing yet felt compelled to clarify. "Esteemed elder, this is my second disciple. His appearance is unusual. please help calm them, lest we create further disordered goodness. How did you manage to acquire such a frightful disciple? The elder quipped, trembling slightly at Beiji's visage yet. Concerned for his family, bravely approached. Once assured that Beiji meant no harm, the elder turned to scold his family. You foolish children, do not panic. These are monks from the Eastern Tang dynasty, though their looks may be peculiar. They are not foes, take them home. The elder glared at his wife, gesturing for them to follow. Beiji, your appearance is truly alarming. The monkey nudged Beiji with a chuckle. Ever since I joined Master, I have learned restraint. If I had acted as I did in Gao Lao village, I would have terrified dozens. Beiji puffed his chest proudly, unconcerned with his appearance. You fool. The monkey shook his head in exasperation. What is there to be proud of? You only cause us trouble. Try to keep your appearance in check. Do not frighten others. As the monkey raised his fist before Beiji's face, the latter finally lowered his head, covering his mouth and flattening his ears against his head. At first glance, he appeared less daunting. Wukong, do not bully your junior brother, Chen Shi interjected, unable to bear the sight of Beiji cowering. Appearance is a gift of nature. There is no shame in it. If you feel uncomfortable, simply conceal it when among ordinary folks. There is no need to distress yourself. Yes, master, Beiji exclaimed, suddenly invigorated by Chen Shi's words, straightening up and dropping his hands, his ears perked up in delight. Much to the monkey's bemusement, you see, my master still cares for me, unlike you, you foolish monkey. The monkey shook his head and muttered lazily, unwilling to argue with Beiji, after an unexpected turn of events. Their relationship grew closer. The old man observed the unusual sight of the monkey and Beiji, and partially believed the boastful words of the monkey, contemplating inviting them for a simple meal and lodging. However, Chen Shi noticed the old man's humble abode was filled with numerous residents, and there were not enough rooms. The children, still somewhat frightened by the monkey and Beiji, were reluctant to trouble this kind-hearted man. Thus, they borrowed a cast-iron pot and firewood, set up a makeshift kitchen outside, and from their luggage retrieved rice, flour, and oil, while the monkey gathered wild fruits and vegetables along the way to prepare vegetarian dishes and bake flatbreads. Beiji's hearty appetite necessitated this effort, as the group was rather short on funds, and they had to do it themselves to ensure they were well fed. Beiji was more than willing to carry the heavy loads. For as the monkey had said, most of the food consumed on their journey had ended up in his stomach. What he was carrying was not merely luggage, it was his own sustenance. And the cook was none other than Beiji, who not only enjoyed eating but was also quite skilled in the kitchen. Cooking was often the time when Beiji felt the most proud in the group. Monkey, add some more firewood, the flames are insufficient. The firewood is running low. Monkey, go fetch another bundle. Master, please hand me the salt jar from the luggage. I need it for seasoning. Master, wash this wild vegetable clean. I intend to steam it. Beiji busily directed the two helpers, a smile adorning his face, radiating cheer. Although the monkey felt a pang of annoyance at Beiji's foolish demeanor, he had to admit that when it came to culinary skills, he could not do without Beiji, so he begrudgingly fed the fire. Thus, the three masters and disciples cooked in front of the door, while a young child, previously frightened by Beiji, peered curiously from the doorway. Beiji, holding a freshly baked flatbread, beckoned. Come here, little ones, have a few flatbreads made by your Uncle Pig, as an apology for scaring you earlier. Upon hearing this, Beiji's face, once fearsome in the children's eyes, now appeared remarkably kind alongside the flatbread. A few children, mustering their courage, approached Beiji, and timidly thanked him before eagerly accepting the flatbread and devouring it. Beiji grinned widely, dismissively waving his hand, and energetically kneaded the dough. The monkey, tending to the fire, also put away his displeasure, smiling as he watched the children share the flatbreads and chase each other around in delight. Meanwhile, Chen Shi sat on a nearby stone, recounting amusing tales from their journey to the children. Stories he had heard in his previous life. Chapter 34. The Tiger Vanguard seizes the people. Early the next morning, after spending the night resting in the shade of a tree, the three masters and disciples packed their belongings, bid farewell to the old man, and prepared to continue their journey westward. Here, take these flatbreads for your little ones as a parting gift from me. Old Pig, Beiji said, pulling 5 or 6 wild vegetable flatbreads from his pocket and handing them to the old man, who introduced himself as Wang Dao. But I did not manage to host you elders last night. Instead, my mischievous children took advantage of your generosity, leaving me feeling quite ashamed. How can I accept these flatbreads? Old Wang protested, but Beiji's insistence ultimately won him over, and he accepted them with a sigh, saying, Indeed, I judged you two by appearances yesterday, offending you both. You two are truly benevolent souls at heart. He, if you can remember this lesson and refrain from judging others by their looks in the future, it would be best. The monkey chimed in with a smile. The young elder speaks wisely. I shall make this my family motto, teaching them never to judge by appearances. Old Wang nodded resolutely. As the group prepared to depart, he called out, Elders, should you encounter any difficulties on your journey to Huangfeng Ridge, please return to me, and I will treat you to a proper meal. Old man, do not speak foolishly. We shall not take a single step back. We vow not to return until we reach the west. The monkey replied humorously, turning his back to Old Wang and waving his hand. Having departed from Old Wang's home, the group traveled less than half a day before arriving at a towering mountain. This must be the Huangfeng Ridge that Old Wang had spoken of. Chen Shi halted his horse, gazing up at the scenery. The mountains were high, the ridges steep, the cliffs were abrupt, and the ravines deep. The springs echoed, and the flowers bloomed vibrantly. The mountain was not too high, its peak touching the azure sky. The ravine was not too deep, its bottom revealing the underworld. In front of the mountain, there were white clouds and peculiar rocks, a 1,000-foot-high cliff that seemed to possess a soul. Behind the cliff lay the winding hidden dragon cave, where water dripped rhythmically. Various creatures roamed, from horned deer to muddy creatures, and serpents coiled in the crevices, while white-faced monkeys frolicked nearby. As evening approached, one could hear the tigers seeking their lairs, while the dawn brought forth the sounds of dragons emerging from the water. Echoing through the cave entrances, birds took to the grass, flapping their wings, while beasts roamed the forest with stealth. Suddenly, a pack of wolves rushed by, startling the hearts of men. It was indeed a place filled with unknown dangers. With jade-green mountains and misty smoke engulfing the area, this mountain holds some significance, Chen Shi muttered after a moment of contemplation. Regardless of its significance, it shall not thwart my golden staff. Fear not, master, just follow my lead, the monkey declared, gripping his staff confidently. With that, Chen Shi nodded and continued to lead the horse forward, while Beiji, seizing the opportunity, stuffed a flatbread into his mouth and followed suit. Is the wind picking up? Not long after they resumed their journey, a whirlwind suddenly stirred on the mountain path, swirling the dust and obscuring their vision. Monkey, the wind is quite strong, let us take cover, Beiji shouted, dropping his load. Is it feasible, you fool? When the wind blows, we hide. What if we encounter a monster face to face? The monkey quipped, casting a glance at Beiji. Monkey, haven't you heard? Avoiding danger is akin to avoiding an enemy. We must take shelter from the wind as we would from arrows, Beiji retorted, covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve. Observing Chen Shi pulling out a handkerchief to shield his face, the monkey helped him mount the horse, saying, your foolish words carry some truth. Let me capture this wind and see what it brings. Brother, you speak nonsense. Can one truly capture the wind? Even if one could, it would simply pass through. Beiji laughed at him. You clearly lack experience. You are unaware that I possess a method to seize the wind, the monkey replied with a raised eyebrow, reaching out to grab at the air, bringing his hand to his nose for a sniff. He detected a hint of a foul odor and concluded, this wind is not a good wind. It must be the black wind conjured by some monster. No sooner had he spoken than a colorful tiger leaped forth from the slope below, bounding with a fierce grace. You vile creature, where do you think you're going? Beiji exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement as he dropped his belongings, grabbed his rake, and shoved the monkey aside before raising the rake to strike. The tiger stood tall, raising its left paw to scratch its chest, and with a swift motion it tore off its own skin. Standing beside it, the sight was gruesome, a bloodied body, crimson legs, and wild tufts of fur framing its fierce face. Sharp steel-like teeth gleaming in the light. Hold your horses, I am none other than the vanguard of the great Huangfeng kingdom. I have been commanded to patrol these mountains and capture a few mortals for the king's banquet. Who are you, monk, to wield a weapon against me? The tiger bellowed. We are monks from the east, journeying to the west to secure the scriptures from the Buddha. You vile creature, how dare you prey upon innocent lives here? Your punishment has come, Beiji retorted, brandishing his rake. Chen Shi's resolve was clear. They were headed west to retrieve the scriptures, and along the way, they would eliminate any malevolent creatures that dared to harm them. Although Beiji preferred to avoid trouble, he felt compelled to join in the fight against the demon. The tiger vanguard clearly did not adhere to any code of conduct, seizing the opportunity while Beiji spoke to launch an attack. Beiji narrowly dodged, causing the rake to follow. The tiger, realizing it had failed to ambush Beiji and found itself unarmed, hastily retreated down the slope into the rocky underbrush, retrieving two bronze knives to face Beiji. The clash of rake and knife produced sparks. Master, that foolish Beiji seeks to take the credit for himself and is struggling to defeat it. Let me assist him and resolve this quickly, the monkey said, moving closer to Chen Shi. Indeed, do not show mercy to such a vile creature. Chen Shi nodded solemnly. He had heard the tiger's words clearly. It was evidently a habitual offender, capturing people for its feasts. Therefore, it must not be spared. Understood, the monkey bowed with enthusiasm, seizing his iron staff. Beiji, I shall assist you. the monkey declared, pointing at Beiji. Just as he prepared to leap forth with his staff, the tiger was already retreating under Beiji's relentless strikes. Fleeing in panic. Do not let that monster escape, the monkey shouted, pursuing the fleeing tiger. The tiger dashed down the mountain, realizing it was still being chased. It transformed back into its true form, sprinting on all fours. However, it could not outrun the two brothers, who were hot on its heels. In a moment of desperation, the tiger devised a clever ploy to evade them. It clawed at its chest, shedding its skin, and draped it over a rock, while it itself transformed into a gust of wind, rushing back to the path. Seizing the opportunity, it clutched Chen Shi's shoulder and swiftly whisked him away. Chapter 35, The King of the Yellow Wind. The Tiger Vanguard, having not left empty-handed, seized Chen Shi and returned to his lair. He addressed the little demon guarding the entrance. Go and inform the great king that the Tiger Vanguard has captured a monk and awaits orders outside. The king commanded, bring him inside. Shortly thereafter, the messenger demon returned. Upon hearing this, the Tiger Vanguard, with his two red copper blades at his side and holding the Tang monk in both hands, knelt down and presented him, saying, Great king, this humble servant under your command was patrolling the mountains when I unexpectedly encountered a monk who claimed to hail from the Eastern Tang dynasty, seeking to journey westward to acquire scriptures. I captured the leader and present him here as a modest offering. The demon king, who resided comfortably in the cave above, upon hearing this, was taken aback and exclaimed, I have heard whispers of a monk known as the Tripitaka, a holy figure sent by the Tang to retrieve scriptures. He has a disciple named Sun Wukong, who is immensely powerful and astute. How could you possibly have captured him? He has two other disciples. One wields a nine-toothed rake and has a long mouth and large ears. The other carries a golden staff and possesses fiery eyes. The Tiger Vanguard, sensing trouble, quickly replied, I was merely engaged in a struggle when I employed a clever ruse and seized this monk to present him to you as a token of respect. Is the king being overly cautious? These two do not seem formidable, otherwise, how could I have captured their master? The demon king pondered for a moment and then said, It is better to believe in their capabilities than to dismiss them. For now, do not consume him. Bind him and take him away. The Tiger Vanguard, perplexed, ventured, Are we to return this monk then? Once he is in our grasp, there is no reason to release him. The demon king chuckled. Bind him to the wind stabilizing post in the back garden for 3 to 5 days. If his disciples come to rescue him and we cannot handle them, we shall return him. However, if they do not disturb us, we can then enjoy our meal at our leisure, whether by boiling, steaming, frying, or sought. Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous. The king's foresight is truly commendable, the Tiger Vanguard exclaimed, feeling astounded by the king's cunning. Bring me the Tripitaka and bind him for a few days. The demon king ordered, pleased by the flattery of his subordinate. Meanwhile, Chen Shi, lifted by the little demon, was dragged to a wooden post and thoroughly bound. Feeling the familiar tightness of restraint, he recited the Heart Sutra in his mind to maintain his composure, while internally he vented his frustration. A great sage equal to heaven and a reincarnated title marshal, and yet the two of them cannot capture a mere vanguard demon. Who would believe that? I have treated them well, and yet they let me down like this. Though I know I will likely be fine in the end, being bound is no pleasant experience, and I am certainly not one for self-torture. Reflecting further, he recalled, the Yellow Wind Ridge, 800 miles long, is where I am now. This is the lair of the King of the Yellow Wind. Only the wind-stabilizing pearl from the Bodhisattva Lingji can subdue him. How foolish of me not to remember sooner. If I had, I would have known that my robe contains a small wind-stabilizing pearl. If the monkey wears it, overcoming this challenge would be much simpler, and I would not have to suffer so much. Chen Shi lamented internally, realizing he had been traveling for quite some time, and it had slipped his mind that he was at the Yellow Wind Ridge, a once prosperous land now plagued by a rodent infestation that had rendered it desolate. Alas, I am of no help now. These demons are merciless and unreasonable. What good is my eloquence when it only serves to tease their appetite? Wukong, it is entirely up to you now. Hurry and rescue me. Chen Shi sighed inwardly as he remained bound to the wooden post. Meanwhile, on the other side, the monkey and Beiji were in pursuit. One, Beiji, was eager to prove himself, while the other, the monkey, found the journey tedious and sought mischief. They chased after the tiger, pressing onward until they reached the foot of the mountain, where the tiger lay still. No longer moving, the monkey struck first with his staff, but it rebounded. Beiji, seizing the opportunity, struck down harder with his rake, only to find it shattered into pieces, revealing a mere tiger skin placed over a rock. Oh no, we have fallen into his trap, the monkey shouted, turning back to survey the area. What trap? Beiji scratched his head in confusion, unaware of the monkey's intentions. He glanced around, even collecting the tiger skin as he strolled back. Muttering, hee, it is only fitting that I Pigsy should find this tiger skin. The monkey has one, master has one. It is only right I should have a quilt made from it as well. How delightful. Upon returning to the white dragon horse, Beiji found Chen Shi missing, with only the monkey anxiously pacing beside the horse, visibly agitated. You fool, do you even know to return? The monkey scolded as Beiji approached with the tiger skin in hand. Why are you so anxious? What happened to master? I want him to see the tiger skin I found. We could make a blanket from it, and then I could sleep under a tiger skin blanket. Beiji replied, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The monkey, unable to contain his frustration, gripped Beiji's collar and exclaimed angrily, we have fallen victim to the tiger demon's ruse. He has returned and captured master. What? Beiji was taken aback, tears welling in his eyes. This is terrible. Where could we possibly search? If we are too late, master may have already been eaten. Do not utter such pessimistic thoughts. Get up. We must search. The mountains are not vast. If we act swiftly, there is still hope for master. By the time I find that old tiger demon, I will surely skin him alive, the monkey declared as he pulled Beiji to his feet. His expression fierce as he glared at the mountains, filled with determination. With a flicker of hope in their hearts, the two brothers readied their belongings and swiftly set off into the mountains in search of Chen Shi's whereabouts. Chapter 36, The Tragic Demise of the Tiger Vanguard. The two brothers ventured deep into the mountains, traversing ridges and valleys. After some time, they came upon a cave nestled beneath a rocky cliff. The monkeys surmised, as the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. This cave must be the lair of the mountain demon. Upon closer inspection, they observed the cave's enchanting surroundings, towering peaks and ancient pathways. Verdant pines and bamboos swaying gently, willows and phoenix trees dancing in the breeze. Strange stones adorned the entrance, while within the woods, melodious birds sang in pairs. The distant stream flowed, cascading over rocks, and the mountain spring dripped delicately along the sandy embankments. Wild clouds floated lazily, and fragrant grass flourished. Cunning foxes and hares dashed about, while deer and antelope displayed their courage. Vines hung from the cliffs like ancient ropes, and centuries-old cypress trees half suspended in deep ravines loomed majestically over the landscape. Beiji, guard our rear. I shall venture forth to test the waters, the monkey instructed, glancing at the cave. Monkey King, do not worry, go quickly and rescue master. I shall keep watch here. Beiji nodded in agreement, with Beiji's assurance. The monkey brandished his iron staff and approached the cave entrance. He looked up to see inscribed characters, Yellow Wind Ridge, Yellow Wind Cave. With a powerful kick, he shattered the closed stone door and bellowed, demons, surrender my master at once, or I shall raise your lair and flatten your cave. The little demon guarding the entrance, feeling the weight of the monkey's presence, hurriedly scampered into the cave to inform the king of the Yellow Wind. Shouting, Great King, trouble has arisen, trouble has come. What trouble? The king of the Yellow Wind, seated upon his throne, inquired. There is a monk with a face like a thunder god at the door, demanding you return his master. The little demon replied, trembling in fear. Upon hearing this, the king of the Yellow Wind was taken aback and summoned the tiger vanguard, reprimanding him. I instructed you to patrol the mountains to capture wild cattle, boars and deer, yet you bring back a monk and provoke his disciples to storm our lair. What shall we do now? The tiger vanguard, recalling his encounters with the monkey and Beiji, who had proven formidable yet not overwhelmingly so, replied confidently, fear not, great king, rest easy. This humble servant is willing to lead 50 little demons to capture the Sun Wukong and bring him back for a feast. Do you truly believe you can handle him? With just you and 50 others, will that suffice to subdue him? The king questioned, slightly skeptical of the tiger vanguard's confidence. Do not worry, great king, I shall return swiftly, the tiger vanguard asserted, turning to leave. The king of the Yellow Wind was momentarily stunned, pondering if the tiger vanguard had some hidden strength. The tiger vanguard, unwilling to disregard the prelude, brought forth 50 robust little demons, beating drums and waving flags. Wielding 2 crimson copper swords, he emerged from the lair, bellowing fiercely, who dares to howl and make a ruckus before our cave? It is you, old tiger spirit. Upon seeing his nemesis, the monkey's eyes blazed with fury. His teeth clenched in rage at the sight of the deceiver who had snatched away Chen Shi's tiger demon. The once self-assured tiger vanguard, startled by the monkey's fierce glare, rallied himself, declaring, what are you staring at? Monkey, your master is in my possession, and I intend to offer him as a feast for my king. What will you do about it? Do you see the little demons behind me? Be wise and retreat quickly, or I shall use your monkey head as a delicacy for our banquet, a buy one get one free deal for you and your master. Very well, you intend to feast, do you? You dare to use my monkey head as a delicacy? Ha ha ha! Sun Wukong, incensed, furrowed his brows and shouted, come here and meet your demise. Enraged, he summoned his true power, and with a single strike of his staff, he shattered the tiger vanguard's dual swords. Terrified, the Tiger Vanguard unleashed his ultimate technique, sending forth a cloud of ash to obscure the vision and sought to flee, yet, Sun Wukong easily dispelled the haze and pursued him relentlessly. The Tiger Vanguard, having boasted before his king, dared not return to the lair and instead sought refuge on the hillside. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when Shu Beiji leaped out from the thicket. Wielding his rake, Beiji struck the Tiger Vanguard squarely on the crown, creating 9 gaping wounds that gushed blood, draining his very essence. Still unsatisfied, Beiji leapt onto the Tiger Vanguard's back and delivered several more powerful blows before finally ceasing. Propping his rake against his side to catch his breath, "Consider yourself fortunate," he muttered. The monkey approached Beiji's side and, seeing the Tiger Vanguard subdued, spat in discontent. "Brother monkey, do you know the whereabouts of our master? Was he captured by this brute? Where is he now?" Beiji, panting, inquired. "Indeed, he was taken by this beast, destined to be served to his king, right in this cave," the monkey affirmed with a nod. "Then what are we waiting for? We must hasten to rescue our master." Beiji wiped the sweat from his brow, urging, "Very well, I shall bring this dead tiger to the door. While you lie in wait here, I will lure the demon king. And when the moment is right, you will strike him as you did this time." Swiftly and decisively, the monkey laid out the strategy, and upon Beiji's understanding, he hoisted the Tiger Vanguard's lifeless body and made his way to the Yellow Wind Cave. Within the Yellow Wind Cave, the 50 little demons, having been startled by the monkey, hastily returned with tattered flags and broken drums, reporting to the Yellow Wind King, "Your Majesty, the Tiger Vanguard went into battle and was swiftly routed by the hairy-faced monk. He fled to the eastern hillside. Truly a useless creature, all talk and no action, and now he has caused me trouble." The Yellow Wind King, upon hearing this, felt exasperated, his temper flaring as he contemplated strategies to confront this predicament. Just then, another little demon rushed in, shouting, "Your Majesty, the Tiger Vanguard has been killed by that monk, and he is dragging his remains before the door, cursing us. This monkey is not one to reason with. I took his master, yet I did not kill him. How dare he directly slay my Tiger Vanguard?" Infuriating, the Yellow Wind King, seething, commanded, "Bring my armor. I have heard tales of the Sun Wukong's prowess. Today I shall see for myself what kind of monk he truly is. I will bring him down and have my vengeance for my vanguard." With his frustration boiling, the Yellow Wind King, upon hearing such words, felt his rage intensified. He pounded the armrest and stood, commanding the little demons to hastily don his armor. Once suited, he flexed his limbs, seized a 3-pronged fork from the weapon rack, and led his minions out to confront the intruder. This demon was indeed valiant. Emerging from the cave, the sunlight revealed a golden helmet gleaming. Armor radiating light, the tassels atop his helmet fluttered like a mountain pheasant's tail, while his robe draped over his armor in a pale yellow hue. The armor was intricately woven, shimmering with a dragon motif. And the heart-protecting mirror sparkled around his eyes. His deerhide boots were dyed with locust flowers. A brocade apron adorned with willow leaves completed his ensemble, armed with a formidable 3-pronged steel fork. He appeared no less than the renowned celestial warrior of yours. Chapter 37. The wind bewilders the heart and eyes. The formidable demon king, exuding an imposing presence as he emerged from the cave, pointed his fork at Sun Wukong, declaring, "So, you are Sun Wukong? How dare you come to my lair and act with such impudence? Indeed, your grandfather is right here," Sun Wukong retorted, applying pressure to the ground, crushing the Tiger Vanguard's corpse beneath his feet, and provocatively pointing his iron staff at the Yellow Wind King. "Return my master to me at once, or I shall send you down to join your Tiger Vanguard." "That depends on whether you possess the ability," the Yellow Wind King scoffed, twisting the steel fork in his grip and lunging towards Sun Wukong with ferocity. "Come at me." Sun Wukong swung his staff to meet the attack. Eager to demonstrate his prowess, both combatants, fueled by rage, glared at each other as their weapons clashed, creating sparks with each strike. In a flurry of blows, they exchanged more than 30 rounds, neither gaining the upper hand. Anxious to secure victory, Sun Wukong resolved to employ his secret techniques. He plucked a handful of his hairs from his arm, crushed them with his teeth, and blew forth a spray, exclaiming, "Transform!" Instantly, 100 identical monkeys appeared, each wielding an iron staff, surrounding the demon in the air. "Ha, you think you can withstand this?" the Yellow Wind King thought, realizing that even one of these monkeys would be a challenge. How could he contend against 100? Terrified, he summoned his ultimate skill, darting to the point of the wind's direction, opening his mouth wide to unleash a powerful breath. Suddenly, a fierce yellow wind swept through the air. What a formidable gust! It was as if the very heavens and earth were shifting. The invisible yellow sand swirling around trees and mountains bent, dust and debris were propelled into the air. The yellow river surged violently, And the waters of the Siang River churned and roiled, the azure sky trembled above the bull palace, and the forested halls shook. 500 arhats clamored, while the 8 great bodhisattvas shouted in chaos. Manjushri rode his blue lion, and Prussian's white elephant was nowhere to be seen. The true marshal's turtle and snake lost their company, and the mule of Zimu drifted away. Merchants cried out to the heavens, beseeching their various wishes. Life and death flowed like waves, fame and fortune drifted with the currents. The celestial mountains and caves were shrouded in darkness, the island of Panglai dimmed, the old master could not attend to his alchemical furnace. And the god of longevity had put away his dragon whisk. The queen mother was en route to the peaches of immortality, and the wind snapped her waist pendant. Erlang lost his way in Guangzhou, and Neza struggled to retrieve the sword from its box. The heavenly king could not locate the handheld pagoda, and Luban's golden-headed drill dangled precariously. The Thundersound temple collapsed 3 levels, and the Jiaozhou stone bridge broke in 2. The sun lost its brilliance, and the stars overhead were thrown into disarray. Birds from the southern mountains flew north, and waters from the eastern lake surged toward the western lake. Male and female were separated, unable to call out to each other, and mother and child were lost. Unable to make a sound, the Dragon King searched the seas for night demons, and the Thunder God sought lightning everywhere. The 10 kings of hell searched for judges, and the Ox-head and Horseface pursued in the underworld. The swine knocked down Mount Putua, sweeping up a scroll of the Heart Sutra. The white lotus flew from the sea's edge, delighting the bodhisattvas in their 12 halls. Pangu to this day has witnessed winds, yet none compare to this malevolent gale. With a resounding roar, the heavens and earth trembled, and the vast landscape quaked. Within a mountain gate, a bodhisattva, engrossed in reciting the Lotus Sutra, lifted her gaze to the tumultuous yellow wind, calculating with her fingers before sighing. This yellow-haired weasel, I once spared him out of pity for his arduous cultivation, allowing him to retreat into seclusion. Now, having stirred such great calamity, he is likely to lose his life. Returning to the clash between Sun Wukong and the Yellow Wind King, the latter indeed lived up to his title. He unleashed the yellow wind, and its immediate effect was evident as Sun Wukong's hair-transformed form spun helplessly in the air. Unable to strike or turn back, alarmed, the monkey called back his duplicates, personally wielding his staff to confront the Yellow Wind King, only to be met with another blast of yellow wind that forced his fiery eyes shut, rendering him unable to open them. His iron staff wavered in his grip. How could he stand against the Yellow Wind King? Thus he faced his first defeat on the journey to the west. With eyes tightly shut, Sun Wukong fled in panic. Although the Yellow Wind King had triumphed through his sorcery, he could not prevent Wukong's escape. Furious, he slammed his fork into the ground and spat vehemently. What a 9-headed, 8-tailed monk! He is nothing but this. Turning to his minions, he commanded, let us return to the lair and celebrate. Meanwhile, the victorious Yellow Wind King returned to his cave, rejoicing with his minions, while Beiji, lurking in the valley, grew increasingly anxious as he awaited Sun Wukong's return. Just as he began to worry, a gust of yellow wind swept through the skies, startling Beiji, and heightening his concern for the monkey. Torn between checking on the situation and maintaining his ambush, he heard a distant call. Beiji, Beiji, Beiji looked up to see the once formidable monkey, now stumbling back, covering his eyes, the golden staff drawn back, returning in a disheveled state. Oh my brother monkey, what has happened to you? Beiji exclaimed, his heart aching as he rushed to assist. It's nothing, haha, what a fierce wind, in all my days as a sage I have never encountered such a formidable gale. Sun Wukong, attempting to appear strong, placed his left hand on Beiji's shoulder and defiantly waved his right hand, revealing his eyes still streaming with tears. That demon king is indeed remarkable. Armed with a steel fork, he battled me for over 30 rounds without a clear victory. I used my duplicating technique, hoping for a swift victory, but instead, he unleashed his ultimate yellow wind technique. This yellow wind is truly vicious. It knocked me off my feet and blinded me, making it impossible to fight back. I had no choice but to retreat. Such a wind, I can summon wind and rain too, but it pales in comparison to this demon's malevolent gust. The monkey, resembling a madman, cackled with a frenzied grin, gritting his teeth while tears streamed down his face. Oh, my brother monkey, if even you cannot subdue him, how shall we rescue master? Observing the monkey in such a state, Beiji lamented, supporting him and sighing repeatedly. Though that fiend possesses some formidable powers, he is not without vulnerabilities, and with various divine protectors, it is unlikely he would dare to consume master at this moment. Beiji, our immediate priority is to find an ophthalmologist to attend to my eyes. The monkey clung to Beiji, steadying himself, and after a moment of contemplation, he declared, brother monkey, what affliction troubles your eyes? Beiji inquired with concern, gazing at the monkey's tightly shut, tear-streaked eyes. The yellow wind struck me directly, causing a painful ache in my eyeballs and relentless tears. The monkey wiped away his tears. Very well, I shall escort you to find a physician at once, and after you are healed, we shall take vengeance upon this demon. Beiji nodded, encouraging the monkey, though in this mountainous region. He had no idea where to locate a doctor, and even if he found one, he was uncertain whether they could cure the monkey. Nonetheless, since Brother Monkey had spoken, Evil Pig would comply. Chapter 38, A Plot to Slay the Yellow Winju. Beiji assisted Sun Wukong as the two brothers, in a state of despair, retraced their steps to gather the belongings of the dragon horse, traversing the mountain path in search of human habitation, hoping to find a physician to treat the monkey's ocular injury. Gradually, the sky darkened, and Beiji, hearing the distant barking of dogs, suppressed his excitement and led the monkey toward the sound. Ignoring the path, he trampled grass and broke branches, parting the underbrush to discover a homestead. Dimly lit by flickering lamps, a sight greeted them. Purple orchids flourishing, white stones gleaming. Purple orchids thrived amidst verdant grass, while white stones were half covered in green moss. A few fireflies flickered brightly, and a grove of wild trees stood densely aligned. The air was fragrant with the scent of orchids, and newly planted bamboo swayed gently. A clear spring flowed through the winding ravine, with ancient cypress trees leaning against the steep cliffs. The remote area saw no visitors, with only wildflowers blooming at the entrance. Brother Monkey, behold, there lies a dwelling. Let us inquire where we might find a doctor. Beiji wiped the sweat from his brow, anxious. Very well, very well. The monkey nodded. Beiji carefully supported the monkey, stepping forward to knock on the door, calling out, "Is anyone home? Is there a kind-hearted benefactor within? We are wandering monks, and we humbly request a moment of your time." After a short while, an old farmer appeared at the door, accompanied by several youths holding pitchforks and brooms. Cautiously opening the door halfway, "Who goes there? What brings you to our humble abode?" he inquired. "We are disciples from the Eastern Tang dynasty, passing through this area. Our master has been captured by the Yellow Wind King, and my brother and I are unable to rescue him. Moreover, I have sustained an eye injury. We hope you might direct us to a renowned physician who could help treat my eyes." The monkey said, struggling to stand beside Beiji, clasping his hands in greeting. Goodness, I hesitated to open the door, fearing that in this mountain, where few dwell, there are many spirits and monsters. I did not expect to find two venerable elders. My apologies for the oversight. You need not seek a renowned physician. We possess a unique remedy that can treat wind-related eye injuries. Please come in and rest a while, and I shall bring forth this medicine." The old farmer replied, lowering his guard and speaking amicably. Beiji hesitated, wondering if it was truly so fortuitous to find a remedy just after his eyes had been injured. The monkey, however, sniffed the air, pondered briefly, then grasped the still doubtful Beiji and entered the house, saying courteously, "We apologize for the intrusion and thank you for your generous offering of medicine. There is no need for such formality. My elders. As the saying goes, to assist others is to assist oneself. You, being monks, accrue greater merit by helping others, so consider it an act of kindness for my family," the old farmer replied, arranging for someone to help Beiji and the monkey with their horse and baggage. Then ushering them to sit and serve tea, he then turned to fetch the medicine, muttering, "The wind from the Yellow Wind King is indeed formidable. It is the Samadhi divine wind, capable of darkening heaven and earth, causing terror among spirits, shattering rocks and cliffs, and bringing death to those it touches. That elder managed to survive this yellow wind and only suffered an eye injury. He must possess some divine prowess, truly a remarkable individual." He returned with a small onyx jar, removed the stopper, and dipped a jade hairpin into the contents, applying a small amount to the monkey's eyes. This medicine, known as the 3 Flowers and 9 Suns ointment, is a gift from a sage and can cure all wind-related eye ailments. Be sure not to open your eyes, simply rest peacefully, and you shall be well by morning. The treatment required a night of rest. The brothers conferred and decided to stay overnight, preparing to rescue Chen Shi the following day. In their borrowed room, Beiji unpacked their belongings, laid out their bedding, and once everything was in order, he invited the monkey to rest. Observing the monkey fumbling for the bedding with his eyes closed, Beiji couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother Monkey, where is your blind cane, fool? Do you truly think me blind?" the monkey retorted, grinning in irritation. Beiji, unperturbed, laughed heartily, and the monkey, caught up in his mirth, felt a slight alleviation of his anxiousness about rescuing Chen Shi, shaking his head in resigned amusement. That night, Beiji fell asleep early, snoring loudly, while the monkey sat upon his bedding, cultivating his spiritual energy, only retiring after the third watch of the night. At dawn, as the first light broke, the monkey suddenly sat upright, wiped his face, and exclaimed, "What an excellent medicine! Everything appears brighter and clearer than before." Beiji, roused by the commotion, scratched his backside, sleepily murmuring, "Brother Monkey, what is all this noise so early in the morning? Oh, what is this?" he exclaimed, for he found himself in an unfamiliar dwelling, surrounded by old locust trees and willows. With both brothers having slept upon the lush green grass, Beiji, startled awake, widened his eyes and looked around. "Brother monkey, where is our horse? What of our belongings? Are they not tied by the trees? Your baggage is right beside you," replied the monkey, stretching lazily, relieved that the dragon horse and their belongings were safe. Beiji sighed and began to complain. "This household is quite lazy, they moved without even notifying us. Had I known, I could have sent you some tea and fruit. It seems they must have been hiding from us, fearing that the landlord would find out, and thus moved overnight. Ha, we must have been in a deep slumber. How could we not hear the noise of them dismantling their house?" "Ha!" The monkey laughed heartily at Beiji's words, shaking his head in exasperation. "You fool, what are you rambling about? Look up there at that tree. What do you see hanging? That will reveal the reason." Following the monkey's direction, Beiji approached and read aloud, "This abode is not of ordinary folk, but a sanctuary for the protectors, a place granted by the Bodhisattva. A miraculous medicine awaits you for your eye ailment. So do not hesitate to quell the monsters." It was indeed the guardians of the temple who had come at the behest of the Bodhisattva to protect their master. They had disguised themselves as commoners yesterday to assist us. And at least they provided medicine, otherwise, the next time we meet, I shall reward them with a strike for deceiving me. Sun Wukong, the monkey scoffed, revealing his disdain. "Brother monkey, since they are under divine orders to protect master, they must conceal their true forms. Do not hold it against them. After all, they did help treat your eyes yesterday, which can also be seen as a sincere effort," Beiji suggested, noticing the monkey's displeasure. "Rest assured, I know how to handle matters. I can discern right from wrong. Though they may hide their intentions, they mean well," the monkey replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Our urgent task is to ascertain master's condition. Beiji, conceal our belongings and the dragon horse, then return to the location from yesterday to wait for me. I shall venture into the Yellow Wind Cave to investigate the situation and check on master." "Very well, brother monkey, you go ahead. I shall be there shortly." Seeing the monkey's determination and sincerity, Beiji quickly nodded in agreement. The monkey nodded at Beiji, leaped onto a cloud, and in the blink of an eye arrived at the Yellow Wind Cave. Without alarming the guard at the entrance, the monkey performed a spell and transformed into a tiny flower-footed mosquito. Buzzing, the mosquito flitted into the cave, landing on the sleeping guard and delivering a sharp bite. "Ow, what a big mosquito! It bit me and left a huge bump." The little demon awoke, startled, and rubbing the bump on his face, looked around but found nothing. Noticing the dawn breaking, he struggled to his feet, fulfilling his duty to open the door, muttering, "Daylight has arrived." Seizing the opportunity, the mosquito-turned monkey slipped inside to see the Yellow Wind King seated on his throne, instructing the other little demons to be cautious while donning armor and sharpening a steel fork. "Be alert, that Sun Wukong is swift. He fled at the first sign of danger. Today, in order to capture master, he will surely cause a ruckus. However, I have gauged his strength. Today, I shall send him down to meet Yama." "Ha, that Yama is an old acquaintance of mine. He would rather not see me again." As the Yellow Wind King boasted, the monkey scoffed inwardly and continued deeper into the cave. He passed through the hall and made his way to the back, where he discovered a large open space. There, bound to a wooden post, was Chen Shi. Although his limbs were stiff and numb from being tied, he remained oblivious and was sound asleep. The monkey hovered near Chen Shi's ear, whispering, "Master, master, awaken master. Could it be that I am dreaming and hear the voice of the monkey?" Chen Shi murmured, half awake. "Master, it is I, Wukong." The familiar, albeit faint, voice reached his ears, clear and tangible. "It truly is you, monkey. You must have used some transformation technique to sneak in." Chen Shi replied, his lips moving slightly. "Indeed, master, it is I. Fear not. The demon that captured you, known as Tiger Vanguard, has already been vanquished. The remaining demon king, the Yellow Wind King, wields the formidable Samadhi Divine Wind, which poses a challenge. I shall devise a plan and seek assistance to deal with him. Then we shall rescue you," the monkey whispered reassuringly, delivering the news and offering comfort. "King of the Yellow Wind." Chen Shi narrowed his eyes, recalling the words exchanged between the Tiger Vanguard and the King of the Yellow Wind when he was thrust into the cave yesterday. He slowly articulated, "Do not rush. Wukong, should you be hindered by his yellow wind, you may retrieve my cassock from the bundle. I remember, when the Bodhisattva bestowed the cassock upon me, he mentioned that it holds a wind-settling pearl. Donning the splendid cassock and engaging the King of the Yellow Wind in battle may yield a chance of victory. Remember, if you vanquish the King of the Yellow Wind, do not show mercy. He has lingered here for many years, and his subordinate, the Tiger Vanguard, is known for his brutality. Surely the king himself is no better, a demon responsible for countless deaths. This time, eliminate the evil entirely and send him to the depths of hell." Reflecting on the exchanges among the demons, Chen Shi concluded that he did not wish for Lingji to intervene. If the King of the Yellow Wind were to return to Mount Ling to seek retribution, What if a conspiracy were unveiled? It would be better to see if there was an opportunity to eliminate him directly and send him to the Western Paradise. The monkey was taken aback that Chen Qi had devised a strategy to combat the demon. And he was surprised by the resolute stance towards the King of the Yellow Wind. However, he did not object. Instead, he exclaimed with excitement, "Since Master has spoken thus, I shall adhere to it upon my return. As long as that splendid cassock proves effective, I will make the King of the Yellow Wind regret his foolishness for daring to provoke our master and disciple." Chen Qi harbored no fondness for man-eating demons. And how could his disciple, Sun Wukong, be a gentle soul? Now that there was an opportunity for vengeance, Sun Wukong would not hold back. Chapter 39, The Downfall of the Yellow Wind. The monkey, having gleaned a solution from Chen Qi and received the mission to eradicate the demons, hurriedly bid farewell and prepared to reunite with Zhu Beiji. However, upon reaching the center of the cave, he heard a commotion and paused. It turned out a minor demon had burst in, shouting, Report to the king. The humble scout, just set out and spotted a monk with a long nose and large ears sitting in the forest. If I hadn't fled swiftly, he would have almost captured me. But I did not see that hairy-faced monk from yesterday. Is Wukong absent? The King of the Yellow Wind pondered, stroking his chin. He is either dead from my divine wind or has gone to summon reinforcements. Great King, the little demons expressed their concerns. If he truly perished, that would be splendid, but if he brings those formidable allies, the little demons cautiously observed the king's expression. What is there to fear? Aside from the treasure bestowed by the Buddha in the hands of that Lingji Bodhisattva, who could possibly contend against my divine wind, let them come. 1, I will blow away, 2, I will send off in tandem. The King of the Yellow Wind waved dismissively, leaning against his throne, laughing heartily. What, is this demon afraid of the Lingji Bodhisattva? If my master's cassock proves ineffective, I shall call upon the Lingji Bodhisattva myself. The monkey transformed into a buzzing mosquito and perched on the beam, delighting in the demon king's self-revelation of weakness, rubbing his front legs together in glee before silently flying out of the cave. Beiji, the monkey, arrived at the ambush site from the previous day and found the lethargic Beiji dozing under the shade of a tree. He reverted to his true form and landed a resounding slap on Beiji's shoulder. Exclaiming, Hey, Beiji, who had been dozing off, was jolted awake by the monkey's slap. Quickly raising his head and looking around, upon realizing it was the monkey who had returned, he wiped the drool from his mouth and approached with familiarity, saying, So it's you, monkey brother, how did it go? Master is all right, I hope. He mustn't be gone. If he is, how shall we divide our belongings? Fool, what ill-omened talk is that? The monkey, initially too lazy to engage with Beiji's sluggish demeanor, couldn't help but pinch his ear, scolding, Master is alive and well, you should stop worrying about such nonsense. Ouch, monkey brother, I was wrong. I just woke up and was a bit dazed. Speaking foolishly, Beiji cried out in pain. Humph, the monkey snorted coldly, no longer wishing to argue with the dimwit, retracting his hand. During my exploration of the cave, aside from checking on Master's well-being, I gathered quite a bit of information. First, Master informed me that the wind-settling pearl on his splendid cassock might be effective against the King of the Yellow Wind's divine wind. Secondly, that boastful King of the Yellow Wind revealed that the Lingji Bodhisattva possesses a treasure given by the Buddha specifically to counter him. Good. As long as we have a method to deal with that demon, that is sufficient. Beiji rejoiced, clapping his hands. He then looked at the monkey, hesitating. So, monkey brother, should we don the cassock and confront the demon, or first summon the Lingji Bodhisattva? The monkey stood still, pondering for a moment before gritting his teeth. Let us first don the cassock and engage that yellow wind demon. As the saying goes, to save a person is akin to extinguishing a fire. We cannot afford to waste time seeking the Lingji Bodhisattva. I will wear the cassock and test him. If it proves ineffective, I will simply monitor the wind's eye and escape, then go seek the Lingji Bodhisattva. After all, those guardian deities still possess ample ointment. The monkey's eyes narrowed, his expression fierce. I shall not conceal this from you, Beiji. Master has instructed me to eliminate the demon entirely, as the King of the Yellow Wind is a man-eating monster. If we can resolve this ourselves, then there is no issue. However, should we seek the Lingji Bodhisattva's help, and he, filled with compassion, pleads for the King of the Yellow Wind, I would find it difficult to act. Monkey brother, since you and Master have decided, how could I, old pig, refuse? Let us go. You wear the cassock as the main force, and I shall provide cover. Upon hearing this, Beiji did not hesitate, rolling up his sleeves, spitting into his hands, and gripping his nine-toothed rake with vigor. Good. Together, we shall vanquish that demon. Seeing Beiji's spirited demeanor, the monkey smiled with satisfaction. However, Beiji, that demon possesses formidable powers. You need not accompany me. I will don the cassock and engage him in battle.
While you remain hidden out, if the cassock proves effective, his powers will be rendered useless, and he will surely panic, seize the opportunity to strike from the shadows, and we shall surely achieve victory. If the cassock proves ineffective, do not concern yourself with me, flee quickly, I will find a way to escape and then seek the Lingji Bodhisattva. Understood, monkey brother, Beiji nodded, not wishing to seem overconfident in the face of the monkey's admonitions. Subsequently, the monkey and Beiji made their way to their belongings, opening the bundle to retrieve the splendid cassock, which had not been used since their time in Guanyin Zen Monastery. The monkey forcefully unfurled it and donned it upon himself. Monkey brother, Beiji exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face, this splendid cassock belongs to master. Now that you wear it to confront the King of the Yellow Wind, our demon-slaying endeavor is not just the effort of the two of us, but also includes master's contribution. Ha, my junior brother speaks wisely. The monkey, clad in the cassock, felt the winds whip around him as he brandished the corner of the garment, raising his iron staff toward the heavens. His face a mask of defiance. Then this time, it is the combined strength of our master and disciple trio to vanquish the demons. You, King of the Yellow Wind, come forth and face me in battle. Face me in battle. The King of the Yellow Wind, indulging in a feast within the cave, was interrupted by the raucous challenge. He heard a resounding crash as the entrance to his abode was shattered, causing him to slam his fist on the table in fury, putting down his chopsticks, and exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this? Is that wretched Sun Wukong causing trouble again? Report to the king. That Sun Wukong has donned a large red cassock and has come to challenge you, even smashing our cave door with his staff," the gatekeeper demon hurriedly reported, panting from his frantic flight. How brazen! The King of the Yellow Wind kicked over the table, his voice seething with anger. This monkey is truly impudent, coming back again and again. Does he think I have no temper? Bring me my armor. Today, I shall blow him to oblivion. The King of the Yellow Wind donned his armor and grasped his three-pronged steel fork, stepping out to eliminate Sun Wukong. However, as he emerged from the cave, he saw the monkey resplendent in the red cassock, standing majestically in the clouds, wielding his iron staff, which made him hesitate. What is that the monkey wears? It radiates with treasures. Could it be a divine artifact? Humph, the King of the Yellow Wind has finally emerged. Come, let us engage in battle. Seeing the main adversary present, the monkey had no desire for idle chatter. With a sinister grin, he leapt from the sky, bringing his staff crashing down upon the King of the Yellow Wind. Having emerged from the Five Elements Mountain, he had not yet suffered any indignities. This wretched demon had previously taken advantage of his momentary lapse in vigilance to seize the first strike. Today, Sun Wukong would reclaim his honor. As the monkey charged, the King of the Yellow Wind, disregarding any speculation about the cassock's powers, prepared to meet the assault, coldly declaring, "Sun Wukong, I spared you yesterday, but you did not cherish that opportunity. Since you seek death, today I shall claim your monkey head and serve it alongside your master as a fine wine. Ha, we shall see if you have the ability to do so." The clash of the monkey's iron staff against the King of the Yellow Wind erupted in a frenzy of combat, their faces mere inches apart. Sun Wukong locked eyes with the King of the Yellow Wind. Disdain evident in his smile. Though uncertain if the cassock would prove effective, he was unfazed. What did he have to fear? As their weapons engaged, they exchanged numerous blows in a heartbeat. The King of the Yellow Wind, attempting to employ his previous tactics, found himself ensnared by Sun Wukong's proximity. Unable to unleash his powers, forced to create an opening, the king took a blow from the monkey, creating distance, and positioning himself at the angle of the wind. He unleashed a gust of yellow wind towards Sun Wukong. The monkey's heart raced, but he remained calm, merely lifting the edge of the cassock to shield his face against the swirling sand and wind. Resolute in his determination, he thought to himself that if the Kasaya proved ineffective, he would first retreat and see if he could seize an opportunity to engage the monster in close combat. Should all else fail, he could always seek the assistance of Lingji Bodhisattva. Just as he contemplated this, a formidable gust of yellow wind laden with black sand surged towards the monkey with tremendous force. However, upon encountering the Kasaya draped over the monkey, it recoiled as if a mouse had come face to face with a cat, instantly losing its vigor. "My Samadhi divine wind." Upon witnessing this, the King of Yellow Wind gasped in disbelief, inhaled deeply, and transformed his breath into a formidable spell. Yet, the once tumultuous Samadhi divine wind, when blown towards the Kasaya, abruptly transformed into a gentle breeze devoid of any might. Could it be the calming wind elixir? Observing the situation, the King of Yellow Wind regarded the Kasaya on the monkey with a look of horror. Realizing it must indeed be the calming wind elixir, this wretched monkey had borrowed the elixir from Lingji Bodhisattva and concealed it within the Kasaya to deceive others.
And with the elixir present, where was the flying dragon scepter? Having experienced the restraining power of the two treasures bestowed by the Buddha, the king of Yellow Wind was gripped by terror. Hastily seeking an escape route on his cloud, abandoning the foundation of his Yellow Wind cave, the monster shall not escape. What a splendid treasure, the monkey mused, admiring the Kasaya, and upon seeing the king of Yellow Wind fleeing in panic, he brandished his iron staff and pursued him with hearty laughter. Do not come any closer, the king of Yellow Wind shouted in terror, glancing back at the monkey and the non-existent Lingji Bodhisattva. In his state of utter confusion, he failed to notice the stealthy Beiji blocking his escape route, only to be intercepted by Beiji, who struck him with a powerful rake. Monster, this path is blocked.
Your grandpa pig stands here. Beiji, ever the crafty one, first silenced the king of Yellow Wind with a blow to the head, and upon seeing the monster topple to the ground, he boisterously declared, the king of Yellow Wind, having previously withstood a strike from Sun Wukong, was already in a poor state. Now, having taken a full force hit from Zhu Beiji, he rolled onto the ground, blood oozing from the back of his head, and was momentarily unable to rise. Seeing the opportunity to strike down a fallen foe, Beiji's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gripped his nine-toothed rake and leapt into the air, aiming a blow directly at the king of Yellow Wind's face. Should this rake land, the king of Yellow Wind, even if not struck down, would surely bear additional marks upon his visage. In that critical moment, the king of Yellow Wind, seasoned as he was, sensed a fierce wind rushing towards him. In a panic, he raised his undamaged right arm to shield his face. However, with a sharp crack, Beiji's rake shattered his arm into two bloody pieces, causing the king of Yellow Wind to emit a muffled cry of pain. Barely enduring the strike, though bloodied and battered, he still yearned to escape, drawing in a breath to blow away the troublesome pig Beiji. But just as he inhaled, an iron staff came crashing down, striking him squarely on the forehead, blood streaming from his brow, and thus, the life of a demon king was extinguished. Chapter 40, Lingji's Miscalculation. In the Nameless Mountain, the Bodhisattva, who had been reciting scriptures, suddenly opened his eyes wide and extended his hand, revealing a dimly glowing elixir in his palm. He then summoned the nearby treasured staff for inspection. And indeed, the once glimmering staff had now lost its radiance, shrouded in obscurity. This was the calming wind elixir bestowed upon me by the Tathagata, alongside the flying dragon scepter, intended to subdue that yellow-haired weasel and to prevent its escape. For I had infused it with a trace of its essence and blood. Given the current circumstances, could it be that this demon has already met its demise? But I once took pity on him and allowed him to depart. Instead, it has brought about his downfall. Lingji Bodhisattva sighed deeply, reflecting on how he had seen the demon unleash its powers, fully aware that it was courting calamity and impending disaster. He had intended to complete his duties today and then return to the spiritual mountain to seek retribution. While there was a possibility of execution, given the Buddha's compassion, there remained a chance of survival. Who could have known that this demon had provoked an unknown powerful being, one that did not require his calming wind elixir or flying dragon scepter, and had thus been eliminated by the Samadhi divine wind? Now that this yellow-haired weasel was vanquished, the two treasures in my possession were rendered useless. I should return to the west and present these treasures back to the Tathagata to avoid further complications. Upon concluding his thoughts, Lingji Bodhisattva stowed the treasures, adjusted his attire, and set forth on a cloud towards the western spiritual mountain, on Huangfeng Ridge, after witnessing the monkey strike down the king of Yellow Wind. Beiji, feeling drained, cast aside his rake and relaxed, panting, "Monkey brother, that's rather ungrateful of you, stealing the credit from your junior disciple, isn't it? Hey, you fool!" The monkey, still not fully reassured, poked the corpse of the king of Yellow Wind with his iron staff. Chuckling, that demon was evidently about to unleash his powers. Had I not arrived in time, and you lacking the protective Kasaya, you would likely have met your end at the hands of that Samadhi divine wind. You don't thank me and instead complain about me. Since the demon has already been slain by you, whatever you say goes. It seems you could have defeated it without me, right? Beiji huffed, tossing his sleeves in annoyance and turning his back to the monkey. These two were indeed amusing. When faced with the troublesome king of Yellow Wind, they could cooperate and understand each other. But once the demon was vanquished, they reverted to their old ways, bickering once more. Let us not dwell on such trivial matters. This time, Beiji, you contributed significantly. Had you not intercepted him and dealt a couple of blows, I would have struggled to handle him. In this demon-slaying venture, your contribution is not insignificant. Observing Beiji sulking, the monkey, having inspected the corpse of the king of Yellow Wind, jovially placed his arm around Beiji's shoulder, comforting him. It's good that you know. Beiji, seeing the monkey lower himself to appease him, his eyes twinkling, shifted his tone and slyly said, "Then next time, if I spend gold and silver, you need to accompany me."
right? Oh, you foolish one." Upon hearing this, the monkey smacked Beijia's shoulder in jest, laughing. "I thought you were up to some mischief. Turns out you were scheming about this, monkey brother." "Good monkey brother." Beiji quickly shifted tactics, flattering the monkey as he clasped his hands in warmth. "Just consider my recent contributions and be a bit lenient with the gold and silver." "Ha, but that is a requirement from our master. How could I dare defy it?" The monkey shook his head, ignoring Beiji's plea, and turned to lift the corpse of the King of Yellow Wind, gazing towards the direction of Huangfeng Cave, saying, "Now that the King of Yellow Wind has been eliminated, we should return and rescue our master. He has endured considerable suffering while tied to that stake. While he was bound to the stake, we were also busy battling demons." Seeing the monkey unwilling to relent, Beiji, feeling somewhat disheartened, picked up his rake, following behind while murmuring complaints. "Ha, you fool." Noticing Beiji's lackluster demeanor, the monkey chuckled lightly, then swiftly took to the skies on a cloud, saying, "I'll go rescue our master first. You tidy up the belongings and bring the dragon horse quickly." A whisper drifted to Beiji's ears. "From now on, aside from using gold and silver to buy grain, you should also procure some candies. And I won't interfere any further." Beiji, who had been sulking, perked up at this, his ears twitching with excitement. "Monkey brother, rest assured in your quest to save our master, I will be there in no time." Beiji's face broke into a cheerful grin as he shouted towards the direction the monkey had departed. "Hooray, and now I can buy candies. The next step should be to purchase some wine. And after that, he." With newfound hope, Beiji quickened his pace, moving with vigor, his mind calculating, a smile dancing on his lips as he eagerly made his way towards the dragon horse and their belongings. Meanwhile, the monkey returned to Huangfeng Cave with the corpse of the King of Yellow Wind. Inside the cave, the atmosphere remained chaotic due to the rapid demise of the King of Yellow Wind. Some minor demons sensing danger had swiftly fled, while others fought over the treasures within the cave. Additionally, past grievances among certain minor demons surfaced, now free from the King of Yellow Wind's control. Seizing the opportunity to settle old scores, fortunately, these beings understood that the King of Yellow Wind had been defeated due to capturing Chen Shi, thus provoking Sun Wukong. So despite Chen Shi being bound and unable to move, no minor demon dared to target him. Seeing the disarray within the cave, the monkey shook his head in disdain. Upon confirming Chen Shi's safety, he transformed several strands of his hair into avatars to clear away the minor demons that had taken the forms of cunning rabbits, foxes, fragrant deer, and antlered deer. He then personally approached Chen Shi, assisting him in unbinding and supporting him while apologizing. "Master, I have come to rescue you too late, allowing you to suffer. Had it not been for my and Beiji's excessive complacency, you would not have been captured by that tiger." To acknowledge one's mistakes and amend them is the greatest virtue. As long as you can rectify your ways, it suffices to avoid repeating them in the future. Chen Shi, weakened from 2 days without food or water, leaned against the monkey's shoulder as he spoke. Although he initially harbored some grievances regarding his two disciples' laxity, upon reflection, he recognized that no one is perfect and that their momentary oversight was only natural. Since it was not a deliberate betrayal, but rather a sign of their care for him, Chen Shi chose to forgive them. After all, aside from being bound for 2 days and suffering hunger, no irreparable damage had occurred. Both the monkey and Beiji had risked their lives fighting outside. With this realization, Chen Shi's demeanor softened, and he even took the time to inquire about the monkey and Beiji, asking, "How did you fare against the King of Yellow Wind? Were you injured?" "What of Beiji? Did the Kasaya prove effective?" It is nothing at all. Even in his weakened state, Chen Shi remains concerned for himself and that simpleton." Which moved the monkey, who waved his hand dismissively. He then pointed at the corpse of the Huangfeng monster that he had thrown to the ground, declaring, "That fiend has been vanquished by my hand. It required little effort, thanks to your cassock, master, which thwarted his divine powers, and with Beiji blocking his path, I was able to ambush him and deal a heavy blow." The monkey shook the cassock draped over him, boasting with pride. This monster merely relied on his supernatural abilities to act ferociously. With the support of the cassock and Beiji, it was as easy as flipping my hand for me to eliminate him. While reveling in his own bravado, the monkey did not forget to exhale a breath of fresh air towards Chen Shi, alleviating the soreness and numbness left by the ropes binding him. Chen Shi, chuckling, did not puncture the monkey's inflated self-praise, remarking that if the Huangfeng monster were truly so easy to deal with, he wouldn't have been repelled once yesterday. Instead, he continued to stretch his limbs with a smile, saying this time it was indeed hard work for Wukong and Beiji to vanquish the demon. Although the initial cause was the two's negligence, it could not be denied that they contributed greatly to remedying the situation. The monkey happily accepted Chen Shi's accolades, assisting him out of the cave while awaiting Beiji to bring the luggage and the dragon horse. He then gathered the corpses of the small demons he had slain into the Huangfeng cave. Placing the Huangfeng King's body atop the pile and setting it ablaze to dispose of it thoroughly. Chapter 41. The function of the true scripture. Chen Shi and the monkey lingered outside the Huangfeng cave for a while, watching as it gradually succumbed to flames, smoke billowing forth, resembling the very colors of the Huangfeng King's supernatural abilities. Heaven's calamity can be forgiven, self-inflicted calamity cannot be survived. Amitba, Chen Shi reflected, observing the scene. Had the Huangfeng King restrained his subordinates and devoted himself to quiet cultivation in the mountains, refraining from taking the lives of passers-by, how would he have met such a fate today? Truly, it is a matter of cause and effect, reaping what one sows. Yet, those travelers who were captured and consumed before our arrival, how innocent they were. The demise of the Huangfeng King was well deserved. But it cannot amend the fact that they are already dead. Amitba, Chen Shi pondered whether he was becoming increasingly compassionate or if the remnants of Tang's body were influencing him, enabling him to empathize with many things. For instance, he could vaguely sense the despair and anguish of those who perished within the Huangfeng cave. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion. Blinking, Chen Shi noticed that the smoke swirling above the Huangfeng cave was not solely comprised of fire and smoke but also interspersed with strands of invisible dark resentment. Some belonged to the recently deceased small demons, while others were from the innocents who had perished here, and the thickest strand likely belonged to the Huangfeng King himself. This resentment was pitch black, lingering above the cave, refusing to dissipate, occasionally morphing into the anguished visages of its deceased owners, their expressions either contorted or vacant. Master, this demonic nature is difficult to train. It is exceedingly rare for a fiend to willingly engage in quiet cultivation in the mountains. When I, Sun Wukong, gathered my followers at Huagua Mountain, the children under my command feasted only on the fruits and watermelons of the mountain, never intending to harm human lives. Yet in the end, I still collided with the realms of the underworld and heaven, bringing upon myself 500 years of tribulation. Seeing Chen Shi lost in thought, the monkey removed his cassock, carefully wrapped it up, and cradled it in his arms, dismissively waving his hand. Can it be that the suppression of demonic nature is still within the demons, that is the domain of cultivators? Back when I declared myself the great sage equal to heaven and stirred chaos in the heavenly palace. Aside from my youth and inexperience, was it not due to my brief cultivation that my demonic nature remained? Though I possessed great supernatural powers, my cultivation of the heart was still lacking. Thus, when faced with temptations, I had no restraint, only indulgence. The monkey reminisced about his reckless behavior 500 years ago, a glimmer of memory flashing in his eyes. When was it that he had become so unruly? Perhaps it was when he left his master to return to his hometown. He had spent over 10 years seeking immortality and guidance, endured 7 years of menial labor on the mountain to cultivate patience. And yet, having attained enlightenment, he had only enjoyed 3 years of success. After 20 years away, he returned home riding the clouds in merely an hour. In that moment of pride, he lost his composure, leading to subsequent calamities. It seemed that his master had foreseen this when he urged him to depart, cautioning him not to forget his teachings. Truly, he was a wise master, Bodhi Patriarch. As for Chen Shi's later comments about cause and effect and the innocent passers-by, the monkey felt indifferent. After all, he was a cultivator. What need had he for such trivial matters? As for the passers-by, if he happened to be present during their plight, he would assist them. If he could not save them, avenging their deaths by eliminating the evil fiend would suffice. Why should he linger on it? After contemplating his true master, the monkey turned his gaze to his current, somewhat lenient master, surprised to see that the usually open-minded Chen Shi appeared so. Wait, observing Chen Shi's dazed expression and the cold sweat on his brow, the monkey furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. A flash of golden light sparked in his eyes as he followed Chen Shi's gaze. It turned out that he had been afflicted by the lingering resentment. The monkey chuckled knowingly, stepping forward to clap Chen Shi on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Master, you've returned to your senses." Chen Shi snapped back to reality. Noticing the monkey's concerned gaze, "What has happened to me?" Chen Shi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling suddenly fatigued. "Master, you have been disturbed by the resentment within the Huangfeng cave, causing you to lose your composure," the monkey explained, steadying the swaying Chen Shi. "Resentment?" Chen Shi questioned, puzzled. The monkey elaborated, "It is the resentment left behind by the Huangfeng monster and his minions who were unwilling to perish and lose their souls, as well as the travelers they consumed in the past. With the Huangfeng monster no longer suppressing them, the resentment has now been unleashed. Indeed, the Huangfeng monster was quite cunning, fearing that by consuming travelers, He would attract the attention of the underworld's enforcers and expose his deeds. Thus, he concealed the heavenly secrets and suppressed the resentment. Now, having perished, he finds himself mingling with this very resentment. It is rather amusing. The monkey mused internally. Do not question how he knew these intricate details. After all, he had once traversed the demon circles and formed the renowned Seven Great Saints team. Is there any possibility to dissipate this resentment? Chen Shi inquired cautiously, casting a wary glance at the dark mist. Not likely. The monkey shook his head. Ordinary methods find it difficult to eradicate it. Only great supernatural powers can achieve that, yet it would not be worth the effort. However, Master, you need not concern yourself with this. Have you perhaps forgotten our purpose in retrieving the true scripture? To liberate the spirits of the deceased is precisely the function of the scripture. When the time comes, situations like this will be easily resolved. We can all sit down, recite the scripture, and everything will be set right. The monkey, holding the cassock, spoke with a relaxed tone. Such matters were not truly troublesome. They merely posed a challenge for an ordinary person like Chen Shi, who could easily be ensnared by resentment, leading to sudden demise. For someone like the monkey, who had achieved cultivation, it was merely a fleeting occurrence. Unable to attach itself to him, can ordinary people also alleviate resentment by reciting the true scripture? Chen Shi pondered, recalling the ever-changing and negative emotions of the resentment. It should be possible, after all. It was passed down by the Buddha, the monkey replied after a moment's thought. That is good to hear. Chen Shi smiled brightly. And now, we have yet another reason to seek the scripture. He had initially thought that their quest for the scripture was simply to assist the higher-ups in disseminating the texts. But little did he know that the Bodhisattva's mention of liberating the spirits was not mere rhetoric. This world of journey to the west truly had elements that required the true scripture to resolve. Chen Shi mused quietly, taking advantage of Beiji's absence to sit cross-legged and recite the scripture for delivering the deceased, offering a small measure of comfort to those innocent travelers, although it may not have much effect. It was at least a gesture of goodwill. Yes, it aligned with the original intention of Chen Shi memorizing this scripture, to liberate those unfortunate souls encountered along the journey. Master, monkey brother, your old pig, have arrived. Just as he finished reciting the scripture, Beiji returned, carrying the luggage and leading the dragon horse. Simpleton, why are you so slow? Upon seeing Beiji finally arrive, the monkey's face lit up with joy as he stepped forward to take the reins of the dragon horse. Beiji, while carrying the load, did not forget to pat his belly and say, I was just thinking that master hasn't eaten in the last few days, so I specially went to gather some wild vegetables. I'll make some porridge for master to enjoy. You're quite thoughtful. The monkey nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Beiji master, there is no need to be so polite with me. Beiji's face beamed with delight as he set down the luggage and began to rummage through his small iron pot. This pot was typically used for boiling water and not for grander purposes, but it was suitable for cooking a bit of porridge on the road. Chapter 42, The Flowing Sand River. After finishing their meal of wild vegetables and porridge, the three of them rested for a while, discussing all that had transpired over the past few days. Chen Shi expressed his gratitude and praise for the monkey's resilience against the sandstorm, the timely intervention of the protective deity, and Beiji's self-proclaimed contributions. After their conversation, they extinguished the fire, took hold of their horse and luggage, and continued their journey westward. On this journey, they traversed 800 li of Huangfeng Ridge, entering a vast and flat expanse of land. Time passed swiftly, transitioning from summer to autumn, where they encountered the mournful cries of cicadas amidst withered willows and a great fire flowing westward. One day, while traveling, the trio suddenly came across turbulent waters, with waves surging violently. Before them lay a river of indeterminate length, blocking their path. Goodness, is this a river or a sea? How can one not see the opposite shore? Chen Shi halted the horse, shielding his eyes to gaze into the distance, exclaiming in astonishment, It cannot be wrong, it cannot be wrong. This is the path westward, the monkey replied, echoing Chen Shi's sentiments while also peering into the distance. Suddenly he exclaimed, it is indeed a river, yet it stretches an astonishing 800 li. There were no boats or fishermen on the river, making their crossing quite the challenge. Beiji set down his burden, wiped the sweat from his brow, and, while synchronizing his actions, observed, this river is indeed swift and turbulent, and there are no boats in sight. However, monkey brother, are you not exaggerating about this 800-mile claim? We have just crossed the 800-mile Yellow Wind Ridge, and now you recklessly speak of this distance to frighten master, do you? Ah, you foolish one. The monkey rolled his eyes at Beiji and retorted, with my divine sight I can discern the fortunes along a 1,000-mile stretch during the day. Just now I focused my gaze and estimated the river's width to be 800 miles. Is that so implausible? Beiji shook his head skeptically and raised an eyebrow at Chen Shi, smirking. Master, monkey brother is boasting again.
If he could see that far, how could you have been captured by the tiger demon and trapped in the yellow wind cave for 2 days, you fool? What nonsense are you spouting? Can you compare active observation to casual glances? Am I as foolish as you, gazing endlessly at sights 1,000 miles away?
The monkey, incensed by Beiji's words, twisted the pig's ear in irritation. Ouch, monkey brother.
Do not twist it. I was wrong. Beiji, hastily kneeling to beg for mercy, elicited laughter from Chun-Shi, who found amusement in the pig's forgetfulness, always provoking the monkey and invariably receiving his due punishment.
Enough, Wukong and Beiji, cease your bickering. We must now contemplate how to cross the river. Chun-Shi interjected. Alas, master, this river truly presents a challenge, the monkey replied, releasing his grip and turning to Chun-Shi with an exasperated gesture.
Though the river spans 800 miles for me, it would merely require a twist of the waist to pass. This fool Beiji might take a moment, but he could manage it too, however, if it pertains to you.
Master, the monkey shook his head in silence, his meaning unmistakable. You are aware of your own capabilities, Chun-Shi, are you not? It is utterly impassable. Then let us circumvent the river. It may take a month.
But we shall eventually cross, Beiji suggested, rubbing his slightly reddened ears. This river spans 800 miles. Who knows how long it truly is? Let us first walk along the riverbank and see if fortune smiles upon us.
Allowing us to discover a way to cross, Chun-Shi dismissed Beiji's impractical idea and led the horse directly along the river's edge. Indeed, the 800-mile river is quite renowned in the original text.
First, we can rule out the heavenly river. So could it possibly be the river of sand? As he recalled the last member of their journeying party yet to return, a conjecture formed in Chun-Shi's mind.
Noticing that Chun-Shi had begun to move, the monkey and Beiji hurriedly followed, with the monkey's eyes darting around, pondering methods to cross the river, while Beiji's thoughts wandered elsewhere, contemplating what to eat should they fail to cross.
After a short while, they came upon a stone tablet standing by the riverbank. Upon closer inspection, they saw 3 seal characters inscribed at the top, River of Sand. The tablet also bore a couplet, 800 miles of sand and silt. 3,000 fathoms of weak water deep. Goose feathers cannot float, while reeds surely sink. So this place is called the River of Sand, the monkey murmured to himself. Suddenly Beiji exclaimed in astonishment, this river is actually related to weak water?
Oh, brother, do you know about this weak water? The monkey inquired, leaning closer. How could I not know? Beiji replied, shaking his pig head, his eyes glimmering with reminiscence. I in my days as the water marshal of heaven, I managed a river, one of which was weak water. What is so remarkable about this weak water? The monkey pressed. Beiji ignored him and turned to Chun-Shi, saying, Master, this river truly is difficult to cross today. This weak water is just as the tablet states. Goose feathers cannot float, and reeds sink. Any ordinary vessel from the mortal realm would sink as soon as it touched the water. Is it truly that magical? Though Chun-Shi had already anticipated this from reading the inscription, he was still intrigued. In a playful mood, he retrieved a scrap of cloth from his bundle and tossed it into the river of sand. Watching it swiftly disappear beneath the surface, come hold on to my hand, I shall feel the water, Chun-Shi suggested, his interest piqued. The monkey, eager as ever, grasped Chun-Shi's right hand, watching curiously as he slowly crouched down to test the water with his left hand. Master, is this water entertaining? Chun-Shi extended his left hand into the river, closing his eyes to feel its essence. This river water is indeed extraordinary. It lacks the buoyancy of ordinary water. Instead, I can sense a pulling force. As if it wishes to draw my hand deeper into the river, Chun-Shi exerted a slight force to resist the river's pull and discovered that the weak water behaved contrary to regular water. The greater the volume he submerged, the stronger the pull became. Initially only his fingertips were submerged, presenting a mere gentle tug, yet when his entire hand was immersed, it felt as if a powerful hand from the depths seized his palm, attempting to drag him under. What a wondrous world, filled with marvels, Chun-Shi exclaimed as he withdrew his hand, stepping back onto the shore and shaking off the water droplets. This weak water is indeed perilous for ordinary individuals. One misstep, and falling in could lead to an irreversible fate. Let me also give it a try, the monkey declared. Seeing that Chun-Shi had safely retreated, he squatted down, extending his hand into the river. What is so remarkable about this? Look at you two, acting as if you've never seen anything before, Beiji boasted, puffing out his chest. This river of sand must only be slightly tainted by weak water. The one I managed in heaven could sink even immortals without a second thought. How delightful, so pleasurable. The monkey, utterly disregarding Beiji's nostalgic pride, relished the sensation of the river's pull, his face beaming with joy. Unlike Chun-Shi and Beiji, whose mortal bodies were vulnerable, the weak water posed no threat to him. It felt more like a massage, easing his muscles. Feeling that the river's strength was insufficient, he retrieved his golden staff and stood it upright on the bank. Leaping into the river, leaving only his head exposed while one arm clutched the staff, enjoying the free massage. Such a resilient monkey. Observing this, Beiji reined in his pride and retreated behind Chen Qi.
Muttering with a hint of envy, with that iron head and unbreakable body, let alone this river of sand, even the weak water in heaven would merely serve as a stronger massage for him, nothing more.
Chen Qi nodded in agreement. Oh mother, I wish I too could possess such an indestructible body. As one was indulging in a delightful massage in the river, the other two stood on the bank. Wide-eyed and envious, their stomachs churning with jealousy. However, before Chen Qi and Beiji could call the monkey back to shore, the river of sand suddenly surged violently, waves crashing like mountains, and a fearsome demon emerged from the water. With a wild mane of fiery red hair and eyes as bright as lanterns, its face was neither black nor blue, but rather a deep indigo. Its voice thundered like a dragon's roar. And it wore a yellow cloak with a waist adorned by white vines, 9 skulls hanging from its neck, and a magnificent staff in hand. Who dares disturb my river of sand? Do you not know the rules here? The demon, towering above the river, glared menacingly at the 3 disciples. What rules do you speak of? This river of sand spans 800 miles. How has it become yours? Beiji, seeing the demon's terrifying visage and its audacity to claim the river, retorted without hesitation, when I ruled the weak water, you were merely a lowly demon in some corner of the underworld. How dare you act so brazenly before your heaven's pig? Ha, a foolish pig demon with no knowledge of the rules. Listen well, this river of sand is owned by me. If you wish to cross, each of you must offer a pig, cow, or sheep, but since I find you all displeasing, it shall cost you 10 times that. The demon pointed at the monkey, who had just come ashore, and then gestured towards Chen Qi and Beiji, his finger tracing a line in the air. Such a brazen monster, truly taking itself too seriously. Beiji, infuriated yet amused, drew out his 9-toothed rake and leaped forward, declaring, there are no pigs, cows, or sheep here, but how about a rake for you? Humph! The demon, unafraid of Beiji's refusal to comply, raised its staff in retaliation. A fierce battle ensued on the river of sand, with Beiji's rake resembling dragon claws and the staff appearing like polished ivory, each striking blows against the other. Their fierce combat stretched into over 20 exchanges. Watching from the bank, the monkey's hands itched with desire to join the fray, grasping his iron staff, eager to leap in and assist with a strike. However, recalling the previous encounter at Yellow Wind Ridge, he hesitated to leave Chen Qi's side, forced to watch the battle unfold. Wukong, do you wish to join the fight? Chen Qi chuckled at the monkey's restless demeanor. Master, I see that this demon possesses some skill. Beiji cannot subdue him alone. Not if I intervene. A single strike would secure my glory, but I worry that you are unprotected should something go awry. The monkey rubbed his hands together, a conflicted look on his face. Fear not, go ahead, but do not stray too far as you did last time. Having already deduced the demon's identity as Sha Sang, Chen Qi felt confident in allowing the monkey to engage. Knowing they were close to the bank, unlike their previous encounter where Wukong had foolishly ventured too far into danger, all right, master, I shall go. With Chen Qi's permission, the monkey sprang into action, gleefully shouting, hey, demon, receive a blow from your grandson's son. As for the river of sand, Sha Sang, relying on his mastery of water and years spent dwelling within its depths, had initially underestimated Beiji and the others. Little did he know that once combat commenced, he would discover that this seemingly simple, a foolish pig demon possessed remarkable aquatic skills. The river of flowing sand bore a certain familiarity, and the skillful use of the rake in his hands was commendable. After a brief exchange of several dozen rounds, not only could he not subdue his opponent, but he also found himself subtly at a disadvantage, observing the prowess of the pig demon and the arrival of a monkey monster to assist him. The frightened Sha Sang abandoned Bajie and swiftly dove into the river of flowing sand, leaving behind a harsh remark, humph, what skill is there in overwhelming the few with the many? You barbarians, not only do you refuse to pay the toll, but you dare to bully me. I am leaving, let us see how you cross the river. Oh dear, monkey brother, what chaos have you added to this situation? If you hadn't come, I could have captured that demon in just 3 to 5 more exchanges. Bajie attempted to stop Sha Sang but was unsuccessful, and he turned to the monkey at his side. Unable to suppress his grievances, brother, it's not that I left the Huangfeng monster behind, but I've been itching to use this iron staff for over a month. The monkey chuckled, draping an arm around Bajie. Humph, you can scratch your itch elsewhere. How dare you ruin my plans? Bajie grumbled, shaking off the monkey's arm. I didn't expect the demon to be so cowardly. Upon seeing me, he fled, likely thinking my brother's might is too much for him to handle. Using that as an excuse to escape, the monkey said, knowing he had overstepped and offering a sheepish smile as he placed his hand back on Bajie's shoulder, coaxing him back to the riverbank. Indeed, brother makes a valid point. It seems this demon has grown timid, using you as a pretext for his retreat. Seeing the monkey soften and praise him, Bajie's irritation dissipated, and he broke into a broad smile. The two brothers then walked arm in arm, amicably returning to the riverbank to report to Chen Shi. Master, that demon, realizing he could not defeat Bajie, has fled to the depths of the river of flowing sand. I may not be blind or deaf, even from tens of meters away, I can see clearly. I heard the words of Sha saying as he ran. Chen Shi, feeling a bit speechless after hearing this nonsense, pondered for a moment and then remarked, that demon claims to have a method to cross the river but refuses to ferry us. What shall we do, master? That is simple. Bajie clapped his belly and cheerfully suggested. That demon is no match for me. Let monkey brother go and capture him. Once we have him, we can compel him to ferry us across without harming him, and after crossing, we can give him a bit of food as a toll. Does he still want pigs and cows, and sheep? I see the demon is used to extorting tribute. He won't be able to resist. As he spoke, Bajie swallowed hard, feeling a pang of envy that he longed for the days when he roamed the mountains, feasting on wild game, before he was forced to adopt a vegetarian diet after encountering the Bodhisattva. Unlike this demon who, having claimed a river, received offerings of pigs, cows, and sheep, it truly infuriated him. Bajie, lost in his thoughts, noticed the monkey beside him looking troubled and said, Monkey brother, what are you waiting for? Weren't you just itching for a fight? This demon is yours to claim. Hurry up. I'll guard master. The monkey scratched his head, looking somewhat hesitant. Bajie, I won't hide anything from you. I don't dare boast about this. I'm not particularly skilled in water dealing. If I go in empty-handed, I'll need to chant spells and recite water avoidance incantations first, otherwise I must transform into some fish or shrimp to die by. As for gambling skills, I can handle any trick in the mountains. But the water business is a bit tricky. What? Bajie stared wide-eyed at the monkey, who was fidgeting with his hands. Monkey brother, are you suggesting that I go catch the demon? Chapter 44, Bajie and Sha Sing engage in a fierce battle on the river. Hey, my good brother. The monkey placed his arm around Bajie's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. When it comes to swimming, who could rival us? You are the former water marshal of heaven. Former water marshal? Bajie glared at the mischievous monkey, annoyed. Had I known this task would fall upon me, I should have been less lenient with this troublesome monkey. If it weren't for him, I could have captured that demon just now. Why must I now venture into the river? I must clarify. Although I once commanded the heavenly waters, managing 80,000 water soldiers, my prowess is not guaranteed against any descendants of that demon lurking beneath the river. If they swarm me, I, old pig, will struggle to fend them off. Feeling overwhelmed, Bajie attempted to deflect the responsibility as he noticed Chen Shi and the monkey gazing at him. Fear not, fear not. The monkey said, massaging Bajie's shoulders enthusiastically. If you engage him in the water, do not linger. Accept defeat if necessary, draw him out, and I shall come to your aid. What you say does make some sense. A little to the left. Bajie closed his eyes, relishing the massage, and after some contemplation, reluctantly agreed. Then go quickly, we must be on our way. As the monkey urged him to hurry, he pushed Bajie toward the riverbank. Always using people to your advantage. Bajie shook his sleeves, grumbling under his breath. Now, master, monkey brother, I'm going in. Monkey brother, remember to support me. Rest assured, go forth. Do not forget your identity as the water marshal of heaven. The monkey waved at Bajie. Yes, Bajie, Wu Nang, stay spirited and don't lose face. Chen Shi added, enjoying the spectacle. With a spark of pride ignited within him, Bajie felt a surge of confidence. After all, how could the illustrious reincarnation of the water marshal of heaven fear a mere river demon? Wouldn't it be a source of ridicule among his former colleagues if word got out? Moreover, during their earlier encounter, the demon had proven no match for him. Thus, with newfound determination, Bajie shed his azure robe, removed his shoes, wielded his rake, parted the waters, and employing the techniques he had mastered in the heavenly realm, leaped into the waves, plunging down to the riverbed, boldly advancing. Demon, your grandfather, the pig, has arrived. Meanwhile, Sha Sang, having abandoned Bajie as an opponent, had dived into the water realm, gasping for breath and cursing his misfortune for encountering a rowdy, unreasonable group with supernatural abilities. Upon hearing Bajie's challenge, he angrily kicked open the door of the water palace and emerged to confront him, shouting, how dare you, a lowly barbarian, demand tolls without the means to pay? You a demon, dare to collect tolls here? What reason do you have? The rake in your grandfather's hands is the only reason you need, Bajie countered, blocking the staff that Sha Sing thrust at him with a laugh. Before meeting the Bodhisattva, Bajie had also been a highwayman, extorting tolls from travelers, but he had learned to play dead when faced with a formidable opponent. After all, in the realm of demons, Reason held little sway, strength dictated power. Now that this demon could not even best him, let alone the troublesome monkey behind him, what tribute was there to be paid, if it came to that? Those two penniless fools could barely scrape together enough for a meal. The bulk of the tribute would be his. You pig demon, blind to the mountain's majesty. I am no mere demon, Shasang. Invoking his own background, sneered, I was born strong and have roamed the vastness of the universe. My name is renowned among heroes and legends. The Jade Emperor himself elevated me, appointing me as the curtain-lifting general. Within the southern heavenly gate, I hold respect, and before the Lingshao Hall, I am esteemed. I was punished to guard this river of flowing sand, and to stave off hunger, I became a ferrying servant. Today, since you pig demon wish to take by force, I shall capture you and turn you into a savory sauce. Though you pig demon may seem coarse, you can still serve as a toll, after reciting a lengthy background poem. Shasing steeled his resolve and glared at Bajie. So you're the demoted curtain-lifting general, yet you still try to embellish yourself. What do you mean by guarding? You have no sense, I old pig. Could squeeze water from my flesh. How could I be coarse? It's no wonder you were punished to this desolate place to eat sand. Bajie, upon hearing this, felt no excitement at encountering a fallen colleague. Instead, he was enraged by Shasing's disdainful remarks about his appearance and angrily swung his rake at him. Shasing ducked to evade the blow, his face turning a shade of green as he glared at Bajie. His mouth twitching in anger, not wishing to argue further with the pig demon, he retaliated with fury. Both were filled with wrath, engaging fiercely as they battled from the water's depths to the surface. Unleashing their full power. In an instant, dozens of rounds had passed, causing the river to churn violently, fish and shrimp to leap, and the water to roil as if the sun and moon had dimmed. Rendering the world devoid of color, logically Bajie had managed to gain the upper hand against Shasang during their first encounter, but this time Shasang, fueled by anger, wielded his staff fiercely, his eyes wide with rage. As for Bajie, this foolish pig was soft-hearted and timid by nature, though he had begun with some anger. Seeing Shasang's ferocity made him hesitant. With the monkey's support behind him, Bajie succumbed to laziness. Fighting half-heartedly, and thus their battle stretched on for a full 2 hours. Chen Shi, observing from the riverbank, initially stood with the monkey heads held high, marveling at the prowess of these extraordinary beings. However, after raising his head for quite some time and witnessing that the fight was still ongoing, he grew weary and lowered his gaze, massaging his aching neck. Just then, he caught sight of the fish and shrimp surfacing on the river's surface, agitated by the brawl between the two combatants. He casually nudged the monkey beside him, whose eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, and said, Yukon, it seems that it will take a while for Beiji and that demon to finish their scuffle. The fish and shrimp floating on the river shouldn't go to waste. Let us gather them up. Even if we cannot consume them all, we can dry them for our journey ahead. At this moment, you still think of food. The monkey, momentarily speechless, withdrew his scrutinizing gaze from the battlefield to glance at Chen Shi, who swallowed hard while eyeing the fish and shrimp, clearly tempted. Furthermore, as a monk, shouldn't you refrain from indulging in meat? Not only are you yearning for fish and shrimp, but I see you salivating at the sight of those large prawns leaping from the water. Cough, cough, Wukong, why do you stare at me? Let us go and gather the fish and shrimp together. We mustn't let them be swept back into the river. Seeing the monkey silent, Chen Shi noticed that a river shrimp, about a foot long, was on the verge of being washed away by the waves, so he hurriedly urged, I am not like the monk from the original tale, who abstains from meat. It's merely that there have been few opportunities along the way. The wealthy households, upon seeing me as a monk, always serve vegetarian dishes. The impoverished families struggle as well. They can hardly afford meat for themselves, let alone spare any for meat. It is not feasible for me to ask the monkey to hunt for meat. That would tarnish my image as a compassionate monk, wouldn't it? Upon reflection, Chen Shi realized that the best opportunity he had to indulge in meat during this journey was when he visited Lu Buqin's home. Not only was there meat, but also tiger meat, along with a plethora of wild delicacies he had never tasted before. Alas, Lu Buqin's mother had intervened, winning over Chen Shi's appetite with her tea-soaked rice. However delightful the dish was, it was still not meat. Calculating carefully, Chen Shi, a former carnivore, had not eaten meat for nearly a year in this life. Fortunately, the wild fruits gathered by the monkeys seemed to be infused with some spiritual essence, making them quite delectable, and Beiji's culinary skills were impressive, resulting in delightful vegetarian meals. Otherwise, Chen Shi's stomach would have revolted long ago, and today, with a convenient excuse to avoid wastefulness, it appeared that Chen Shi might finally feast on fish and shrimp. Gazing at the river shrimp, which could grow to the length of his forearm within the context of the journey to the west, Chen Shi imagined the taste of grilled shrimp, swallowing hard in anticipation. And without waiting for the monkey, he rolled up his sleeves, removed his monk shoes, and began to catch fish and shrimp at the riverbank. "Master, allow me to handle this. You should rest and keep an eye on the luggage and the white horse. The waves are quite strong now. You mustn't be swept into the quicksand river and become an unfortunate water ghost." As Chen Shi cautiously maneuvered around the riverbank, using the hem of his clothing as a pouch to collect large river shrimp. His face lit up with excitement. The monkey stepped forward, grabbed Chen Shi, and returned him to the white horse, expressing his concern among their group. Only Chen Shi was immortal, and the waters of the quicksand river held their own dangers. He must not risk being swept away while trying to catch fish and shrimp. "Indeed, this quicksand river is perilous." "Then, Yukong, please pick the larger ones, gather the dead ones and toss the live ones back into the river. After all, we Buddhists are merciful." But Chen Shi cast a reluctant glance at the remaining large river shrimp and fish along the riverbank. The bountiful scene was before him, yet he could not continue collecting. For Chen Shi, it felt akin to the monkey watching Beiji and Sha Sang fight without being able to intervene. His hands itched, yet the waters of the quicksand river were no laughing matter. Chen Shi could not insist on taking risks, thus, he reiterated his instructions to the monkey, recalling his monk persona, and even uttered a prayer for compassion. But in any case, there were enough fish and shrimp that had met their demise along the riverbank to feed them for several meals. Upholding a strategy of sustainable development, there was indeed no need to deplete the waters entirely. "Rest assured, master, I shall take care of this." Upon hearing Chen Shi's words, the monkey glanced toward Beiji and the demon engaged in their lively tussle. Then looked at the fish and shrimp wriggling on the ground, letting out a resigned sigh. "Alas, when did I, the great sage equal to heaven, resort to scavenging for dead fish and shrimp? How far I have fallen!" Yet who could blame him, for he was stuck with a gluttonous monk as his master. "Very well, let it be thus." The monkey lowered his head and began to gather the fish, shrimp, and crabs from the riverbank. Sorting them by whether they were alive or dead, the live ones he tossed back into the river, while the deceased he handed over to Chen Shi, having received the monkey's sorted catch, categorized them further, preserving the fish that would not spoil for drying, while prioritizing the shrimp and crabs that would quickly decay for immediate cooking or grilling. At first, the monkey was somewhat reluctant to gather the catch. After all, he was the illustrious Sun Wukong, armed with the Rui Jingu Bang, a tool meant for subduing demons and vanquishing evil. How could he stoop to collecting dead fish and shrimp? Yet as he continued, the monkey discovered that, surprisingly, gathering the fish and shrimp was quite entertaining. It reminded him of his days in the peach garden, selecting the most succulent peaches, especially when he tossed the larger river shrimp and crabs up. Chen Shi would react with excitement. "Excellent, oh, this one is sizable." Yukong quickly grabbed that one to the left. "Don't let the waves wash it away." "Well done." With each compliment, the positive reinforcement encouraged the monkey further. And the two spent nearly an hour in their endeavor. Next to the white horse and their belongings, the pile of fish, shrimp, and crabs had grown into two small mountains. Eventually, it was the little white dragon who could no longer bear the sight of the two engrossed in their fish-catching escapade and let out a loud snort to remind them. Chen Shi, gazing at the abundance of fish, shrimp, and crabs, finally called a halt to their activity. "Ah, what a shame to leave the rest." The monkey returned to the shore, and together with Chen Shi, they lamented the numerous fish and shrimp still remaining. Indeed, it was regrettable, and Chen Shi concurred. Many of these are edible, however, letting them be swept back into the river is better than letting them rot away, with bare feet and rolled up trousers, their hands muddy and fishy. They stood like fishermen on the riverbank, pointing and discussing their catch, completely oblivious to their true identities as monks and the forgotten characters still engaged in battle. "Yukong, please take care of these fish. Remove their innards, there are too many for us to consume all at once. Preparing them for drying will allow us to have something to eat on the road or even trade with some benefactors for provisions. I will go gather some dry branches and leaves from the forest to start a fire for cooking. We must ensure the shrimp and crabs do not spoil while we wait." Chen Shi groaned, trying to ease the soreness in his back from bending down frequently, glancing at Beiji and Sha Sang still locked in combat, and made his arrangements. "Yes, master, do not wander too far. Beware of the demons." The monkey nodded, reminding him. Of course, Chen Shi smiled in return, acknowledging the dangers of the world. He would not roam recklessly. Thus, after Beiji and Sha Sang had fought for a full 2 hours, feeling the pangs of hunger and witnessing the demon's diminishing strength, Beiji deliberately feigned a weakness, retreating to the riverbank. Yet, before the monkey could seize the opportunity, Sha Sang cleverly dodged back to the riverbed. "Humph, do you think I am as foolish as that pig demon? I have allies at the shore." Just when he felt fatigued from the fight, he decided to return and rest. Sha Sang dusted himself off and fled.
leaving Beiji bewildered. Wait, you're just leaving like that, aren't you going to pursue? Bah, cowardly red-haired creature, you deserve to be punished by eating sand, he grumbled, cursing the monkey while making his way back to the shore. As soon as he reached the riverbank, Beiji caught a whiff of an enticing aroma and sniffed vigorously, saliva dripping from his mouth as he followed the scent. Upon arrival, he found Chun-Chi and the monkey comfortably seated by the fire. A small pot simmering with crabs and river fish, bubbling with steam, while they skewered large river shrimp over the flames, occasionally sprinkling salt from a container. Oh, my master and senior brother, so while I was battling on the river, you two were here leisurely grilling shrimp and stewing fish and crabs. How is this fair? Are you not conspiring together to bully me, old pig? Beiji stormed back, throwing down his rake and plopping down onto the ground with his back to them. Sulking Beiji, you've returned. Noticing Beiji's anger, Chun-Chi felt no guilt. Instead, he laughed and said, it's not that we are bullying you, you were engaged in a fierce battle with that demon, which left the riverbank teeming with fish, shrimp, and crabs. My senior brother and I, adhering to the principle of not wasting, gathered quite a bounty out. We waited for you since the sky is darkening, fearing you would return hungry, so we prepared this for you. See, we haven't touched any of it. Even while sulking, Beiji couldn't resist sneaking glances at the delectable river delicacies. Hearing Chun-Chi's cheerful words, he could no longer pretend and turned to face them, scrutinizing their expressions. Doubtful, master, are you truly not deceiving me? Indeed, we have not eaten, you dimwit. Do you think we are like you, only knowing how to eat and not considering the bonds of our sect? This fish, shrimp, and crabs have long been prepared, just waiting for you, the monkey retorted with irritation. How dare you speak like that, you gluttonous creature? Previously, who was it that fervently urged me to feign defeat in luring the monster? Now, this creature is quite astute and did not fall for the ruse. I genuinely fought for a full 2 hours. Upon seeing the monkey, Beiji dared to voice his grievances, immediately turning the tables to scold him. The monkey found himself momentarily at a loss for words, realizing how clever this monster was to not be deceived. You have indeed labored, my junior brother, he said. Come, let us indulge in a hearty meal to replenish ourselves. The monkey's eyes glinted mischievously as he picked up a large fish from the pot and placed it in Beiji's bowl, offering it. Humph. Noticing the monkey's change of attitude, Beiji accepted the bowl and chopsticks. While continuing to grumble, you, the habitual manipulator, only exhibit a modicum of kindness at this juncture. You, the monkey, witnessing Beiji devouring the fish, gritted his teeth in irritation, clenching his fists. All right, since Beiji has toiled, let him vent his frustrations. It is only fitting. As the monkey's expression grew increasingly perilous, Chun-Chi timely intervened. Here, Beiji, have some of this fragrant fish soup. It is the master who truly cares for us, unlike that certain monkey who sweet talks when he needs something only to change his tune when it is no longer required. Beiji accepted the fish soup with a discontented glance at the monkey. Let us not dwell on that. The fish, shrimp, and crabs were all gathered and prepared by your senior brother, and he even fetched the water, stating he would wait for you without a second thought. Witnessing the monkey gritting his teeth in silence, Chun-Chi chuckled internally, defending the monkey. Well, at least he has some semblance of conscience. Beiji, hearing Chun-Chi's words, felt his anger dissipate considerably and declared, without the soul victim, I can continue to vent my frustrations. Thus, this bountiful dinner may finally proceed normally. Chun-Chi savored several bowls of fish soup and munched on several skewers of grilled shrimp until he felt satiated. The monkey, accustomed to a diet of fruits and vegetarian meals, did not touch the fish, shrimp, or crabs, instead opting for the wild fruits he had gathered during the day. However, Beiji was genuinely hungry, voraciously devouring the fish, shrimp, and crabs without spitting out bones or shells. Crunching them with abandon, he swallowed without a care, unperturbed by the prospect of injuring his throat or stomach, for he was, after all, a formidable demon. Chun-Chi watched in envy as Beiji feasted. Who among food lovers would not desire such iron teeth and unbreakable guts, capable of accommodating an endless appetite? After finishing, Beiji patted his swollen belly and let out a satisfied belch. Chun-Chi had initially worried about the leftover shrimp and crabs, yet they were all consumed by Beiji. With the pot being replenished multiple times and the firewood added continuously to sustain his feast. By the time Beiji finished, he had devoured more than half of the remaining fish as well, which spared them the trouble of pickling or drying it. How delightful! Tonight, I, the old pig, have finally had my fill, Beiji proclaimed, being the last to finish. He demonstrated awareness by gathering the utensils and then reclined on the ground, rubbing his belly and humming contentedly. With such an appetite, if you were to eat heartily at every meal, would we even embark on the journey for scriptures? We would be too busy finding food for you. As the evening descended, the monkey leaned against a tree, adding fuel to the fire while jesting. Beiji ignored the mischievous horseman, picking up a long fish bone to pick his teeth, turning to Chen Qi and asking, "Master, why are we indulging in fish, shrimp, and crabs today? Aren't we monks supposed to abstain from meat? You simpleton, why question while eating? Now that you are full, you suddenly wish to inquire." The monkey laughed and scolded him. Chen Qi replied with a smile, "Monks abstain from meat to avoid killing. We should not harm living beings for the sake of sustenance. The fish, shrimp, and crabs were not caught by us but rather were collateral damage from your battle with that monster. Rather than let them rot on the shore, it is more practical for us to consume them, which is hardly a grievous sin. In truth." Chen Qi shook his head, as he did not entirely subscribe to this viewpoint. Life exists within the natural order, and survival necessitates consumption, which is fundamentally rooted in the food chain. Only enlightened beings can transcend this cycle. Furthermore, is vegetarianism truly synonymous with non-killing? Are not plants also life? According to Buddhist teachings, even a bowl of water may harbor thousands of tiny creatures. By that logic, drinking water would equate to committing a sin. Chen Qi personally advocated for moderation in killing, decrying cruelty and the consumption of sentient beings. Beyond that, he was merely a mundane individual, unable to dictate matters beyond his purview. Interestingly, the original Buddhist precept against meat consumption pertained to pungent foods such as garlic, onions, and ginger. The rationale was simple. As a monk, one must preach the Dharma, and consuming strong-flavored foods would lead to a foul breath that might repel potential followers. Thus, the character for meat contains the radical for grass. The subsequent prohibition against meat emerged during the southern and northern dynasties, particularly linked to Emperor Wu of the Liang dynasty, known for his fervent Buddhist faith and often referred to as Bodhisattva Shao. He even sacrificed himself for the sake of the Buddha multiple times, leading to the court and ministers collectively raising a fortune to redeem the emperor. It was absurd. The notion of monks avoiding meat and adopting vegetarianism was a decree established by him, promoting the belief that meat-eaters severed compassion, thereby shaping the vegetarian tradition in Chinese Buddhism. After all, a temple that professes not to consume meat has a greater advantage in promoting its compassionate ideology and attracting disciples. The worldview of Journey to the West resonates with the historical narrative of Chen Qi's primary world, hence a similar emperor once influenced contemporary customs, yet, policies can be circumvented. Ordinary people indeed require meat for nutritional sustenance, which is why, officially, the consumption of meat is discouraged, while in practice, Buddhism introduces the concept of 3 pure meats, referring to meat from animals that the believer has neither seen nor suspected to have been killed for their sake. It bears resemblance to the gentleman's principle of keeping distance from butchers. Building upon this, there are further stipulations regarding 5 pure meats and 9 pure meats, which I shall not elaborate upon. What Chen Qi engaged in today was merely a compliant act, not a breach of precept. Oh dear, this fool Beiji, upon hearing Chen Qi's words, suddenly realized, his eyes widening as he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Oh no, master, according to your reasoning, since the fish, shrimp, and crabs resulted from my battle with that monster, does that not mean I bear half the blame for the sin of killing?" Chen Qi merely smiled in silence. One might wonder why during his time at Two Realms Mountain, he was able to receive a dream from Lu Buqin's deceased father. Seeking redemption, family legacies can be passed down. Lu Buqin and his mother observed that his father was not a bad man in life. Why then, in the afterlife, must he suffer? The answer lies in the classic worldview of Journey to the West, where he committed the sin of killing. Seeing Chen Qi remain silent, Beiji lamented, "That wretched creature. The curtain-closing general should have simply ferried us across the river without causing me to incur such sins. When we eventually retrieve the scriptures and are rewarded, what if the Buddha sees my transgressions and reduces my stipend?" It is amusing to note that this fool seemed less concerned about sin and more about his future remuneration. The monkey doubled over with laughter, clapping his hands. "How delightful that you, this fool, can already think of future paychecks. You cursed monkey, how dare you laugh?" Beiji retorted angrily, "Isn't this your brilliant idea? I say, you should bear half of the blame for the sin. Alright, no need to split it. I shall shoulder your portion entirely. How does that sound?" The monkey replied with a grin. Who is he? What he dares to do, the underworld dares not record. The mere sin of killing a few fish and shrimp. Look at how frightened this fool is. Monkey brother, it is a promise. Beiji, transforming his ire into delight, promptly affirmed, "Hee, it is but a trivial matter. Why would I deceive you?" The monkey waved his hand dismissively. "Yet, why do you scold that monster as the curtain-closing general?" "Oh, you mean that one?" Beiji stroked his belly, recalling that upon returning, he had been too preoccupied with his anger and eating to inform this monkey and the master of the situation.
That monster revealed that he was originally a curtain-closing general in heaven. He said he accidentally broke a crystal cup at the peach banquet and was to be executed, were it not for the intervention of the barefoot immortal. He would have ended up in this river, consuming sand. It seems to me that the barefoot immortal is simply idle. Why aid him? Sparing his life brings him compassion and a good reputation. But adds trouble for us, Beiji grumbled as he lay on the ground. Hey, you fool, the monkey shot Beiji a sideways glance. Were you not also saved by the old star? How come the golden star's rescue was an act of great compassion? Yet the barefoot immortal is merely meddling. Beiji was momentarily stumped by the monkey's inquiry, stammering in silence. You three share a peculiar fate, all due to the peach banquet. Each has suffered for it. One was imprisoned for 5 centuries. Another reincarnated as a pig, and the last was exiled to the river of sand for punishment. Chen Shi suddenly recognized the entangled fates of his 3 disciples and could not help but chuckle. Could it be that the peach banquet was perceived by Guanyin Bodhisattva as a talent recruitment fair? Alas, master, why dwell on such old matters? Seeing Chen Shi reminisce about past follies, the monkey waved his hand. Chuckling awkwardly, Yuzhu Beiji, feeling a sense of embarrassment, covered his face with his sleeve. On the other hand, the beleaguered Baimawen still had some achievements to boast about, unlike him, who found it difficult to speak of any merits. However, Beiji pondered, this general of the curtain, how come I never crossed paths with him during my time in heaven? I hadn't even heard of him. Could it be that the demon is deceiving you? The monkey leaned against the tree, feigning confusion as he changed the subject. Oh, how long did you spend in heaven back then? It's only natural not to recognize him, not to mention you. Even I have merely heard whispers of a celestial general who, due to a blunder at the peach banquet, incurred the emperor's ire and was cast down to earth as punishment. Looking at it now, it must be he. Beiji patted his round belly in satisfaction. The wretched-looking demon, disheveled and downtrodden, appeared even more miserable than he did, yet there seemed to be an element of truth in its words. But, oh monkey, this cowardly general of the curtain, cowering at the riverbed and refusing to show himself. What can we do about that? Beiji paused, his belly patting, a hint of worry in his voice, then his eyes gleamed as he devised a rather foolish plan. How about this, brother? You carry master on your back and ride the clouds over the river, while I handle the luggage on my cloud. This white horse, which you claim transformed from a white dragon, can swim across on its own. Then we can all meet up on the other shore, and everything will be settled. You fool! The monkey rolled his eyes in disbelief. Why should it be you who carries master while I handle the luggage? Hey, wouldn't that just showcase your filial piety? Not wanting to claim credit, of course, Beiji chuckled, attempting to deflect the situation, but when he saw the monkey glaring at him as if about to strike, he quickly revealed the truth. All right, I'll be honest. It is just that master's mortal flesh is as heavy as Mount Tai. I can't carry him. It must be you, brother. Your somersaulting skills are formidable. Ha, you ride the clouds. Does that mean mine aren't? The monkey sneered. There is an ancient saying, to carry Mount Tai lightly is but a trivial task, yet to aid a mortal in escaping the mundane is no easy feat, even if it were a real mountain. I could carry it, but for mere mortals. The monkey shook his head at Chen Shi, expressing sincerity. In truth, there are methods, much like that tiger demon before, which used demonic means, swirling black winds to travel along the gusts. Yet it could only move on the ground, unable to ascend to the skies. Such minor tricks I, Sun Wukong, can also employ. But master, you must understand, if you wish to attain the true scriptures, this journey must be undertaken in mortal form. Traversing the sea of suffering, gaining insight, and never harboring thoughts of shortcuts. Beiji and I, in the end, are merely your protectors, capable of subduing demons and safeguarding your safety, but ultimately, it is you who must retrieve the scriptures and navigate the sea of suffering. If your experiences lack completeness, then even upon reaching the western heaven, it would merely be grasping at the moon reflected in water, a futile endeavor. The monkey shook his head slowly, earnestly advising, but Wukong, this humble monk has learned from you. Chen Shi replied, gazing into the monkey's shining, sincere eyes, his hands clasped in prayer. The sea of suffering in the mundane world can only be traversed by oneself. Each step leaves its mark, and only then can one attain a lotus pedestal. This journey to the west, originally a trial for Tang Seng, is now assumed by me, yet it does not imply that the tribulations will lessen. On the contrary, these experiences and hardships may very well be the greatest treasure and reward of my life. Ha, master, do not be so polite. The monkey stepped forward, pressing down on Chen Shi's arm to prevent him from bowing. As your disciple, it is my duty to remind you. Look at these two, so deeply bonded as master and disciple. Beiji scoffed. After all this talk, we still have to cross the river to find the general of the curtain. This time I'm not going. If you insist on discussing traversing the sea of suffering, then you go by yourself. Don't worry, I have my methods. The day is growing late. let us rest for now, and tomorrow we shall make further arrangements. The monkey withdrew his serious demeanor, smiling as he leaned back against the tree, stretching his legs out comfortably as usual. I hope your methods prove effective. I'd hate for you to just torment me again like today, Beiji muttered, rolling over on the ground before closing his eyes to rest. A night passed without incident. The next morning, the three gathered around a small iron pot, consuming a porridge of wild vegetables and river delicacies. Beiji turned to the monkey and inquired, "You mentioned having a method yesterday. What is it?" "Simple." The monkey slurped a mouthful of white porridge leisurely. "I'm going to find the Bodhisattva. She promised me long ago that in times of trouble, I could seek her, and she would resolve it." "Humph, I thought you had some extraordinary skill. Turns out you're just calling for reinforcements." Beiji laughed dismissively, gulping down his porridge. "Ha, you're such a simpleton." The monkey, uninterested in arguing with Beiji so early in the morning, waited until Chen Shi finished his meal and set down his empty bowl before addressing him. "Master, I'm off to find the Bodhisattva. I'll be back shortly. Be careful on your way." Chen Shi nodded in response, although it seemed somewhat paradoxical that he had just spoken of traversing the Sea of Suffering the night before and was now seeking Guanyin Bodhisattva's help. Such was the nature of the journey to the west, and it must be experienced. If it came down to a head-on confrontation all the way to the western heaven, the first to suffer would undoubtedly be Chen Shi. Leaving Beiji behind to tidy up breakfast, the monkey stood up, stomped his feet, and took to the air, heading towards the purple bamboo forest of the South Sea. Yet, in mid-flight, he spotted a familiar figure. Oh, isn't that the Wood Fork messenger, Huiyan, who always accompanies the Bodhisattva? Could it be that the Bodhisattva foresaw this difficulty and specially sent him to assist me? The monkey scratched his head, feeling pleasantly surprised, and with a twist of his waist, he arrived beside Huiyan, clapping a hand on his shoulder and greeting him. "It's been a while, Huiyan. Did the Bodhisattva send you here with some treasures or sage advice for me?" Huiyan, who had been flying back to the South Sea on his cloud, was lost in thought when suddenly someone slapped his shoulder, startling him so much that he jumped and almost drew his weapon, ready to confront whoever dared to disturb a celestial being. Upon realizing it was the audacious monkey, he begrudgingly sheathed his weapon and turned to greet him. "Oh, it's you, great sage. Why are you not protecting Tang Sanzang on his journey to the west? What brings you here to scare me?" Huiyan, are you pretending not to know? Isn't it the Bodhisattva who knows my master and disciples are encountering difficulties on the road and sent you to assist us?" The monkey, ever friendly, threw an arm around Huiyan's shoulder. "I am not here to assist you at all," Huiyan replied, bewildered by the monkey's words. "Previously, I was tasked by the Bodhisattva to head east for some errands, and I'm now returning to the South Sea to report back. Not long ago, the Bodhisattva returned from outside and suddenly conceived an idea about adjusting the Buddha statues in certain temples to create an inverted seated appearance. So she specifically sent me to perform this task. At the time I found it puzzling, but the Bodhisattva merely smiled and said nothing. Now that I have completed my task, I'm heading back to report. Yet I still cannot fathom the reasoning behind it. Oh, the monkey's interest was piqued upon hearing this, and he playfully draped an arm around Huiyan. "It seems we are fated to meet today. Having encountered each other in the heavens, since we are destined, let us go to the South Sea together." Huiyan, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the monkey's overly familiar demeanor, awkwardly protested, "Great sage, wait, why don't you tell me of your troubles? Perhaps we can resolve them without needing to go to the South Sea." The monkey, insistent and bothersome in his desire to relieve the Bodhisattva's worries, pressed Huiyan to inquire further. "Oh, if you wish to help, I won't stop you. The difficulties we are facing are rather simple. It is that we have arrived at the river of flowing sand, which is truly treacherous, and the floating hairs cannot cross. A red-haired, grinning demon appeared claiming to assist us, but unfortunately, my pig brother offended him and could not subdue him." The monkey recounted the events of the past 2 days in detail. Huiyan, upon hearing this, let out a sigh of relief. "Great sage, this is a case of water flooding the Dragon King's temple, with family members fighting against each other. The demon in the river of flowing sand is none other than the Bodhisattva's disciple, known as Sha Wujing." "Oh, so he is my old disciple." The monkey rubbed his hands together in delight upon hearing Huiyan's words. "Fortunately, this disciple possesses some skills and enjoys lounging in the water like a turtle. Otherwise, if we had crossed paths with him, I would surely have been beaten and sent to the underworld. At that point, wouldn't I, Sun Wukong, be dragged by Guanyin Bodhisattva by the ear, suffering greatly?" The mere thought of Guanyin's wrathful reprimand in front of Beiji sent a chill down the monkey's spine, and he silently expressed his gratitude that it was merely a conjecture. "Good thing this is just a hypothetical." Huiyan then spoke up. "The great sage, take me to your master. I will summon Sha Wujing out. Once he has paid his respects, he can escort you across the river." And I can conveniently return to the South Sea afterwards. Alright, let us go. The monkey, not one to be polite, grinned widely and pulled Huiyan along, swiftly returning to Chen Shi's side. Master, look who I've brought back. We can now cross the river of flowing sand, the monkey reported to Chen Shi. Greetings. Huiyan. Chen Shi stood as he recognized the figure the monkey had brought along, steadying himself as he took in the familiar face. It has been a long time, indeed. Beiji had just finished washing the dishes and greeted the newcomer, asking, how has the Bodhisattva been lately? Since our last parting, it has been several years, after encountering the monk Sanzang. Huiyan composed himself, first returning a bow to Chen Shi, then smiling at Beiji, saying, Wuning, it has been a long time, congratulations on embarking on the righteous path. The Bodhisattva remains as ever, and I appreciate your concern. Once they finished their casual conversation, the monkey stepped forward to recount the circumstances that brought Huiyan here. What? That Curtain Raiser is also a disciple of the master. Why didn't that fool clarify it sooner? It wasted my energy and delayed the master's great journey to the west, Beiji exclaimed, flinging his sleeves in frustration. Hey, brother, the monkey interjected, holding Beiji back. We can't blame him entirely. After all, we never spoke of our quest for scriptures either. You don't blame him because you haven't exerted any effort. Who fought him for 2 hours? It was I, the old pig, who was the first to engage him in conversation and escalate to blows. It was still I, the old pig. Wait, didn't that Curtain Raiser initially want to converse? I suppose I did provoke him first, forcing him into silence. Coughing to clear his thoughts, Beiji's eyes darted, and he retracted his glare at the monkey. Chuckling awkwardly, monkey, you are right. We are all future brothers. We shouldn't bicker among ourselves. And no more grievances, no more grievances. Beiji waved his hands, adopting a magnanimous demeanor. The monkey cast a half smile at the pig, too lazy to expose the truth. Then turned to Huiyan, saying, My apologies, honored one. Please summon my junior disciple. No need for formality, Huiyan replied, observing the amusing duo of brothers. Smiling as he nodded, he then stepped forward, hovering over the Lusha River, channeling his powers to call out. Wujing, the scripture seeker has arrived. Why do you not return to your post? What are you waiting for? Sandy, who was resting in his nest at the bottom of the Lusha River, was exhausted from the previous day's battle with Beiji and had no desire to rise. Hearing his Dharma name called from the shore, he realized it must be the Bodhisattva and hurriedly got up, wading through the waves to the river's surface. Seeing only Huiyan, he quickly approached and bowed. Saying, I have met the honored Huiyan. May I inquire where the Bodhisattva is? My master is yet to arrive, still in the purple bamboo forest of the South Sea. I came here because the scripture seeker has arrived. And you were unaware, the wooden fork replied, the scripture seeker has come. How could I not know? Honored one, please take me to meet him quickly. Recently, a group of strongmen has appeared by the Lusha River. Wanting to cross without paying, even coming to force me to work for them. Please, let us go protect the scripture seeker from these ruffians. Upon hearing Huiyan's words, Sandy initially felt confused, then anxiously brandished his precious staff. Is it possible that the group of strongmen you speak of is the scripture seeker? After all, one must be ruthless to stand firm, and the path of seeking scriptures is fraught with difficulties. It is reasonable for the scripture seeker to also be a group of strongmen, right? Huiyan, unable to contain himself, defended Chen Shi and the others in his heart, then sternly pointed to the riverbank. They are indeed the scripture seekers. Your earlier confrontation with them was a misunderstanding. With my assurance, you should quickly pay your respects and cross the river to the west. Sandy scrutinized Huiyan's expression repeatedly. Confirming he was not jesting, then fell silent for a moment, stowing his staff and straightening his yellow brocade robe before following Huiyan ashore. Approaching Chen Shi, he promptly knelt and declared, Master, your disciple is blind and did not recognize your esteemed countenance. I have been most disrespectful, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Good. Chen Shi, seeing the last piece of the puzzle in the scripture-seeking team, stepped forward to lift this red-haired, bearded disciple, joyfully saying, I have heard that the Bodhisattva has given you the Dharma name Sha Wujing. Now I shall bestow upon you a nickname. Sandy. The name Sha Wujing felt familiar, yet Sandy sounded far more endearing. What, you say the original text calls him Sha Monk, now that Chen Shi is the master? His word is law. Sandy is Sandy, who is in favor, who is against. Chapter 47, Crossing the River. Crossing the river, Sandy's name, much like Beiji's, became a matter of fate due to someone's irresistible influence, subsequently, to express his commitment to joining the group. No, the scripture-seeking team. Sandy voluntarily requested to be tonsured, asking Chen Shi to help him shave off his entire head of red hair, thus resembling a monk, after meeting with his two senior brothers.
The monkey and Beiji, his initiation rites were finally completed, with the formalities concluded and mealtime still distant. It was naturally time to cross the river. Sandy wasted no time. Before everyone, he displayed his ferrying prowess, producing 9 skulls strung around his neck. Casually tossing them into the Lusha River, they transformed into a skeletal boat that sailed against the wind. At first glance, the skeletal vessel appeared gruesome and terrifying, but upon closer inspection, its edges were smooth and harmonious, instilling a sense of calm, and it subtly radiated a hint of zen. Gazing at the boat, Sandy reminisced, when I was banished, my appearance changed drastically, and I was punished to endure 100 sword piercings at the bottom of this Lusha River every 7 days. Suffering from hunger and cold, who would have thought that during one of those days I discovered the river, notorious for its floating hairs that are impossible to cross, had 9 skulls continuously bobbing on the surface, unwilling to sink, which also quelled my restless heart after my punishment. I found it curious, so I strung them together as a magical artifact and wore it around my neck. In the past, when travelers wished to cross the river, I would use this as a ferry, taking them across for a modest offering of 3 sacrificial animals to fill my belly. Master, brothers, please board the boat. I will row you across. Sandy voluntarily took up the luggage, leading the way. Chen Shi regarded the skeletal boat with intrigue. If he remembered correctly, these 9 skulls were said to belong to the previous 9 lives of Tang Sang. In the tales he had heard about the journey to the west, these 9 individuals were either slain by Sandy or had perished while attempting to cross the river. Now Sandy claimed to have found them. Chen Shi chose to believe it, for seeing is believing, and this version of Sandy appeared rather honest, merely inquiring if they understood the rules and requesting a toll without any immediate intentions of violence. With this in mind, Chen Shi felt no disdain, grasped his staff, and nimbly leapt onto the boat, finding a spacious place to stand and awaiting their passage across the Lusha River. Beiji approached Chen Shi's side, supporting him, while the monkey led the dragon horse in the clouds, with Huiyan watching over them, and thus they all crossed the river together. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Sandy took a deep breath. Maneuvering his beloved boat, the wind howled, and the vessel sped like an arrow, swiftly gliding over the 800 miles of the Lusha River. Strangely enough, although the river was tumultuous and the waters surged violently, wherever the boat went, it was calm and tranquil, like a serene sea. This allowed Chen Shi to stand on the boat, gazing far and wide, capturing the scenery of the Lusha River. To the east lies the sandy expanse, with 2 converging paths. To the south reaches Wugo, and to the north connects with Tartary, spanning 800 miles. It feels as if it stretches endlessly. The waters flip like the earth turning, while the waves roll like mountains rising. Vast and expansive, the horizon appears boundless, and from 10 miles away, one can hear the sound of 1,000 floods. Celestial rafts cannot reach here, and lotus leaves cannot float. Withered grass and the setting sun flow along the winding river. Yellow clouds cast shadows over the long embankment. Where are the merchants coming and going? When have fishermen sought refuge here? The flat sands bear no wild geese, and distant shores echo with the cries of monkeys. Only the red smartweed flowers whisper of the scenery, while the white water lilies release their delicate fragrance. How could such a scene exist in the mortal realm? Chen Shi, captivated by the scenery, found himself in a daze, unaware that they had already reached the opposite shore. It was Beiji who supported Chen Shi down from the boat, bringing him back to reality. Witnessing this view and crossing this river, he felt it was a stroke of fortune in this lifetime. Chen Shi stood at the riverbank, his monk's shoes yet to be wet, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Previously, every traveler who passed through here must have felt the same as my master." Sandy, not surprised, chuckled. There was once a wealthy merchant who, enchanted by this view, specifically brought cattle and sheep here just to cross the river a few more times. After sharing a laugh, Sandy was about to retrieve his precious artifact when he noticed the skeletal boat swaying slightly, becoming ethereal, and then dissipating into wisps of blue smoke. Everyone present could faintly hear the sounds of chanting and whispers of liberation within the smoke. Crossing the river, crossing the river, crossing the river. Sandy, stunned by the loss of his cherished treasure, raised his arm in disbelief. Wait, where's my treasure? Where's my big, precious boat, string, that I've toiled over for so many years? Do you know how devastating this is for someone who collects strings? Huiyan, however, seemed to know something, bowing his head and murmuring, but these 9 individuals were once monks who sought scriptures to the west. Now that the quest seems promising, their obsessions have dissipated. Good, truly good, except for the still-dazed Sandy. Everyone else, following Huiyan's lead, raised one hand in farewell to the 9 eminent monks who had demonstrated great determination in their quest for scriptures in life and had transcended to guide others across the river in death. To ferry others is also to ferry oneself. May they all soon escape the sea of suffering and ascend to bliss. The esteemed monks proceeded slowly. May you all perform good deeds, remember to be reborn well, And do not end up like me, the old pig, who made the wrong choice." After the group prayed towards the heavens, even Sandy, recovering from his shock, tearfully waved goodbye to his precious artifact, having witnessed this ordeal. Huion, relieved, bid farewell to Chen Shi and his companions before returning to the South Sea. Chen Shi and the others tidied their belongings and emotions, setting off once again towards the west. This journey to the west had merely just begun. Since crossing the Lusha River, Chen Shi and his companions traversed verdant mountains and waters, taking in the endless wildflowers and idle grasses. Time indeed flowed swiftly, and as autumn approached, they beheld the mountains adorned with red maple leaves and yellow flowers swaying in the late wind. The cicadas sang lazily, while the sorrowful crickets expressed endless thoughts. Beneath the azure sky, the gentle breeze caresses the green willow fan, while the orange blossoms emit a fragrant allure amidst the golden clusters. Pity the few lines of wild geese, their silhouettes dotting the vast expanse of the sky, retreating into the distance. As another day draws to a close, Chen Shi, guiding the dragon horse, gazes at the twilight and inquires, "Yukong, shall we rest here for the night?" Before the monkey could respond, Beiji interjected, lamenting, "Alas, master, we have traversed the treacherous Shalu River, enduring the elements, journeying from dawn till dusk. I, old pig, have shouldered the burden and am truly weary. Let us find a dwelling to rest and recuperate." The monkey, seeing Beiji's complaint, crossed his arms and grinned, "You fool, how much have you really carried before you start whining? This load is shared between you and Shasang. And any extra burden is borne by the white dragon horse. What is there to complain about? I see you simply wish to slack off and return to Gao Laozhuang to bask in comfort. Don't you? Humph, it seems you are the only one entitled to be the master's disciple, while Shasang and I are merely laborers." Beiji, hearing this, muttered under his breath, still somewhat dissatisfied. Ha, if you are not happy, we can swap roles. Just pass my test with the golden staff first. The monkey brandished his iron rod, narrowing his eyes at the ever-rebellious fool. The ill-fated monkey, accustomed to using strength to intimidate, saw Beiji fall silent at the sight of the rod, casting sidelong glances in reluctant submission. "Fine, Yukong, if Beiji wishes to find a place to rest, let us walk a little longer." Chen Shi, caught in the middle, glanced at the fading light and added, "Since Beiji is the one carrying the load, let him decide how far we shall go." "Indeed, I, old pig, carry the most weight and have no complaints. You, walking empty-handed, have no right to speak." With Chen Shi's backing, Beiji grew bolder and voiced his thoughts, yet something felt amiss. It would be wiser to wait until tomorrow to voice such sentiments. What if today we found a place to rest and could recoup some losses? If not, would it not be a grave misfortune for old pig? Realizing his blunder, the simpleton blinked and flapped his ears, wishing to retract his words, but the monkey provided no opportunity, seeing Chen Shi take the lead. He guided the group onward. "Second brother, you are quite fortunate," remarked Shasang, wielding his precious staff as he passed Beiji with an apparent air of simplicity. "Ah, well, you see," Beiji opened his mouth, eager to throw down his burdens, and refused to continue. Yet fearing the monkey's wrath, he merely lowered his eyes and continued on. The group traveled farther than usual, and perhaps due to Beiji's unexpected good fortune, they stumbled upon a modest dwelling just as darkness enveloped the land. In the distance, a cluster of pines provided shade, revealing several well-constructed rooms, the door draped in emerald cypress. The abode nestled near verdant mountains. A few pines stand gracefully, while the bamboo sways in a patchwork of hues. Wild chrysanthemums by the fence glisten with morning frost, and orchids by the bridge reflect the water's hue. The walls of clay are painted pink, encircled by brick. The grand hall is resplendent, the building serene. No cattle or sheep are seen, nor are there any chickens or dogs. It seems the autumn harvest has rendered the farmers idle. "Today, Beiji's luck is indeed remarkable," Chen Shi remarked with a raised eyebrow, surprised that after crossing the Shalu River, they had encountered a household amidst the wilderness, which was the very reason for Beiji's earlier complaints. Who would have thought there would be a dwelling in such deep mountains and forests? Chen Shi glanced at the monkey, silently asking, "Yukong, is this truly a human abode and not some demonic lair?" The monkey, understanding the implication, stepped forward and squinted to observe closely. A flash of golden light in his eyes revealed the house cloaked in auspicious clouds. A sign of divine blessing. The monkey's heart stirred, and without revealing the secret, he smiled and said, "A fortune indeed favors Beiji today, truly a stroke of luck to find a place to rest after such a long journey." "That is indeed the case," Chen Shi nodded, feeling relieved with the monkey's assurance. "This rustic household is likely accustomed to the disturbances of wild creatures, hence they remain vigilant. Allow me to knock and inquire, so as to avoid startling them and being denied shelter." It seems it is my good fortune, master. Hurry, and go, we have yet to dine." Beiji set down his burdens and approached the entrance.
Observing the ornate gate adorned with lotus motifs and intricately painted beams suggesting a prosperous household, wiping the sweat from his brow, he urged Chen Shi onward. Very well, very well. Seeing Beiji's impatience, Chen Shi chuckled and, not wishing to prolong the wait, stepped forward to knock on the door, calling out, "Is anyone home? We are a few monks passing through, and it has grown late. We seek a place to rest for the night and perhaps trade some provisions." After 2 calls, footsteps could be heard from within, and a womanish voice responded, "Coming, coming." As the door opened slightly, a strikingly beautiful young woman appeared, adorned in a gown woven with golden threads of deep green, overlaid with a light red jacket. She wore a colorful embroidered skirt complemented by elegant shoes. Her hair was styled in a fashionable bun, accentuated by 2 golden hairpins. Her ears dangled with exquisite pearl earrings, and her natural beauty shone even without makeup, radiating youthful charm. "Esteemed elders, are you seeking shelter? Come in, and rest." Upon seeing the group led by Chen Shi, the woman's eyes sparkled with delight as she graciously opened the door to usher them in. Grateful for her warm welcome, Chen Shi accepted and entered with the others, while the monkey, secretly taken aback by her beauty, chose to remain discreet, following closely behind with the horse. Inside, the southern-facing hall was spacious with high ceilings. A scroll featuring auspicious symbols hung on a screen door. Red couplets adorned the golden pillars, proclaiming, "Silken threads drift like willows over the bridge at dusk, while snowflakes grace the fragrant plum blossoms in spring." In the center stood a dark lacquered incense table, upon which rested an ancient bronze incense burner. 6 chairs surrounded the table, and 2 seasonal decorations hung from the rafters. "Please, take a seat," the woman warmly invited them into the hall. Gently fanning herself with a small round fan, from behind the screen, she summoned a young maid with long braids, who gracefully approached with a golden tray, a white jade cup filled with fragrant tea steaming gently, its aroma filling the air. "Please, make yourselves comfortable, here is the finest tea." Unexplainably, Chen Shi's thoughts wandered, a smile gracing his lips as he accepted the hospitality and took a seat. The monkey, Beiji, and the others followed suit. As guests, they understood the importance of conversation, and Chen Shi took the initiative to ask, "May I inquire your esteemed name and the name of this beautiful abode?" The woman leaned against the table, lightly fanning herself, and replied, "This place is known as the land of Xinyo Hajoda. I hail from the Jia family, and my husband's surname is Mo Jia." Chen Shi felt a stirring in his heart, sensing something amiss, yet before he could pinpoint it, the woman continued, "Esteemed elder, my husband suffered misfortune in his youth. Having lost his parents early, together we managed the family business, amassing considerable wealth and owning vast fields. Yet, alas, we are cursed with no sons, only 3 daughters. Tragically, I lost my husband last year, and now I am left a widow. Having fulfilled my mourning period, I am left with our estate, but no relatives or kin to share it with. I wish to remarry, yet I cannot bear to part with our family legacy. Since you, esteemed elder, have descended, I assume you are accompanied by your disciples. As fate would have it, we are 4 women seeking husbands. And you are 4 in number. Might I inquire if you would consider this proposal? Marrying off the daughters, or all 4 at once? This plot sounds eerily familiar. Moreover, are you implying that I marry you while the monkey and the others marry your daughters? This cannot be right. By age, I am the youngest, so why should I marry the eldest while they wed the younger? Though the woman before me is undoubtedly beautiful, graceful, and dignified, she appears hardly like a mother of 3 children." In the blink of an eye, Chen Shi's thoughts raced as he gazed at the charming woman before him. Momentarily lost in a daze, intuition told him something was amiss. This was likely a trap. But what was the monkey up to? He had specifically inquired before, receiving no warnings. Chen Shi lowered his gaze, silently reciting the Heart Sutra to calm his thoughts. Yes, his heart was indeed unsettled after all. He was but a mortal man, having lived a solitary life in his previous existence, now unexpectedly faced with a beautiful widow seeking to marry him. In his past life, this would have undoubtedly been a proposal from a stunning 30-year-old widow CEO seeking to tie the knot. If it were Chen Shi from his previous life, he would most certainly decline. Of course, something unusual always harbored ulterior motives. Moreover, Chen Shi understood his own circumstances. He was now Tang Sang, destined to seek the sacred scriptures. Not even a beautiful widow with riches or a kingdom of alluring maidens could compel him to stray from his mission. Thus, after steadying his thoughts, Chen Shi resolutely addressed the woman. "I appreciate your kind offer. But before departing from Chang'an and the Great Tang, I vowed before the Buddha that if I do not retrieve the true scriptures, I shall not return to my homeland, forever condemned to the depths of hell. I shall not return until I have secured the scriptures." With sincere regret, he gazed at the woman. "I must decline your generous offer, however. Your extraordinary beauty ensures that you need not worry about finding a worthy husband. Alas, esteemed elder, will you not reconsider? The woman, seeing Chen Shi's refusal, fanned herself rapidly, feigning sorrow. My estate encompasses over 300 acres of rice fields, 300 acres of dry land, and 300 acres of orchards. We have over 1,000 yellow water buffalo, alongside herds of mules and horses, and countless pigs and sheep across the southeast, northeast, and all directions. We possess 60 to 70 villages and pastures. Our household has enough rice and grains for nearly a decade, and silks and satins for over 10 years, gold and silver abound, far surpassing those who merely speak of wealth. If your disciples were willing to reconsider, marrying into our humble abode would allow you to live comfortably and enjoy prosperity, rather than laboring endlessly towards the west. Goodness gracious, the wealth of your family is truly astonishing. If we were in a neighboring realm of the Three Kingdoms, I would dare to use such capital to establish myself as a minor lord. However, this is the realm of journey to the west. Chen Shi, upon seeing the woman presenting immense riches as temptation, gazed into her captivating autumn eyes and, raising his palm in a gesture of helplessness, replied with a wry smile, But dear lady, the life you describe is indeed splendid, but I, as a humble monk, have already taken an oath. How could I possibly go back on my word, if I were to renege today? Forsaking my journey to the west, would I not also, for the sake of wealth, become nauseated and betray you tomorrow? Moreover, this sacred scripture is of great benefit to my Tang subjects, capable of liberating wandering spirits and cleansing malevolence. I appreciate your good intentions, but I must respectfully decline. I see, the woman said, her tone shifting as she glanced at Chen Shi's 3 disciples behind him. With a charming smile, she continued, I was born on the 3rd day of the 3rd month in the Dinghai year, making me 3 years your senior, at the age of 40-5. My eldest daughter is named Jinjin, age 20, my second daughter is named Ai, aged 18, and my youngest, Lian Yin, is 16, and none have been promised to anyone. I humbly accept the elders' praises, yet my daughters possess their own charms. They are skilled in needlework and possess a wealth of knowledge. As my late husband left no sons, I have raised them as such, teaching them the classics and poetry. Although we reside in a mountain villa, we are not so coarse as to be unworthy of your esteemed company. Since you, revered elder, are unwilling to stay, what of the other 3 young elders? If they are willing to embrace the opportunity and remain as suitors, adorned in fine silks, they would surpass the plainness of humble attire. Goodness, Jinjin, Lian Ai, is this a trial of the 4 saints' resolve? The extraordinary demeanor of this woman must be the revered Lishan Lamu? And her 3 daughters are none other than Guanyin Bodhisattva, Wenshu Bodhisattva, and Puxian Bodhisattva, and there are even 2 men disguised as women among them. No wonder the monkey did not expose them at first. He likely wished to enjoy the spectacle while being courteous. Upon seeing Lishan Lamu, he dared not act recklessly, for her identity is far from ordinary. Steeped in countless legends among mortals, she is famed for teaching female disciples such as Mu Guiying, Fan Liuwa, and by Suzhen, renowned heroines and celestial beings, all said to be her prot-gs. It is rumored she is one of Nuwa's incarnations, and some claim she is the mother of the celestial beings, including the great emperors of Zy and Gocheng Dumu Yuanjun. If you still find her unfamiliar, she is also known by a more notorious alias Wuxing Lamu, the renowned leader of rebellions across multiple universes, the head of the White Lotus sect, said to be her reincarnation. Moreover, an intriguing tidbit, Zhu Beiji was once known as Tianpeng Shui, possibly a fragmented aspect of the mythical figure, the chief among the 4 saints of the north. Tianpeng Xinjuan, Dumu Yuanjun is the mother of the stars, thus could be considered this Xinjuan's mother, and it is said that this celestial maiden has a fondness for little piglets. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Chen Shi, confronted with such a formidable figure, adopted a facade of ignorance. He would neither speak nor act in ways that were inappropriate. My apologies, Beiji, but I can only watch as you fall into this trap. However, one cannot blame me for your wavering resolve. You have been ensnared by a fishing operation, and I am left powerless. Observing Beiji on the stool, fidgeting as if he were ignited by the words of the old mother, Chen Shi silently mourned for him. When the woman turned her gaze to inquire about the opinions of his 3 disciples, the monkey, as the eldest, lowered his head and scratched his chin, stating, I have never engaged in such matters since childhood. Perhaps it would be better to choose another. Beiji twisted and turned, hesitating as he spoke. Oh, Lady Bodhisattva, perhaps it is best to let this go. I have made a promise to my master and brothers. It seems I cannot fulfill the role of your son-in-law. Shusang raised his hand earnestly, declaring, Esteemed lady, I am indebted to the grace of Guanyin Bodhisattva, tasked with accompanying my master to the west for the sacred scripture. How could I be tempted by wealth and engage in such treachery? I cannot accept your kind offer. You 4 disciples, yet none wish to remain and become a suitor to my family? Lishan Lamu set aside her fan, her eyes narrowing with mild irritation as she gazed reproachfully at the 4.0. This is something amiss. The Beiji, where are you to come forth and assist? Beiji has not defected on the spot.
This defies logic. Sensing the awkwardness, Xinshi mustered the courage to step forward, stating, "Dear lady, we the 4 monks adhere to our vows and abstain from female company as a matter of discipline. You and your daughters are indeed exceptional beauties. But why must you insist on having us as suitors? Would it not be better to choose another worthy candidate?" You are unaware, Lishan Lamu huffed in displeasure, adding, "My family values fate above all else. Just yesterday, we decided to seek suitors, and today, a revered elder arrives. Is this not a destined union?" Chen Shi, grasping the situation, nodded in agreement. So you all conspired yesterday to create this predicament for us. Did you? Lishan Lamu narrowed her eyes, assessing the 4 before her. Xinshi silently recited the Heart Sutra, maintaining his composure without revealing any desire. The monkey kept his head down, a stark contrast to his usual lively demeanor. Remaining silent, Shasang sat like a statue, observing the table with unwavering focus. Only Beiji, with his shifty eyes, surveyed the decorations of the hall, his face betraying a mix of longing and greed, his mouth watering uncontrollably. This foolishness, the 3 of them exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to withdraw their attention from Beiji. Lishan Lamu, accompanied by her daughters, did not employ any further tactics and sat down calmly to finish the meal. After dining, she left gracefully with her daughters, not once mentioning the matter of suitors, as if she had indeed forgotten the prior insistence. The 4 disciples were then guided to a side room to rest. "Master," as soon as they settled, Beiji eagerly leaned towards Chen Shi, winking and saying, "This family is truly affluent. The old lady and her 3 daughters are all stunningly beautiful. Aren't you even the slightest bit tempted?" "I have vowed to seek the sacred scripture. To go back on my word would condemn me to the abyss of hell," Chen Shi replied, half-smiling as he regarded Beiji. "If you encourage me to consent to this, do you wish to share the same fate as me when the Buddha casts judgment?" "I see." Beiji retreated slightly, awkwardly chuckling. "In that case, how could I hinder my master's vow? That would be greatly unfilial." Once again, he glanced at the monkey and cautiously inquired, "Monkey brother, what about you?" Just then, the monkey waved his hand, interrupting Beiji, and reclined comfortably in his chair, propping his feet up. "You silly fool," he said, "if you wish to agree to become someone's son-in-law, just go ahead and do it. Why drag master into this? This family is wealthy and prosperous, and you, being an experienced man and entering through the back door, need not even trouble yourself with farming or planting this time." "Isn't that splendid?" The monkey leaned back with his hands behind his head, gazing thoughtfully at the ceiling, his legs shaking in a leisurely manner, coughing lightly. Beiji, upon hearing these words, covered his face with his sleeve, feigning embarrassment and difficulty. "While your words hold some truth, I, old pig, did promise master that I would protect him on our journey to the west. Once a person is alive, their vows remain, do they not? Moreover, if I were to marry again, would that not be a return to worldly desires, a matter of abandoning my previous wife? I fear it would be a betrayal to my beloved Suelan." "Did second brother ever marry?" San Monk, standing nearby, interjected with surprise. You are unaware," the monkey replied. "He was originally the son-in-law of the esteemed Gao Taigong of Yusang. However, because I old son interfered, and he took the bodhisattva's vow, he had no choice but to come and be master's disciple," the monkey explained to San Monk, and then turned to Beiji, grinning mischievously. "Fool, if you truly wish to remain as a son-in-law, you need not worry about these trivialities. The true scriptures are authored by the Buddha. Who would dare to destroy them? Even if you were sworn to protect master with me here, your efforts are unnecessary. As for Gao Suelan, you need not concern yourself. Her old mother would be thrilled to have you go, eager to find another son. Law.by now, it is likely that the young lady has already remarried. And as for the bodhisattva's scrutiny, when you marry, just bow a few extra times in front of me, and as your elder brother, I shall cover for you. On the surface, the monkey appeared to be gently persuading Beiji, offering him advice while secretly harboring a mischievous desire to see him embarrassed. The naive Beiji, swayed by the monkey's words, put aside his reservations, lowered his sleeve, and with a radiance of excitement exclaimed, "Monkey brother, you do speak some sense. It truly is quite favorable for me, old pig." Chapter 49. Beiji's growing desire and self-inflicted misery. This foolish one, it seems, has been sold by the monkey and is now counting the coins. Unable to bear it any longer, Chen Shi, with a twinge of conscience, intervened. "Beiji, have you truly thought this through? I recall when you were at Gao Old Village, you wagered with the monkey that you would certainly renounce lewdness. How long has it been since then, and you are already backsliding, master?" Beiji replied, standing up in response to this remark. "Master, I am merely seeking to marry into a family. This is a matter of returning to worldly life.
How can it be considered breaking the vow against lewdness? Moreover, throughout this arduous journey, I, old pig, have accompanied master and my brothers through hardship and trials, and now, with Sandmonk to share the burden, and the prospect of a life of luxury before me, it is only natural for me to be tempted to master. Beiji gazed at Chen Shi with a pitiful expression, squeezing out a few tears from the corners of his eyes to elicit sympathy. Hoping that Chen Shi would acquiesce to his departure. After all, throughout their journey, Beiji had developed a significant level of respect for Chen Shi, a stark contrast to his attitude in the original tale. Yet under the allure of beauty and wealth, it was evident that such respect had become insufficient. Seeing Beiji's resolute determination to remain as a son-in-law, Chen Shi ceased his efforts to dissuade him and waved his hand. If you are truly set on this decision, I shall not hinder you. Between us as master and disciple, we should part amicably, without forcing one another. Observing the surprise on Beiji's face, Chen Shi sighed inwardly. This foolish one, it seems, is truly unable to escape this predicament. He could already envision the delightful conclusion awaiting Beiji that very night. However, good advice often falls on deaf ears. This foolish one's lust for beauty and greed for wealth certainly needed tempering. Being deceived by the Bodhisattva and experiencing some non-fatal lessons might not be entirely detrimental for him. The journey to the west is not only a test of oneself, for the monkey, Beiji, Sandmonk, and the White Dragon, it is also an opportunity for spiritual cultivation. Having come to this understanding, Chen Shi no longer dwelled on the matter and consented to Beiji's choice, seeing that even Master Chen Shi had agreed. Beiji no longer concealed his intentions. Glancing at the sky, he clasped his hands to the others. Master, monkey brother, sand brother, it is getting late. I must take advantage of the fact that my mother-in-law has not yet retired to finalize this marriage. Remember, do not rush to leave tomorrow. Be sure to stay and share a cup of celebratory wine with your disciple and brother. Having spun around and concluded his exuberant remarks, Beiji hurriedly exited. Brimming with joy. Ha! The monkey scoffed, this fool is quite impatient. He cannot wait even a single day. And yet, he hasn't even met the girl, and he is already calling her mother-in-law, master elder brother, Sandmonk. They hesitated. Should we really allow second brother to stay behind? What if the Bodhisattva becomes displeased? How shall we explain ourselves? The monkey said, getting up and placing his arm around Sandmonk's shoulder. Do not worry. If the Bodhisattva should blame us, I, old son, shall bear the burden. Let us retire for the night and await tomorrow, when we shall all partake in Beiji's wedding feast. The monkey emphasized the word wedding feast, bursting into laughter as he reclined in his chair. Clutching his belly, Chen Shi, bemused, cast a glance at the monkey. The thought of Beiji's impending fate caused a smile to involuntarily appear on his lips. Old Sha, the most crucial aspect of our pilgrimage is sincerity. My relationship with you as master and disciple arose from fate. If you no longer wish to remain, then the bond has run its course, and you may leave without hesitation. There is no need to force it. Yes, master, Sandmonk replied, having grown accustomed to Chen Shi's peculiar ways of addressing him. While he called the monkey by his Dharma name, Yukong, he did not bestow a nickname upon him. He referred to Beiji as Old Pig. But for himself, he simply went by Old Sha. Perhaps it was merely for convenience. Enough of that. Time to sleep. Time to sleep. With the monkey, having laughed enough, sat up from his chair and waved his hand, urging everyone to rest. Meanwhile, let us shift our focus back to Beiji. This exuberant Beiji exited the door, adjusted his attire, donned a small flower, and made his way directly to his mother-in-law's chamber. Lightly knocking on the door, mother, quickly open the door for your son. Oh dear, is it the little elder? She responded playfully. What are you saying? I have only 3 daughters. Where would I find a son? The old mother of Lishan opened the door and, upon seeing Beiji, leaned against the doorframe with a smile. Mother, did you not wish to find a son-in-law? After much contemplation, I realized that none of my 3 disciples would agree, which would surely offend your good intentions and face. Therefore, I have come to offer myself as your son-in-law, Beiji boldly declared, winking at the old mother with a smile. The little elder is indeed kind-hearted. The old mother chuckled, but we lack a man in our household. It would be just right to have one as a pillar of support. However, I fear my daughter might overlook your appearance and find you somewhat unattractive. Dear mother, please inform your daughter not to judge me solely by my looks. While I may be somewhat comely, I also possess certain skills. Beiji defended himself eagerly. Oh, what skills might those be? The old mother inquired with a smile. Beiji patted his belly and boasted, I am quite adept at farming. Mother, listen to me. If one speaks of 1,000 acres of land, there is no need for oxen to plow. With just one stroke of a hoe, crops can be sown in due time. But if rain is lacking, I can summon it. If wind is absent, I can call for it. If the house is deemed too low, it can be raised by 2 or 3 stories. If the ground is not swept, I shall clean it. If the drain is blocked, I shall clear it. I can manage all household affairs, from kicking the sky to digging wells. Good. What a versatile son-in-law. The old mother clapped her hands in delight. I did not expect you to be quite so capable. Have you discussed this with your master about becoming my son-in-law? I have already informed master. I intend to marry tonight, and tomorrow they shall join me for the wedding feast before embarking on their journey. Beji waved his large ears excitedly, bowing to the old mother. How hasty, but today is indeed an auspicious day. A hurried wedding can be arranged. We can hold a grander ceremony in a few days, she added with a smile. Yes, mother, that makes perfect sense, Beji replied eagerly. Then come with me. I shall select a hall where you can hold the wedding ceremony. The old mother smiled at Beji. Beji had no reason to refuse, following his mother-in-law as she led him deeper into the house, traversing a seemingly endless series of rooms, stumbling over thresholds along the way. Beji finally couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Mother, how far must we go? I have already crossed so many thresholds. These are merely the storerooms, the granaries, and milling rooms. We have yet to reach the kitchen. The old mother chuckled, covering her mouth as she explained. What a grand estate. Beji swallowed hard, murmuring to himself, filled with anticipation for the blissful life that awaited him, after bumping and turning for what felt like ages. The old mother finally halted, leading Beji into a spacious hall. Turning to him, she said, Son-in-law, you are to marry tonight. In haste, we have not invited a priest to oversee the ceremony, so you may bow 8 times in the direction of the altar. Mother, you speak wisely. Please take your seat, and allow me to pay my respects by bowing several times, combining the wedding and the thanks into one ceremony. That would surely save time. Beji rubbed his hands together. A bit impatient. Good. You are indeed a practical son-in-law, the old mother laughed, settling herself down. And now, go ahead and bow. Although the hall was described by the old mother as simple and hastily arranged, it held a certain charm of its own. The silver candles burn brightly, fruits and melons are arranged neatly upon the table, and the red curtains and cloth create a festive atmosphere. In this setting, Beji respectfully bows multiple times before the elderly matriarch in the highest seat. Rising with a semblance of shyness, he inquires, Mother, which sister shall you betroth to me? Sighing, the matriarch furrows her brow, feigning concern. If I marry off my eldest daughter to you, the second daughter may be displeased. If I choose the second daughter, the youngest will surely be unhappy, and should I give the youngest to you, the eldest will not be content. Hearing this, Beji, rather than feeling vexed, has a twinkle of mischief in his eyes and joyfully exclaims, Mother, do not be upset. I have a brilliant plan. Why not betroth all 3 daughters to me? This would eliminate any quarrels, and our household would be harmonious. What could be more delightful? The matriarch, taken aback by his shameless suggestion, retorts, How outrageous! You cannot claim all 3 of my daughters for yourself. Beji, unabashed and audacious, replies, Look, Mother, is there any capable man who does not have 3 wives or 4 concubines? If you were to grant me a few more, your son-in-law would gladly accept them. In my youth, I learned the art of managing relationships, ensuring each one is content. Rolling her eyes at this lecherous fellow, the matriarch declares, Enough of your nonsense, I have a plan. Take this handkerchief, cover your face, and play a game of fate. As my daughters pass by, you may grasp whichever one you touch, and she shall be yours. With a hint of disappointment, Beji accepts the handkerchief, blindfolding himself, and calls out, Mother, I am ready, please summon my sisters. The matriarch, stifling a laugh at his foolishness, announces, Jinjin, Lian, come forth and play this game of fate with your suitor. The 3 celestial maidens, transformed from the curtains, step forward, exchanging silent giggles while waving to Beji, whose vision is shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, the sound of dingling ornaments and fragrant scents fills the air, as if ethereal beings are in motion, prompting Beji to reach out eagerly. In a flurry of chaotic attempts, he fails to grasp any of the maidens, stumbling and colliding with pillars and walls, ultimately finding himself disoriented and falling to the ground, exclaiming, Mother, your daughters are too elusive. I cannot catch a single one. What a predicament! The matriarch, lifting his blindfold, explains, Son-in-law, it is not that my daughters are evasive, they are merely being courteous and do not wish to engage with you. Feeling somewhat dejected yet unwilling to leave empty-handed, Beji turns his attention to the matriarch. Mother, if they refuse me, why not accept me yourself? How brazen, you even dare to think of courting your mother-in-law! She exclaims, her eyes widening in disbelief before slapping his head lightly. I have another idea. Each of my 3 daughters possesses a magical garment. Whichever one you wear will summon that daughter to you. Excellent, quickly fetch them, so I may try them on, Beji eagerly insists. After a brief moment, the matriarch returns with the 3 magical garments, handing them to the foolish Beji. Yet he, not hesitating, removes his outer robe and, with a bit of cleverness, puts the garments on in order from smallest to largest. Now surely I can win the hearts of all 3 sisters. today is indeed my lucky day. However, just as he delights in his newfound fortune, a sudden snap resounds, and he finds himself bound tightly by the garments, now transformed into ropes that constrict around him. Ow, it hurts. Mother, this is no jest, release me. The garments, each a layer of rope, tighten relentlessly. And despite his struggles, Abaji finds himself ensnared as if he were an ordinary man. Fortunately, while the ropes constrict painfully, they do not threaten his life, merely causing him to suffer in agony. The next day, when Chen Qi and the others awaken, they find themselves amidst a grove of pine trees, rather than the grand hall they had anticipated. San Monk exclaims in alarm, "Master, we have encountered a ghost." Unperturbed, Chen Qi and the monkey remain calm. Chen Qi begins to pack their belongings, while the monkey chuckles. "What kind of ghost is this? We merely woke up under the pines after sleeping in a house yesterday." Pointing to the ground, San Monk retorts, "Ha, those who can perform illusions are not limited to ghosts." The monkey, raising an eyebrow, replies, "Indeed, San brother, the family we encountered yesterday must have been celestial beings, and they likely departed during the night." "Wait, are you saying that family was composed of deities?" San Monk inquires, astonished. "Naturally, the foolish Beiji has yet to learn his lesson." The monkey laughs, recalling Beiji's folly. As they share a moment of amusement at Beiji's expense, they suddenly hear his lamentation echoing through the woods. "Master, monkey, I'm being tortured, save me, I shall never act foolishly again." Chuckling at his plight, the monkey turns to Chen Qi and suggests, "Let us take our time gathering our things and allow him to suffer a bit longer. It will serve as a valuable lesson." Chen Qi, observing that Beiji's cries are vigorous yet not life-threatening, agrees with a smirk. The two share a knowing glance, and with San Monk's silent agreement, they leisurely finish packing before making their way deeper into the woods. "Ouch, Master, monkey, why are you so slow today?" Beiji, dangling from the tree, notices their leisurely pace and can no longer contain his complaints. With a playful grin, the monkey circles around Beiji, teasingly asking, "Isn't this our dear pig brother who has returned to the mundane? Why are you suspended here? Where is your affectionate mother? What of the bride from last night? Aren't you going to show us your lovely wife?" Beiji, humiliated by the mockery, wishes to bury his face in the ground, but the ropes bind him tightly, forcing him to confront the monkey's taunts. Finally, Chen Qi and San Monk, feeling sympathetic, approach and help to release the ropes, granting Beiji his freedom. "Alas, alas, my sincere gratitude to Master. And to you, brother Sha. As Beiji freed himself from the bindings, he rubbed the marks left by a night of confinement, hissing in discomfort while expressing his thanks to Chen Qi and Sha Sang. He paid no heed to the monkey beside him who mocked him, instead retrieving incense from his belongings to offer a prayer to the heavens. This simpleton was not entirely foolish, having been tied up for an entire night. He was astute enough to realize he had fallen into a trap, ensnared by some celestial being. Thus, upon regaining his freedom, he immediately sought to demonstrate his contrition through worship. "Hey, you fool, do you even know which celestial being ensnared you last night?" the monkey inquired as Beiji finished his prayer. "I was left hanging there, suffering throughout the night, my head spinning and my vision blurred. How could I possibly recognize which bodhisattva it was?" Beiji retorted. Annoyed at the monkey's approach, Come, take a look, and you shall know." The monkey, unable to contain his laughter, handed Beiji a notice to read. "Good heavens, how could it be these four?" Beiji exclaimed after reading the notice, his face paling in a mix of fear and regret, hastily covering his face with his sleeve, feeling utterly embarrassed. Second brother is truly fortunate to have connections with these four," Sha Sang remarked, unable to suppress his laughter. "Do not speak of fortune, do not speak of fortune. I, old pig, was utterly ruined by that very term yesterday," Beiji lamented, his voice muffled from behind his sleeve, suffused with a sense of grievance. Remembering the events of the previous day, he turned to Chen Qi, knelt, and wept bitterly. "Master, I regret not heeding your wise counsel. I, old pig, should have followed you to the Western paradise to acquire the true teachings. That is the righteous path. All right, as the saying goes, a fall into a pit, a gain in your wit. Remember this lesson and do not err again," Chen Qi said, watching with a twinge of pity as his trousers were smeared black from Beiji's tears. "As your master, I possess but 4 garments for all seasons. Do not ruin them, you pig-headed fool." Thus, the turmoil instigated by Beiji's greed and lust ultimately concluded with him wiping away his tears and regaining his resolve. The 4 disciples of Chen Qi had successfully navigated this peculiar calamity. Apart from the solitary wounded Beiji, the other 3 enjoyed a comfortable respite, having passed through a trial with minimal effort, while also recuperating from their recent exertions. Indeed, this was a cause for celebration. Beiji, After the 4 saints tested their resolve, Chen Qi's group traversed a long and winding journey over many days. One day, they encountered a magnificent mountain, towering and majestic, its grandeur impressive, its roots connected to the Kunlun range, and its peak brushed against the heavens, white cranes perched upon cypress trees, while dark apes swung from the vines. Sunlight illuminated the clear woods, with countless strands of red mist swirling about. The wind stirred the shadowy ravines, while colorful clouds danced above. The distant cries of birds echoed through the green bamboo. And golden pheasants competed among the wildflowers. Before them stood the Millennium Peak, the Five Blessings Peak, and the Hibiscus Peak, each radiating a chilling brilliance. The 10,000-year stone, the tiger-tooth stone, and the three-pronged stone exuded an auspicious aura. Grasses flourished at the cliff's edge, and the scent of plum blossoms wafted from the ridged dense thickets of thorns and delicate orchids mingled. Eagles and phoenixes gathered in the deep woods, while ancient caves housed myriad beasts. The winding waters flowed with affection, curving and twisting around. The peaks and ridges endlessly encircled one another. They beheld the green locust trees, speckled bamboos, and verdant pines, each thriving with the passage of 1,000 years. The white plums, red peaches, and emerald willows all contended for beauty in the vibrant spring. Dragons roared and tigers howled, cranes danced and monkeys screeched. Deer emerged from the flowers, and azure birds sang to the sun. This was indeed a blessed land, a paradise akin to the realms of Panglai. They witnessed flowers blooming and withering upon the mountain tops, clouds drifting and gathering upon the ridges. Seeing this breathtakingly beautiful mountain, Chen Shi could not help but draw in a sharp breath of goodness. Has the scenery suddenly transformed? If one claims there is no plot here, I, Chen Shi, would wager my head that it is unequivocally false. The monkey, lifting his gaze to admire the view, remarked, "What a splendid place! It must be the abode of some celestial being, hence the myriad auspicious signs and phenomena." Beiji, unable to suppress his salivation, interjected, "Monkey brother, your reputation precedes you. Should we not pay a visit to this celestial being? Surely, being a divine entity, they would not be stingy and would feast us well. Haha, whether to visit or not is not for me to decide. It depends on fate. As we journey westward, should we chance upon them, it would be destiny, and we shall certainly pay our respects. If not, then we shall continue on our path, and they shall remain in their carefree existence. There is no need to force it, you are free to indulge as you please. What concern is it of mine whether I, old pig, am hungry?" Beiji muttered under his breath, recalling their journey thus far. Lamenting the few hearty meals they had shared, unable to contain himself, he asked, "Monkey brother, how much longer until we reach the western paradise?" Hard to say. Upon hearing Beiji's question, Chen Shi and Sha Sang turned their curious gazes toward the monkey. After a moment's contemplation, the monkey shook his head, saying, "If it were just you two, we could reach the spiritual mountain in about 10 days. As for me, I could make the round trip 50 times in a single day." However, when it came to the master, the monkey glanced at Chen Shi. "That is a different matter altogether. What makes it difficult?" Chen Shi inquired, intrigued. He had no interest in knowing how far they were from the spiritual mountain. After all, were they not to face trials along the way? With each trial and tribulation, the path to the spiritual mountain would naturally unfold. Yet, seeing the monkey's enigmatic demeanor piqued Chen Shi's curiosity, prompting him to ask, the monkey chuckled. "If we speak of the long journey, it could be likened to traversing from your childhood to old age, and then from old age back to childhood. Ceaselessly for 1,000 cycles. Good heavens, how long must we endure to obtain the scriptures?" Beiji exclaimed, unable to restrain himself. The monkey shot a glance at the interrupting fool, then continued, "However, if we speak of the journey's proximity, as long as master possesses sincerity and intent, reflecting upon the past, that is the very essence of the spiritual mountain. I understand. The sea of suffering is boundless, yet turning back is the shore." Chen Shi acknowledged, nodding his head. He neither agreed nor disagreed with the monkey's words. This statement could be interpreted as accurate or inaccurate. If deemed accurate, it would apply to those great and virtuous monks. Once they achieve enlightenment, they would find their own Buddha. And where does the Buddha reside? In the western spiritual mountain. Thus, they would arrive at the spiritual mountain. However, if deemed inaccurate, Chen Shi was well aware of the general script. Logically, he had a multitude of tribulations yet to face. The Bodhisattva, in order to orchestrate the trials, would have exhausted their efforts, wearing themselves out in the process. To suggest that merely reflecting upon the past would lead to the spiritual mountain, allowing one to effortlessly find the Buddha for the scriptures. Chen Shi felt certain that his journey to the west would undoubtedly involve further tribulations. He had even thought of a fitting name for it, the darkening of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Cough, was it inappropriate to concoct such tales about the Bodhisattva in his mind? Amatbat, Chen Shi, feeling guilty, touched his itchy bald head, refraining from delving further into those thoughts. Beiji and Sha Sang realized that the monkey was merely jesting. engaging in frivolous banter about distance and proximity, creating a spectacle. Thus, whether the journey would take long or short was something the monkey himself did not know. It all depended on the master's disposition. They ceased their chatter and resumed their journey in silence. Upon finishing, the monkey noticed that the three had not fallen for his trickery, and he shrugged, feeling somewhat disheartened. Not a single one to amuse me. How dull, how dull. Thus, the group continued into the magnificent mountain, reveling in the beautiful scenery and engaging in lively conversation. Suddenly a Taoist temple came into view. Before the temple, the pines stood solemnly, and the bamboo paths were serene. White cranes drifted by, sending clouds of mist, while monkeys occasionally presented fruits. The pond in front of the gate was wide, with shadows cast by trees, and stones cracked with moss and flowers. The palatial structures loomed high, ethereal towers seeming to touch the rosy clouds. Indeed, this was a blessed land, a realm of divine immortals. A few human affairs disturbed the tranquility, fostering a serene path of the heart. The azure birds often carried messages from the Queen Mother, while the purple phoenix frequently delivered texts from the Lao Jun. One could hardly behold the grandeur of the profound moral winds. Indeed, it was an abode of celestial beings. Monkey brother, fate has arrived. Beiji's eyes lit up at the sight of the temple. Grasping the monkey's arm eagerly, it was evident to anyone with eyes that this temple was likely the residence of the celestial being, and it was precisely where Beiji longed to feast. Indeed, it is fate. The monkey chuckled at Beiji's enthusiasm. Master, should we pay a visit? Chen Shi hesitated. As the saying goes, it is better to avoid trouble than to seek it. However, seeing Beiji's pleading gaze, and recalling his own destined series of calamities, very well, to prevent myself from evading too many tribulations and worrying the bodhisattva into losing all their hair, perhaps it is best to visit and join the festivities. Thus, Chen Shi nodded. Since it is fate, let us pay a visit. Remember, be courteous. Seeing Beiji's eagerness to indulge in a grand feast, Chen Shi reminded him. Rest assured, master, I know. Beiji swallowed his saliva, straightened his attire, and grinned. Let us hope. Chen Shi held on to an ominous premonition as he and his disciples approached the Taoist temple. As they drew near, they noticed a stone tablet to the left of the mountain gate inscribed with Longevity Mountain, Blessed Land, Wuzhuang Temple, Celestial Cave. Next to the entrance hung a couplet, the abode of immortals, where one achieves eternal youth, living in harmony with heaven. So this trial is under the dominion of the earth immortal, Zhen Yuanzi. Chen Shi recognized the name, recalling the renowned celestial figure from the original tale, who possessed the power to contain the monkey effortlessly. He was undoubtedly one of the most formidable figures in the journey to the west. Upon reading these lines, Chen Shi realized where he had arrived and what trials awaited him. Yet, he could not help but feel a sense of relief. Zhen Yuanzi was indeed a Taoist immortal of great renown, known for his broad-mindedness. Being in his hands, Chen Shi was certain he would not suffer too harshly. After all, how could a celestial being bully a mere mortal such as himself? That would be utterly unreasonable. The only source of concern for Chen Shi lies in the fact that in this particular predicament of the original text, the group led by the monkey is indeed rather unreasonable, to the extent that one could argue they have brought this calamity upon themselves. Why? Simply because the venerable Zhen Yuanzi left two young disciples with a kind-hearted intention to offer hospitality. Even presenting them with the precious ginseng fruit as a treat to it would be one thing if the old Tang, a mere mortal with a somewhat timid and conventional disposition, had declined this goodwill. However, the foolish Beiji, driven by his insatiable appetite, incited the monkey to indulge in the habitual thievery of fruits, going so far as to pilfer the very treasures meant for their hosts. Under ordinary circumstances, should it have been the fruit of a common household, they could easily compensate and apologize, and the matter would be resolved. Yet, this is no ordinary fruit. It is the ginseng fruit, known to extend one's lifespan merely by its aroma. How could Chen Shi possibly make amends for such an offense? Should he offer the renowned Tang Seng flesh as compensation, in a scenario where Neza pays back his parents' bones and flesh? Now Chen Shi is expected to sacrifice himself for his disciples. This is utterly absurd. Even more outrageous, after Monkey's theft was discovered, instead of showing remorse, he reacted with indignation, toppling Zhen Yuanzi's fruit tree in a fit of rage. By the heavens, if this were to be accounted for, Chen Shi's 100+ pounds of Tang Seng flesh would hardly suffice for compensation. He might as well uproot the ginseng tree and plant himself therein. Chapter 51, The Clear Breeze and Bright Moon. Presenting fruit. To speak candidly, the actions of the monkey, if one were to transpose them into reality, would be akin to cultivating a fruit tree at home. Generously offering a few fruits to a passerby to quench their thirst, yet, the passerby, dissatisfied with the generosity, resorts to stealing, and upon being caught, instead of feeling remorse, they go so far as to uproot the entire tree. Surely anyone would find such behavior intolerable, and while Chen Shi must face his tribulations, can he truly stand idly by and witness the monkey commit such morally reprehensible acts, setting aside the monkey's identity? If one were to survey the common folk in the surrounding 10 miles, who would not condemn such actions as bestial, although later Avalokiteshvara intervenes to restore the fruit tree, and Jin Yuanzi maintains an admirable composure throughout. Behaving as if nothing has transpired, it becomes challenging to discern whether this is mere theatrics. Nevertheless, perhaps it is best to have the Bodhisattva enlist a few more understudies. Chen Shi resolved in his heart, let the Bodhisattva endure some hardship. While the infamy falls upon Tang Sang, as a master, Chen Shi has always considered himself to possess little to impart to his 3 disciples, including the White Dragon, who surely surpasses him in abilities. Thus, he has viewed himself as a rather convenient teacher to them, and his relationship with the monkey and the others resembles that of friends rather than a conventional master-disciple bond. On their journeys, they share laughter and playful banter, treating one another as equals. Yet, the monkey once wisely noted in the Avalokiteshvara monastery, one must ring the bell as long as one is a monk for a day. Thus, as a master, he must surely fulfill the responsibilities that such a role entails. Throughout their journey, Chen Shi has gained some understanding of his disciples, recognizing their respective flaws. The monkey embodies a quintessential rebellious spirit, disregarding those weaker than himself and treating ordinary matters with disdain. His temperament free-spirited and unruly, devoid of decorum. Fortunately, deep within, he retains a gentle kindness and a sense of justice, refraining from committing heinous acts that would draw the ire of the heavens. Though one should not hold high expectations for his adherence to minor rules, Beiji, on the other hand, is a classic example of greed and lust, fearful of death, lazy, and perpetually gluttonous, burdened with numerous flaws both major and minor. Were it not for the monkey's influence, one can only imagine the extent of trouble this glutton would cause. As for Sha Sang, their acquaintance is still brief, but he exhibits a certain dullness and lack of initiative. The White Dragon, having transformed into a horse, has not spoken a word since, diligently embodying the image of a steed, making it difficult to judge his character. As the saying goes, a teacher's role is to impart knowledge, guide, and resolve doubts. As a master, Chen Shi may not be able to teach them supernatural abilities, but can he not impart the wisdom of being a decent human being? Although Chen Shi himself may possess a few of the aforementioned flaws, he believes that being slightly superior is still superiority. By setting an example and employing verbal constraints, he hopes to inspire even a modicum of positive change within them. Master, the monkey engaged in jovial conversation with Beiji and Sha Sang about a stone tablet with couplets, turned to find Chen Shi lost in contemplation, prompting him to call out gently, Chen Shi, roused by the monkey's voice, noticed the concerned gazes of his 3 disciples and smiled. It's nothing, merely reflecting upon the sentiments evoked by this stone tablet. Isn't that just a few empty words for show? What profound thoughts could one possibly have? The monkey and his companions exchanged puzzled glances, unable to discern Chen Shi's musings, with a smile, before he could articulate his thoughts. The door of the Taoist temple creaked open, and 2 young disciples emerged. Their countenance exuded clarity and vitality. Adorned with short hair tied in buns, their Taoist robes naturally flowed as if shrouded in mist, and their feathered garments fluttered gracefully in the breeze. From whence do you hail, esteemed elders? Inquisitive, the 2 disciples scrutinized the newcomers. Upon spotting Chen Shi, they were momentarily delighted, forming a few conjectures. However, upon observing the peculiar appearances of the monkey and Beiji, they exchanged subtle frowns, indicating their discontent. Eager for a hearty meal, Beiji hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "We come from the east, journeying westward to pay homage to the Buddha and seek scriptures." My master is a renowned monk of the eastern Tang, entrusted by the Tang Emperor in Avalokiteshvara, known as Tang Sanzang. As we passed through this auspicious land, suffused with good fortune, and spotted this Taoist temple, we felt compelled to visit, believing it to be a fateful encounter. He patted his rumbling stomach, embellishing his words. So you are the venerable Sanzang and his disciples? The 2 young disciples exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Beiji's words, noticing the confusion among the others. They hurried to clarify, "We are Qingfeng and Mingyue, the youngest disciples of our master. Unfortunately, our master received a summons from the primordial lord a few days ago and was invited to the upper clarity heavens Luo Palace to discuss the Tao of the primordial unity. Before his departure, he entrusted us with looking after the temple and mentioned that the Sanzang, who journeys westward, is an old acquaintance of his. He instructed us to welcome you with hospitality upon your arrival. Regrettably, due to the urgency of his summons, we were unable to greet you properly. We hope you will forgive us." Qingfeng and Mingyue opened the temple doors wide, bowing respectfully at such graciousness from the young Taoists. "It is I who must apologize for our impromptu visit without any offerings," Chen Qi quickly responded, stepping forward to assist them up. This temple has grown accustomed to boasting, just like that stone tablet at the entrance. Who among the celestial beings of the Mi Luo Palace is truly a great figure? What capabilities does their master possess to impart the Tao? The monkey, witnessing Chen Qi's courteous demeanor, secretly leaned closer to his two companions, whispering and mocking. Had it not been for the prolonged companionship with Chen Qi, tempering his disposition, he would have outright exposed such pretentiousness in front of his old Sunday. "I care not where he goes to expound the Tao," Beiji interjected dismissively, "as long as they can provide us with a hearty meal. Let me, old pig, feast to my heart's content." This simpleton, upon reaching this point, even tiptoed to peer into the temple, finding it spacious within, which alleviated his worries. "Hey, master brother, one must not underestimate the talents that abound in this world," Sha Sang cautioned, noticing the monkey's arrogance. "Wukong Beiji, Lao Sha, why do you linger? The young Taoist has invited us inside to rest." Chen Qi called back, observing his three disciples engaged in hushed discussions, yet he paid them no mind, beckoning them with a smile. "My old son is well connected. If such talents truly exist, how could I have not heard of them? Brother Sha, fret not. Upon hearing Chen Qi's summons, the monkey grabbed Beiji, who was eager to dash forward, and tossed that remark before striding ahead, clearly dismissing Sha Seng's warning. The four master and disciples followed Qingfeng and Mingyue into the Wuzhuang temple, which featured a central hall facing south, connected by 5 chambers, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters. Pushing open the hall doors, Qingfeng invited Chen Qi inside, revealing a wall emblazoned with the colorful characters for heaven and earth, beneath which stood a vermilion incense table with a golden incense burner and nearby offerings for incense preparation. Chen Qi recognized this as a customary gesture of hospitality for guests and found it unremarkable. Stepping forward to light incense and perform his respects, curiously, the grand hall housed neither deities nor ancestral tablets, merely the characters for heaven and earth. Yet, whom were they worshipping? Standing at the back, Sha Sang, awaiting Chen Qi to complete his rites, marveled at the peculiar display on the wall, perplexed. Venerable elder, you are unaware, the upper character is still worthy of reverence. The lower one, however, is unworthy of our incense offerings. Thus it was casually hung by our master. Seeing Sha Seng's confusion, Qingfeng and Mingyue exchanged glances and expertly replied, clearly accustomed to such inquiries and exhibiting a hint of pride. The monkey found their pretentiousness amusing and scoffed. Qingfeng and Mingyue had intended to elaborate further, but upon noticing the monkey's demeanor, their smiles faltered, recognizing his rebellious aura and deciding against provoking him, burying their displeasure within. Indeed, the master had been correct. The Sanzang was an old acquaintance, courteous in etiquette, yet his disciples, each had such peculiar appearances and exhibited a certain arrogance. Qingfeng and Mingyue exchanged glances, pondering. Meanwhile, Chen Qi, having completed his formalities, turned around. Beiji, preoccupied with thoughts of a hearty meal, eagerly queried the two young disciples. Young Taoist, now that the formalities are done, we have journeyed far and our stomachs are empty. Do you have any vegetarian dishes to satisfy our hunger? Beiji, with his piggish demeanor, eagerly licked his lips. In such a grand temple, you lack even vegetarian dishes. Upon hearing this response, Beiji felt as though all his hopes from the journey had been utterly dashed. His pig ears drooped despondently as he sighed. Ahem, observed Mingyue, feeling somewhat guilty. Within the temple, provisions such as rice, fruits, and vegetables can be borrowed from the elders, along with some pickled cucumbers, eggplants, and marinated radishes available for the elders to enjoy. A free rice, fruits, and vegetables? Beiji's eyes lit up at this remark. With such an abundance of delectable vegetarian dishes, it would not be amiss for him to prepare them himself, as long as they filled his belly. The old pig would not be picky. Yet he immediately called upon his fellow disciples, Monkey Brother, and Brother Sha. Come, let us head to the kitchen and whip up a pot of vegetarian dishes. Turning to Qingfeng and Mingyue with delight, he added, I would be most grateful if the young Taoist could guide us. Do join us later to taste my culinary skills, which are quite commendable. No need for that, the two replied, we can sustain ourselves on the wind and dew. We appreciate your concern, elder. Beiji's earnestness made Qingfeng and Mingyue feel a bit ashamed of themselves. Knowing the temple contained valuable treasures, they dared not let Beiji and his companions wander unsupervised, so they hurriedly led the way. They intentionally left Chen Qi alone in the hall, with no immediate destination. After a short while, Chen Qi, intrigued, strolled about the grand hall of the Patriarch of the Earth Immortals, taking in the novelty. Just as he was about to seek out Beiji and the others to assist with the cooking, Qingfeng and Mingyue approached him, each carrying a square plate. What is this, young Taoists? Chen Qi inquired. Glancing at the two plates, one held a cup of fragrant tea, while the other was covered by a silk cloth, concealing its contents, his mind began to formulate a plan just as he anticipated. The two presented the plates on the table, first offering tea with an apologetic tone. "Elder Sanzang, we have neglected you, please enjoy this tea." They then lifted the silk cloth, revealing two small fruits. Akin to children not yet fully matured, complete with limbs and facial features, approximately 3 inches in size, plump and emitting a delightful fragrance, these are our village's specialty, the ginseng fruits. Before my master departed, he specifically instructed us to present these to the elder. So this is the ginseng fruit. At that moment, Chen Shi, not burdened by the allure of longevity, regarded the famed treasure of the journey to the west with an appreciative gaze. Here is a humorous thought: both ginseng fruits and tangseng's flesh are renowned in the journey to the west as ingredients for extending life. So the question arises, why do so many demons desire tangseng's flesh? Even going so far as to confront the legendary Sun Wukong instead of targeting the ginseng fruits, because ginseng fruits are vegetarian, yet Qin Yuan de Xian is not a vegetarian. Elder, please partake in this. Consider it a remedy for thirst. Seeing Chen Shi gaze longingly at the ginseng fruit, Jingfeng and Mingyue urged him, these fruits are exquisite but quite particular, they wilt upon contact with gold, wither in the presence of wood, dissolve in water, char with fire, and sink into the earth. Even when properly stored, they have a short shelf life and will turn stale if left too long, losing all their efficacy. The two young Taoists, wishing to prevent waste, naturally encouraged Chen Shi. This, Chen Shi shifted his gaze back to Qingfeng and Mingyue, raising his hand slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he bowed. Dear young Taoists, I perceive this fruit is extraordinary, likely possessing some divine efficacy. As a humble monk, I find it hard to accept such a generous gift, but my 4 disciples and I have journeyed together through thick and thin, sharing meals and lodging, forming a deep bond. If I were to consume it alone, I would feel truly remiss. I kindly ask that you allow me to take it with me so that I may share it with my disciples. Now it was Qingfeng and Mingyue's turn to feel somewhat troubled. Their master had specifically instructed them to be wary of those 3 disciples. Through their interactions, they had indeed discerned that one of Elder Sanzang's disciples was rather unruly and not to be trusted with treasures. However, Chen Shi's heartfelt words touched them deeply. They reflected on their master's care for them over the centuries, shielding them from the storms of life, and the bond between a master and disciple was no different. Yet, if they were to allow Chen Shi to take the ginseng fruit, they would need to impose strict conditions. Should word get out, it could lead to complications. The 2 Taoist boys, raised together like brothers, exchanged glances, silently communicating for quite some time. Finally, the older Qingfeng gritted his teeth and took on the responsibility, saying, Elder, your affection for your disciples is commendable, and I admire it. However, you must promise us to keep a close eye on your disciples, ensuring they do not act recklessly due to this fruit and cause trouble that would implicate us. Thank you, young Taoist. Chen Shi rose to express his gratitude for the understanding shown by the 2 young Taoists, assuring them, rest assured, the most capable of my disciples is the eldest, yet he is also the most loyal to me. As long as I keep a vigilant watch, they will not act out of line and bring trouble to you. The monkey, having developed a close bond with him throughout this journey, had always respected his master. As long as Chen Shi communicated with them beforehand, even if Beiji's gluttonous tendencies flared up, he would not cause any trouble like in the original text. That is reassuring. Seeing Chen Shi so resolute, Qingfeng and Mingyue felt a weight lift from their hearts. They carefully explained the restrictions to Chen Shi, during which they could not help but boast about the ginseng fruit's miraculous properties. A mere whiff can extend your life by 360 years. Consuming 1 grants you 47,000 years. If I were to refrain from eating it and merely inhale it, or gather a group to smell it together, upon hearing Qingfeng and Mingyue's introduction, Chen Shi could not help but ponder this amusing notion. However, once they mentioned the fruit's time-sensitive nature, he understood that this little loophole would not work. The fragrance emitted by the fruit was finite, and its existence was brief. If one merely inhaled without consuming it, the lifespan gained from sniffing may be less than that from merely eating a small piece. Furthermore, the fruit's potency was fixed. For every 360 years of life gained from inhalation, the 47,000 years contained within the fruit would diminish correspondingly. Indeed, is this not fitting both with metaphysics and science, having already discussed the fruit's time constraints? Qingfeng and Mingyue urged, we must not delay, let us divide the fruit without further ado. Thank you, dear young Taoists. Chen Shi accepted the plates, performing a respectful gesture, and, taking the special knife they had lent him for dividing the fruit, hurriedly and cautiously exited through the door. Brother, do you think what we are doing will cause trouble? Observing Chen Shi's hurried retreat, Mingyue turned to Qingfeng, suddenly feeling a pang of regret and fear.
We have already agreed, should we now stop Elder Sanzong? Xingfeng replied, maintaining a stern expression, yet feeling a slight lack of confidence. I believe that Elder Sanzang is a man of his word. Sincere in his intentions, and willing to share treasures with his disciples, he is a virtuous monk and would not deceive us. Moreover, our master is the patriarch of earth immortals, a renowned sage. How many would dare cause chaos in his temple? Brother, do not worry, let us not tarnish our master's reputation. You make a valid point. I was overly concerned, Mingyue conceded, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Chen Shi hurriedly carried the plate, seeking out the kitchen. Yukong, Beiji, old Sha, where are you? We're here. The monkey emerged from the kitchen, extending his hand in response. Master, why are you calling us in such a hurry? Is there a situation? Having just returned from the temple's garden, where he had picked vegetables. He still held radishes and eggplants in his hands. It's something good. Noting the monkey's concern, Chen Shi smiled and stepped closer. The monkey tucked the vegetables into his robes and approached Chen Shi. Taking the plate from him, his curiosity piqued as he examined the silk-covered item. What is this? You rushed over just for this? A good thing. Where are Beiji and old Sha? Chen Shi smiled mysteriously. Refraining from explaining further, Beiji is busy preparing the vegetarian meal, and brother Sha is helping him with the fire. I was sent to wash the vegetables. The monkey led Chen Shi inside, rolling his eyes at Beiji's tendency to boss everyone around during cooking. That fool, he loves to order others around when he is cooking, the monkey thought, feeling slightly annoyed, before returning his attention to the intriguing item in his hands, wanting to sneak a peek under the silk cloth. Everyone is here. Good. Beiji. Old Sha, pause for a moment and come over. I have something wonderful to share. Chen Shi greeted the busy Beiji and Sha Sang with a smile, and gestured for the monkey to place the plate on the table. Oh, by the way, Yukong, go fetch the dragon horse. Master, I'm currently busy preparing the dishes and need to steam the rice soon. What good thing could there be right now? Hearing Chen Shi's summons, Beiji wiped his hands on his robe. A hint of complaint in his tone as he turned to approach. Indeed, master, you asked brother Yukong to fetch the horse. Is something amiss in the temple? Are we to leave now? Sha Sing chimed in. Having stoked the fire low, rising with concern. What, leave now? I haven't even steamed the rice yet, nor have I had a bite to eat, Beiji grumbled, feeling aggrieved that his much-anticipated feast was slipping away. Sit, I said it's something good. What are you two thinking? Chen Shi, a bit exasperated, urged them to take a seat and, maintaining the suspense, said, once Yukong brings the horse back, you'll find out. Not leaving then? What is the horse for? The two exchanged glances, pondering. However, Chen Shi's sudden appearance, coupled with the new plate covered with silk, hinted that the mystery lay within this tray. The hearts of the two, Beiji and Sha Sang, brimmed with curiosity, and fortunately the monkey shared their intrigue. He did not keep them waiting long. In less than the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea, he led the horse back. Master, I have brought back the dragon horse. Could this be considered a momentous occasion? The monkey set the white dragon horse at the kitchen door and entered the room, drawing closer to Chen Shi. Noticing that everyone had gathered in time was of the essence, Chen Shi ceased his air of mystery, unveiling a silk handkerchief with a smile. Behold, this is today's remarkable discovery. Within the dish lay two plump infants. Seated gracefully, their lips curled in innocent smiles, yet atop their heads rested a delicate stalk. Oh, is that a ginseng fruit? To Chen Shi's astonishment, the usually reserved Sha Sang recognized the fruit and exclaimed. This is the ginseng fruit, also known as the grass-returning elixir, isn't it? The monkey, surprisingly familiar with it as well, responded, in my former role as the curtain-lifting general, I attended the peach banquet alongside the celestial beings and witnessed them offering this fruit to the Queen Mother for longevity. Though I have never tasted it, its appearance has remained etched in my memory. It cannot be mistaken. Sha Sang gazed at the ginseng fruit, nostalgia creeping into his voice upon hearing Sha Sang's words. The monkey, entranced by the fragrant fruits resembling tiny infants, mused, indeed, the aroma and appearance are surely reminiscent of the legendary ginseng fruit. It is said to greatly extend one's lifespan. During my travels in search of immortals, I have only heard tales of its renown, never having laid eyes on or tasted it until today. The monkey sighed in wonder, then turned to Chen Shi with curiosity. Master, where did you procure such a divine fruit? Yes, master, where did this come from? It smells delightful. Beiji, overwhelmed by the fruit's aroma, could hardly contain his drool, his stomach stirring with desire. Initially reluctant to reveal the fruit's marvel, Chen Shi, seeing that Sha Sang had unveiled the secret, and with his three disciples gazing eagerly at him, decided to abandon his intent to conceal. He declared openly, indeed, this platter contains ginseng fruits, also known as the grass-returning elixir. They bloom every 3,000 years, bear fruit every 3,000 years, and ripen every 3,000 years. A mere whiff grants 360 years of life, and consuming one can extend your life by 47,000 years.
They were given to me by 2 young Taoists, who said it was their master's wish before he departed. I did not wish to keep it all to myself, so I brought it to share with you. My word, master, you are exceedingly generous, remembering to share the ginseng fruits with us. Sha Xing thought, touched by Chen Qi's thoughtfulness. The monkey too was moved by Chen Qi's actions, calling out, Master. Only Beiji, his eyes completely fixated on the ginseng fruits, reached out with his large hand to snatch one, eager to taste it. Master truly cares for us. Let me have a taste first. Ow! The monkey swiftly swatted Beiji's greedy hand away, exclaiming, You fool, there are only 2 fruits. Do you expect to devour one all by yourself? Beiji rubbed his hand, somewhat disgruntled. I could eat half, leaving the other half for Sha, while you and Master share the other. Why strike me? He protested. Ha! The monkey and Sha Xing exchanged eye rolls, utterly unconvinced by Beiji's ludicrous claims. If you could truly leave me half, I would devour this entire table. Sha Xing internally scoffed at the second disciple's antics. Chen Qi, doubting Beiji's intentions, picked up a magnetic knife from the other side of the tray and instructed the monkey, Yukong, use this knife to slice the fruit, dividing it into 5 equal portions. Remember, do not let the fruit touch any earthly objects. Cut it on this silk handkerchief. Given the monkey's skills, dividing the 2 fruits into 5 portions was hardly a challenge. Indeed, the monkey accepted the knife and, with swift and precise movements, the 2 fruits were transformed into 5 perfectly equal pieces, the flesh glistening and the juice contained within him. Master, Beiji exclaimed upon seeing the revealed fruit, his mouth watering as he swallowed hard. Why did you instruct Brother Monkey to cut it into 5 pieces? Are you planning to eat 2 by yourself? Fool, the monkey replied, setting down the knife and pointing to the dragon horse peering through the door with its neck craned. Do you think Master asked me to bring the horse here for no reason? What, you wish to give it a portion too? Beiji grumbled, displeased. This fruit was brought back by Master. He is indeed our master, and I can accept him having 2 portions, but why should that white horse have a share? It deprives us brothers of our share. Beiji, Chen Qi chuckled. The white dragon horse has carried burdens in me along the way, contributing significantly. In my eyes, it is just like you, a member of our questing party. How could it not partake? Exactly, you, who complain every few days about carrying weight, consume more than 3 people. How could it not have a share? The monkey teased. To get lost, I am not the one who eats excessively. It has always been this way. You should reflect on whether you are eating too little, making my consumption seem excessive. Beiji, feeling attacked over his appetite, hurriedly defended himself. This exchange elicited laughter from the others, filling the kitchen with a joyful atmosphere. After the merriment subsided, concerned the fruit would spoil, Chen Qi first fed a piece of fruit to the white dragon horse. He then returned to the table, distributing 1 piece to each person, savoring it thoughtfully. It melts in the mouth. Chen Qi closed his eyes, wishing to remember the taste of the ginseng fruit, for it was a renowned delicacy of this world. To have tasted it even once was a treasure in his life's experience. If he could savor it slowly and commit the flavor to memory, it would be worth it. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the fruit being divided into such small portions, once it entered Chen Qi's mouth, it dissolved into a pool of fragrant liquid. It slid down his throat with utter smoothness, leaving only a faint aftertaste upon his lips, devoid of any discernible flavor. Oh no, I have become Beiji, Chen Qi lamented, opening his eyes to see the same expressions of dissatisfaction mirrored on his 3 disciples' faces, their lips smacking, still yearning for more. Even the white dragon horse at the door was moving its lips, attempting to lick back a hint of flavor. Master, did you give me a portion of the fruit? I feel as though I have not eaten at all. Beiji swallowed hard, perplexed. You fool, if you did not eat, am I to assume I did? The monkey retorted, pursing his lips in annoyance. Oh dear, Brother Monkey, Beiji protested, patting his stomach. Was that not too little? Not just me, but even you. What flavor could you have discerned? I propose, Beiji's eyes darted mischievously, that Brother Monkey should go and pick a few more for our 4-person party. And yes, let us include the white dragon horse. We can each have 1 to savor slowly. Wouldn't that be delightful? This, the monkey smacked his lips, momentarily considering Beiji's suggestion. After all, he, the mighty great sage equal to heaven, once oversaw the peach garden, where the peaches were treasures beyond compare. 1,200 of the finest, no less, rivaling the ginseng fruit. The purple-veined peaches, ripening every 9,000 years, granted longevity equal to that of heaven and earth. Yet he had enjoyed a satisfying feast then. Now, sharing 2 measly ginseng fruits and not even tasting their essence was truly beneath his dignity. In the monkey's eyes, such fruit trees were a natural gift, growing in the world, deserving of a portion for the birds, and for him, the monkey, he reasoned that as a monkey, it was only right to pluck and partake of the fruits. Witnessing the monkey swayed by Beiji's words, Chen Qi sighed in resignation and suddenly said, Yukong Beiji, do you remember when I first arrived at Gao Laozhuang, and I spoke of the monastic precepts regarding Beiji? Of course, the monkey replied, his expression shifting as he recalled his master. You mentioned that the first precept forbids killing, the second forbids stealing. As the monkey recited the second precept, he faltered, realizing Chen Shi's intent. Unlike Beiji, he was not oblivious to the underlying message. If he were to pluck the ginseng fruit, it would indeed violate the second precept. Seeing the monkey pause, Chen Shi turned to Beiji. Beiji, at that time, old Sha was absent. Why don't you recite the 8 precepts? Yes, master, Beiji replied, his face contorted with concern. He was not truly foolish. He knew that bringing this up meant that both he and the monkey would face reprimand. Yet he dared not refuse. With a nod of his head, he recited, first, do not kill; second, do not steal; third, do not indulge in lust; fourth, do not lie; fifth, do not drink alcohol; sixth, do not wear fragrant flowers; seventh, do not sit or lie on a bed that is too large; eighth, do not eat out of time. Good, you remember them well. I am heartened, Chen Shi commended, nodding appreciatively. His praise was genuine, not sarcastic, for it indicated that they had internalized these teachings rather than dismissing them. Chen Shi then gazed at both of them, saying, these 8 precepts were understood by you at that time, and I empathized with your struggles, but the second precept has no room for dispute. Why today do you wish to break it? In life, a true man must honor his word. One must not be deceitful. Chapter 53, Beiji's cunning words and the theft of the fruit. The 3 disciples, swayed by desire, disregarded the orders. Seeing Chen Shi invoke his earlier words from Gao Laozhuang to press him, the monkey, ever the proud figure, immediately waved his hand dismissively. What nonsense, master! I, your humble disciple, would never steal. It is this fool who has harbored ill thoughts. I have no such intentions. As the monkey sought to distance himself from the blame, Beiji grew anxious. What kind of brother would let you take the fall alone for a reprimand, just as he was about to drag the monkey into trouble? He suddenly recalled something, bowed his head in submission, and with a silly smile, he said, master is right, it is indeed my fault. The gluttony has taken over, and in a moment of confusion, had it not been for your guidance, I would have broken my vows. Seeing that Beiji acknowledged his mistake with a commendable attitude, the monkey abandoned his thought of stealing fruit. Chen Shi nodded in satisfaction and remarked, it is good that you recognize your error. Such thievery not only contravenes good morals but would also tarnish our reputation if it were to spread. Remember this lesson and do not repeat it. The monkey, valuing his reputation, and Beiji, being called out, felt that their visit to Wuzhuang Temple should conclude perfectly after a meal and a brief rest. Chen Shi, calculating the situation in his mind, felt quite secure. Once everyone had relished the ginseng fruit, he rolled up his sleeves and began to assist Beiji in preparing the vegetarian meal. After washing the rice and vegetables, chopping and steaming, Beiji looked at the table full of dishes and the pot of steaming rice, wiped his hands, and said to Chen Shi with a silly grin, master, the meal is ready. Please invite those 2 young Taoists to join us. They treated us to fruit and lent us vegetables and rice, so we must invite them to eat with us. Indeed, that is the right thing to do. Chen Shi glanced at the colorful and fragrant dishes, nodded in agreement, and then stepped outside to fetch the 2 young Taoists. However, once Chen Shi left, Beiji immediately leaned against the door, peering around mischievously to ensure Chen Shi was far enough away before approaching the monkey with a flattering grin. Hey, monkey brother, my dear brother. Good monkey brother, what do you want? The monkey, who immediately sensed the foolishness in Beiji's demeanor, reclined in his chair, legs crossed, hands behind his head, and leisurely replied, oh, you know full well, just as you understand him. Beiji was well aware the monkey knew his intentions, and he leaned in with a smile. Of course, it's about that ginseng fruit. Slurper. Speaking of the ginseng fruit, the glutton within him stirred restlessly, saliva flowing incessantly. Humph, you greedy fool, still thinking about that ginseng fruit. The monkey scoffed, master just specifically instructed us not to violate the laws against theft. Did you not just admit your fault? Well, that was then. And this is now. How could I defy master in front of him and make him lose face? Beiji rubbed his hands together, completely unconcerned. What matters is that there is food to eat. He added excitedly, now that master is gone, we can naturally continue discussing how to pick the fruit. Discussing what nonsense. The monkey rolled his eyes at the fool, turning his back to him and closing his eyes to rest. Since master forbids us from stealing, we should naturally abide by his wishes. Do you wish to be a rebellious disciple? Indeed, second brother master has already admonished us, you should let go of that thought. Sandy chimed in from the side. Oh, why are you all so stubborn? Seeing no one agreed, Beiji rolled his eyes and declared, when we were eating the fruit just now, everyone's expressions were the same, unsatisfied. Clearly not enough, right? Sandy, did you eat enough? Beiji asked Sandy. Well, Sandy blushed, wanting to say he had enough but could not bring himself to utter such deceitful words. Seeing Sandy at a loss for words, Beiji circled around to the monkey's other side and leaned in. Monkey brother, did you eat enough? Did you taste the ginseng fruit? The monkey opened his eyes, looking at Beiji with amusement. What if I ate enough? And what if I didn't? If I didn't eat enough, of course, I'd want more. Beiji patted his belly and said, none of us three have had enough. Does master think he has had enough? He is pitiful. A mere mortal, how many good things can he eat in his lifetime? Just some vegetarian dishes and bread. As for us, Sandy and I, we used to be officials in the heavens, often drinking celestial nectar and tasting dragon liver and phoenix marrow. As for you, monkey brother, you need not say more. You've devoured the peaches of immortality that others long for, and you've consumed all the heavenly nectar from that peach banquet. Even the elixirs refined by the old gentleman were but a mere feast for you. But master, today, he finally managed to eat 2 ginseng fruits, and in order to share with us, he brought them back to divide. That amount is not even half a ginseng fruit. I clearly saw that after master finished the ginseng fruit, he still wanted more. After Beiji's heartfelt speech, he waved at the monkey. As disciples, our master treats us with such kindness. How can we not show filial piety? Shouldn't we ensure master gets to enjoy something nice? Humph, you fool, why don't you ever speak so sweetly or show such filial piety on ordinary days? You've really outdone yourself this time, concocting such a rationale for the ginseng fruit. The monkey smirked after Beiji finished speaking, but he couldn't help but admit that this line of reasoning stirred his heart. Throughout this journey, master has treated me, Sun Wukong, exceptionally well, mending my clothes, teaching me principles, and conversing as friends. Now, in this rare instance of encountering the elusive ginseng fruit, should we not pick one to show our respect and gratitude towards master? With this thought, the monkey sprang up from his seat with determination. Although you foolish one are driven by gluttony, there is some merit in your words. Wait here, I shall return shortly. Hey, big brother, wait. Sandy suddenly blocked the monkey. At this moment, master is inviting the young Taoists to dine. If you go out to pick fruit now, won't that reveal our intentions? Let us wait until after the meal to go pick, and don't pick too many. The temple owner and the young Taoists have treated us well. Bringing back one for master to taste is more than sufficient. Seeing Sandy rise to intervene, Beiji first felt a jolt of alarm, but then, after hearing Sandy's words, he sighed in relief. Sandy is right. Let us eat first and discuss it afterwards. As for Sandy's suggestion of only picking one, Beiji was not worried at all. Did he not know master and the monkey? If master received 2 ginseng fruits, he would feel too guilty to eat them alone. In front of everyone, he would feel even more embarrassed. Moreover, the monkey, with his nature unchanged, was also a glutton. If he stirred up excitement, wouldn't it lead to everyone getting 1 ginseng fruit each? Delightful. As for whether Chen-Chi would refuse the ginseng fruit, Beiji never considered that option. What kind of person is master? Someone as greedy as old pig. Just now, he didn't let the monkey steal out of concern for his pride. But when the ginseng fruit is presented right before him, would he refrain from eating? Impossible. Beiji rubbed his belly, the drool forming at the corner of his mouth, making plans in his mind, with the glutton in his belly urging him on. He felt as if his mind was working at lightning speed, practically a genius, and that Sandy, Beiji cast a glance at Sandy, who appeared honest yet was secretly swallowing saliva, and could easily see through Sandy's thoughts. This guy wasn't being honest either. He likely had similar plans as his own. The atmosphere in the kitchen began to feel strange. The monkey sat on the stool, scratching his ears and feeling somewhat anxious. Shifting in his seat, almost ready to leave, Beiji, however, had a drool-laden grin, chuckling foolishly. Sandy stared at the table full of vegetables, his gaze vacant, occasionally swallowing. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Chen-Chi arrived with Qingfeng and Mingyue. Breaking the tension point, 2 young Taoists, please take a seat. All of these dishes were prepared by my second disciple, and he insisted on inviting you. If the cooking is not to your liking, please forgive us. Chen-Chi said with a smile as he invited Qingfeng and Mingyue to sit down. Thank you, Elder Xuanzang, and also thank you, Elder Zhu. Qingfeng and Mingyue responded politely, looking at the sumptuous spread before them. Along the way, they had conversed with Chen-Chi and learned Beiji's name, growing quite fond of this pig-headed fellow. Master frequently teaches us not to judge by appearances. How true that is. Look at this Elder Zhu, who seems to be all gluttony and foolishness, yet in reality, he is a good person. Beiji, rubbing his belly, pretended to be adorably bumbling as he stood up and smiled at young Taoists. Please don't be polite. All the rice and vegetables are from the temple. I, old pig, merely lent a hand in the cooking. It is not worthy of thanks. The meal did not take long, and Chen-Chi was not one to linger at the table. Quizzing others, the 4 disciples and Qingfeng and Mingyue shared dishes, feasted, and once they were full, they set down their bowls and chopsticks, concluding the meal, since Qingfeng and Mingyue had other tasks to attend to that day. They sat for a while after eating and then bid farewell to Chen Shi, heading back to the main hall together. As for Chen Shi and the others, typically, after eating, they would rest a bit and prepare to pack their belongings for departure. However, Beiji was still eating. He had steamed a pot full of rice, and the total amount consumed by Chen Shi and the others was barely half a pot, leaving the rest entirely for Beiji. The leftover dishes on the table were also being cleared away by Beiji. Chen Shi, seeing Beiji enjoying his meal, made no effort to hurry him. After all, being able to eat is a blessing. Just as he sat there feeling a bit bored and was about to chat with the monkey or Sandy to pass the time, he realized the monkey was nowhere to be found. Strange, where did the monkey go? He was just here. Old Sandy, have you seen him? Chen Shi asked Sandy, who had finished eating and was packing his belongings. Oh, big brother, he just said he had a pressing need and went out. Sandy replied, his face unflinching as he lied to Chen Shi. Oh, Chen Shi took his word for it. Throughout their journey, not only did he himself need to use the restroom, but so did the three disciples. Chen Shi had previously asked the monkey about this topic. Do immortals also need to relieve themselves? The monkey had laughed heartily at Chen Shi's question, saying, the cycle of grains is the natural order. Once an immortal eats, they must naturally relieve themselves, only entering without leaving. Would that not make one akin to a Pishio, unless one is to dine on the wind and drink the dew? Deliberately fasting, otherwise one should eat when hungry and relieve oneself when the need arises. This revelation alleviated a perplexity for Chen Shi, yet it also left him with a tinge of regret, simply because the other three could cleanse their hands and bodies using magic after visiting the restroom. Only Chen Shi, as a mere mortal, had to seek out grass and leaves on the spot. Ahem, seeing Beiji indulging joyfully in his meal, Chen Shi retracted some rather unsavory thoughts from his mind. Patiently awaiting the return of the monkey, while engaging in casual conversation with Sha Sang, meanwhile, was the monkey truly attending to his needs? Indeed, he did take a moment for that, but upon finishing, he did not return. Instead, he employed an invisibility spell to traverse through the halls of Wuzhuan Temple. Having gleaned the 5 elemental taboos regarding ginseng fruits from Chen Shi, he naturally understood that to harvest the fruit, it was best to utilize the golden utensils provided by Wuzhuan Temple. Soon, the monkey discovered his target within a chamber, where he beheld a strip of pure gold hanging from the window frame, approximately 2 feet in length and as thick as a finger. Beneath it was a bulbous garlic-like head. Above it featured an eye tied with a green velvet string. Found it, the monkey approached to pluck it. Just as he was about to depart, he spun around, extracted a single hair, transformed it into this object to disguise its appearance. He kept the genuine article and stealthily slipped into the rear of the temple. In the back of the temple, the monkey pushed open 2 doors along the way, passing various pavilions, flower trellises, crane abodes, deer houses, square pools, and tinkling springs. Finally, pushing through another door from the vegetable garden, he beheld the ginseng fruit tree. Oh, how surprising that the ginseng fruit tree lies just behind the vegetable patch where I harvest. The monkey marveled in secret, observing the ginseng fruit tree. Its verdant branches exuded a fragrant aroma, the leaves dense and shadowy, resembling those of a banana plant, towering over 1,000 feet high. With a circumference of 7 or 8 zhang at its base, among the southern branches, nestled within the leaves, appeared individual ginseng fruits, akin to children. However, at their tips, there were stems, and he saw them bobbing on the branches, their limbs moving erratically, nodding and shaking as if whispering in the wind. What delightful fruits! The monkey inhaled deeply, as if savoring the aroma of the ginseng fruits, his mouth watering, unable to resist nodding in appreciation. He hurriedly climbed the fruit tree, employing his signature skills, swinging among the branches, selecting the most appealing and plump ginseng fruit, tapping it with the golden utensil, then using a silk cloth to catch it and secure it in his bosom. Alas, I, Sun Wukong, am not one to hoard for myself. My master has spoken before. To pick one for him to taste, to show filial piety is one thing, but to take too many would imply I disregard his prior words. That would not do, not at all. After inhaling the fragrance of the fruit up close among the leaves, the monkey murmured, regardless, Beiji will certainly be unwilling to miss out on the ginseng fruit. Ha, once he persuades the master, I shall return to pluck one for myself. Sun Wukong chuckled softly, fully aware of Beiji's scheming. Did he truly think he was oblivious? It was merely a matter of riding the current. With his decision made, the monkey flipped over and leapt down from the tree, stealthily clutching his treasure as he departed. Master, I have returned. The monkey placed the golden utensil back in its original position, retracted the hair, and hurriedly rushed back to the kitchen, beaming at Chen Shi. Why are you so cheerful upon your return? Witnessing the monkey's exuberant demeanor, akin to having consumed honey, Chen Shi felt a subtle foreboding and inquired. The monkey sidled up to Chen Qi, revealing a bundle from his robes, exclaiming mysteriously, "Naturally, there is a surprise, master, look." The monkey carefully unwrapped the silk cloth, unveiling a plump, pale ginseng fruit. "Is this truly a ginseng fruit?" Chen Qi felt a wave of shock, staring at the delightful surprise with a somewhat dazed expression. "Master, this was specially picked for you by our eldest brother to showcase his filial piety. It is a gift, not a theft." Beiji, upon witnessing the monkey's return with the fruit, wiped his mouth, disregarding the remnants of his meal, and hurriedly approached Chen Qi with flattery. "It was stolen, wasn't it?" Chen Qi ignored the fool's ramblings, focusing solely on confirming with the monkey. Master, how can we monkeys be accused of thievery when we gather fruits? These fruits are born of nature, intended for consumption. I, Sun Wukong, harvested them by my own merit. Hence they are rightfully mine. Come, master, eat quickly lest they spoil." The monkey urged Chen Qi to partake of the fruit, grinning mischievously. The monkey's words shattered the last vestiges of Chen Qi's lingering fantasies, such as finding it while out for a restroom break. Like a pie falling from the sky, or encountering a Taoist named Jin Yuan, who upon meeting him insisted on becoming sworn brothers and generously gifting him. Ultimately, he could only sigh at the sight of his two grinning disciples. Alas! The nature of monkeys is hard to change, and the nature of pigs is hard to shift. You truly have disappointed your master. Chapter 54, The Return of Shen Yuan. "Oh master, how can you say such things?" Beiji, misunderstanding that Chen Qi was still concerned about his pride, stepped forward to persuade. "This is all the monkey's heartfelt filial piety." "Your notion of filial piety relies on stealing someone else's fruit," Chen Qi retorted, speechless. "Master, your words are misguided. Have you not heard of Dongfang Shua stealing peaches? He stole peaches thrice, one of which was offered to his elders, and the world praises him for his filial piety." It was commendable of Beiji, smelling the ginseng fruit's fragrance, to quicken his wits. Seeing Beiji speak so confidently, invoking a somewhat familiar figure, Chen Qi found himself at a loss for words. "Master, just eat it. It is merely one fruit. No matter how precious, it means little to old Sunday. The master of this temple, let alone lacking the talents boasted of on the stone tablet outside, even if he possessed them, what of it? My old son picking his fruit is a matter of face for him. In the future, when he sees me, he ought to thank me." The monkey also offered the ginseng fruit in his hand, urging Chen Qi to partake. "This fruit, rare as it is, indeed holds great value for mortals. Yet, in the eyes of the monkey and his ilk, it is merely a delicacy difficult to find. It is not as if one less fruit matters in the grand scheme, if we were to compare. Which is inferior to the finest peaches from the peach garden or the 9-turn golden elixir refined in the Laojun Palace. During the monkey's most glorious days, all of the above were mere snacks. Given his status as the great sage equal to heaven, although now fallen, still in the process of atonement, he was not so destitute as to be unable to afford a single fruit. At this moment, Chen Qi suddenly realized that what he regarded as a treasure of the journey to the west, the ginseng fruit, was merely a rare exquisite fruit in the eyes of the monkey and his companions. Indeed, the ginseng fruit only bears 30 fruits every 10,000 years, but in the interminable lifespan of immortals, how significant is 10,000 years? In contrast to a mortal's year, it is already remarkable. Thus, while for Chen Qi, plucking a fruit seemed graver than stealing wealth, in the monkey's perspective, it was merely the act of gathering a fruit for consumption. No wonder in the original text, Qingfeng and Mingyua's harsh criticisms incited the monkey to uproot the ginseng fruit tree in a fit of rage. From his viewpoint, plucking a fruit was trivial, merely a matter of craving. However, the harsh words of Qingfeng and Mingyue wounded his pride, he being one who values his face and has a volatile temper. It is no surprise that he acted thus. With this realization, Chen Qi understood that it was a clash of perspectives, with little to be said about it, yet he could not simply sit back and eat the ginseng fruit without qualms. Instead, he turned to the seemingly taciturn Sha Sang, who showed no surprise but was swallowing hard as he gazed at the ginseng fruit in the monkey's hand. "Old Sha, have you also involved yourself in their affairs?" "Master, this is all the eldest brother's heartfelt filial piety," Sha Sang replied respectfully upon meeting Chen Qi's gaze. "Oh, so you too have taken part. I was led to believe you were an honest man." Seeing Sha Seng's demeanor, Chen Qi could not help but realize that all three of his good disciples had participated in this fruit-stealing escapade, and they were quite united. Chen Qi was unsure whether to be angry or amused. Merely accepting the wrapped silk cloth from the monkey's hand, addressing his three disciples, "I had previously assured the two young Taoists that I would manage my disciples well, preventing them from causing trouble or calamity. I did not expect to have overestimated myself. Alas, you shall accompany me to apologize." Chen Qi had prepared himself mentally to face the two Taoist boys, notorious for their sharp tongues, who were rumored to scold harshly. Furthermore, having learned a lesson this time, he needed to remind the monkey not to push any more trees. After all, while the Bodhisattva could clean up after them if this matter were to spread. It would not reflect well at all that no master, witnessing his unexpected turn of events with the ginseng fruit slipping away, Beiji anxiously intervened, saying, "My master, do not concern yourself with such trivial matters. If you eat the ginseng fruit now, and let the monkey handle the aftermath, we can pack up and leave without a trace. When the time comes, the world is vast, who would know where we have gone, no one can blame you." Master, seeing that this fool still harbored such foolish ideas, Chunshi raised his hand in exasperation and declared, "Amitabha Beiji, are you deceiving others or deceiving yourself? A true man acts with integrity, his words and promises are not for show, but for his own honor. Since I have made a promise, how could I break it? Moreover, while the ginseng fruit may hold little significance to Wukong, to me it is a treasure. How could I shamelessly accept this stolen good? That would be no different from the golden pool that led to the death of the monk in Guanyin Zen Temple. You, a monk? What kind of true man are you?" Upon hearing Chen Shi's resolute stance, Beiji murmured under his breath, then knowing his master was usually frugal, he swallowed hard and made a final desperate attempt. "Master, since we are to apologize, should we not return the ginseng fruit to the young Taoist?" The master of the Taoist temple was not at home, and the two young acolytes, being mere children, dared not consume this evidence of wrongdoing. Would not this ginseng fruit spoil if left unattended? In my humble opinion, to avoid waste, it would be more prudent to partake of the fruit first before making amends. After expressing this thought, and seeing that Chen Shi remained unmoved, Ba Jie grew anxious, his cravings overwhelming him. In a moment of impulsiveness, he lunged forward, his mouth wide open, to snatch the ginseng fruit from Chen Shi's hands, exclaiming, "I, old pig, cannot abide waste. If the master does not eat it, I shall." He reasoned that should blame be cast upon him later, he would bear the consequences without complaint. "Eat, eat, eat, you fool, all you know is to eat." In this critical moment, it was the monkey who intervened, swiftly delivering a slap to Ba Jie's face to halt his foolishness. He then turned to Chen Shi with an apologetic demeanor, saying, "Master, I was unaware that you had made an agreement with someone, and for this transgression I humbly request your punishment." The monkey had not anticipated that, despite his good intentions, he had inadvertently compounded the matter. Having been the first to take Chen Shi as his master, he understood his character well, knowing him to be a man of his word. This time, however, he had clearly committed more than a trivial theft. He had placed his master in a difficult position. Alas, let us not dwell on that now. Follow me to apologize to the young Taoist priests. Wukong, remember, this time it is indeed our fault. Temper your disposition. Even if they scold harshly, refrain from any excessive actions. Chen Shi first shot a glare at the gluttonous Ba Jie before addressing the somewhat remorseful monkey with a note of concern. "Yes, master, I acknowledge my error this time. I shall accept any punishment without retaliation." Seeing that Chen Shi was still apprehensive, the monkey raised his hand in assurance. After all, it was he who had plucked the fruit. He alone would take responsibility if those two acolytes were to strike him. He possessed the indestructible body of a Vajra and could endure it. Should they scold him, he would simply close his ears to their words, treating them as mere whispers in the wind. One could only hope for such a resolution. Chen Shi resolved to place his trust in the monkey once more, with no further time for idle chatter. He took the lead, departing the kitchen with the fruit in hand, while the monkey followed closely, keeping a tight grip on Ba Jie to prevent any further foolishness. Sha Seng trailed behind, keeping his head down and following obediently. Thus, the four of them entered the great hall of the Wuzhuangguan, arriving before Qingfeng and Mingyue, long elders. "What brings you here?" Seeing Chen Shi and his peculiar entourage, Qingfeng and Mingyue, who were engaged in their studies, rose in curiosity. Sighing, Chen Shi stepped forward, his face flushed. The promises he had made in this very hall now felt like arrows piercing his skin, and he lamented, "I am incompetent. I failed to supervise my disciples." He revealed the misdeeds of his students and unfolded the silk handkerchief in his grasp, exposing the ginseng fruit within. "My disciples and I have committed this offense and have come to seek your forgiveness." This. Upon seeing the ginseng fruit in Chen Shi's hand, Qingfeng's pupils dilated, and he hurriedly took the fruit before rushing towards the temple's rear courtyard. "Elder, please wait. We must assess the situation in the back to avoid any misunderstandings." This did not take long. Before long, the two returned in haste, their expressions alarmed and grim. They had counted and recounted, confirming that indeed there was one less ginseng fruit on the tree before the master departed. There had been 28, 2 given to Tang Sanzang, leaving 26, yet now only 25 remained. This meant that the fruit in their possession was indeed the one that was missing. Oh my, the master had specifically instructed against wasting the fruit. And now, seeing the pale and furious expressions of Qingfeng and Mingyue, Chen Shi sighed deeply. "Let the storm come. he stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Young Taoist priests, this is all my fault. I shall accept any punishment that befalls me.
And what good is your acknowledgement?
Mingyue gritted his teeth, stepping forward to unleash his ire upon Chen Shi, but was halted by Qingfeng. Qingfeng, clearly suppressing his own anger, remained composed, whether it was due to Chen Shi's contrite demeanor or the principle that one should not bite the hand that feeds. He refrained from delivering a scathing rebuke. Instead, he coldly stated, "Elder, my brother and I cannot decide the matter. We shall await the return of our master, who will adjudicate this situation personally." Just like that. Weren't you just cursing us earlier? Why the sudden change? Chen Shi, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, found himself momentarily speechless. However, avoiding a scolding was indeed a stroke of fortune. Zhen Yuanzi was a man of principle. When he returned, he would not resort to harsh words. Thus, Chen Shi composed himself and expressed his regrets to Qingfeng and Mingyue. "Then we shall impose upon you for a few more days. Once your esteemed master returns, we shall resolve this matter." Chen Shi understood that Qingfeng and Mingyue were not inclined to entertain their presence, so he performed the necessary courtesies and departed with his disciples. After their exit, Mingyue turned to Qingfeng, who had just restrained him, and seethed, "Brother, why did you stop me? These rogues are utterly unreasonable. We extended our hospitality, and they repay us by stealing our fruit. How can such a thing be tolerated? They deserve a good scolding for their treachery. Do you think I do not wish to scold them?" Qingfeng replied through clenched teeth, displeased. "However, the disciples of that monk are not to be underestimated. We may not be able to subdue them, therefore, it is wiser to placate them for now and wait for our master to return to properly discipline them." "Your reasoning holds merit, brother," acknowledging Qingfeng's wisdom. Mingyue spat a few more curses under his breath and began muttering angrily towards Chen Shi and his companions. Qingfeng, unwilling to remain silent, joined in the tirade until they had both vented their frustrations, only to glance sorrowfully at the ginseng fruit that had been wasted, now destined to rot. They exchanged glances, sighed deeply, and found themselves resuming their verbal onslaught against Chen Shi's group once more. As dawn broke the following day, Zhen Yuanzi returned from the assembly at the Yuanshi Palace, leading the other minor deities down from the celestial realm, descending upon the auspicious clouds to the entrance of the Wuzhuangguan. From his vantage point in the clouds, he observed the temple doors wide open and the ground swept clean. Zhen Yuanzi could not help but flick his whisk and chuckle. "Qingfeng, Mingyue, you have indeed proven your worth. In ordinary times, when the sun rises high in the sky, they would hardly lift a finger, yet today, in our absence, they have risen early to open the doors and clean. Indeed, it seems our two younger disciples are quite diligent." The disciples following Zhen Yuanzi responded with laughter. However, upon their descent and arrival at the temple, they were greeted not by the expected younger disciples, but rather by a rotund figure resembling a pig, clad in a blue brocade robe, busily sweeping the ground with a huff and puff. "Who is this creature, intruding upon our sacred temple to sweep the grounds?" a startled disciple exclaimed upon encountering this unfamiliar pig-like figure. "Oh dear, you must be the Taoists who have been away, and the other young Taoist priests as well. I am the humble pig Wunan, pleased to meet you all," Ba Jie sheepishly greeted, having dropped his broom in surprise. After concocting one foolish scheme after another yesterday, culminating in a desperate attempt to snatch the ginseng fruit from Chen Shi, he had been punished to sweep the grounds, and now, upon seeing the return of the master, he felt relief at not having to continue his chores, yet anxiety loomed regarding the impending consequences. "Oh, so you are a disciple of the elder, who failed to heed the rules and stole one of our precious ginseng fruits?" In the grand hall of Wuzhuangguan, Zhen Yuanzi, having listened to Chen Shi's account, savored the fragrant tea brought by Qingfeng and Mingyue, gazing upon the four disciples before him with a smile. Indeed, we have wronged the great immortal and request your punishment." Hearing Ba Jie's foolish outburst upon the master's return, Chen Shi brought his three disciples to explain the entire situation and offer his apologies. Though apprehensive, he was also keen to witness the legendary Zhen Yuanzi, the ancestor of Earth immortals, in person, adorned with a golden crown and a carefree crane cloak, his shoes firmly planted upon the ground, and a silk sash around his waist. His youthful countenance bore the features of a handsome man, with 3 wisps of beard cascading down to his chin and a head of hair neatly arranged. In his hand, he held a whisk, exuding an otherworldly air, truly embodying the essence of a Taoist immortal. Noticing Chen Shi and his companions appearing resigned to their fate, Zhen Yuanzi gently shook the whisk in his hand. After contemplating the withered ginseng fruit on the offering table, he smiled and said, "This ginseng fruit is a rare treasure. The elder has disregarded my good intentions and failed to maintain proper discipline.
Which is one offense, your disciples have stolen my precious fruit, which is the second offense, the ginseng fruit is a celestial treasure, now rendered useless, its waste is a grievous sin, marking the third offense. Thus, let the three offenses be punished together. Chapter 55, The Whipping Punishment Upholding Justice. The true title is, Chen Shi Faces His Past Transgressions, Three Offenses Combined. How about we set a whipping punishment? Jin Yuanzi stroked his beard thoughtfully, making his decision with a smile. Although he intended to hold Chen Shi and his group accountable, his demeanor revealed no trace of anger. I warned against waste. I warned against waste, even if the master refuses to eat. He should have permitted old pig to partake. Now look, the punishment has escalated. What a pity. I wonder how many lashes this Taoist will bestow upon us, Ba Jia whispered to the monkey and Sha Sang. Clearly distressed by Jin Yuanzi's pronouncement, chuckling at the simplicity of this gluttonous fool, the monkey shoved Ba Jia aside and stepped forward to bow respectfully. Taoist, please determine the number of lashes. The ginseng fruit was my theft, and I shall bear the brunt of the punishment. Very well, Jin Yuanzi replied, calculating with a flick of his fingers. My fruit bears 30 every 10,000 years, thus let us set the lashes at 30. But it shall not be you who receives them. Jin Yuanzi cast a sidelong glance at the monkey, a smile playing on his lips, before turning to Chen Shi and saying, shouldn't the elder bear the consequences for the lax discipline of his disciple? Meeting Jin Yuanzi's gaze, Chen Shi felt a stirring in his heart, as if he had come to an understanding moment, but, he intoned, taking a step forward with resolute determination, if a father fails to educate, it is his fault. If a teacher does not enforce discipline, it is his laziness. I, a poor monk, have not trained my disciple well, hence this punishment should rightly fall upon me. What? Observing the harmonious exchange between the two, it was decided that Chen Shi would be the one to receive punishment, causing his three disciples to panic immediately. Master, how can you, a mere mortal, endure such punishment? Let me, the old son, take your place. It was I who stole the ginseng fruit, so it is I who should be punished. The monkey urgently grasped Chen Shi's arm, his voice filled with distress. Indeed, master, this was all caused by monkey brother. Why should you take the blame? Zhu Beiji chimed in, stepping forward to persuade him, while also clenching his fists in frustration, exclaiming, if we are to discuss this, it was I who urged monkey brother on. Let us both take the lashes instead. With that, Beiji strode up to Jin Yuanzi, arms spread wide, adopting a heroic pose. Sha Sang, standing behind, also reasoned passionately, master, you bear the heavy burden of the journey to retrieve the scriptures. Suffering these 30 lashes would surely harm your health. As the saying goes, in times of trouble, disciples should bear the burden for their master. We three brothers shall take the punishment for you. Feeling the fervent concern of his three disciples, Chen Shi smiled gently, shaking his head in appreciation. He firmly pushed the monkey's hand away and addressed his disciples, saying, as your teacher, I am but a mortal and cannot impart great skills. However, I hope to instill in you the principles of humanity and the cultivation of personal virtue. When one errs, one must take responsibility, do not think of evasion, and certainly do not shift the blame onto others. Great Immortal, Tang Sanzang accepts his punishment. Please proceed with the lashes, Chen Shi said, bowing deeply to Jin Yuanzi. Very well, Jin Yuanzi replied, stroking his beard and laughing heartily, ignoring the furious monkey by his side. He waved his hand and commanded, bring forth the 7-star dragon whip and bind this Tang Sanzang to the pillar of the great hall for execution. What, a whip made of dragon hide? Beiji trembled at the sound of this, exclaiming, not only master, but even I, the old pig, would surely lose half my life after 30 lashes. One of Jin Yuanzi's disciples followed his command, leading Chen Shi to the pillar and swiftly binding him. Another Taoist approached with a basin, which contained water, soaking the 7-star dragon whip. At the group then moved outside the hall to witness the punishment. Once everything was prepared, Jin Yuanzi's disciple took out the 7-star dragon whip and tested it in the air. Crack, crack. The whip sliced through the air with a series of sharp sounds, the wind it generated leaving visible marks on distant trees. One could only imagine the whip's might. A single lash upon Chen Shi could easily reduce him to a mere shadow of himself. Is it truly that exaggerated? Chen Shi, lacking a clear understanding of the whip's power, felt his heart race at the sight and swallowed hard, his body tensed. No, Jin Yuanzi, are you truly serious about this? Yet, recalling something, Chen Shi gritted his teeth and remained silent, awaiting the 30 lashes to descend upon him. The Taoist wielding the whip, satisfied with its handling, turned to Jin Yuanzi and asked, Master, shall we begin the punishment? Proceed. Jin Yuanzi waved his sleeve, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yes. Receiving the command, the Taoist raised the dragon whip and, with great force, swung it towards Chen Shi. Stop, do not harm my master. Oh no, please show mercy.
Seeing Chen Shi about to receive the lash, the monkey, who had been suppressed by Chen Shi's gaze, could no longer hold back. He drew his iron staff, ready to intervene. Beiji and Sha Sang also brandished their weapons, prepared to protect Chen Shi. How foolish! Do you dare to challenge my authority? Wu Jin Yuanzi, anticipating the trio's attempt to resist punishment, smiled wryly and with a swift motion enveloped them all within his sleeve. This is bad, big brother. Where have we been trapped? Sha Sang exclaimed, looking around in panic at the enveloping darkness. Calm down, Sha Shidi. We have merely been trapped in his sleeve, the monkey replied, shaking his head. After observing their surroundings, he added, indeed, it is just his sleeve. There is no need for concern. I will break free and rescue Master. Beiji, in his naivety, felt reassured, producing his nine-toothed rake and striking it against the ground. Attempting to pierce through the sleeve, however, the technique employed by Jin Yuanzi was one of great mastery. Beyond Beiji's simplistic efforts, the rake struck the soft fabric, yielding no result. This is hopeless. We are trapped here. By the time we get out, Master may already be dead, Beiji lamented, tossing down his rake and burying his head in despair. Enough with the morose talk. The monkey patted the despondent Beiji on the shoulder. Gripping his golden staff tightly, our master is under the protection of Guanyin Bodhisattva and the divine guardians. That old Taoist would not dare to act against him, even if I must descend into the underworld to retrieve his soul or ascend to the heavens for elixirs. I will bring him back to life, the monkey declared with resolve, his grip on the staff tightening, yet the slight reddening of his eyes betrayed his underlying anxiety. The three brothers, trapped within the sleeve, could do nothing but wait for Jin Yuanzi to release them, their thoughts consumed with concern for Chen Shi. Sitting in the sleeve felt akin to sitting on needles, each moment stretched into eternity. How long had passed, or perhaps it was but a fleeting moment. After a dizzying swirl, light returned, and the trio blinked to find themselves released back into the grand hall. Jin Yuanzi sat majestically at the front, surrounded by his disciples, calm and composed, while Chen Shi sat on a nearby chair, his attire unscathed, smiling at them. Faced with this unexpected and amiable scene, the three disciples rushed to surround Chen Shi, their voices overlapping in concern. Master, how did you end up seated there? Did they trouble you? Are you all right, Master? Hearing the incessant calls of Master from all sides, Chen Shi felt his mind nearly overwhelmed. Raising his hand to silence them, I am fine, truly, you need not worry. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Oh, Master, we were terrified just now. How did you endure the lashes? Beiji exclaimed, patting his chest and wiping his eyes in relief. It seems that the Taoist is still a reasonable man, knowing that you, O mortal, cannot withstand such punishment. He was merely jesting with us. Indeed, Master, your stubbornness frightened us greatly, Sha Sang added, also relieved to wait. Only the monkey, sensing something amiss, narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Chen Shi's sleeves. A glint of light flashed in his eyes as he approached and suddenly lifted Chen Shi's robe, exclaiming, Master, you have. Beiji and Sha Sang, following suit, gasped in shock as they beheld the crimson whip marks adorning Chen Shi's arms, twisting and winding like centipedes, a sight both horrifying and heart-wrenching. Upon loosening his robe at the chest, they discovered the same dreadful pattern. Good heavens, we thought that old Taoist was kind. It turns out he had already struck you, Beiji exclaimed, unable to contain himself. The monkey also turned to gaze at the lofty figure of Zhen Yuanzi, his eyes a fiery crimson, baring his teeth in a rage that threatened to split his jaw, yearning to avenge Chen Shi. Yet he was firmly restrained by Chen Shi, who spoke in a calm tone. Wukong, do not act impulsively, a master. You have been so grievously harmed, yet you urge us to remain composed. Beiji, perplexed by Chen Shi's tranquility in the face of such evident injuries, pointed out the welts on his body. Tears glistening like small pearls. It is a misunderstanding on your part, Zhen Yuanzi sighed, observing the three's fervor to defend Chen Shi, and proceeded to clarify. A misunderstanding? Can these grievous wounds be merely a misunderstanding? What nonsense! My master is but a mortal. We indeed erred in stealing your fruit. It's one thing to punish us for our theft, but why must you torment a mere human? Beiji vehemently retorted, gesturing towards the lash marks on Chen Shi's body. Unable to contain his sobs, this master of theirs had always been shielded by the three brothers, never having endured such anguish. At most, he might have been captured by a demon for a night, but never had he been subjected to such brutal punishment, bloodied and marked with stripes. The monkey, too, felt his anger rekindled by Beiji's words. Had it not been for Chen Shi's firm grasp, he would have charged forward with his cudgel, not caring whether he could prevail in a fight. Thus, I say you are mistaken, Zhen Yuanzi replied with a wry smile, unfazed by Beiji's harsh words, and turned his gaze to Chen Shi. Sanzang, perhaps you should elucidate the matter. Amitba, Chen Shi adjusted his disheveled attire, sharing a helpless smile. You all, he intended to admonish them for their rashness but reconsidered, recognizing their concern for him. Such concern often breeds confusion, therefore, he refrained from reprimanding them and instead began to recount the unfolding events. It turned out that prior to the monkey's capture in the sleeve of the universe, everything had been orchestrated as a performance between Chen Qi and Zhen Yuanzi, who was Zhen Yuanzi, a sage of the complete reality sect. The progenitor of Earth immortals, known to be indifferent to worldly matters, would he truly be concerned over a single ginseng fruit, even in the original tale, when the monkey toppled the ginseng tree? He displayed no anger, engaging instead in a playful contest of wits with the monkey. It was less about punishment and more about merriment. The only instance that ruffled his composure was when the monkey smashed his pot with a stone lion, which he deemed rather unlucky. A person of such stature would not take it upon himself to chastise Chen Qi, a mere mortal, for a wasted ginseng fruit, would he? Certainly not. Hence, all of Zhen Yuanzi's previous actions had merely been a jest aimed at the monkey and his companions. Even harboring a modicum of goodwill, hoping to teach them a lesson to temper their audacity, after ensnaring the monkeys, Zhen Yuanzi had instructed his disciple to release Chen Qi and invited him into the hall for tea, merely intending for the monkeys to endure a bit longer in his sleeve to refine their character before releasing them. Then, they would apologize to this esteemed figure and the matter would be settled. They could then share a meal together, amicably sending Chen Qi and his companions on their journey to the Western Paradise, while Zhen Yuanzi and his disciples would continue to relish their tranquility at Wuzhuangguan. Each would follow their own path, coexisting peacefully. Such had been the original plan. But master, where did those lash marks on you come from? The monkey, having heard the plan, inquired with a frown if it were merely a performance. How could Chen Qi bear such marks? Were they fabricated for their amusement? Yet, if they were false, how could they deceive his discerning eyes? I brought this upon myself, Chen Qi admitted, seeing the monkey's seriousness. And he did not conceal the truth, sharing with a bitter smile the tale of his self-inflicted punishment. The elder was indeed worthy of being the chosen one for the journey to the West, possessing innate wisdom that required no prompting, allowing him to effectively teach these three rascals a lesson. After capturing the monkey trio, in the grand hall Zhen Yuanzi and the unbound Chen Qi shared tea. Engaging in light-hearted conversation, the immortal, exuding an ethereal presence, hardly seemed the type to impose strictness, yet he suddenly broached the subject of Chen Qi's lax discipline, insisting that Chen Qi should endure punishment. To which Chen Qi could surmise the underlying intention. Lifting his fragrant tea, Chen Qi offered a toast to Zhen Yuanzi and spoke with a smile, somewhat intrigued by their mutual understanding, akin to the camaraderie shared between two educators. Your disciple indeed requires some discipline. Shall I assist you in managing them? Zhen Yuanzi proposed. Consider it done. I shall cooperate. Chen Qi replied. This was the essence of their rapport. However, Chen Qi had a small request he wished to put forth. Feeling somewhat hesitant. Oh, please, elder, speak your mind, Zhen Yuanzi replied, stroking his beard, increasingly intrigued by the reincarnation of this old acquaintance, eager to exchange insights on educating students. Would you grant me the favor of continuing the punishment until the 30 lashes are complete? Chen Qi respectfully requested, his gaze earnest. What, he is not seeking ginseng fruits but rather, punishment? Could it be he possesses some peculiar penchant? Zhen Yuanzi was taken aback, tugging at one of his beard strands, astonished. Did the elder speak amiss? Do you wish to ask for 30 ginseng fruits? He would rather believe that Chen Qi sought to extort him than think he wished to endure lashes. Do not jest, esteemed one, I have no face left to ask for ginseng fruits. Having failed to properly supervise my disciples, realizing he had caught Zhen Yuanzi off guard, Chen Qi offered a wry smile, explaining further, I know that my 3 disciples are bold and carefree, while your good intentions to show them the vastness of the world may have merit. I fear that a mere fright will not suffice, therefore, I implore you to carry out the agreed-upon 30 lashes. Though my disciples are gluttonous and proud, disobeying my commands, they are also dutiful in their filial piety. The lashes upon them would be inconsequential, but should they fall upon me, it would strike at my heart, effectively curbing their bad habits. Once Chen Qi clarified his intentions, he suddenly recalled something and added, But please, the esteemed one, forgive me as I am but a mortal flesh, unable to withstand the might of the 7-star dragon whip. A common whip will suffice. He sought to embody the lesson of humanity for the monkey and Beiji, yet had no desire to risk his life. The 7-star dragon whip, if it struck, would truly be lethal. No, it would be the demise of Tang Sang. The elder's deep affection for his disciples was indeed commendable. Upon hearing Chen Qi's explanation, Zhen Yuanzi felt relieved that his old friend had not reincarnated too far from his essence, while also marveling at Chen Qi's earnest dedication as a master. Yet he gently advised, Do you truly wish for this? If it proves too much, I could employ my illusionary arts, sparing you the pain while still achieving your purpose. I assure you, with my skills, as long as that monkey does not harbor any suspicion. He will never see through it, Amitbot. How could I not trust the esteemed one's capabilities? Chen Shi smiled, shaking his head in refusal. I simply wish to educate my disciples. A master must lead by example. Demonstrating sincerity, how can one resort to deception? That would be entirely counterproductive. Please, esteemed one, proceed with the punishment. Chen Shi stood, bowing as he had previously in the hall, requesting the execution of his sentence, this time. However, it was not merely a performance but an actual beating that awaited him. Sai, if the elder is resolute, I shall lend my strength to assist in your teaching. Zhen Yuanzi conceded, seeing Chen Shi's unwavering resolve. Zhen Yuanzi lost interest in further persuasion, personally securing Chen Shi once more to the eaves pillared. He withdrew a standard whip from the tray presented by his disciple, his gaze hardening as he swung it towards Chen Shi. Hiss as the whip struck, a searing pain coursed through Chen Shi's body. He was no true masochist. Even with mental preparation, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, yet, having come this far, he possessed no inclination to retreat. Gritting his teeth and signaling Zhen Yuanzi to continue, such trifling physical pain, what does a man of honor have to fear? Come, receiving the signal, Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly, refusing to pause, the whip swirling in a flurry of shadows until it landed upon Chen Shi. Completing the full 30 lashes, crack, 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 ow, 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 this is truly unbearable. Chen Shi lamented internally, utterly devoid of the mindset to count the lashes, drowning in his own agony. Fortunately, Zhen Yuanzi was aware that the sooner the punishment was meted out, the sooner it would come to an end. The longer the delay, the greater the suffering endured by Chen Shi. After merely a few breaths, the 30 lashes had already been administered. He immediately untied the ropes binding Chen Shi and assisted him to a seat in the main hall. Inquiring with concern, Master Sanzang, are you unscathed? Due to Chen Shi's request, Zhen Yuanzi naturally spared no effort in the punishment, each lash leaving its mark, skin broken and blood drawn. However, given Zhen Yuanzi's capabilities, while the lashes were indeed struck, he made sure not to damage Chen Shi's garments, thus preserving his dignity. At that moment, Chen Shi was in excruciating pain, gasping for breath, his complexion pale, yet his robes remained intact, albeit stained with blood that gradually soiled the inner garment. Thank goodness, thank you for your cooperation, great immortal. Chen Shi managed to force a smile through the fiery agony coursing through his body. My physical suffering has come to an end. Wukong Beiji Lasha, prepare to face your own trials. Within him, a mischievous spirit writhed in pain, unable to suppress a sinister smile as he thought, Master. Upon hearing the exchange between Chen Shi and Zhen Yuanzi, the three disciples realized that Chen Shi's welts were a direct result of his selfless example for them, leading him to endure such punishment. Instantly, the monkey Beiji and Sha Seng knelt beside Chen Shi, their eyes brimming with tears, lamenting disciples' unfilial actions have caused the master to suffer such torment. Seated comfortably, Chen Shi gently patted the monkey's lowered head, his expression devoid of reproach, and said, Wukong, do you now understand the gravity of your transgressions? Will you repeat such offenses? I dare not, I shall never dare again, the monkey replied, looking up into Chen Shi's gentle gaze, his heart aching, tears streaming down his cheeks as he earnestly promised. To recognize one's faults and amend them is the greatest virtue. Chen Shi said nothing further, simply smiling and offering a comforting pat to the monkey's head. Turning to Beiji, he stroked his coarse bristle-like hair and asked, Beiji, do you now comprehend your wrongdoings? Will you still incite your brothers due to your gluttony? Master Beiji lifted his head, his eyes misty with tears, and swore, I, old pig, promise never to let my appetite lead to misdeeds again. If I err once more, let monkey brother punish me instead, so as not to trouble you further. Pleased, Chen Shi patted Beiji's head, saying, Beiji, remember, cultivation is the refinement of the heart. To refine the heart is to cultivate. You must learn to control your impulses. Your nature is good, however, your laziness and gluttony must be restrained and corrected. For only then will you attain true enlightenment. Yes, yes, master, I shall heed your words. Beiji bowed his head, sobbing in response. As for Lasha, Chen Shi placed a hand on Sha Seng's shoulder, expressing some regret in this matter of theft. Your transgression is the least severe, you merely aided and abetted, but you must now recognize your errors. Master. Sha Seng bowed deeply before Chen Shi, then raised his tearful gaze, confessing, I was momentarily foolish, tempted by the taste of the ginseng fruit. My ignorance allowed me to fail to stop the eldest and second brothers, and I did not promptly inform you, leading to this bitter consequence. This is indeed my grave sin. Do not be so hard on yourself. Chen Shi interjected, halting Sha Seng's self-reproach, chuckling, if that is the case, then it is ultimately my fault for not understanding the character of my three disciples well enough. Let us focus on the matter at hand.
You must recognize your mistakes in this incident. In the future, if you witness your brothers erring, do not follow their lead. Instead, stand up and stop them or notify me. Yes, master, I shall heed your teachings. Shasang replied, bowing again, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Master endured 30 lashes for us, and afterward, still gently instructs us. He truly is a rare and exceptional teacher. Chen Shi, observing his obedient disciples with a smile, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. What a touching scene of masterly kindness and filial devotion. In truth, however, the mischievous spirit within Chen Shi was rolling on the ground, laughing heartily. This is what you get for putting me in such an embarrassing situation. I would rather endure a beating than let you feel comfortable. Are you feeling it now? Does your heart ache? Ha! Ouch, laughing too hard has agitated my wounds. As for Chen Shi's pedagogical intentions, time will tell the strength of a horse. True character reveals itself over time. Ultimately, the effectiveness of his teachings would depend on the three disciples' behavior on their journey westward. Thus, the events at Wuzhuang Temple concluded in a rather absurd manner. Notably, in the end, Beiji did manage to savor the complete ginseng fruit he had longed for. This was due to Zhen Yuanzi not being a miserly individual. As the monkey and the others prepared to leave after offering their apologies, Zhen Yuanzi instructed his disciples to present 5 ginseng fruits. This was an extra portion, as he had heard that Chen Shi had previously shared fruit with the white dragon horse. Initially, Beiji hesitated to indulge, repeatedly refusing, but then he wished to offer his ginseng fruit to Chen Shi for his nourishment. Observing Beiji's eager salivation and comical attempts to present the fruit, Chen Shi chuckled, ultimately insisting that Beiji enjoy it himself. Do not be greedy, but it does not mean you cannot relish good food. After some back and forth, Beiji, seeing Chen Shi's firm refusal, finally picked up the ginseng fruit and began to eat. However, by the end, Beiji had yet to truly taste the ginseng fruit, for his large mouth and habitual gulping led to the fruit disappearing in mere seconds. With Beiji's example, Chen Shi and the others laughed at him, then took the ginseng fruits to savor them slowly of the flavor. Well, Chen Shi could not quite articulate it. He simply knew it was delicious, exceedingly so, imparting a sensation of rejuvenation and vitality. Previously, he had possessed considerable strength and a robust physique. Now, he felt as though he bore the strength of 1,000 pounds. Should he encounter an ordinary tiger in the double-pronged ridge, he would undoubtedly triumph in a one-on-one battle. What, you say, against demons? Well, he should be able to match up against small demons that the monkey could sweep aside with a single strike, provided those small demons did not resort to spells and engaged in pure physical combat while Chen Shi wielded the 9-ring scepter. Matters of combat prowess are trivial. Let us turn our attention to longevity. After consuming 2 ginseng fruits, he gained approximately 37,000 years of life, indeed, around 65,000 years of lifespan. A life too long to fully experience. Furthermore, the wounds upon Chen Shi's body posed no challenge to the ginseng fruits. They would heal without leaving a trace. This, perhaps, was one of the reasons Zhen Yuanzi had bestowed the ginseng fruits upon him before parting. He was quite particular about ensuring his own affairs were in order. Having punished Chen Shi, he also took responsibility for his healing, although employing ginseng fruits for such a purpose did seem somewhat extravagant. But then again, who could blame this affluent individual for his lavishness? After finishing the ginseng fruits, the master and disciples did not wish to disturb Zhen Yuanzi any longer. They gathered their belongings, led the white dragon horse, and departed from the domain of Wuzhuang Temple. Master, they have gone far, Qingfeng and Mingyue observed, noting their master's lingering gaze in the direction of Chen Shi's departure. Indeed, Zhen Yuanzi replied, regaining his composure and waving his whisk. Murmuring to himself, I did not anticipate that after years apart, my old acquaintance would undergo such a transformation. However, today is a joyous occasion. I have made a new friend, Tang Sanzang. Qingfeng and Mingyue exchanged glances, uncertain of what their master was mumbling about, and dared not pry, instead bowing their heads in respectful silence. Yet, as the two remained quiet, Zhen Yuanzi turned to them with a benevolent smile. Qingfeng, Mingyue, have you two been breaking your vows again? Upon returning, transcribe the precepts of the temple 1,000 times and submit it to me within 7 days. So many. In 7 days, the two exchanged distressed glances, but dared not argue before their mighty master, and could only lower their heads in compliance. Yes, master. Observing their expressions, Zhen Yuanzi stroked his beard, chuckling silently. Little rascals, did you think I couldn't hear your complaints in the hall? Speaking of which, Master Sanzang's method of instructing his disciples seems to possess a unique style and effectiveness. Perhaps I should adopt some of his techniques. Thus, the instructor at Wuzhuang Temple began contemplating ways to enhance his teaching methods. Chapter 57. The Return of the Serpent. White Tiger Ridge. The white dragon horse galloped westward.
Bearing Tang Sanzang and his 3 disciples, the journey to the west for the scriptures stretched over countless miles. Upon leaving the domain of Wuzhuang Temple, as they traveled far and wide, Qin Shi recalled the songs of the journey to the west he had heard in his past life, which fittingly accompanied their journey. With leisure to spare, he began to hum them. However, due to the passage of time, he could only remember fragments of most songs, some even bordering on spoilers. Thus, he typically hummed a few lines before losing track. At first, the monkey and his companions found Qin Shi's improvised songs amusing and urged him to sing more. Seeing their interest, Qin Shi, either unable to recall the subsequent lyrics or simply lacking the material, decided to create personalized songs for each of them to entertain them. For instance, for the monkey, monkey brother, you are truly remarkable. The 5 elements mountain cannot hold you down. Out leaps the sun Wukong. The words of Beiji, with a heart not unkind. Beiji, foolish yet endearing. Beiji lives truly carefree. And the words of Sha Sang, diligent and uncomplaining, a good companion in the team, enduring hardship first. Bai Long Ma, that initial song was specially gifted by Qin Shi to Bai Long Ma as its exclusive melody. Ahem, it is certainly not because Qin Shi could not recall a song pertaining to Bai Long Ma. Absolutely not. However, the song intended for the monkey inadvertently reminded Qin Shi. Could it be that the monkey was lacking a nickname, Sun Wukong? Upon realizing that there would be a missing iconic moment, Sun Wukong Xing Sun, Qin Shi deliberately bestowed this nickname back to the monkeys. Qin Shi, Wukong, I have a name for you. Would you like it? Just say the word, and I shall present it to you. Sun Wukong, then do send it forth. Listening to Qin Shi hum the song, the monkey, with a beaming smile, naturally could not refuse this rather catchy nickname and gleefully accepted it. On this day, as the master and disciples journeyed westward, they encountered a towering mountain. This mountain was steep, its peaks and rocks layered, with ravines winding around. Thorny brambles lined the path, while the pines upon the ridge stood elegantly. The views were filled with wild vines, and fragrant grasses stretched as far as the eye could see. Within the mountain dwelled not only tigers and wolves, but also numerous large serpents hidden in the grass, exhaling mist and wind, truly frightening to behold. Fortunately, with the monkey clearing the path, his iron staff danced wildly, driving away those snakes and insects, and he forcefully carved a trail through the mountain for Qin Shi and the others to traverse. Upon reaching a gentle slope within the mountain, the monkey gazed up at the sky, paused, and with concern addressed Qin Shi, Master, it is already noon, and it is not convenient to make a fire for cooking here. How about I go fetch some vegetarian meals, lest you grow hungry? Phew, the mountain path was arduous and stifling. Qin Shi wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a slight rumble in his stomach. And without pretense, he replied cheerfully, Very well, let this serve as a break. Wukong, do go ahead, but be careful on the way. Hey, master, I don't need to be careful. Rather, it is my 2 junior brothers who need to pay a bit more attention and look after you. The monkey waved his hand, then cautioned Beiji and Sha Sang before leaping into the clouds and departing. Look at how capable this monkey is. Without him, can we not take care of the master? Beiji set down his luggage, noticed the monkey had gone far, wiped his sweat, and nudged Sha Sang with discontent. Haha, Sha Sang chuckled but said nothing. You 2 can bicker all you want, but I shall not partake. For I am not like you, second senior brother, who remembers the meals but forgets the beatings. Sha Sang did not understand why every time the exchanges between the second and first senior brothers concluded with the latter's words or strength prevailing. Yet, the second senior brother still eagerly provoked the first. Perhaps this was what the master meant when he said that hitting is affection, scolding is love, and when the feelings run deep one resorts to kicking. However, he could not accept this. Such profound love from the first senior brother was best enjoyed solely by the second senior brother. Seeing that Sha Sang did not respond, Beiji pouted in boredom and leaned closer to Qin Shi, saying, Master, what do you think the monkey will bring back this time? I hope it's not like last time when he only returned with a thin broth that couldn't even fill the gaps in my teeth. Beiji, throughout this journey, we have traversed mostly desolate mountains and wilds. What Wukong can procure for vegetarian meals depends entirely on fate. How can you blame him for that? Qin Shi smiled lightly, one concerned, in response to Beiji's complaints. He mused that every meal he had now, unless Beiji was cooking, was entirely a matter of luck, akin to opening a blind box. Whatever he received was what he got. If luck favored him, there would be fruits and vegetables, hearty flatbreads. If luck was unkind, there would be nothing but wild greens and thin porridge, just enough to stave off starvation. It could be said that he had cured his previous life's dilemma of choosing meals. No longer did he need to ponder over what to eat next. Meanwhile, the monkey soared above the clouds, employing his keen vision to seek a place to exchange for vegetarian meals. Alas, the road to the west was rather lonely. Devoid of farms or homes, largely characterized by trees and a scarcity of human presence, after searching for a while, he spotted a patch of red on a sunlit slope of a mountain directly south. There were no homes to exchange meals, so he decided to pick some ripe mountain peaches. However, since Beiji's appetite was considerable, he thought it best to gather more, lest Beiji complain when he grew hungry. After this thought, the monkey retrieved a burlap sack from his waist and took to the skies toward the southern mountain, yet, this flight caught the attention of a demon lurking in the mountain. This demon, emerging on a gust of cold wind from its lair, spied Chen Shi and the others resting below. Upon seeing Chen Shi, clad in the garb of a Tang monk, with an extraordinary demeanor, it rejoiced inwardly. "Fortune smiles upon me. Over the years, I have heard many friends from the Tao speak of a Tang monk from the east who has come westward in search of the Mahayana. He is, in fact, the reincarnation of Jin Shanzi, the original form cultivated over 10 lifetimes. Anyone who consumes a piece of his flesh would gain longevity. Little did I expect to stumble upon him today. It appears that heaven has bestowed upon me an opportunity for immortality." The demon, consumed by thoughts of eternal life, harbored greed, and intended to seize Chen Shi to devour him whole. However, noticing Beiji and Sha Xing seated beside Chen Shi, it hesitated, pondering. "It is said that this Tang monk's disciples are quite capable. If I proceed recklessly, it may be challenging to succeed. Heh, I have an idea." In an instant, a cunning plan formed in the demon's mind. Thus it descended from the clouds, transforming itself into a beautiful maiden adorned in exquisite attire, holding a blue pottery jar in her left hand and a green porcelain bottle in her right. Making her way directly towards Chen Shi and the others. At this moment, Chen Shi was engaged in cheerful conversation with Beiji and Sha Sang when Beiji, momentarily stunned, turned to the west and exclaimed with delight, "Master! Look, a lovely maiden has emerged from the mountain." "Wait, is your radar for detecting beauty malfunctioning? This is rather absurd," Chen Shi thought to himself, rolling his eyes, yet he recognized that this simpleton might have caught a glimpse and was particularly alert to such matters. Thus, he turned with Beiji to look, spotting a young girl in a pink dress, carrying items, gracefully approaching them. Before long, she arrived before Chen Shi and the others, performing a courteous bow. Chen Shi then beheld the girl's visage. Her skin conceals a bone of jade. Her blouse reveals a delicate collarbone, her willow-like brows are adorned with emerald, her apricot eyes sparkle like silver stars, her moonlight beauty is enchanting, her demeanor exudes a natural purity, her form resembles a swallow nestled among willows. Her voice akin to an oriole singing in the woods, the half-blooming begonia captures the morning sun, while the peony dances in the spring's brightness. She is undoubtedly a demon. Chen Shi felt no stirrings of desire at the sight of such beauty. What a laugh! In this desolate place, a beauty emerges, her garments pristine, exuding allure, unlike a celestial being here to cause trouble. What else could she possibly be? Moreover, after enduring the trials of the four saints, Chen Shi felt that his aesthetic sensibilities had heightened. This demon before him, he could confidently dismiss with a mere ordinary, yet Chen Shi maintained his composure. Beiji, however, could not contain himself, enchanted by the maiden's grace. This simpleton set down his rake, straightened his robe, and approached her with an air of sophistication, inquiring, "Fair maiden, what brings you here to pay your respects?" Upon hearing Beiji's address, the demon could not help but stifle a giggle. Raising her hand to respond, "Elder, within this blue jar is fragrant rice, and in this green bottle are stir-fried gluten. I come here for no other reason than to fulfill my vow of offering to monks." "Oh my, such delightful news!" Beiji exclaimed, his mouth watering, leaning close to Chen Shi's ear to whisper, "Master, the good fortune of virtuous people is rewarded by heaven. We are receiving a gift just as we were in need." How fortuitous! With the monkey gone to fetch vegetarian meals, unsure when he would return or what he might bring, it would be best to accept the maiden's kind offering. After all, it would fill their stomachs. "Wait, do you truly have such a short memory? Just because she dares to offer, you think you can eat without a second thought?" Chen Shi shook his head in disbelief, turning to the young woman. "Fair lady, where do you reside? What kind of household do you belong to? What is your intention in coming here to offer meals to monks?" "My home is in a cave atop this mountain. We are a family of demons. I have come here to eat you," the demon thought to herself, but on the surface she smiled brightly and replied earnestly, "Elder, this mountain is called Bai Huling. Located directly west below is my home. My parents are devout, often inviting monks from far and wide to partake in meals, but having no children of their own, they seek blessings and good fortune. They have taken me in as a daughter-in-law, wishing to secure their old age, hence my presence here to offer meals to the monks. Why is it yet another case of seeking a son-in-law? Is this a trend in the world of Journey to the West?" Chen Shi raised an eyebrow, internally criticizing whether this world was overly feminine and lacking in males. Observing the young woman speak so eloquently, He hesitated, realizing that even if she were likely a demon, it would be prudent to proceed with caution. No rush, let us play along for a while. Chen Shi decided to engage her further. Raising his palm in greeting, Amatba, your family appears to be benevolent believers. However, I fail to understand why your esteemed parents and husband would allow you to traverse the deep mountains alone to offer meals to monks? You foolish monk, why so many questions? The demon felt exasperated internally but maintained a composed facade, responding with cleverness. Elder, you misunderstand. My husband is in the northern hollow of the mountain, tending to the fields with a few helpers. I have brought this lunch to share with them. Given the busy farming season and my parents' old age, I came personally to deliver the meal. Upon encountering 3 esteemed guests, I thought of my parents' kindness and decided to offer this meal to the monks. Hoping you would graciously accept my humble gesture, the demon bent to present the bottle, her charming smile and graceful demeanor truly captivating. As Beiji stood by, his heart surged with desire and greed. Swallowing hard at the sight before him, had it not been for Chen Shi's presence, he would have eagerly seized the jars and indulged in their offerings. How could such a beautiful goddess deceive anyone? Alas, why does the master still refuse to accept such goodwill? It drives me, the old pig, to desperation. Realizing this, Chen Shi nodded, undeterred by Beiji's urgent glances, and smilingly replied, however, if I were to partake of your meal, would your husband not scold you upon discovering it? That would be quite inappropriate. Inappropriate? Nonsense, Beiji retorted. You monk are far too finicky. The number of travelers I've fed in the past pales in comparison to your fussiness. The demon, vexed by Chen Shi's words, could only grit its teeth in silence, but for the sake of the coveted Tang Sang flesh it maintained a polite demeanor, crafting lies. The elder worries too much. My husband is a well-known philanthropist, a man devoted to repairing bridges and aiding the poor. Upon hearing that this meal was offered to the elder, he would surely rejoice and praise me. Never chastising, that is a fallacy. What ordinary woman would allow her husband to go hungry while offering food to passing monks, unless there is discord in the marriage, or she has become foolishly devoted to Buddhism? Chen Shi shook his head, finding the demon's performance lacking in professionalism, certainly deserving of a poor rating. He contemplated finding other reasons to decline the offer. Firstly, he dared not consume something of unknown origins. Secondly, it was evident this being was a potential enemy. The more it urged him to partake, the less he could comply. Yet, before Chen Shi could formulate further excuses, a loud shout from the air interrupted. Where did this demon come from? Come to blows. Almost as soon as the words were spoken, an iron rod descended from above, striking the demon upon the head. It collapsed instantly, lifeless and twisted upon the ground. Alas, Monkey King, what have you done? Why strike without cause? Beiji exclaimed, witnessing the demise of the woman. The precious jars fell to the earth, scattering fragrant rice and noodles everywhere, prompting him to stomp his feet in frustration. The monkey tossed a sack of peaches onto the ground. Disinterested in Beiji's complaints, he had just returned on a cloud when he spotted the demon approaching the master with ill intent. There was no time to consider anything else but to strike first. Hearing Beiji's queries, he finally sheathed his golden staff and approached Chen Shi, saying, Master, this was a demon in disguise, intent on harming you. That was no demon, nor was there any ill intent. Clearly, she was a simple countryside woman. Kindly delivering us a meal, Beiji argued, pointing at the spilled food on the ground, his voice filled with indignation. Rice and noodles, ha ha! The monkey burst into laughter at Beiji's words, pointing at the mess on the ground. Clutching his sides in mirth, you dare call this a meal? What is it not then? Beiji protested, frustrated by the monkey's relentless mockery. You, monkey, with your lack of discernment, wish to twist the truth and confuse black with white. But Beiji's protests began to falter as he realized the truth. There was nothing edible among the shattered jars. The blue jar contained writhing maggots, while the green bottle held frogs and toads. Leaping chaotically about, Chapter 58, The Three Strikes, White Bone Demon. Upon seeing those repulsive and foul creatures, Beiji and Shasang both took a step back, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Chen Shi, however, remained calm, even taking a moment to comment. Ah, this benefactor is indeed a simple-minded demon, at least using genuine jars for her ruse. Had the contents not been so repugnant, we might have washed them and reused them. Seeing Chen Shi's composure, the monkey grinned. Master, did you foresee this? This rugged terrain is hardly suitable for a respectable woman to wander alone. Not only does she arrive with food, but her clothes remain spotless. Who else could she be but a long-standing mountain demon? Chen Shi replied with a smile. Had the monkey not been present, he would have swiftly dealt with the demon to avoid any unintentional harm, as he certainly did not wish to underestimate Beiji's foolishness.
Turning to the still bewildered Beiji, Chen Shi chuckled. Beiji, faced with the guise of a demon, you wavered in your resolve. As punishment, you shall carry the burden again tomorrow. Beiji, still grappling with the revelation that the beautiful goddess was a demon in disguise, opened his mouth to argue, but found no words. He merely shrugged his shoulders and turned away, grumbling, I will carry it, I will. The master knows but does not inform me, only revels in my folly. Observing Beiji's sulking demeanor, Chen Shi exchanged a glance with the monkey, both shaking their heads in resigned amusement. For Chen Shi and his companions, the encounter with the demon was merely a prelude to their meal. After all, they had encountered countless monsters along their journey, thus, apart from Beiji's mild annoyance at his punishment, the others paid little mind to the demon. After dividing the peaches among themselves and resting briefly, they continued their journey. However, while Chen Shi's group remained unconcerned, the demon was not so easily dismissed. With remarkable resilience, the demon had managed to escape, its essence fleeing into the clouds as it watched Chen Shi and his companions feast and converse merrily. Gnashing its teeth in fury, I had heard tales of that monkey's incredible prowess. I never expected to be struck down upon our first encounter, and that loquacious Tang monk, with his endless questions, had it not been for him, I would have succeeded. No, I cannot allow this opportunity for immortality to slip away in vain. I shall try again. Blinded by greed, the demon became consumed by its obsession, vowing not to relent until it had tasted Tang Seng's flesh. Descending from the clouds, the demon transformed into an elderly woman, frail and bent, clutching a gnarled bamboo staff as she wept, my son, where have you gone? Oh no, master, you were mistaken, that monkey has deceived you. The mother of the goddess has come looking for her. Beiji whispered to Chen Shi, shrinking back in fear. A fool, the girl was but 18, while this woman appears to be 80, how could she have given birth? The monkey rolled his eyes at Beiji's naivety. Could it not be that an old clam produces a pearl? Beiji retorted, defending the lost girl. Enough, Chen Shi interjected, patting Beiji's shoulder to quell their bickering. Beiji, has your brother ever misjudged a monster with his keen eyes? Do not shift the blame onto him simply because you are facing punishment. As for the elderly woman, Chen Shi squinted at the figure trudging along the mountain path, weeping and crying out, and said, Wukong, go and investigate. There is something amiss with this woman. Chen Shi had faith in the monkey and, using his own judgment, concluded that the previous woman was undoubtedly a demon in disguise. Thus, the elderly figure, who was also linked to the demon, appeared highly suspicious. Curiously, why were there so many demons presenting themselves today? Rubbing his shiny bald head, Chen Shi found the situation perplexing. Fortunately, with the monkey around, he had little to fear from such lowly creatures. Receiving Chen Shi's command, the already suspicious monkey approached the elderly woman without hesitation, smiling kindly. Good lady, whom do you seek? This demon was skilled in its transformation. Masquerading as an old woman, her hair white as snow, she walked slowly, appearing frail and timid, her face resembling a withered cabbage leaf. Upon hearing the monkey's inquiry, she trembled and raised her head, crying, I seek my daughter, who left to deliver food to her husband. My poor child has not returned. I know not where her fate lies. Oh, so you are searching for your daughter? The monkey nodded with a grin, suddenly opening his eyes wide, his fiery gaze revealing the creature's true nature. His expression shifted as he brandished his iron rod and exclaimed, You wicked demon, do you dare deceive me? With a single blow, the elderly woman crumpled to the ground, lifeless like her daughter. Master, I see clearly now, this is yet another demon, the monkey reported upon returning to Chen Shi. How curious that we encountered two demons in quick succession. Could there be a family of monsters residing in these mountains? Chen Shi mused aloud, intrigued yet puzzled. Master, you misinterpret the situation. This is not a family of demons, but merely one demon changing its guise. The monkey clarified, changing guise? Chen Shi inquired, perplexed. Master, with your mortal eyes, you cannot comprehend. Even when I was enjoying myself at Water Curtain Cave, I overheard other demons discuss that if they wished to feast on human flesh, they would disguise themselves as such, either as gold or silver, as opulent mansions, as intoxicating beauty, or as alluring maidens. Those who fall for such tricks are lured into their lairs, where they are consumed at leisure. If not devoured immediately, they are dried for preservation. The monkey, chuckling, began to explain to Chen Shi, and as he reached the latter part of his discourse, he deliberately moved beside Ba Jie, patting his shoulder and smiling meaningfully before concluding his words. Ba Jie, feeling the monkey's hand upon him, shuddered with each pat, too intimidated to retort, nearly absorbing the humiliation. Understanding dawned upon Chen Shi, who nodded knowingly, yet he chose to ignore the monkey's intimidation of Ba Jie. Recognizing that this fool needed such lessons, he sighed, reflecting on the myriad of bizarre transformations wielded by demons, which were nearly impossible to guard against, yet, from his observations, if one could steadfastly adhere to their true nature,
Remaining unperturbed by external appearances, they would be safe for the time being. Wouldn't you agree, Bajie? Chen Shi inquired, turning his smiling gaze towards Bajie. As Chen Shi looked on with a smile. The monkey, still amiably patting his own shoulder, prompted Bajie to lower his head, succumbing to the dark forces before him, his face a mask of despair. Master speaks wisely, and I resonate deeply with his words. I humbly request to be given an additional day, no 2 days, to make it a total of 3. Bajie, initially raising one finger, quickly corrected himself upon seeing the monkey's menacing grin, now holding up 3 fingers instead. Ah, the enlightenment of my junior is commendable, the monkey remarked kindly, once more patting the fool's shoulder, begrudgingly forgiving Bajie's earlier foolishness. Bajie forced a bitter smile, striving to appear cheerful. However, at that moment, Shaseng delivered Bajie the final blow. Second brother, if you keep taking on all the burdens, what shall I carry? Shaseng approached Bajie, grinning innocently. Go away, I'm merely taking on a few extra days. It's not like I'll be doing this forever. Besides, if you're truly eager to lend a hand, then I shall carry the luggage, and you can carry me. Bajie, overwhelmed, waved his sleeves angrily at Shaseng. His face flushed with frustration. Ha! Shaseng, undeterred, laughed heartily as he was chased away. Second brother, you're too hefty. If I take on the luggage, I fear I won't be able to carry you. Chen Shi and the monkey merely watched, amused by the playful exchange between the two. Yet, as the saying goes, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Hidden among the clouds above, the demon lurked, watching the harmonious and jovial scene of Chen Shi and his disciples. Gnashing its teeth in seething hatred. Damn it, how can this monkey king possess such keen insight? How could he see through me? This demon, a master of illusion, had narrowly escaped the monkey's iron staff once more. Retreating to the clouds to conceal itself. This cannot stand. If these monks quicken their pace and traverse this mountain, heading west for another 40 miles, they shall no longer fall under my control. At that point, will I merely watch as a heavenly boon is granted to another? Resolute, the demon clenched the handkerchief in its grasp, murmuring words of encouragement to itself, for with a determined thought it transformed into an old man. His hair white as Pingzu and his beard rivaling that of the longevity star, with jingling jade pendants in his ears and twinkling stars in his eyes, leaning on a dragon-headed cane. He donned a light crane cloak, his fingers counting beads as he chanted scriptures while journeying from west to east, arriving in front of Chen Shi and his party, waiting to ambush them. Master, I know this must be another demon arriving. Allow me to slay him as atonement, Bajie exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the old man, feeling that an opportunity had presented itself. He raised his rake, ready to claim victory, only to be halted by the monkey. A fool, do not act rashly. What do you mean? If I strike at the demon, how is that rash? Bajie protested, feeling thwarted by the monkey's intervention. Ah, you do not understand, this demon has come 3 times already, surely possessing some clever means of escape. If you recklessly charge in, it may be for naught, allowing it to flee yet again. The monkey grasped Bajie's hand and, with a flash of golden light in his eyes, pointed ahead. I shall summon the local mountain deity to assist us from the clouds, ensuring we achieve victory in a single strike. Seeing that the monkey was not seeking to claim glory for himself, Bajie immediately brightened. What you say makes perfect sense, Monkey King. Please summon the land deity to aid us. This fool, the monkey, exasperated but lacking the will to argue further, recited an incantation, calling forth the local deity. Listen well, spirits of this mountain, this demon has repeatedly disturbed us. It must not be spared. My junior shall be the one to vanquish it, while you oversee from above to ensure it does not escape again. Is that understood? The invisible spirits, undetectable to the naked eye, bowed in unison, responding, we shall obey the great sage's command. Thank you, Monkey King, thank you. Bajie rubbed his hands together, feeling that everything was now in place. He spat into his palms, lifted his rake, and boldly marched towards the demon. The demon, initially anxious at the sight of the monkey's keen perception, felt a surge of relief upon seeing the bumbling figure of Bajie approach alone. Good-hearted, my foot. Upon recognizing the demon that had caused him to carry burdens for an additional 3 days, Bajie felt a surge of rage, viewing it as a sworn enemy. Anger welled within him. And without further ado, he launched a strike with his rake, aiming for the demon's head. The 9-toothed rake descended, and the demon, unable to evade, let out a mournful cry, collapsing to the ground lifeless. Humph, once, twice, and on the 3rd attempt. You still dared to deceive this pig elder. Allow you to taste the might of my 9-toothed rake. Having slain the demon, Bajie spat disdainfully on the ground, then used his rake to flip the demon's body over, preparing to bring it back to Chen Shi and the others as a trophy. Master, Monkey King, Shashidi, come look, I, old pig, have slain this demon. Bajie staggered toward Chen Shi, proudly displaying the demon's corpse. This time, with the deities watching over, the demon had no chance to escape, and was indeed slain by Bajie, revealing its true form, a pile of pink-skinned skeletons. Bajie, well done, Chen Shi praised him without reservation as Bajie approached. Eager to take credit, together with the monkey, who had dismissed the spirits, they squatted down to examine the skeleton closely. As the saying goes, pink skeletons, white bones, and flesh. It was unexpected that they would encounter a skeleton that had evolved into a spirit. Chen Shi, gazing at the skeleton before him, felt a stirring of suspicion. If he was not mistaken, the demon's remains were not merely a minor character, but rather a renowned figure, the white-bone spirit from the original tale. The repeated appearances had indeed aligned with the legendary scene of the 3 battles against the white-bone spirit. However, the demon's swift demise and lack of grandeur nearly led Chen Shi to overlook its identity. After all, from Chen Shi's perspective, it had merely been a series of demons appearing and swiftly falling, one after another. They had met their end, faster than the Calabash heroes could arrive. Master, there's an inscription on the skeleton's spine. The monkey nudged Chen Shi, quietly reading, Lady Bone. The name of this demon is rather intriguing. The monkey's words confirmed Chen Shi's suspicions, and as he observed the monkey examining the skeleton with keen interest, a sense of enlightenment blossomed within Chen Shi. Indeed, the reason this challenge was considered perilous in the original tale lay not with the feeble white-bone spirit but rather with the pressures exerted by the old Tang. And Chen Shi glanced at Bajie, who stood with his hands on his hips, exuding confidence. The original tale's Bajie had always been a source of trouble for the monkey. Leading the group this time was himself. Thus he would not doubt the monkey, nor would he heed Bajie's nonsensical ramblings. Therefore, had the challenge of defeating the white-bone spirit concluded just like that, Chen Shi blinked, feeling a disorienting sense of awakening. Chapter 59, The Great Sage Returns Home. The famed trial, the 3 battles against the white-bone spirit, was thus passed with ease, leaving no profound impression on Chen Shi and his companions, nor stirring any significant turmoil. This was likely due to the countless minor demons that had perished at the monkey's hands along their journey, akin to this one that even Bajie could not withstand. Bajie bearing the burden, aminos. Nonetheless, the demise of the white-bone spirit served as a reminder to Chen Qi. In the original tale, the monkey had been driven away by the old Tang's folly and Bajie's slander. Returning to Flower Fruit Mountain in melancholy, where he encountered the remaining monkeys from that time. Those monkeys had initially thrived under the Monkey King's glory, possessing an arsenal of weapons and indulging in divine nectar. Living blissfully, however, following their rebellion against heaven, they too faced misfortune, becoming targets of the celestial deities sent to quell them, leading to a life far less prosperous than before, having accompanied him for nearly 2 years. The monkey had diligently protected Chen Shi on their journey, never once returning to Flower Fruit Mountain. Contemplating this, Chen Shi resolved to grant the monkey a well-deserved break, allowing him to visit his family. For he was not a heartless master. 2 years without a break, no salary, tsk. Thus Chen Shi placed a hand on the monkey's shoulder, expressing a hint of nostalgia. Yukong. How swiftly time flies. In the blink of an eye, we have journeyed together for nearly 2 years. Indeed, Master. It feels as though these 2 years have passed in a haze, but do not worry. There are still many days ahead. The monkey, momentarily distracted from his inspection of the pink skeleton, looked up, mistakenly believing Chen Shi was anxious, and replied with a smile, long is good, long is good. Chen Shi chuckled inexplicably and spoke in a manner that the monkey found somewhat incomprehensible. He continued, Yukong, I recall you once mentioned your origins from the Flower and Fruit Mountain in the proud nation of Alai, located in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, now having been sealed by the Buddha for so many years and released by me for 2. Do you ever think of home? Oh, Master, you're feeling homesick. The monkey, believing he understood, nudged Chen Shi's shoulder with a playful grin. A fleeting moment of melancholy crossed his face as he sighed. Master, my son Yukong, I am not made of iron and stone. How could I not long for home? To be honest, I was thinking that if you no longer wished to pursue the scriptures, I would take you back to Flower and Fruit Mountain for a few carefree days. However, the journey westward is fraught with peril, and the Bodhisattva has entrusted me with this task. You, being but a mortal, cannot do without me on this arduous journey. Thus, how could I afford to indulge in homesickness? It would be a futile sorrow. The monkey shook his head aside and leaned on his staff, gazing eastward, lost in thought. At this moment, did he reminisce about the days of his reckless frolics on Flower and Fruit Mountain upon his birth? Just then, a warm hand gently patted his head, caressing it softly. The monkey paused, and Chen Shi's gentle laughter reached his ears. If that is the case, I shall grant you a leave of absence. Allowing you to return home for a few days, how does that sound? Leave of absence, the monkey murmured, momentarily taken aback. Ha, ordinary folks take leaves for family visits after working or serving in the military for 2 years. You've accompanied me for so long, what is wrong with granting you a leave? Chen Shi playfully tousled the monkey as fur, then clapped him on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. But, as the thought of Flower and Fruit Mountain, which he had not visited in ages, flickered excitement in the monkey's eyes, he quickly recalled Chen Shi and the burdens he bore. The thrill faded, and he regained his usual spirited demeanor, waving his hand with a smile. However, Master's quest for the scriptures is of utmost importance. Until it is completed, I dare not slacken my efforts. Moreover, without me, Zhu Beiji and Sha Sang lack a bit of capability. How can I rest easy? Observing the monkey's forced cheerfulness, Chen Shi turned to his sides and asked Zhu Beiji, Sha, do you accept that Wukong claims you lack ability? Zhu Beiji shrugged his nose, crossed his arms, and puffed out his belly, declaring, Master, this monkey has always looked down on others since I joined the quest, although I haven't slain as many monsters as he has. I've still dispatched quite a few, even that white bone spirit, wasn't it I who defeated her? Zhu Beiji raised his head proudly, even Sha Sang brandished his staff, swinging it with a flourish. Chuckling, don't underestimate me, big brother, I may not be talented, but I still possess considerable strength. Both of you. The monkey looked at his two companions, who were flaunting their prowess beside Chen Shi. Feeling a lump in his throat, how could he not understand their goodwill? Chen Shi raised his hand, gazing at the monkey with a smile. But Wukong, you may go. I have Beiji and Sha to protect me. And ordinary monsters cannot approach me. Besides, we're not foolish. Without you, how can we continue this journey westward? Chen Shi winked at the monkey and added with a grin, we shall set up camp here and wait for your return. Indeed, you monkey, can't you trust us? Zhu Beiji chimed in, lifting his rake and striding proudly. Very well, very well. The monkey nodded, turning away, unwilling to meet their gaze, fearing they would see the tears welling in his eyes. His voice, tinged with an unusual tone, asked, Master, if I leave, how many days may I have? Chen Shi calculated with his fingers and replied, in Buddhism, the auspicious number is 7, hence, Wukong, you shall have 7 days of leave. It was not that Chen Shi was being stingy, but he dared not grant too many days off, estimating a number that the Bodhisattva would deem acceptable. Yes, then I shall take my leave for now. Master, take care. The monkey turned back, bowed to Chen Shi, and said, Son Wukong will return within 7 days. Beiji, Sha, take good care of Master. Be cautious on your journey, Chen Shi said, gently patting the monkey's head. Go with humility and restraint. Enjoy your family visit, and do not invite trouble. Go. Without you, we can still protect Master, Zhu Beiji muttered. The monkey did not dare to lift his head, fearing they would see his true feelings at that moment. He nodded hurriedly, performed a swift somersault, and soared into the sky, disappearing into the distance. Only a voice echoed in the air, Master, fellow disciples, take care. When I return, I will bring you some fruits from Flower and Fruit Mountain. Can the fruits from Flower and Fruit Mountain be tastier than those we find along this journey? Zhu Beiji scoffed after the monkey left, patting his belly. He then leaned toward Master and Sha. Grinning mischievously, Master, old Sha, I dare say that monkey just shed a tear. Remember when he was tied to the demon-subduing pillar, enduring all sorts of torment, laughing heartily, yet today, he shed tears over a few words from us. That monkey, At this moment, high above the clouds, the monkey appeared to soar away but was actually cloaked in invisibility. After wiping his face and gathering his emotions, he recited a spell and summoned the local deities, instructing them to watch over his master. After the deities complied and retreated, the monkey cast a lingering glance at Chen Shi and his mischievous disciples before turning and flying toward Flower and Fruit Mountain. Though the journey ahead was long and arduous, under the influence of his somersault cloud, it felt like not. As he approached the East Sea, a thought crossed his mind, this old Dragon King has been my neighbor for years. How could I return home without visiting him? That wouldn't do. Moreover, Son Wukong, have a favor to ask. The monkey chuckled and descended to the sea's surface, performing a hand gesture to part the waters. Making his way to the Crystal Palace, calling out, Old Dragon King, your old neighbor has returned. The East Sea Dragon King, known as Aoguang, was already alerted by the monkey's commotion. Upon hearing that familiar voice, he quickly recognized who had arrived and rushed forward to welcome him, smiling, the great sage has come, long time no see, after inviting the monkey into the palace and offering him a seat. Aoguang inquired about the monkey's visit. I have heard that the great sage has escaped calamity. Congratulations. However, I also heard that the great sage was tasked by Bodhisattva Guanyin to protect the Tang monk on his journey westward for the scriptures. What brings you here today? Old Dragon King, you may not know, but it just so happens that the Dragon Prince and his kin are presenting tea, and after sipping a cup, I said, I've been traveling west with my master. And we share a close bond today. He suddenly felt my homesickness after so many years of absence and graciously allowed me a 7-day leave to visit home. That's why I passed by the East Sea Dragon Palace. I thought of you, my good neighbor, and wanted to stop by. I see. Ao Guang stroked his dragon whiskers, realizing, and then chuckled, the great sage truly has a good master who cares for his disciples with genuine affection. Ha, my master is indeed a good master. The monkey beamed at the Dragon King's praise, waving his hand dismissively. Then, shifting the topic, he said, however, old Dragon King, I have a small request for you. I wonder if you could grant it? The monkey looked at Ao Guang with sparkling eyes, rubbing his hands together, feeling both excited and a bit shy. What does the great sage desire? Ao Guang asked, feeling a shiver down his spine upon hearing the monkey's familiar tone. He replied with a pained expression, damn, I thought this monkey had turned over a new leaf. Why is he reverting to his old ways? Rest assured, it's not difficult at all. If you can't do it, I won't force you, the monkey reassured him, noticing Ao Guang's apprehensive demeanor, aware that he was haunted by past misdeeds. With a hint of shyness, the monkey gently embraced Ao Guang, laughing, besides, I've taken a new master and learned the principles of self-cultivation. I won't take advantage of you. We can trade, ensuring you don't lose out. Alright. Seeing the monkey's demeanor was sincere and his temper no longer volatile, Ao Guang breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing that the pressure from the Buddha had indeed tempered the monkey's fiery nature, after a moment of contemplation, Ao Guang smiled and said, I still don't know what the great sage is asking for. It's simple, just lean in closer, the monkey instructed, moving closer to Ao Guang's ear to whisper. Oh, so this is what the great sage desires. Ao Guang nodded in understanding, responding with ease, then follow me. You may choose for yourself. Oh, has your palace become so affluent? The monkey exclaimed in surprise. Not at all. As the great sage accompanies me, I'll tell you more along the way, Ao Guang replied with a wry smile as he stood up to lead the monkey to the northern treasure hall of the Dragon Palace. Thank you, old Dragon King, thank you. With his wish fulfilled, the monkey walked out of the Dragon Palace's treasure vault, beaming with joy. He waved goodbye to Ao Guang and then performed a hand gesture. Soaring into the sky, take care, great sage, Ao Guang called out, stroking his dragon whiskers with a grin, holding a brocade box in his other hand, equally delighted. In his heart lingered a sense of astonishment. The infamous banded monkey had astonishingly, truly reformed. Not only did he refrain from meddling with the treasures in his lair, but he also extracted the desired items, leaving behind a peculiar trinket as compensation. Indeed, having lived long, one encounters all manner of strange occurrences. The old Dragon King shook his head, humming a tune as he retreated to his harem for amusement. It seemed he had forgotten something. But at his advanced age, such lapses were to be expected. Let us set that aside for now. Having dealt with the troublesome monkey and acquired a new treasure, it was time to reward himself. Off to the harem for some music, the monkey, filled with glee, exited the East Sea Dragon Palace. Given the proximity to his beloved Flower and Fruit Mountain, a single leap brought him back to his homeland. Yet, upon catching sight of that nostalgic abode, the corners of his mouth froze in disbelief, for the once vibrant mountain was now barren, devoid of flora. The mists had vanished, the peaks had crumbled, and the trees stood charred and withered. The once pristine blue stones had shattered into countless fragments, while the lush sands had transformed into mere mud. The towering pines lay toppled, and the verdant cypress were scarce. The mulberry, cedar, locust, cypress, chestnut, and sandalwood had all perished. The peach, apricot, plum, pear, and jujube were no more. The pinnacle's exquisite stones had turned to dust, and the stream's bottom had dried up and now overrun with grass. Where had the flying birds once soared? Where had the roaming beasts wandered? The leopards and pythons had fled, while the cranes avoided the snakes and retreated into ruiny Flower and Fruit Mountain. The monkey's lips quivered, struggling to grasp that the desolate landscape before him was indeed the Flower and Fruit Mountain. The ancestral cradle of the 10 states, the birthplace of the 3 islands. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that his earlier transgressions against the heavens had led to his punishment beneath the 5 Elements mountain. Thus, the very mountain that had nurtured him, the one he had sought to rebel from, could hardly have met a favorable fate. A wave of sorrow washed over him, leaving him profoundly melancholy. Suddenly, from the fragrant grass slope, a rustle emerged, and 7 or 8 little monkeys leaped forth, surrounding him and bowing low, exclaiming, Grand Sage, you've returned home? Seeing this, Sun Wukong's lips trembled, caught between laughter and tears, an ephemeral expression that vanished as quickly as it appeared. However, standing there was no longer the great sage equal to heaven nor the Monkey King, but rather the beautiful Monkey King. The beautiful Monkey King had returned to his kin. He affectionately patted the heads of the little monkeys. laughing heartily, "Yes, yes, my children, your king has come back." This laughter resonated throughout Flower and Fruit Mountain, echoing endlessly, dispelling the pent-up gloom within the beautiful Monkey King's heart. Once his laughter subsided, he waved his hand grandly and seated himself, saying, "My children, why are you not frolicking about in Flower and Fruit Mountain? I return and see not a single one of you," which startled me greatly, upon hearing the beautiful Monkey King's inquiry. The once exuberant little monkeys hung their heads in sorrow, lamenting, "Ever since Grand Sage was captured and taken to the heavens, life has become unbearable for us on Flower and Fruit Mountain. In recent years, hunters from the Owlite Kingdom have come to hunt upon our mountain. They wield powerful bows and crossbows, accompanied by fierce dogs and hawks, truly formidable foes. We cannot provoke them, so to preserve our lives, we dare not play outside, instead hiding deep within caverns, avoiding nests, stealing grass for sustenance, and quenching our thirst at the clear springs below. Only when we spied from afar and recognized it was Grand Sage returning did we dare to show ourselves." Owlite Kingdom, the beautiful Monkey King murmured, his gaze growing complex as he momentarily set aside those thoughts, inquiring instead, "How many monkeys remain on the mountain now, counting the old and young?" "There are barely 1,000 left," the little monkey wiped away its tears and replied. The beautiful Monkey King was taken aback by this revelation. He had once commanded over 47,000 monkeys,
and now only a meager few remained?
Grand Sage is unaware. Since your departure, Erlangshan set fire to the mountain, resulting in the loss of over half our kin. The few of us that survived hid in wells, burrowed in ravines, and concealed ourselves beneath the iron plank bridge to escape with our lives. However, when the flames abated and the smoke cleared, we emerged to find Flower and Fruit Mountain ravaged by the wrathful celestial beings, stripped of its bountiful fruits and vegetation. To survive, the remaining monkeys scattered to other places. In the past 2 years, hunters from the Owlite Kingdom have taken away nearly half of our remaining kin. The little monkeys spoke in turns, crowding around the beautiful Monkey King, their voices choked with emotion. Upon hearing the first half of their tale, the beautiful Monkey King felt fury rising, his heart heavy with sorrow. Yet he knew he could not blame Erlangshan, as he owed a debt of gratitude to the deity. The sins he had committed were indeed grave, and according to celestial laws, not a single monkey could escape death. Flower and Fruit Mountain would meet a similar fate. It was only due to Erlangshan's equal prowess in their previous clash, and the intervention of the old lord, that he had chosen to show mercy. This was why the surviving little monkeys referred to Erlangshan as Erlang Bodhisattva. However, upon learning that those hunters had captured half of his remaining monkeys, he clenched his teeth, fury evident on his face.
"What business do those hunters have in capturing you?"
"Grandfather, it must be said that those hunters are truly detestable," the little monkeys exclaimed, their faces animated with indignation. "These hunters come to capture us, injuring and killing our kin, then skinning and dismembering them to prepare various dishes. Those they capture alive are taken back, forced to perform tricks, somersaults, and dance in the streets to entertain them for profit." Good. The beautiful Monkey King, hearing this, laughed in a fit of rage. "What a bold bunch of hunters, so brazenly mistreating my monkeys." A gleam flickered in his eyes as he turned his cold gaze upon the little monkeys.
"Who is in charge of the mountain now? Do they allow you to be bullied like this?"
Reporting to Grandfather, it is still Marshal Ma Lu and Generals Ben Bai and Er Yuan who oversee matters. The little monkeys clasped their hands in respect as they spoke. It's still them. How could they allow such a situation to arise? The beautiful Monkey King pondered aloud, perplexed by the incompetence of his 4 trusted monkeys. Just as he contemplated this, a group of monkeys approached from the slope. Leading them were the 4 monkeys, tall and imposing, carrying coconut shells filled with fruits. Upon spotting the beautiful Monkey King, they rushed forward, exclaiming, "It is the king, truly the king." Indeed, it was the 4 monkeys, Malu, Benba, and the others. King, we recently heard you escape death and are accompanying the Tang monk to the west to seek enlightenment. Why have you returned to Flower and Fruit Mountain? Do you no longer wish to journey west and intend to reclaim your throne here?" The 4 monkeys surrounded the beautiful Monkey King, eagerly offering him coconut wine and the finest fruits from the mountain, all the while buzzing with excitement and questions. Observing the hope and enthusiasm on their faces, the beautiful Monkey King felt a pang of reluctance, yet maintained an air of indifference as he chuckled. "My master is a virtuous man, concerned that I have not returned home in several centuries, thus, he has granted me a 7-day leave to visit you all. After these 7 days, I must return to protect him on his journey west." Upon hearing that the beautiful Monkey King did not intend to stay long, the monkeys' expressions fell. Only the 4 monkeys, Initially disappointed, soon rallied their spirits and sincerely congratulated him. "Congratulations, King, congratulations, King, you have found such a good master and bear the weighty responsibility of seeking enlightenment. You shall surely achieve great success and become a Buddha." "Congratulations, King, you will achieve enlightenment and become a Buddha." The monkeys, led by the four, transformed their melancholy into genuine smiles, proclaiming in unison, "Indeed, indeed." The beautiful Monkey King took a sip of coconut wine, mumbling to mask his gaze. Momentarily unable to meet the eyes of the gathered monkeys, once the wine coursed through him, he seemed to rediscover his former bravado, his monkey face flushing as he tilted his head, squinting at Malu and Benba. "But let us not dwell on my affairs, you four. Explain to me how you allowed those hunters to brazenly wreak havoc on Flower and Fruit Mountain and harm my kin," seeing the Monkey King's questioning gaze. Malu and Benba quickly lowered their heads, their expressions filled with sorrow. "King, it was not our intention. We were left with no choice. Ever since you departed, we lost our support and dared not provoke trouble. Thus, when the hunters first arrived, we merely attempted to drive them away. Little did we know they would taste success and grow bolder, arming themselves with increasingly sophisticated gear. By the time we wished to intervene, we were no match for them. We could only advise the monkeys to hide in the mountains and remain cautious. Oh, the beautiful Monkey King was taken aback. These hunters possess such capabilities. When did they begin coming to Flower and Fruit Mountain? I must see how many of them there are and how well equipped they are. King, they come intermittently, almost daily. Judging by the weather today, they are likely to arrive soon." The four monkeys looked up at the sky and reported back to the Monkey King. No sooner had the words left their mouths than the sound of drums and gongs echoed from the southern mountains, causing the monkeys to gasp in fear and call out, "The hunters are coming!" Fear not, for I am here," the Monkey King reassured the trembling monkeys, then ordered Malu, Benba, and the others, "Come with me, let us see what these hunters are made of." Thus, the 5 monkeys ascended to the mountain peak. Gazing southward, where they beheld over 1,000 men, all accompanied by hunting dogs, wielding knives and guns, their shoulders draped with fox fur, their waists adorned with brocade, they carried wolf-toothed arrows and bore exquisite bows. The men resembled mountain tigers, while the horses leaped like dragons. Good. Truly a well-equipped band of hunters. The Monkey King gritted his teeth, speaking each word with determination. It is no wonder that Malabenba does not dare to contend with him. For with only 1,000 or so elderly, weak, sick, and disabled followers remaining, how could they possibly stand against the formidable group of hunters before them? The Monkey King clenched his fist, ready to teach this band of hunters a lesson. But recalling Chen Shi's teachings, he suppressed his fury, diminishing the power of his divine abilities. He exhaled deeply, sending a whirlwind of yellow sand that knocked the hunters and their hounds to the ground. He then called to the monkeys under his command, "My sons, swiftly bind them. For every grievance, let there be retribution. For every grudge, let there be vengeance. Not a single one of those who harmed my children shall escape." Upon receiving the order, the 4 monkeys exchanged glances, their excitement palpable as they obeyed. Leading the remaining monkeys, they surged forward, binding the hunters and hounds securely. They carefully selected those whose hands were stained with the blood of monkeys, dragging them away to pay with their lives. Those who had captured monkeys were subjected to the Monkey King's spell, threatened with death if they did not return the monkeys within 7 days. Only those hunters whose hands were untainted by the blood of the Flower and Fruit Mountain monkeys were cast out of the mountain's territory, warned that this was the domain of the Monkey King, and they were forbidden to return. Should they dare to return, the fate of their fallen companions would serve as a grim example. Once these tasks were completed, the Monkey King, gazing upon the ravaged Flower and Fruit Mountain, sought the Dragon King of the 4 seas, expending a favor to acquire some heavenly rainwater. Upon his return, he planted elms and willows in the front and pines and cypress in the back, along with peach, plum, jujube, and apricot trees, ensuring every need was met. With the heavenly rain bestowed, he employed his magical arts, successfully revitalizing Flower and Fruit Mountain. In the blink of an eye, the desolate mountain transformed. The sound of flowing water echoed like jade chimes, and the springs dripped like notes from a zither. Jagged cliffs adorned the front, while vibrant flora flourished in the back. The sunlight danced in myriad hues of purple and red, and the auspicious aura shimmered in brilliant red clouds. This paradise of earthly delights was now filled with new trees and blossoms. Having accomplished this great task, the Monkey King summoned the monkeys to commence a 7-day celebration. On the 5th day of the feast, as the Monkey King sat upon his throne indulging in fine wine and exquisite fruits, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure among the revelers. Clad in a loose-fitting blue silk robe, the newcomer concealed his face and mingled with the monkeys, joyfully feasting and drinking. Upon noticing, the Monkey King chuckled, setting down his wine cup, lifting his robe, and squatting on the throne, pointing down with a laugh. the fellow gorging himself in the lower left corner is a foreigner. Where does he hail from? Bring him forth. The smaller monkeys, obeying the royal command, crowded around to push the figure onto the platform. The newcomer, covering his face with his sleeve, timidly protested, "It's a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? I am not a foreigner, but an acquaintance." The Monkey King leapt up, squatting on the back of his chair, laughing heartily. "All of my subjects bear a similar appearance, your visage, however, resembles a pig's. So you must surely be a creature from elsewhere. If you wish to join my ranks, present your credentials and name, and if I am pleased, I shall allow you to partake in this celebration. If not, not a single fruit shall be granted to you." "Alas, brother monkey, do not jest with me." The newcomer, realizing that the Monkey King intended to deny him food and drink, quickly revealed his true identity. "It is I, your most beloved disciple, Bajie. Ha! I certainly recognized you, you fool." The Monkey King, upon seeing Bajie drop the facade, leaped down from his throne and warmly patted Bajie on the shoulder. "What brings you to my flower and fruit mountain?" After a moment, his expression shifted to one of mock anger as he twisted Bajie's ear, reprimanding, "Did I not instruct you to protect the master? How did you end up here, indulging in pleasures?" Knowing Bajie's nature, he deduced that if the fool had made it to Flower and Fruit Mountain, the master must be unharmed, for if he had come seeking help, such behavior would surely indicate a disregard for his own safety. Indeed, Bajie, clutching his ears, leaned toward the Monkey King. "Oh, please, brother monkey, stop. I came to report to the master." "He granted his consent." "He did? Then tell me all the details." The Monkey King released his grip, stepping aside to glare at Bajie, and returned to his throne, assuming a commanding posture. "Hee, brother monkey, it goes like this." Bajie rubbed his reddened ears, shamelessly inching closer to the Monkey King. It turned out that after the monkeys departed, the remaining three had set up camp, constructing a large shelter and clearing a space to cook. Initially, they fared well, chatting, feeding the horses, and perusing scriptures, all content. However, by the third day Bajie found himself unable to sit still, as if his backside were aflame. Chen Shi, upon observing Bajie's fidgeting, quickly grasped his intentions. Sure enough, by the fourth day Bajie began pestering Chen Shi, demanding a vacation to return to Gao Laozhuang, but Chen Shi dared not grant him leave. Knowing Bajie's character, if he returned, it was uncertain whether he would come back, and he would undoubtedly cause a ruckus. Thus, he firmly refused. However, Bajie, being thick-skinned, continued to cling to Chen Shi, accusing him of favoritism towards the Monkey King. Chen Shi found Bajie's incessant whining so bothersome that he could hardly find peace. Even in the restroom, unable to endure any longer, on the fifth day, he had a sudden inspiration and sent Bajie off to visit his big brother. After all, his big brother had a grand establishment and could certainly provide him with a few days of hearty meals. Upon hearing Chen Shi's suggestion, Bajie initially sought to push his luck, but seeing Chen Shi's resolute attitude, he happily accepted this designated vacation. After all, whether he traveled to Gao Laozhuang or Flower and Fruit Mountain, it was his own decision to make, as long as the master allowed him to leave. Unfortunately, Chen Shi, seeing through Bajie's cunning, made it clear that once the monkey returned, he would inform him of Bajie's whereabouts. Should anything go awry, Bajie felt disheartened, realizing that the clever Monkey King would be difficult to deceive. Nevertheless, driven by the prospect of feasting, he ultimately made his way to Flower and Fruit Mountain. As for why he initially concealed his face, it was not due to knowledge of the mischief that had transpired after the monkeys left. Rather, it was simply that this fool is slow to realize. Arrived at Flower and Fruit Mountain, fearing the Monkey King's wrath upon discovering his indulgent behavior, which would surely lead to punishment for neglecting his duty to guard the master, in a moment of indecision, he was captivated by the sight of the banquet overflowing with splendid grapes, fragrant pears, and luscious loquats. Overcome by temptation, he decided that since he was already there, he might as well dive into the feast. Hoping to savor as much as possible while delaying any reprimands of thus, Bajie recounted the events to the Monkey King, embellishing his tale slightly that he portrayed himself not as a pestering nuisance to Chen Shi, but as a devoted disciple whose hard work warranted a few days of respite granted by the benevolent master. Meanwhile, the Monkey King, aware of the exaggerations in Bajie's words, nonetheless welcomed the visit from his old companion. Considering it a joyous occasion, he summoned his subjects to join Bajie at the table, presenting him with platters of sweet fruits and self-brewed monkey wine as they exchanged toasts and laughter. Yet, amidst the revelry, the Monkey King felt a tinge of regret, sighing, "If only the master were here, it would be perfect." And so, with a hint of longing, the Monkey King and Bajie spent 2 full days in merriment upon Flower and Fruit Mountain.
They traversed the verdant peaks by day, feasting on unparalleled fruits, and by night, they swam in the azure seas and shared joyous conversations beneath the moonlight. Only on the seventh day after the Monkey King's return did the two brothers finally compose themselves to discuss their departure. After I leave, remember to plant willows and pines on time, and do not neglect your duties. Go and call back those monkeys who left due to the devastation of Flower and Fruit Mountain. So we can safeguard our home together. Take good care of those monkeys who were returned by the hunters, especially those who were injured. Do not treat them lightly. On this Flower and Fruit Mountain, you may find joy, and should you encounter any issues, simply invoke my name or seek assistance from the East Sea. And now that I am free from peril and practicing the right path. The old Dragon King would not dare to refuse aid. The Monkey King meticulously instructed his 4 trusted monkeys, Malubenba, in every detail before glancing at the sky. With a carefree gesture, he waved farewell to the 4 monkeys and the gathered monkeys, declaring, I shall depart now to obtain the true scriptures and achieve enlightenment, after which I will return to revel in joy with you once more. May the great king take care. May you swiftly achieve your goals and return to Flower and Fruit Mountain for great leisure and freedom. The monkeys bowed deeply, sincerely wishing their king well, reluctantly bidding him farewell. I am off. The Monkey King nodded at the monkeys, laughing heartily as he lifted his leg and soared into the sky. Beside him, Bajie tightened his belt, hoisting a large sack as he hurriedly followed on a cloud, exclaiming, Wait for me, brother monkey, take me along, take me along. His cloud riding skills could not compare to his brother's nimble somersaults. It was much more efficient to hitch a ride. Master, I have returned. From a great distance, the monkey spotted Chun-Chi sitting by the bonfire, engaged in jovial conversation with Sha Sang, with a swift somersault. He leaped to Chun-Chi's side, nodding respectfully at Sha Sang before approaching with a grin and clasped hands, exclaiming, Master, I, your old son, have returned. Have you been well during these past 7 days? What troubles could I possibly have? Chen-Chi replied, patting the reunited monkey on the shoulder with joy, but tell me, how did you fare during your 7 days at Huagua Mountain? These days of respite were not only a vacation for the monkey but also a rare opportunity for Chen-Chi and the others to rest. However, upon seeing the monkey alone, Chen-Chi felt a twinge of curiosity. By the way, wasn't Beiji supposed to join you? Why hasn't he returned with you? The monkey chuckled, the scenery at my Huagua Mountain is indeed enchanting. And my fellow monkeys have been as lively as ever. These 7 days have truly been delightful. As for that dimwit, the monkey waved his hand dismissively, a hint of sheepishness in his tone. Cough, cough, I was so overjoyed to see my master that I set off ahead, while he, being as slow as he is, lingers behind. The monkey chose to speak only of the pleasant aspects of his time, omitting any troubling incidents he encountered. As long as you're happy, Chen-Chi replied with a smile, not pressing the matter further, though he found it puzzling, recalling that the monkeys at Huagua Mountain seemed to have had a less than favorable existence. He chose to dismiss his doubts, attributing them to a lapse in memory. After all, he had never read the original text and had encountered the tales of Journey to the West mostly in his childhood, making it natural for him to misremember details. At that moment, Beiji, panting and descending from the clouds with a heavy sack on his back, burst out angrily, You murderous monkey, have you forgotten about me? If I'd old pig, Han Ti reacted quickly and fallen from the clouds, I might have ended up in pieces. Beiji had attempted to hitch a ride on the monkey's cloud, but the impatient monkey had taken off upon seeing Chen-Chi. Leaving Beiji to fend for himself in midair, the monkey, aware of his own fault, scratched his head awkwardly and changed the subject. Oh, that's just a trifling matter. Come now, Beiji, open your sack and let master and brother Sha taste the fruits of Huagua Mountain. Trifling matter indeed, Beiji grumbled, patting his belly while cursing the monkey under his breath. Nevertheless, he obediently opened the sack and presented it to Chen-Chi and the others, saying, Come, master of old Sha, taste these. I, old pig, personally selected them. They were large and juicy, and I carried them all the way back. Faced with Chen-Chi, Beiji's demeanor shifted to one of submissiveness as he forced a smile, fearing that Chen-Chi might reveal his earlier misdeeds to the monkey, thus giving the latter grounds to reprimand him. Chen-Chi regarded Beiji with a knowing smile, not saying much, but like with the monkey, he patted Beiji's shoulder and warmly said, You've worked hard. Bajie, it's good to have you back. Together with Sha Sang, they accepted the sack and began to sample the fruits, even sharing some luscious purple grapes with the approaching white dragon horse. Beiji sat down, watching the scene with delight, laughing heartily as the monkey sheepishly approached him to make amends, turning away with a huff. Beiji feigned annoyance, yet, after the monkey showered him with numerous delectable fruits, he begrudgingly chose to forgive him. As they all shared the fruits and exchanged pleasantries, specifically Chen-Chi inquiring about Beiji's journey, the night deepened. Each person settled down to rest, preparing to continue their westward journey at dawn.
However, the next morning, as they were about to depart, the monkey mysteriously announced that he had a surprise, something wonderful to show everyone. With that, he executed a somersault and vanished into the clouds.
What is that monkey up to now? Master, do you think he has grown fond of the good times at Huagua Mountain and is seeking an excuse to run away?
Beiji grumbled, setting down the burden he had just picked up. Crossing his arms in discontent as he recalled a certain possibility with alarmed "Ha, you dimwit, always gossiping behind others' backs," came the monkey's teasing voice from the clouds, followed by his excited proclamation, "Master, watch closely." Descending from the clouds was a divine monkey, clad in a suit of golden armor, wearing cloud-walking shoes and a crown of purple gold, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang. The golden sunlight poured down, illuminating his resplendent attire as he brandished his staff, stirring the winds across a vast expanse. The monkey stood tall, his proud visage reminiscent of the great Qi Tian de Sheng Sun Wukong, who had once wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. Beiji, struck with fear at the sight of the formidable figure, slumped down with a gasp. In stark contrast, Chen Shi gazed at the divine monkey with excitement, stepping forward as he approached. "This is the Qi Tian de Sheng. The embodiment of that indomitable spirit I remember from my childhood. Well, master, what do you think of my magnificent attire that you have long yearned for?" The monkey stood proudly before Chen Shi, spinning around to showcase his ensemble, arching an eyebrow with a triumphant smile. Overcome with emotion, Chen Shi found himself momentarily speechless. After taking a few deep breaths, he finally managed to give a thumbs up. Beaming at the monkey, "Truly impressive. No wonder you are the handsome king of Huagua Mountain, the Qi Tian de Sheng who once defied the heavens." Sha Sang, standing nearby, echoed the praise. "Indeed, master brother, you exude an aura of majesty and power." Chen Shi had not anticipated that the monkey's so-called surprise would be this, yet he could not deny that this limited edition Qi Tian de Sheng skin had indeed taken him by surprise. After indulging in the visual delight and even trying on the armor with the monkey as assistance, Chen Shi finally remembered to ask, "Didn't you previously mention that this armor had been worn down to nothing after 500 years of sealing? How is it that you have it again today?" The monkey's impressive appearance and the armor had long captured Chen Shi's attention. However, the monkey had previously lamented that due to his prolonged imprisonment under the Five Elements Mountain, the armor was merely an impressive fade, not a formidable treasure. Having long since deteriorated, Chen Shi felt a pang of regret for not having witnessed the monkey's former glory during his tales of past exploits. "Yes, though when you were at your most formidable, it was often trouble you were courting." Upon hearing Chen Shi's inquiry, the monkey stored away his armor and, with a peculiar smile, replied, "Master, that is quite a story. I owe my thanks to my old neighbor. It turned out that during his visit to the East Sea Dragon Palace, the monkey had requested this very suit of armor from the Dragon King. Initially, the monkey had merely hoped to acquire anything, but to his surprise, the Dragon King had several sets available, various styles, including those depicting mythical creatures like the Swanee and Taotai, a total of 7 or 8 distinct sets. According to Ao Guang, the Dragon King himself, he had prepared these additional sets specifically because of the monkey's past requests for armor. In any case, the monkey had chosen a set that closely resembled his former ensemble, intending to return and showcase it to Chen Shi. Of course, the monkey had not repeated the errors of his past, taking care to offer compensation in return. As for what that compensation was, it was the dead ginseng fruit we had encountered at Wuzhuang Temple. The monkey scratched his head, gazing skyward. "I later asked Qin Yuanzi for it, thinking it might serve as a seed, but I couldn't figure it out. So I ended up trading it for this suit of armor." The ginseng fruit, now devoid of any purpose, still held immense value for the Dragon King, who was known for his passion for collecting rare treasures. After all, the ginseng fruits were exceedingly rare, and this particular one, now wasted, was likely the only one of its kind throughout history, for the Dragon Clan, renowned for their wealth and love of collecting unique treasures. This was an irresistible temptation. Thus, the Dragon King readily agreed to the trade with the monkey, even without a second thought. Despite the interruption of his own endeavors, Chen Shi nodded in understanding after hearing the monkey's explanation. Although trading a useless ginseng fruit for the armor felt somewhat difficult to digest, he at least found solace in knowing that the monkey had not resorted to deceit. Ultimately, the monkey's striking appearance was merely a brief interlude on their journey westward. After Chen Shi, the monkey, had sufficiently admired and flaunted the magnificent attire, the monkey chose to stow it away to avoid drawing too much attention, reverting to his usual garb as they resumed their westward trek. Finally, after a lively exchange, the group set forth once more on their journey, now 7 days delayed. The path through the Baihu Ridge was arduous but fortunately not too long, and within 40 miles. They exited the mountain range, yet, upon emerging from Baihu Ridge, they encountered a vast plain dotted with black pines, thickly clustered, obscuring the sun. The sight of the tangled vines and dense foliage left the monkey raising his iron staff. Clearing a path for the others behind him. Master, it's fortunate that you remained stationed at Baihu Ridge and did not recklessly proceed. I sense that this black pine forest is no ordinary place. The monkey remarked, glancing at the depths of the pine forest before turning to Chen Shi. But Chen Shi shook his head helplessly and remarked, the journey to the west is fraught with peril. But what is even more terrifying are the countless demons and monsters lurking along the way. If it weren't for you all, I fear I would have long been devoured by one of them. This black pine forest resembles a narrative trigger point, just as the monkey described it. However, what might we encounter here in the black pine forest, considering that the White Bone Lady dwells in White Tiger Ridge? Master's words are quite true. Pigsy, carrying the burden, nonchalantly replied, without us, the Bodhisattva would not have arranged for your pilgrimage, would she? She merely wishes for you to undertake this journey with sincerity. It is not as if she has made it clear that you are to march towards your demise. Indeed, facing the foolishness of this simpleton, Chen Shi chuckled softly and nodded. Every obstacle shall be overcome, and when soldiers come, I shall block them. When water comes, I shall bury it. Let us venture forth deep within the black pine forest. The commotion caused by Chen Shi and his companions as they cleared the woods drew the attention of several small demons. Hey, where did these living beings come from? The little demons perked up their ears, climbed the pine trees, and peered from the treetops. Upon spotting Chen Shi and his group, they drooled and exclaimed, it's a group of monks. No, it's that one fair-skinned monk in the middle, surrounded by a monkey demon and a pig demon. Along with a burly bearded monk. You have no experience. Those two demons have long faces and long mouths, with fat heads and big ears, and there's also a thin monk with a thunderous mouth. That fair-skinned monk looks tender. The one with the long face and mouth looks plump. Quickly, go report to the king. We have food delivered right to our doorstep. The little demons chattered excitedly, drooling as they dashed into the depths of the southern black pine forest. Chapter 62, The Bull Mountain and the Wave Moon Cave. The little demons, eager and clamorous, swarmed into a cave adorned with a golden-topped pagoda. Great king, there's food delivered right to our doorstep. A group of monks has arrived from the east, and the one in the middle looks delicate and scrumptious. The babbling of the little demons roused the demon resting on the stone bed. This demon had a face the color of indigo, white fangs, messy sideburns, 3 or 4 purple whiskers, a beak-like nose, and eyes gleaming like the morning star, with fists resembling monk bowls and blue feet akin to a cliffside tree. Draped in a light yellow robe, and a soul-chasing steel knife at hand, it awoke to the news. Its golden eyes flashed open, radiating a fierce aura that frightened the small demons into silence. Causing them to cower on the ground, the demon glanced at the little ones, stretched its limbs, and then sat comfortably on the stone bed, propped on its knee, and with great interest said, "Oh, a group of monks has come from the east? Splendid, I happen to be quite hungry today. Go capture them for me, and I shall reward you handsomely." Seeing that their king bore no malice towards them, the little demons breathed a sigh of relief and joyfully responded, "Yes, great king, we will return shortly, guaranteed to bring back the monks for your feast." "Very well, go ahead." The demon nodded in satisfaction, watching the little demons depart, eagerly awaiting its meal. How should these monks be prepared? The tenderest one shall be eaten raw for the best flavor, the fatter ones shall be fried, and the oil from frying shall be used to stew the leaner and older ones, creating the most delectable dish. While seated on the stone bed, the demon had yet to see Chen Shi and his companions when a booming voice echoed from outside the cave, "Demon, your grandfather is here. Come out and face your demise." What audacity! Upon hearing someone dare to cause trouble in its domain, the demon disregarded the strange familiarity of the voice, donned its armor, brandished its knife, and stormed out, fuming. "Who dares to disturb my Wave Moon Cave?" Once outside, the sight that met the demon's eyes was that of the slain little demons neatly arranged at the cave entrance, with a monk sporting a thunderous face and a hairy countenance standing behind, casually surveying the scene with an iron staff in hand. "Who are you? Why have you slain my little demons and come to my door to cause trouble?" Upon seeing the iron staff, the demon's imposing aura diminished slightly, and it regarded the intruding powerhouse with wary eyes, cautiously probing. "I am a monk from the Eastern Tang dynasty journeying to the west to obtain scriptures. You demons sought to devour us. Yet here I am at your doorstep, and you dare not acknowledge me." The speaker was none other than Chen Shi's eldest disciple, Sun Wukong. The monkey smirked, beckoning the demon with a playful gesture. Come, taste your grandfather's iron staff, and let me absolve you of your sins." Sending you on your way to the west. Having been influenced by Chen Shi, the monkey had picked up many peculiar phrases. For instance, he would say, "To forgive you is the business of the Buddha. what I intend to do is send you to meet the Buddha, or to vanquish evil men and demons is to cleanse their sins, absolving them of their karmic debts, a form of physical salvation. The monkey relished this interpretation, finding it far more satisfying than the monotonous recitation of scriptures by the other monks. Even the demons he defeated seemed to agree, as they never voiced any objections, clearly in accord. If I were to inscribe a few verses on the iron staff, striking down with it would surely make the process of salvation feel even more exquisite. The monkey's eyes sparkled with mischief as he became momentarily distracted by his thoughts of how to deal with the demon. A splendid opportunity. The demon, seeing the monkey distracted, seized the chance to rally the little demons and, taking advantage of the moment, charged at the monkey. Oh, relying on sheer numbers, are we? Come, let us see. Seeing the horde of demons gathered, the monkey felt a surge of excitement. Gripping his staff, he shouted, "Transform," and shifted into a form with 3 heads and 6 arms. He waved his staff, causing it to multiply into 3 golden staffs. Observing closely, one could see the golden light shimmering atop the staffs, with the 6 syllables of Om Mat Anayabathmi hum rotating upon them. The monkey was eager to practice his skills against the gathered demons, preparing to manifest his ingenious ideas. Ha! Come forth, and let us have a test of skill. The monkey leaped into the crowd of demons, his 3 heads and 6 arms swirling about like a fierce whirlwind, crashing through the throng, causing death and injury alike. Those he struck met their demise, those he brushed against were left bleeding profusely. Wherever the golden staff collided, it left behind immense golden seals, some inscribed with Om, others with Ma. This was the monkey's spontaneous creativity, enhancing the effects of his staff. Swish, 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 like a tornado decimating a parking lot. The 3-headed, 6-armed monkey reveled in the chaos, and within moments, he had slain all the little demons who had acted wickedly under the demon's command, leaving only the main demon, horrified, watching from the cave entrance. Het, my child, why do you hesitate to come forth? Standing amidst the corpses adorned with golden seals and flowing blood, the monkey retracted his powers, hoisted his golden staff, tilted his head, and grinned at the demon, revealing his teeth. Is it really you? How did you escape? Seeing the menacing monkey approach, the demon staggered back 3 steps, trembling as it clutched its steel knife, exclaiming in horror, "Oh, you recognize me? Is it possible you are an old acquaintance from years past?" The monkey raised an eyebrow intrigued, and pointed the golden staff at the demon. "Come, reveal your name, if we share a history. Perhaps I might persuade my master to spare your life." The demon's mouth twitched, hesitating momentarily before finally raising the steel knife, its bravado faltering as it declared, "Impudent monkey, do not be so arrogant. Do you really think I fear you? Let us have a proper fight before we talk." The demon steeled itself, gritting its teeth and glaring fiercely, raising its steel knife to confront the monkey. Stubbornly oblivious, the monkey chuckled lightly, intercepting the attack with his golden staff, and the battle commenced. This fight was exhilarating, starting from the base of the mountain, ascending to the peak, and then from the summit into the clouds. Ah, what a formidable demon! Though it feared Sun Wukong, it wielded its steel knife skillfully and managed to hold its ground against the monkey for 50 or 60 exchanges. Yet, the demon's face bore no signs of joy, while the monkey remained cheerful. As their weapons clashed, it was merely a blink before they exchanged several more blows. Alas, the demon was ultimately no match for the monkey, and after struggling to hold on, it fell victim to a lapse in its defense, causing its steel knife to be knocked away. With a mighty swing of the staff aimed at the demon's crown, it seemed certain for the blow to land. However, this seemingly inevitable strike failed to connect. What? The demon possesses some means of escape. Realizing that his strike had met only empty air without a trace of blood, the monkey quickly withdrew his staff, scanning the surroundings, but ultimately found no sign of the demon. Interesting indeed, my keen eyes can see for miles. How could I fail to locate a mere demon? The monkey squinted with amusement, pondering that it must truly be an old acquaintance who knew the secret to eluding him. Unperturbed, the monkey whistled loudly in the northwestern direction, descended from the clouds leisurely, and approached the cave entrance, tapping the stone wall with his iron staff while calling out with a laugh, "Why do you remain hidden inside? Are you perhaps in league with that demon, thus too afraid to face me? Master Monkey Brother is calling for us, in a certain spot within the Black Pine Forest." Pigsy, taking a break, heard the whistle and quickly informed Chen Shi. A small demon unexpectedly leaped from the woods, seeking its own demise. It was half struck down by the monkey, and the remainder was vanquished by Beiji and Sha Sang. The monkey lifted the last 2 survivors, inquiring about their origins, and learned of a group of voracious demons that resided there. After consulting with Chen Shi, and adhering to a steadfast resolve to eradicate evil entirely, he boldly ventured forth to confront the demon.
He left Beiji and Sha Seng to guard Chen Shi, and to ensure their safety, they exchanged secret signals and now the whistle sounded indicating the monkeys' call for them to approach. Let us proceed and see what transpires with Wukong. Chen Shi remarked, grasping his staff and rising from the ground with a hint of curiosity. If all went smoothly, the monkey would return alone. Should he encounter a formidable challenge, he would naturally refrain from summoning them. The whistle only suggested that something peculiar had unfolded. What could he possibly encounter? Most likely he wishes to test my patience, Beiji grumbled as he hoisted his burden, gazing southeast, estimating a few miles ahead. It might not be that simple, second brother, Sha Seng interjected cheerfully as he secured the horse. Perhaps our elder brother has defeated the demons and unearthed a substantial cache of grain and treasures. He may have called us to assist him in transporting it. That does hold some merit. Beiji's eyes widened, and enticed by Sha Seng's reasoning, he ceased his complaints and eagerly declared, Master old Sha, let us hasten. Monkey brother is in need of us, this fool. Chen Shi chuckled, shaking his head as he observed the fervent Beiji and the grinning Sha Seng. He could not bear to shatter Beiji's hopeful delusions and quickened his pace to catch up. Shortly after, the trio emerged from the dark pine forest and beheld a golden-topped pagoda in the distance. Upon closer inspection, they could see the monkey standing beneath the tower, gesturing for them to come closer. However, behind the monkey shadowy figures appeared to lurk. It was peculiar. How had the monkey arrived at a Buddhist pagoda while hunting demons? Could it be that he had slain the demons and discovered a temple? Beckoning them to come for food and shelter, Beiji halted, catching his breath and wiping the sweat from his brow, pondering aloud, what a tiresome endeavor. He could at least have sent word back to us. Beiji's grumbling echoed softly as Chen Shi could not suppress a laugh, exchanging glances with the quietly amused Sha Seng. Beiji, since we have come this far, if you have any grievances or doubts, simply voice them to Wukong when we arrive, he suggested. Master, what are you saying? Beiji straightened his posture, responding with conviction. If I were to voice my thoughts upon arrival, would I not invite the monkey's wrath upon myself? Ha, this fool is not as dim-witted as he appears. The trio shared a light-hearted exchange before continuing toward the pagoda. As they drew near, they beheld the cliffs rise steeply, reaching the azure sky. The roots delve deep, while the peaks pierce the heavens. Thousands of trees line the sides, and vines twist for miles. Flowers dance in the breeze, and water flows beneath the moon's gaze. Fallen logs bridge deep ravines, and withered vines cling to the bright cliffs. It could be described as a picturesque scene, yet upon closer inspection, beneath the stone bridge blood flowed in torrents. Upon the pedestal, skeletal remains lay in abundance. Outside the cave entrance, rows of small demon corpses lay strewn about, and within the forest, dark shadows of flying creatures startled the air. This was no Buddhist temple, it was a veritable scene from the depths of a hellish slaughterhouse. Good heavens, had the monkey turned this place into a butchery? Chen Shi was taken aback, Beiji shrank in fear, and Sha Seng felt a chill down his spine. At that moment, upon seeing Chen Shi's arrival, the monkey, clad in freshly clean robes, approached with a grin. Master, you have finally arrived. Is it that Beiji, this fool, has been slacking off again? The monkey cast a reproachful glance at Beiji, who, feeling wronged, protested, I, old pig, have been carrying the load at the front. Beiji recoiled slightly, hesitant to provoke the monkey, swallowing back his retort. Chen Shi, maintaining his customary cheerfulness, inquired, Wukong, what have you summoned us for? Did you slay all these minor demons? Oh, this is quite a tale. The monkey, with a knowing smirk directed at Beiji, straightened his expression and began to recount the events that had transpired. Unbeknownst to them, what appeared to be a golden-topped pagoda was, in truth, a den of demons. Upon hearing the monkey's narrative and observing the words Wanzi Mountain Boyu Cave etched above the cave entrance, Chen Shi couldn't help but marveled. Goodness, it seems Huang Mei was not the first to deceive travelers with a fade of Buddhist temples along the journey to the west. There have been predecessors before him, truly a remarkable talent, or rather a demon of extraordinary cunning. After a moment's pause, Beiji's fear dissipated, and he set down his burden, finding a clean spot to sit, patting his belly. He lamented, alas, since this indeed is a den of demons, why did you summon us? You could have simply cleaned up, set it ablaze, and spared Master and us from this unnecessary journey. There are neither treasures nor provisions here. Just a gruesome scene of blood and corpses. All my hopeful dreams were in vain. How could the monkey not be aware of Beiji's nature? He crossed his arms and chuckled, burning it down is not an option. This cave holds a wealth of gold, silver, and provisions that if we were to set it ablaze, it would be a waste, wouldn't it? Gold and silver, provisions. Beiji sprang to his feet, invigorated, peering around eagerly. Where monkey brother is right. Such things should not go to waste. Quickly, tell me where they are so I can carry them out. They have no legs and cannot escape. The monkey chuckled, shaking his head before gesturing, however, to claim them.
You must first resolve a little dilemma. Dilemma? What dilemma? Qin Shi and the others followed the monkey's gaze as three figures, one large and two small, emerged from the cave, parting the blood-stained bamboo curtain.
The leading woman bowed gracefully, addressing them, "I am Bai Huashu, and I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed elders." Chapter 63, Bai Huashu's determination and the appearance of the yellow-robed monster Bai Huashu.
The woman before them was not exceptionally beautiful but rather exquisite in her appearance, adorned in gold and jewels, exuding an air of elegance, though she felt a measure of fear toward Qin Shi and his companions. She tightly held the children behind her, maintaining her composure with grace and dignity. Qin Shi, observing this woman and the two children hiding behind her, was momentarily taken aback. If this was indeed Bai Huashu, then the demon in question must be Kuei Mulang, for he knew that these two were a couple with a complex history. Bai Huashu had once been a celestial fairy, who, after falling in love with Kuei Mulang, descended to the mortal realm, becoming a princess in a nearby kingdom, but lost her memories of her past life. Kuei Mulang, upon descending, did not attempt to restore her memories but instead abducted her to become his wife. Eventually, when they encountered the Tang monk and his companions, their true identities were revealed, leading to Kuei Mulang's return to the celestial realm and Bai Huashu's return to her homeland. Thus, their tale concluded. It was a rather amusing predicament. One might wonder whether it was the tragic separation of a fated couple or the liberation of an innocent princess from the clutches of evil. For in Kuei Mulang's eyes, they were destined partners, but in Bai Huashu's view, she was likely a victim of a demon wielding divine powers who had forcibly taken her innocence. However, what of the two children hiding behind Bai Huashu? Did they play a role in the journey to the west? As Qin Shi pondered, he directed his gaze toward the two children, filled with questions. Fortunately, Beiji, ever the outspoken one, voiced the inquiry for him. "Monkey brother, how can you show mercy toward a demon that is transformed into a woman and children? What sort of dilemma is this? A single swipe of my rake will suffice." Beiji mistakenly believed Bai Huashu to be akin to the Lady Bone Demon, a transformed demon, and with a chuckle, he brandished his rake, ready to strike. The three of them recoiled, nearly retreating back into the cave. "You fool!" Fortunately, the monkey was quick to react, seizing the rake and retorting, "This is not a demon, she is clearly a mortal woman. Those behind her are her children with the yellow-robed monster." The monkey proceeded to clarify, continuing from where we left off after the monkey had driven off the demons and descended from the clouds. When the monkey knocked and called out, the cave was suddenly filled with the frightened cries of children, which were promptly muffled. The monkey remained patient, standing at the cave entrance, waiting nonchalantly, during which he even took a moment to cast a spell to clean himself of dust and dirt. After a brief interval, perhaps sensing the monkey's sincerity or realizing they could not escape his grasp, a woman emerged from the cave, leading the two children, and bowed respectfully to the monkey. "I have the honor of meeting this elder. Your prowess in vanquishing demons is unparalleled. I humbly request that you discern right from wrong and spare the lives of my children and me." The children behind her shrank back, but she maintained her composure, articulating her plea with poise. "Oh, pray tell me, what is this right and wrong you speak of? I shall render my judgment." Listening to the woman's flattery, the monkey remained noncommittal, smiling as he leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. The woman inhaled deeply, surveying the familiar yet strange surroundings, uncertain whether to laugh or cry, and recounted her tale. "Elder, you may not know, but I am the third princess of the kingdom of Baoxiang. Named by Huashu. 13 years ago, on the night of the 15th day of the 8th month, while enjoying flowers and moonlight, I was captured by the demons within this cave and have been wed to one for 13 years. In these past years, he has occupied this mountain, committing heinous acts and devouring countless travelers. I have earnestly advised him, yet he has never deigned to heed my words, though we are nominally husband and wife. In reality, I require his permission even to venture half a mile from the cave, with lesser demons constantly watching over me. Today, the elder has slain that fiend, which can be seen as a boon for the region. But my child and I are innocent, having caused no harm. I implore you to show mercy." Bai Huashu was unaware that Kuei Mulang had escaped. She assumed he had met the same fate as those lesser demons. Struck down by the monkey, she immediately fell to her knees, her words filled with sorrow and sincerity. Seeing her earnestness, the monkey perceived that she bore no trace of demonic malice, but rather an ethereal aura, indicating she was not a villain in league with the fiends. Thus, he treated her with respect. However, regarding those two demon spawn, the monkey glanced at them. One appeared to be around 10 years old, while the other was about 8 or 9. He contemplated how to handle the situation, but found it rather delicate. Consequently, he decided to await the arrival of Qin Shi and his companions, intending to pass this troublesome matter on to him.
So it is the princess. My apologies, I have just offended you. Upon learning that the woman before him was not a demon, but rather a princess of considerable stature, Zhu Beiji's eyes brightened. And he approached her with a foolish grin to offer his apologies. Bai Huaxiu was no ordinary woman. Despite standing before the boorish Beiji, who had moments ago threatened violence, she maintained her composure. With a graceful bow, she accepted his contrition. Noticing the monkey's subtle signal, Chen Qi, who found himself in possession of a hot potato, introduced himself to Bai Huaxiu and fell into contemplation. Bai Huaxiu and Kuei Mulang had 2 sons? How was he unaware of this? Had he forgotten, or was it simply absent from the versions he had encountered, lacking reference from the original narrative? How could he resolve the predicament at hand? After a few moments of reflection, Chen Qi decided that he ought to consider the wishes of the parties involved, extending his hand as he suggested. Might the princess accompany me for a private conversation? Faced with Chen Qi, the most harmless-looking individual among the group, who also held considerable influence, Bai Huaxiu hesitated for a moment before sending her 2 sons into the cave and stepping aside with Chen Qi to a secluded corner. Elder, do you have something to teach me? Bai Huaxiu assessed the handsome, extraordinary monk before her and inquired first. Princess, as the saying goes, one should escort the Buddha all the way to the west. We hail from the Eastern Tang Dynasty, journeying westward to acquire sacred texts. We are currently en route to the kingdom of Baoshan, and it would be convenient to escort you back to your homeland. However, there is a matter that presents difficulties, which I hope you will decide upon. Chen Qi sighed inwardly as he regarded Bai Huaxiu. Please speak plainly, Bai Huaxiu responded, her expression shifting slightly as she bit her lip. It concerns those 2 children. Observing her reaction, Chen Qi wasted no time and expressed his thoughts candidly. They are the offspring of your forced union with that demon. Have they ever consumed human flesh or committed evil deeds? Do you regard them as your sons, or as enemies? If we were to bring them back to the kingdom of Baoshan, would your father, the monarch, be able to tolerate these 2 unexpected grandsons? Chen Qi's gaze bore into Bai Huaxiu, the first question bearing significant weight for the children, while the latter half was crucial for her. Her response would ultimately determine the fate of the 2 youngsters. Would they live or die? Upon hearing Chen Qi's queries, Bai Huaxiu's complexion fluctuated between pale and green as she fell into silence. Chen Qi did not rush her, merely waiting quietly by her side. Such matters were not easily articulated. Logically, these 2 children were the progeny of a demon. Despite Kuei Mulang being a celestial entity, his actions of consuming humans rendered him no different from a fiend in Chen Qi's eyes. Bai Huaxiu could be seen as having been abducted by the human trafficker Kuei Mulang, forced into motherhood against her will. Under such circumstances, could Bai Huaxiu truly harbor affection for these 2 children? Should they be seen as a testament to love, or as evidence of wrongdoing, or perhaps, yet on the other hand, the blood that coursed through these children was that of innocent souls, intricately linked to Bai Huaxiu. If they had not consumed human flesh, nor enjoyed the remnants of their father's malevolence, then Chen Qi would find it difficult to condemn them to death. After all, as the ancient adage goes, they were but children, provided they had not committed evil acts. Thus, Bai Huaxiu's stance became pivotal. The silence between them stretched on, feeling particularly prolonged. Ultimately, after much contemplation, Bai Huaxiu made her decision, sighed, and her expression softened. Thank you, Elder, for enlightening me. She gazed tenderly at her 2 sons, who nervously peeked from the cave entrance. My children have been under my strict guidance since their infancy, and have yet to be tainted by demons or taste human flesh. They are still young, having never ventured beyond the cave, and have caused no harm. As for me, Bai Huaxiu smiled faintly, I am their mother, not their enemy. My father, the king, has only daughters and no crown prince. So I believe he would not mind having 2 additional grandsons to strengthen the family lineage. Umatba, Chen Qi murmured a Buddhist incantation, uncertain whether this choice was virtuous or misguided. Yet, as the saying goes, a righteous official finds it challenging to adjudicate family matters. Thus he respected her decision. Since Bai Huaxiu had made her choice, Chen Qi would not seek to alter it, merely stating, then, Princess, you may return. You may accompany us for a while until we enter the borders of Baoshan. Thank you, Elder. Bai Huaxiu bowed respectfully to Chen Qi, expressing her deep gratitude before returning to the cave. Embracing her 2 sons with warmth, Chen Qi then approached the monkey and quietly inquired, Yukong, what of those 2 children? Master, I have observed them. They have not consumed human flesh, the monkey replied, understanding Chen Qi's intent and keeping his voice low. The movement of Chen Qi and Bai Huaxiu could only be concealed from the 2 children. The remaining individuals present were all capable in their own right. If they wished to listen, every word exchanged between the 2 would resonate clearly in their minds. With the monkey's confirmation, Chen Qi felt reassured and nodded. That is good to hear. Shall we proceed?
To his surprise, the monkey shook his head with a laugh. "Master, it may not be so easy. Let us not forget that demon has used a spell and eluded my grasp, hiding who knows where. To ensure the princess is free from future troubles, I must first subdue the demon."
Ah, yes, and Kuei Mulang. It was only when the monkey mentioned his name that Chen Shi realized he had arranged for the family, yet the principal himself was still at large. Upon reflecting on Kuei Mulang, Chen Shi glanced around and lightly tapped the monkey's hand. Understanding the hint, the monkey's eyes twinkled as he silently formed a gesture, then grinned at Chen Shi. "Master, speak freely. Whatever is said here will be between us, and no third party will be privy to it." With the monkey grasping his implication, Chen Shi began. "Yukon, do you think the demon might be an acquaintance from the past? Do you know from where?" The monkey pondered briefly before responding. "Upon witnessing my prowess, he was evidently astonished and disoriented, clearly having encountered my might before, since my exploits with the battle god technique have been few and far between since my debut. That demon possesses considerable skill and must have been a figure from the heavens. But if that is the case, Yukon, can we still confront him?" Chen Shi hesitated. If his memory served him, even though Kuei Mulang had abducted the princess and engaged in malevolence, he ultimately faced little consequence, simply because he was a celestial official. This was a significant reason why the tales of the journey to the west depicted the exploits of Tang Sang and his companions as farcical. Along their journey, demons with connections rarely faced punishment for their misdeeds, whether through murder or mayhem. Captured by the monkey, they would merely await the arrival of their benefactor, who would whisk them away with a mere pat on the back. Chen Shi could not condone such behavior. However, the task of vanquishing demons typically fell to the monkey. Chen Shi could leverage the monkey's trust in him to command him to eliminate Kuei Mulang, ensuring he had no opportunity to escape. Yet, such an act would undoubtedly place the monkey in a precarious position. This was no trivial matter, hence, Chen Shi hesitated and sought the monkey's insight. If the monkey were unwilling to offend, he would have no choice but to allow Kuei Mulang to return to the heavens and continue his carefree existence as a celestial being. "Ha, master, so this is what has been troubling you?" "Ha!" Observing Chen Shi's reluctance and hesitation, the monkey laughed heartily, exuberantly declaring, fear not, master. We are merely ridding the world of demons. The beings we slay are all fiends. How could any celestial being be among them?" "You mean," Chen Shi, seeing the monkey wink at him, understood and reciprocated with a smile, "Indeed, I have been overly concerned. We are here to vanquish demons, not celestial beings." The two shared a knowing smile, and with their intentions clear, they no longer felt the need for subterfuge. The monkey lifted the veil of deception and employed another method. Striking the ground with his golden rod, he summoned the local earth spirit, mountain deity, and water spirit, directly inquiring, "Have you seen where that demon fled?" The deities exchanged glances amongst themselves, lowering their heads, either intimidated by the demon's might or unwilling to attract trouble, all shaking their heads in unison. Attempting to evade the question, however, the white dragon horse approached one of the water spirits and fixed a piercing gaze upon him. Snorting loudly, the water god shuddered, and before the monkey could threaten him with the golden cudgel in his hand, he spilled the information like beans. Great sage, I remember now. Just a moment ago, I thought I saw that demon known as the Yellow Robe Monster hiding in the mountain stream." "Yes, indeed." The water god suddenly stood up, pointing towards a direction in the mountains. As soon as he specified the location, a demon leaped out from the stream, revealing itself to be the concealed Yellow Robe Monster. Kuei Mulang, Chapter 64, The Dimming of the Star Lord. The Jade Emperor's Judgment. "Ha, my dear grandson, so you were hiding here." Upon seeing Kuei Mulang spring forth from the stream, the monkey could hardly be oblivious. This fellow had previously concealed his presence amidst the mist, evading the monkey's fiery eyes. Now, having been exposed by the local water god, he leapt from the water, hastily fleeing eastward. But when it came to speed, who could rival Sun Wukong? With a stamp of his foot and a swift somersault, wielding his iron staff, he swiftly positioned himself in front of the fleeing Kuei Mulang. "Sun Wukong, do not bully me too much." Kuei Mulang, brandishing his steel knife and wearing a grim expression, shouted hoarsely as his path was obstructed. He was all too aware of the monkey's prowess. After all, he had once overturned the 8 trigrams furnace in a fit of fury, rendering the combined forces of the 28 constellations powerless against him. The 9 radiant Star Lord had been left cowering behind closed doors, and the 4 heavenly kings had vanished without a trace. Now, as he stood alone, how could he possibly contend with the monkey? If this reckless monkey were to unleash his fury today, he might very well lose his life here. This demon has called out the monkey's name, clearly an old acquaintance. However, since my master wishes to eradicate evil,
I have no interest in reminiscing, the monkey sneered, raising his iron staff and bringing it down upon him. You have committed evil here for many years. Have you ever considered the virtue of sparing those you could? According to the accounts of those minor demons, this old acquaintance had not only abducted princesses to bear children but had also committed countless heinous acts, consuming lives indiscriminately. You, as the monkey seemed to be growing serious.
Kuei Mu Lang raised his steel knife in defense against the iron staff, attempting to argue for himself, yet the monkey struck him again and again, rendering him speechless and trembling with a cold glare. The monkey swiftly transformed, manifesting 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding 3 golden cudgels that spun like wheels, raining blows upon Kuei Mu Lang, who found himself utterly overwhelmed and in disarray. Previously, he had been able to match the monkey for 50 or 60 exchanges without defeat. Now, after just a dozen exchanges, his defeat was evident. Moreover, as the monkey was now putting forth his full effort and had taken precautions against any tricks, escape was impossible. Damn it, this monkey is serious. Kuei Mu Lang, observing the monkey's cold gaze filled with murderous intent, realized that the monkey sought his life. The only hope left for him seemed to be to reveal his identity on the spot. Surrendering to the heavenly realm for judgment, in the hopes of leaving a sliver of opportunity. But under the monkey's relentless pressure, even if he wished to speak, he found it impossible. This Sun Wukong had him completely at his mercy. Realizing this, Kuei Mu Lang desperately exerted himself, trying to create distance, but with the monkey's relentless pursuit, was that even possible? Furthermore, due to his fear and the weakening of his muscles from the heavy blows, he unwittingly lost his steel knife. Sun. Kuei Mu Lang's pupils constricted. Sun Wukong, how dare you? Before he could finish the sentence, a heavy blow struck the crown of his head, and he fell silent, his soul departing into the void. In the heavenly realm, upon hearing that the reckless monkey had broken free, now accompanying the chosen pilgrim selected by Guanyin Bodhisattva to journey west for scriptures, Chen Liyan and Shun Feng-er, the 2 brothers on duty, found themselves bored. Chen Liyan nudged his companion and remarked, your news is quite outdated. Shun Feng-er waved his hand, laughing. He was at the southern heavenly gate just yesterday, causing the guards to flee in panic. Horses in chaos. They had mistakenly believed he had escaped confinement, unruly and ready to storm the Lingxiao Palace once more. Instead, he sought the assistance of the King of Broad Vision to protect his master, while he himself stirred up trouble below, even burning down a monastery belonging to the Bodhisattva. Alas, Chen Liyan shook his head upon hearing this. This monkey has indeed retained his fierce nature, daring to burn a monastery even after being released by the Bodhisattva. Should Shun Feng-er tugged at Chen Liyan's sleeve, glancing around cautiously. You speak quietly. Do not forget that this monkey has extensive connections, is quite vindictive, and still possesses his celestial status. If word gets out, after all, if one were to be serious about it, they still had to refer to him as the great sage equal to heaven. Do not worry, I am not foolish. If I were to meet him, would I dare to call him a reckless monkey? However, this monkey truly was remarkable. Having caused such a great calamity, he had not lost his celestial status. He was merely suppressed beneath the 5 elements mountain by the Buddha, and now he was off to the west for scriptures. Another righteous fruit within his grasp. Chen Liyan brushed aside Shun Feng-er's hand, his eyes filled with envy. Who could blame him for his great abilities? If you had even half of his prowess, you would not have to be here with me, but could find a more relaxed position, ensuring a life of leisure and joy. Shun Feng-er spread his hands in a display of envy and frustration. Alas, I wonder who his master is to have taught him such formidable skills. Chen Liyan, lost in thought, mused, if only I could discover that renowned master, I too would seek further training, and upon returning, would surely ascend 3 ranks in office. Then, this tedious duty would be up to whoever desired it. I would be free. The 2 leaned together, indulging in sweet dreams, fantasizing about returning from their training, defeating the 4 heavenly kings, kicking the 9 radiant star lord, being honored as celestial lords, granted a mansion, and reveling in joy every day, wielding power and influence. However, Chen Liyan was aware that he was merely daydreaming. Such a great power was beyond his reach. Thus, after a brief indulgence, a sudden thought struck him, and he proposed, since we find ourselves with idle time, why not see what that monkey, no, the great sage, is currently up to? Good. It has been far too long since we last saw the great sage's grandeur. Let us take a look. Upon hearing Chen Liyan's suggestion, Shun Feng-er's heart stirred, and he agreed. The 2 were seasoned experts at slacking off. Whenever they were on duty, they would always find something entertaining to do. Clearly, the monkey's journey to the west was an entertaining affair in their eyes. Thus, they joined forces, employing their divine powers to gaze down from the heavenly realm to the mortal world, witnessing the moment when the monkey clashed with Kuei Mu Lang.
Ah, from whence comes this wild demon daring to provoke the great sage, compelling him to unleash his 3 heads and 6 arms? At this moment, observing the monkey utilizing his 3 heads and 6 arms to subdue Kuei Mulang, Shun Feng Er could not help but chuckle. I see that this demon possesses some remarkable skills, but before the great sage it is but a firefly's glow, unable to compare to the brilliance of the full moon. He is surely doomed, Qin Liyan chimed in. Indeed, just look at that. After only a few exchanges, he is already in a state of utter disarray. If we were to step in, we would undoubtedly fare far better. As they watched the monkey and demon engage in battle, they were thoroughly entertained, not forgetting to boast about their own prowess. Yet, as they continued to watch, Qin Liyan began to feel that the yellow-robed demon being overwhelmed by the monkeys seemed oddly familiar. Strange, why does that demon in the yellow robe seem somewhat familiar to me? But Qin Liyan muttered, focusing his divine sight for a closer look. By heavens, that is no mere earthly demon, clearly, it is the celestial Star Lord. Kuei Mulang, alas, the monkey is fighting none other than the Star Lord Kuei Mulang, Qin Liyan exclaimed, and before he could devise a way to intervene, he watched helplessly as the fearsome iron staff struck the Star Lord's head. With a resounding crack, Kuei Mulang collapsed to the ground, his forehead shattered, motionless, evidently lifeless. Having witnessed the scene firsthand, Shun Feng Er spoke hesitantly. Are you certain that was Star Lord Kuei Mulang? Have I ever misjudged with these eyes? Qin Liyan sighed, his face etched with despair. This is disastrous. We have stumbled into a calamity. The two exchanged glances, both reflecting the bitterness in each other's eyes. Alas, alas, what ill fortune has befallen us today? Finding ourselves entangled in such a predicament, the newly liberated great sage Sun Wukong, acting under the edicts of the Western Buddha and Guanyin Bodhisattva, had inadvertently slain the descending Star Lord Kuei Mulang while escorting a mortal monk to the west for scriptures. Are we intoxicated, or has such a bizarre dream truly transpired? But reality was even stranger than a dream, and such a thing had indeed occurred. Is it possible that a misfortune has brushed past us today? How could we be so unlucky? After a moment of silence, Shun Feng Er sighed once more, first grumbling about a certain infamous scapegoat in the heavenly court, and then turned to Qin Liyan in despair. Let us go. This matter cannot be concealed. We must promptly report to the Jade Emperor, lest we end up like Tianping, banished to the mortal realm as pig demons. Ha, do they think they can banish us? Who will take our place then? Qin Liyan mumbled under his breath, yet he understood the truth in Shun Feng Er's words. In a flurry, the two hastened towards the Lingxiao Palace, after delivering their report. The two entered the hall and encountered a star official urgently reporting to the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty, the Kuei star is dim and devoid of light. The Star Lord Kuei Mulang has vanished without a trace. He may have perished. Realizing they had arrived just in time, Qin Liyan and Shun Feng Er secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, we were patrolling the mortal realm and happened to witness the demise of the Kuei Star Lord. The Jade Emperor cast a glance at the two divine generals, his expression inscrutable. Your Majesty, the Star Lord Kuei Mulang has descended to the mortal realm, disguised as a malevolent creature, and engaged in combat with the great sage Sun Wukong, who ultimately struck him down with a single blow. Neither party is privy to the full details, but they have recounted their observations and experiences without embellishment or concealment. How did this come to involve Sun Wukong? Summon someone to investigate this matter thoroughly. The Jade Emperor's tone rose slightly with interest as he commanded, Very well. A celestial official, receiving the Emperor's decree, hastened away with keen sight and hearing to ascertain the facts. After a brief interval, the celestial official returned to the treasure hall and reported, Your Majesty, this incident originated from the pavilion of fragrant offerings, where the celestial maiden, enamored with the mortal realm, has reincarnated as the third princess of the kingdom of Baoshan, known as Bai Wuxiu. Kuei Mulang, captivated by her beauty, followed her to the mortal realm, taking residence in the Boyuyu cave of Wanzi Mountain, where he forcibly abducted Bai Wuxiu as his wife. And it has been 13 years since, today, a lesser demon under Kuei Mulang's command ventured out to capture a traveling monk for sustenance, provoking the great sage Sun Wukong, who mistook him for a malevolent fiend. Resulting in his demise, the heavenly court, as expected, swiftly uncovered the origins and intricacies of the matter, knowing far more than the involved parties themselves. Your Majesty, the great sage has unlawfully slain a Star Lord. Violating celestial laws and regulations, he must be punished. Upon hearing the report, a star official stepped forward, proposing to the Jade Emperor, Your Majesty, it was Kuei Mulang who first descended unlawfully and committed evil deeds. The great sage's actions to protect the traveling monk on his westward journey and his slaying of demons are within his rightful duties and do not contravene celestial law. I implore Your Majesty to discern wisely.
Another celestial official emerged to voice dissent. The Jade Emperor pondered momentarily before speaking. Quimawang's descent, driven by earthly desires, indicates his unstable cultivation. His calamity has arrived, and his fall at the hands of Sun Wukong is a consequence of fate. Issue a decree for Quimawang to reincarnate and undergo tribulations for the purpose of cultivating his heart. Once he attains enlightenment, he may be summoned back to the heavenly realm and reinstated as a Star Lord. The Emperor's words sealed Quimawang's fate. Immediately following the decree, a celestial official departed for the underworld to arrange the necessary matters for Quimawang's reincarnation. The celestial realm returns to the heavens, while the mortal realm resumes its course. At this moment, the monkey remains oblivious to the fact that the Jade Emperor has effortlessly resolved a predicament for him, though it hardly qualifies as a significant trouble. After all, Quimawang was the wrongdoer. With his strength and status, as long as he struck down the demon without knowing it to be Quimawang, no one could hold him accountable. And what is the monkey up to now? Naturally, he is engaging in his old profession, looting corpses. Chen Shi had restricted him from theft, but that was only in regard to honest individuals. Against these demons and fiends, such morals do not apply. Well, he might simply find them too shabby to bother with. Since this demon was a former acquaintance from the heavens, he must possess considerable wealth, especially when compared to Sun Wukong, who, after spending time in the celestial realm, had no salary and little savings. Others have served in the heavens for countless years. However, this particular former acquaintance likely came down to the mortal realm in stealth, daring not to carry too much wealth. After rummaging for a while, the monkey found only a gold medal at the waist and, after some more poking, managed to extract a pearl-sized inner elixir. What a treasure, what a treasure, the monkey exclaimed joyously. Pondering how much effort and years of hardship it took to refine this inner elixir, which was the result of numerous transformations, today, it seems fate has brought it into my hands. This item holds little value for someone like Chen Shi, who is unversed in cultivation. Thus, the monkey wiped it with his garment and merrily swallowed it. After securing the inner elixir, the monkey examined the gold medal, which bore intricate celestial patterns with a large character Kuai in the center. Finally, he comprehended the identity of the demon before him. If memory serves, this is the insignia of a Star Lord from the heavens, inscribed with the character Kuai. Could it be that this demon has transformed from Quimawang? The monkey, having mingled widely in the heavenly realm, was acquainted with the 28 constellations and thus had some impression of this insignia, though he was not well acquainted with Quimawang. After all, there are 28 constellations, and he cannot claim to know them all. As for whether the monkey felt any remorse or guilt for slaying Quimawang, at their level such matters are hardly trivial. Chapter 65, The Return of Baihua to Baosheng. Having found a suitable place to bury Quimawang's remains, the monkey retrieved his golden staff and returned to the Boyuyu cave, reporting to Chen Shi, "Master, that vile creature in the yellow robe has been dealt with by me." The monkey winked at Chen Shi and grinned. The gold medal identifying Quimawang was tucked away in the monkey's bosom to prevent any unforeseen complications. Excellent. Upon receiving the monkey's signal, Chen Shi stood up excitedly, patting the monkey on the shoulder, and replied, "Thank you for your hard work, Wukong. With Quimawang slain, we hope this serves as a warning to the other demons and fiends with backgrounds along our journey, making them think twice before relying on their connections to act recklessly in the mortal realm. Otherwise, Quimawang will stand as a cautionary tale." Meanwhile, Bai Wuxiu, clutching her two sons, learned from the monkey that her husband in the yellow robe had truly perished. A whirlwind of emotions stirred within her, satisfaction at the demise of her captor, relief at her newfound freedom, and a vague unexplainable sorrow for the loss of her husband. As for her two children, the younger one trembled in her embrace, while the older one, filled with fear, hid in Bai Wuxiu's arms but could not resist stealing glances at the monkey, his eyes betraying hatred. They were at an age where they could remember but could not fully comprehend the situation. They knew their father had been frolicking with a gang of lesser demons but were oblivious to his wickedness. They observed their mother occasionally gazing vacantly toward the west, pondering what thoughts consumed her, unaware that she had been imprisoned and coerced by their father. Yet they were acutely aware that their peaceful home, where they had lived for 10 years, had been shattered by the monk with the monkey face and thunderous voice. Upon his arrival, he had slain the little demons who had previously flattered and fawned over them. Soon after, even their once mighty father fell at his hands. As the monkey noticed the older child glaring at him, he bore no ill will, instead making a silly face to frighten him back into his mother's embrace. Silencing any further daring. The monkey chuckled lightly, indifferent to whether the child felt fear, hatred, or gratitude toward him. After all, what he had done today was just and righteous, free of guilt. If this little one grows up to understand and let go of his hatred, it would be a joyous occasion.
but if he remains obstinate in seeking revenge, the monkey would gladly send him a stick to join his father. Zhubeiji, unfazed by such matters, approached and playfully nudged the monkey's shoulder, saying affectionately, "Brother monkey, look at this demon you've dealt with. The trouble has been resolved." And now, Beiji rubbed his hands together, eyeing the Boyuyu cave with eager anticipation, wondering if now he could finally claim the bountiful riches without competition. Tsk, the monkey saw through this fool's intentions and lightly quipped, "Oh, I was merely jesting with you. Where would all that gold and silver come from? This demon was merely a mountain bandit, whatever he coveted. He simply took as for gold and silver. The only valuables were perhaps the princess's jewelry. Logically, there should have been plenty of rice and provisions for Baiwaxiu and her children, but Chen Qi and the others had arrived just as they were running low." "Ah, you cursed horsekeeper, you wretched monkey, a monk should not speak falsehoods. How could you deceive me?" Beiji had not anticipated his dreams would be dashed, after hauling a heavy load all this way. He found himself empty-handed and approached the monkey, tugging at his sleeve in protest. "Hee, what we brothers share in jest is hardly a falsehood. After all, was it not you, the fool, who first entertained such notions?" "Ah, ha. The monkey evaded Beiji's grasp, and the two began to circle Chen Qi, exchanging playful banter. However, Beiji was not agile enough to catch the monkey, and in frustration, he could only watch the monkey leap around. Taunting him, infuriated, Beiji turned and hugged Chen Qi's leg, sitting down and throwing a tantrum, seeking his master's intervention. "Why must you involve me in your squabbles?" Chen Qi, who had been observing the spectacle, found himself unwittingly drawn into the fray, and soon began to feel a headache coming on as he dealt with the sulking boar. The next day, dawn broke. Due to delays from their journey and demon slaying the previous day, Chen Qi and his companions decided to spend the night in the Boyuyu cave. Now, after the monkey had set fire to the pile of demon corpses, they resumed their westward journey. However, unlike before, this time their party included one adult and two children. Baiwaxiu took one last lingering glance at the lair that had imprisoned her for 13 years before turning away without a trace of longing. Leading her two sons away. Two children, their eyes brimming with tears, were reluctant to part from the home they had known since birth, yet, under the gentle tug of their mother, they walked away, glancing back with every few steps. Considering the delicate condition of Baiwaxiu and the physical stamina of the two children, Chen Qi graciously offered his white dragon steed for them to ride, while he himself carried a Zen staff. Following closely beside them, fortunately, throughout their journey he had mostly been walking, and with the benefits of the ginseng fruit enhancing his physical constitution, the trek proved to be rather comfortable. In the blink of an eye. After much stopping and starting, the group traversed 299 li, and upon looking up, they beheld a city whose gate bore the inscription Baoxiang. Outside the city, the distant mountains stood majestically, painting a grand landscape. The gentle streams flowed melodiously, splashing like fragments of jade. Fertile fields stretched endlessly, lush with new shoots of fragrant orchids. A few families could be seen fishing along the meandering streams, while woodcutters carried their burdens down the hills. The scenery within the city was equally splendid. Towering pavilions rose like palaces, and the lofty terraces sparkled like brocade. Each hall was adorned with jade steps and golden thresholds, lined with scholars and warriors. Each palace echoed with the sounds of bells and drums, mingling with the sorrows of spring. In the streets and alleys, dignified passers-by adorned in splendid attire could be seen, along with noble lords riding finely dressed horses across stone bridges. Indeed, it was a land of exotic grandeur. The traveling companions were left in awe, while Baiwaxiu wept openly, understanding that the princess felt a deep pang of homesickness. Chen Qi and the others, without further ado, hurried the trio of mother and children into the city. Upon reaching the inn within the city, Chen Qi reported their identities and intentions. "Your Excellency." "Ah, no, it is Baoxiang Kingdom. Your third princess has returned." The news cascaded upwards, and before long the monarch of Baoxiang, accompanied by a multitude of civil and military officials, guards, and maidservants, rushed out from the palace. My child. My child, has my child returned? From afar, the king of Baoxiang instantly recognized his daughter, whom he had not seen for 13 long years. He called out and ran ahead, leaving the crowd behind, embracing Baiwaxiu tightly, tears streaming down his face. "Father." Baiwaxiu buried her face in her father's embrace, finally finding solace, and could not help but weep uncontrollably. The two wept together for quite some time, alleviating the pain of their long separation. After a moment, the king remembered to inquire about his daughter's whereabouts over the years and how she had returned. Baiwaxiu led her father to a corner, where she introduced Chen Qi and his companions, pulling her two sons forward to kneel and bow, calling out to their grandfather. After listening to his daughter's account and observing the two half-demon grandsons kneeling before him, the king fell silent. Stroking his beard, he tugged at several strands of hair before suddenly breaking into a smile, lifting both grandsons into his arms, exclaiming, "My third daughter Baiwaxiu has encountered celestial beings and given birth to 2 sons. A blessing bestowed upon me by the heavens. Long live the king, congratulations, long live." Seeing the king so jubilant, the accompanying ministers and guards, though bewildered, also bowed down, chanting congratulations. Once Baiwaxiu and her children were escorted away by the guards to reunite with the queen mother and her sisters. The king of Baoxiang composed himself and approached Chen Qi and his companions. Now free to scrutinize Chen Qi's group, his gaze fell upon the unusual appearances of the monkey Zhu Beiji and the others, startling him so much that he nearly lost his breath. Yet after a moment's calm, he brushed aside the supporting guards and stepped forward, saying, "Thank you, elder son, for vanquishing that vile demon, and thank you, Elder Tang, for bringing my family back to the homeland." With that, he bowed deeply, displaying a father's heartfelt affection. Chen Qi, with his disciples, stepped aside to avoid the formal gesture, then helped the king rise, saying, "Your Majesty, you honor us too greatly. Subduing demons and aiding the innocent is our duty as monks. Elder, your compassion is greatly appreciated," the king replied, his eyes glistening with gratitude. "If you wish to repay this kindness, there is no need to travel to the west to pay homage at the Buddha's feet. Allow me to become your brother, sharing the throne and the wealth together. How does that sound? His to save a daughter, one gets to become your sworn brother and share a kingdom. What an ultimate daughter as slave." Chen Qi scoffed inwardly, though he maintained a polite smile as he declined the offer. "No, thank you. It would be like sitting on your throne today and facing the 5 elements mountains palm tomorrow. Even if that palm does not come, I still fear that one day you may change your mind and serve me a 9-family extermination set meal." After much back and forth, Chen Qi graciously rejected the king's goodwill, but accepted 100 taels of silver as a reward, as their funds were running low after the journey, thanks to Zhu Beiji's ample appetite. Chen Qi suddenly felt that his earlier boasts at Gao Laozhuan might have been somewhat exaggerated. Interestingly, the king also made a small request of Chen Qi and his companions, to refrain from disclosing that Baiwaxiu had been abducted by demons. Should outsiders inquire, they were to say she had fortuitously been encountered by the roadside, and since they were traveling the same way, they had simply escorted her back. Chen Qi understood that this was the king's way of protecting his daughter and 2 grandsons, and he promptly agreed, acknowledging that one must repay kindness. With matters settled, the king invited the 4 travelers to a feast, preparing a lavish vegetarian banquet and opening the eastern pavilion in their honor. After the feast, Chen Qi produced travel documents and requested the king's seal. Speaking of these travel documents, they were indeed a unique task item from the journey to the west. It stated, "The Great Tang Kingdom of Nanzanbu. Under the auspices of the Emperor of Tang decrees, it is said that I, with virtuous conduct, continue the great foundation, serve the divine and govern the people, treading carefully day and night filled with trepidation. The former lost the old dragon of the Jing River and was reprimanded by my Imperial Majesty. The 3 souls and 7 spirits, suddenly becoming guests of the underworld, have become transient beings. As their earthly life is not yet extinguished, they were moved by the Lord of the Underworld to return to life, widely proclaiming good deeds, establishing a path for the deceased, moved by the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva. The golden body appeared, indicating that in the West there are Buddhas and scriptures that can liberate the lost souls. Thus, I have sent the monk Xuanzang on a long journey across 1,000 mountains to seek the scriptures. Should he arrive at the western kingdoms, may he not lose the good connections, and this edict shall allow his passage of the document detailed Chen Qi's origins, the purpose of his journey to the west, and the context behind it, countering the light-hearted remarks of some who claimed that if Xuanzang were not allowed to pass, then the emperor would come himself. Such a sentiment belonged to the historical narrative. As the monk Xuanzang traveled to India to seek scriptures while the borders of the Tang Empire pursued behind him, in the world of Journey to the West, the Tang dynasty under the backdrop of divine and demonic realms was not as fearsome as it seemed. P.S. Historically, Xuanzang was indeed considered to have crossed borders illegally, and during his travels abroad, he had sworn brotherhood with the king of the small state of Gaochang. Upon his return, however, Gaochang had already been conquered by the Tang dynasty, leaving behind a famous nursery rhyme: Gaochang's soldiers are like frost and snow, while Han's troops are like the sun and moon. The sun and moon shine upon frost and snow. Looking back, they have perished themselves. But there is no need to worry about Xuanzang's safety. Upon his return, he received a grand reception from Emperor Li Shimin, who granted him the Big Wild Goose Pagoda for translating Buddhist scriptures. Xuanzang also wisely authored the records of the western regions of the Great Tang, effectively serving as a military map and guide. Ahem, in any case, after the monarch of Baoxiang affixed the Great Seal of Baoxiang upon the document. The journey of Chen Qi and his companions in Baoxiang was set to conclude, and it was time for them to head westward to continue their quest for scriptures. However, before their departure, Chen Qi took his disciples on a leisurely stroll through Baoxiang City, savoring the scenery before guiding them to a bookstore. Elder, we wish to purchase this story for 1 or 2 taels of silver. This is a splendid tale, 2.5 taels. It is somewhat average, it can only be worth half a tael. When Chen Qi emerged from the bookstore, his belongings had gained an additional 7 or 8 taels of silver. Xu Beiji, who usually complained about the burden he carried, found himself invigorated today, as his load had miraculously increased by 200 taels of gold and silver. With renewed vigor, he strode forth, full of energy. Now seeing Chen Qi produce another 7 or 8 taels of silver, his eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly opened his pack, watching Chen Qi place the coins inside, and asked fervently, "Master, did you go in there to beg for alms and gather such a fortune? If you can earn so much just by talking, you must teach me, old pig. If I could master this skill, I would never worry about food and drink again." Xu Beiji, ahem, what nonsense are you spouting? Chen Qi nearly choked on his drink at the absurdity of his disciples' words. What was meant to be a simple transaction now sounded awfully peculiar coming from him. Bah, even the word transaction felt distorted. Chen Qi shook his head vigorously, casting aside the nonsensical thoughts, and replied with mild annoyance, "I merely conducted a business deal with the proprietor. It was not begging for alms." "After all this time following me, do you not know that I never beg for alms?" Xu Beiji was unperturbed, stepping forward to wipe the water off Chen Qi's face with his sleeve, ingratiatingly saying, "Then did you make a great deal? How did you earn so much silver?" Xu Beiji's eyes sparkled, clearly driven by his greedy nature, as he probed into Chen Qi's commercial secrets. However, Chen Qi had nothing to hide, and calmly explained to his disciples, "This deal you could also undertake. I simply compiled the many perils and hardships we faced along the way into a narrative and exchanged it for silver with the proprietor. For instance, just beyond the gates of Weizhou City, while traversing the wilderness, one might encounter malevolent spirits and witness the divine manifestation of the celestial Tai Bai Jingxing, the enigmatic figure known as the mountain guardian of Shuangqiling, the fearsome tiger vanguard upon Huangfeng Ridge alongside the formidable Huangfeng King. Aside from the tale of Baihua Xiu, which was entrusted to me by the sovereign of Baoxiang Kingdom to conceal, all other stories have been meticulously extracted and penned into scripts. Some are rather intriguing and fetch a higher price, while others are more mundane and thus are sold at a lower cost. However, overall, in this era when such narratives are scarce and precious, they hold considerable value. Hence, I am able to exchange them for a substantial amount of silver. Or alas, could it be that my own experiences during my time as an official in the heavens could also be sold for a handsome sum?" Upon hearing Chen Qi's words, Beiji's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly dashed into the bookshop, leaving behind the exclamation, "Master, please wait for me a moment. Your old pig, will just exchange for some silver in return." Yet, after a brief interval, Beiji emerged from the shop, clutching a few copper coins, his spirit visibly deflated. Noticing the curious gazes of Chen Qi and the others, Beiji grimaced and lamented, "Master, he deemed my stories unworthy." Chapter 66, The Lotus Cave on Pingding Mountain. It is said that after Chen Qi and his companions bid farewell to the sovereign and princess of Baoxiang Kingdom, they departed, leaving behind a series of bizarre and unimaginable tales that would circulate throughout the world. As they journeyed, nourishing themselves with food and drink during the day and resting at night, the spring of the 3rd year came upon them once more, aptly described as, "Gentle breezes rustle the willows. Verdant and delicate as silk, the scenery beckons to be penned, the birds chirped in harmony, the warmth coaxed blossoms into bloom, and the earth was awash with fragrance. Swallows returned to the yard, heralding the season of spring." Amidst the bustling world, with the sounds of music and laughter resounding, the companions made their way westward, reveling in the beauty of March when they encountered a mountain that obstructed their path. At this moment, the usually taciturn Sha Sang, leading the white dragon horse, broke into laughter, saying, "Master, it seems we are confronted by yet another formidable obstacle." Chen Qi leaned on his staff and observed the towering peaks. Responding with a wry smile, "This mountain appears quite extraordinary. I wonder what kind of demons dwell within." Yukong, ever unfazed, replied, "Fear not, master. I, your old son, will ensure your safe passage through this challenge of the 4 disciples." Not being fools, recognized that encountering renowned mountains and rivers often heralded trials ahead. Yukong, confident in his abilities, dismissed their concerns with bravado, patting his chest and making grand promises. Meanwhile, Beiji, burdened with his load, grew impatient as he noticed the others were lingering and chattering. "Master, Monkey, what are you discussing? Shouldn't we be moving? My load is rather heavy. Very well, let us proceed, Chen Shi replied with a gentle chuckle, wiping the sweat from his brow and handing Beiji a handkerchief. Wukong exchanged a knowing glance with Sha Sang, both choosing not to enlighten the oblivious Beiji. The group pressed onward, taking determined strides into the mountain, which proved to be quite magnificent. Towering ridges and sharp peaks stood majestically. In the depths of the winding ravines, one could hear the splashes of water and the slithering of serpents. Along the steep cliffs, glimpses of tigers could be seen. Looking up, the summits pierced the azure sky. Glancing back, the depths of the valley loomed dark and profound. The terrain was treacherous, resembling both ladders and pits, a true marvel of nature's bizarre craftsmanship. As the four disciples navigated the challenging mountain path, they suddenly spotted a woodcutter on a green slope, diligently chopping wood. He wore a weathered blue straw hat and a coarse garment, wielding a sharp steel axe. Upon seeing Chen Shi and his companions, he leapt from the woods and shouted, "Oh, esteemed elder heading west, please pause for a moment. I have a warning to impart. This mountain is home to a band of vicious demons that prey upon travelers." Indeed, the trials had arrived. Chen Shi and his companions exchanged glances, the woodcutter's words confirming their earlier suspicions. Without hesitation, Wukong declared, "Master, since a passerby has alerted us, I shall inquire further. With proper precautions, we need not fear these demons." "Very well, go ahead," Chen Shi nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, know thy enemy and know thyself. In 100 battles, you will never be defeated. His recollections of the journey to the west were sporadic and incomplete, and with no reliable source to reference, he could not provide Wukong with the information he sought. Thus, the intel was indeed valuable. With Chen Shi's permission, Wukong bounded up the slope, his face adorned with a cheerful grin as he approached the woodcutter. "Greetings, kind sir. I beseech you to elaborate on the demons you mentioned. Are they ancient fiends or mere fledglings? Why do you inquire about such things?" The woodcutter replied, leaning on his axe, perplexed. "Dear brother, you may not comprehend." Wukong responded, hands on his hips, his excitement palpable. "If I discern the origins of these demons, I can determine their nature. If they are celestial demons, they must be dealt with by the Jade Emperor. If they are terrestrial, then the Earth Lord must intervene. The Western ones seek the Buddha, while the Eastern ones pay homage to the sage. The Northern ones must answer to Jinwu, and the Southern ones to the fire deity. The aquatic dragons belong to the Sea Lord, while the ghostly spirits are under the reign of Yama. Each has their designated territories. How amusing." The woodcutter laughed heartily. "You, monk, seem to have traveled far and learned some incantations. But do not underestimate the demons of this mountain. This mountain stretches approximately 600 li and is known as Pingding Mountain, which houses the Lotus Cave. Within reside 2 demon kings who conspire to capture monks. They seek out Tang Seng by name and possess 5 powerful treasures. Their abilities are vast and formidable, and ordinary folk would only meet their demise. I advise you to retreat swiftly and not venture further, lest you fall into their trap." With that, the woodcutter hoisted his axe and returned to the woods to continue his work. How intriguing, demons specifically targeting monks from the Tang dynasty, and with 5 formidable treasures. This warrants a closer encounter with these 2 demon kings, Wukong thought to himself, a mischievous smile forming as he watched the woodcutter depart. He quickly returned to Chen Shi and relayed the information he had gathered. Pingding Mountain Lotus Cave. Upon hearing this name, Chen Shi felt an eerie familiarity, recognizing it as a potential challenge from the notorious demons of the journey to the west. Yet, who could they be? Regrettably, the details were too scant for him to recall. Wait a moment, 2 demon kings, numerous treasures. Could it be them? With a burgeoning suspicion, Chen Shi cautioned Wukong, "Since the woodcutter has mentioned the presence of numerous treasures with these demons, should you find yourself unable to defeat them initially, devise a scheme to procure their treasures. Remember to secure all 5 treasures. Only when you have a solid advantage should you engage in battle. Even if you cannot acquire all 5, it is crucial to discern the properties of each treasure to avoid any unforeseen pitfalls." Wukong, with his exceptional martial prowess and remarkable abilities, typically found ordinary demons to be no match for him. However, having been confined under the 5 Elements Mountain for 500 years, his frustrations had mounted, and he often approached encounters with a spirit of playfulness, leading him to underestimate adversaries and subsequently suffer setbacks due to their cunning abilities or treasures. If indeed these demons were those Chen Shi suspected, he felt assured that his life would not be in jeopardy. However, if the demons relied on their treasures to launch a surprise attack, Chen Shi was certain he would once again find himself enjoying the comforts of a cave. Thus, he took it upon himself to remind Wukong in advance, to avoid prolonging his stay in such a predicament. Having received Chen Shi's counsel, Wukong mentally noted his instructions, only to notice Beiji standing nearby. fanning himself with his sleeve and gazing around with a vacant expression. A clever idea struck him. Since Master wishes to ascertain the true nature of the demons within, and this simpleton has always been eager for glory, why not send him in to scout the way and uncover the demon secrets? Thus, he proposed to Chen Shi, Master, the situation within the mountain is uncertain. If we charge in blindly, we may play directly into their hands. I suggest we select one person to scout ahead and familiarize ourselves with the demon's tactics. You mean? Chen Shi, sensing Mukong's mischievous gaze directed at Beiji, hesitated, knowing that it would be unkind to exploit the simpleton's naivety. However, Mukong felt no remorse. He remembered all the times Beiji had unwittingly assisted him, and now was a perfect opportunity to repay that debt, or rather, to put him to good use. Yukong approached Beiji, draping an arm around his shoulders with a grin. I bear the heavy responsibility of protecting Master. Should I fall into the demons' clutches and lose their treasures, it would spell doom for us all. Therefore, it is imperative that Beiji steps forth to scout the way. Upon seeing Beiji's reluctance and his evident struggle, Yukong added with a smile, Beiji, fret not, if you successfully scout the path, it will count as a significant achievement, and I shall take on your burdens for 2 days as a reward. Really? Upon hearing of such a reward, Beiji ceased his struggle and looked at Yukong with suspicion. Seeking confirmation. Indeed, I, your old son, have never deceived you, Yukong declared with a grin and arms crossed, his demeanor jovial. But last time you tricked me into believing there were treasures of rice and flour within the demon's cave. Shu Beiji, a character of notable resilience, murmured softly about events from the previous year, reflecting upon them in the present moment. Subsequently, he sought Chen Shi as a witness to ensure that the monkey would keep his word before inquiring. Brother Monkey, how should we scout the path? Simple, the monkey replied, just venture in to see how many monsters dwell within those mountains, gather information about the 2 demons, what abilities they possess and what magical artifacts they wield. Observe their treasures and then return. The monkey extended his fingers, counting the items one by one alongside Beiji. Goodness, am I really to probe into the monsters of this mountain? This is not merely scouting. It feels like delivering myself to help them gauge their appetite. Upon hearing the monkey's words, Beiji recoiled slightly, his resolve faltering. He understood that the rewards spoken of by the monkey were utterly disproportionate to the risks involved. Only a fool would undertake such a task, yet, a sudden idea sparked in his mind, prompting a foolish grin as he declared, All right, Brother Monkey, in order to unveil the truth about the monsters in these mountains, I, Old Pig, shall take the plunge today. Wait for my good news. With a flourish of his sleeves and a tightening of his belt, Beiji boldly hefted his rake and strode confidently into the depths of the mountains. The monkey, observing Beiji's retreating figure, scratched his chin and chuckled, Master, this fool does not seem sincere. He will surely slack off and engage in trickery. Surely he wouldn't, would he? Watching Beiji depart, Chen Shi was not entirely convinced either. Given Beiji's habitual laziness, it was indeed peculiar for him to accept such a perilous task that would attract danger. However, as a master, Chen Shi felt it unwise to cast doubt upon his disciple, fearing it might dampen his spirit. But the monkey, unencumbered by such concerns, approached Chen Shi and said, Master, I shall stealthily follow this fool, firstly, to deter him from shirking his duty, and secondly, to ensure he does not fall prey to the minor demons. In a critical moment, I can lend him assistance. If you wish to accompany me, then do so, but do not overdo the teasing, Chen Shi, patting the eager monkey's shoulder with a hint of resignation, remarked, Let us hope Beiji has truly come to his senses and does not fall for your tricks, lest he be caught. Although Chen Shi deemed this possibility to be exceedingly slim, as the monkey bid farewell to Chen Shi, he swiftly ascended the hill, transforming into a grasshopper. This insect, with its delicate wings, flew effortlessly, slender as a needle. It flitted through reeds and grass, darting through floral shadows like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, it landed atop Beiji's head, accompanying him into the mountains. Meanwhile, Beiji ambled through the mountain path, swaying with each step, his rake in hand. He gazed around at the scenic vistas, plucking wild fruits and vegetables, either consuming them or stowing them away, completely disregarding the task of investigating the monsters as instructed by the monkey. After wandering for several miles, Beiji, sensing that his master and the others would take a while to arrive, hastily sought a secluded gully. He cast aside his rake, comfortably reclined, propping his head on his hands, squinting at the azure sky and white clouds, inhaling the fragrance of fresh grass, leisurely crossing his legs, and reveling in the tranquility. This Baimo one thinks I, Old Pig, am a fool, to offer a meager reward in exchange for risking my life against the monsters, or perhaps I, Old Pig, am cleverer than he thinks. Scouting the path, scouting for what? I shall first indulge in a restful slumber here, and when my master approaches, I will feign panic and run back, claiming I encountered the mountain's demons, who wielded great magical power. I shall say I couldn't discern the nature of the monsters or their treasures, only barely escaping with my life. Ha, my master is generally lenient. Upon hearing my tale, how could he possibly scold me?
This Baimoan won't outsmart me. He'll end up shouldering my burdens for a couple of days. How delightful. Content in his decision, Beiji stretched languidly, closing his eyes, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Ah, I knew this fool would remain unchanged. As long as he agrees to scout the path, he will surely employ some trickery. The monkey, having taken to the air from Beiji's head, landed on a nearby branch. Quietly chuckling to himself, noticing that Beiji was sleeping soundly, the monkey transformed into a woodpecker, its sharp beak glistening red and its claws as sharp as nails. The bird swooped down from the tree, landing on Beiji's chest, and with precision struck a forceful peck upon his lips. Ow, ow, there's a monster, there's a monster, I've been jabbed. Beiji awoke with a start, clutching his mouth, and sprang up, rake in hand. Scanning his surroundings in a panic, yet, looking left and right, he found the area eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Gazing down, he noticed a trickle of blood on his palm. Lifting his head, he saw the woodpecker fluttering away. That blasted bird, instead of pecking trees, it comes to peck me, Beiji cursed. Then, as he rubbed his lip, realization struck him. I understand now, it must not recognize me as a person, mistaking my mouth for a decayed tree. Searching for bugs to eat, with this thought he resigned himself back to sleep. Chapter 67, Beiji's Deception and Misfortune. The display of golden and silver treasures at Beiji, one might ponder whether to call him carefree or magnanimous. Upon grasping the situation, he merely turned over, covering his face with his sleeve, and drifted back into a deep slumber. This spectacle left the observing monkey in fits of laughter. The monkey then returned, landing on Beiji's back, and aimed a sharp peck at the nape of his neck. Ow, ow. Beiji clutched his neck, flipping over, only to see the woodpecker take flight. Infuriated, he rolled up his sleeves and began cursing vehemently. This wretched bird is just like that monkey, a menace. It won't even allow me a peaceful nap. After venting his frustration, Beiji scrutinized the surrounding trees, muttering to himself, could this be its nest? Perhaps it fears I might encroach upon its territory, thus it disturbs my rest. Forget it, my master often advises me to be kind to others and to seek convenience for myself. I shall not quarrel with this wretched bird. Instead, I'll venture elsewhere to forage for wild fruits to quell my hunger before reporting back to my master and fooling that monkey. With this resolve, Beiji adjusted his belt, lifted his rake, and ambled forth, swaggering through the flat-topped mountain. The monkey, observing Beiji's lazy demeanor, felt an itch to do something mischievous, just as he was about to reveal himself and give Beiji a taste of his own medicine. He sensed a shift in the mountain atmosphere and swiftly transformed into a mosquito, leaping back onto Beiji's head to lie in wait. What could have caused such a shift in the mountain? Prompting the monkey to conceal himself, the tale begins with Chun-Chi and his companions just before their entrance into the mountain. Within the lotus flower cave of the flat-topped mountain, two demon kings resided. Their heads adorned with fleshly horns, one gold and the other silver, hence their names, the Golden Horn King and the Silver Horn King. These two had never spoken of their origins, since their emergence. They relied on their extraordinary magical artifacts to dominate the flat-topped mountain, later taking the nine-tailed fox of the Dragon Suppression Mountain as their matron, establishing their foothold here. Typically, the two brothers referred to each other with camaraderie, sharing feasts when awake, resting together in intoxication, and indulging in leisure pursuits with their minions during their free time. Their days were filled with comfort and freedom. On this particular day, while the brothers were reveling within the lotus flower cave, the Golden Horn King suddenly perked up, setting down his cup and turning to the Silver Horn King with a smile. Brother, when was the last time we patrolled the mountain? Perhaps about half a month ago. The Silver Horn King replied, taking a sip from his cup. Today, let us patrol the mountain. The Golden Horn King suggested. Today, we are in the midst of a feast, why the sudden urge to patrol? The Silver Horn King questioned, puzzled. According to their customary leisurely lifestyle, they would usually indulge in food and drink before taking a nap. Noticing his brother's confusion, the Golden Horn King laughed heartily. Brother, you are unaware. I have recently heard that in the Eastern Tang dynasty, a monk named Tang Seng is journeying west to obtain scriptures. He travels with a group of 4, including Sun Wukong Zhu Beiji Sha Sang, and a horse. We should capture them and feast upon them. Brother, if you wish to change your diet, there are countless beings to capture. Why must it be these monks, if they wish to leave? Let them be, it has nothing to do with us, and it disrupts our merriment. The Silver Horn King remained perplexed, chewing on a morsel of food as he questioned further. Brother, you do not understand. The Golden Horn King looked around conspiratorially, leaning in with a smile. When we descended from the heavenly realm, I overheard a celestial being say that Tang Sang is the reincarnation of the golden cicada. A man of virtue who has cultivated for 10 lifetimes, not a single drop of original essence has been spilled. If one were to consume a piece of his flesh, they could extend their life. Brother, where do you get such nonsense? The Silver Horn King scoffed, unconvinced. If consuming his flesh could grant longevity, what need would we have for meditation, cultivation, or refining dragons and tigers, if you wish to eat him? I shall capture him for you. There is no need to spout such ridiculousness. Seeing that the Silver Horn King is skeptical, the Golden Horn King remained unruffled, assuring him with a grin. All right, I won't tease you further, but you cannot go alone. We should gather our treasures and go together. Why bother gathering treasures just to capture a few monks? Is it really necessary to trouble my brother? The Silver Horn King expressed his doubts. If we capture the wrong individuals, wouldn't that be a blunder? It would be safest if I accompany you, ensuring everything goes smoothly. As for the reason behind bringing the treasures, just wait and see, and you'll understand in due time, the Golden Horn King, with a mysterious smile, explained briefly, donning his armor alongside the Silver Horn King, equipped with 4 precious items hanging at their waists and carried on their backs. Leading a group of minor demons, they opened the cave's entrance and emerged in a throng. Just moments after the 2 demon kings and their retinue had exited the cave, they unexpectedly encountered the wandering Zhu Beiji amidst the mountains. Having neglected his patrol for so long, what peculiar beast has appeared in these woods? Completely black, it has plunged headfirst into a thicket of wild fruits. From a distance, the Golden Horn King spotted a dark, rotund object in the wild fruit thicket, wriggling towards the sky. He couldn't help but chuckle, turning to his brother beside him. After hearing his brother's cue, the Silver Horn King squinted and, upon careful observation, burst into laughter, saying, "Brother, that is no beast, it's clearly the backside of a plump human. It's just that he's dressed in black brocade, making it a bit hard to distinguish. This flat-top mountain is our territory. Who dares to pluck fruit here? Let's go take a look. Who knows, it might just be that monk from the Tang dynasty." The Golden Horn King grinned at this thought, beckoning his brother and the minor demons. Thus, the horde of monsters advanced, surrounding Zhu Beiji, who was blissfully indulging himself in the wild fruits, entirely unaware that he had fallen into a trap. The Golden Horn King patted the Silver Horn King's shoulder, pointed at Zhu Beiji's rear, and winked. Receiving the signal, the Silver Horn King smirked, nodded, and, with all his might, delivered a powerful kick to that large black backside. Ouch! Zhu Beiji suddenly felt a tremendous force strike his rear, causing him to tumble headfirst into the wild fruit thicket, leaving only his pig's head and snout exposed. Rubbing his painfully throbbing backside, he howled, "Which scoundrel dares to ambush me, the esteemed pig grandpa?" Just as he was about to turn around, grab his rake, and seek vengeance, he noticed several dark shadows looming above him, surrounding him, with someone mocking him nearby. "You bear the surname Zhu. Could it be that you are the monk Zhu Beiji from the eastern lands?" Zhu Beiji raised his head and saw 2 demons with horns, one golden and one silver, leading a large group of minor demons, all surrounding him with malicious grins. Instantly, his courage faltered, and he quickly concealed his true identity. Mumbling, "You have mistaken me, great king. I am merely a passerby, the Zhu of Zhu Sha." Still trying to quibble, the Golden Horn King produced an image from his bosom, pointing at a dark, long-eared figure depicted within, and chuckled, "You bear a striking resemblance to this character in the picture. Dare you deny it? Oh no, this is truly aimed at me, bold pig." Realizing that the demon held his likeness, Zhu Beiji's heart sank, cursing the troublesome Maimawan while brandishing his rake, tearing through the wild fruit thicket, and leaping up, declaring fiercely, "Demons, do not act impudently. Behold my rake." The Silver Horned King, seeing this pig-headed fool still daring to resist, unsheathed his 7-star sword and stepped forward to engage, taunting, "Where did you steal this rake from? Do you dare to flaunt your might before my divine weapon?" An ignorant mountain demon, unaware of the origins of my divine rake, Zhu Beiji swung his rake down upon the 7-star sword, unceremoniously retorting, "My rake has a grand lineage. Speaking of it might scare you to death. This rake was forged by the very hand of Taishan Lao Jun himself. Even if you are a demon of great prowess, it will leave you with 9 bloody holes." Boasting again, the Silver Horned King, with gritted teeth and narrowed eyes, swung his sword, and the 2 clashed fiercely. In this perilous moment, the dim-witted Zhu Beiji unleashed his true abilities, baring his teeth, glaring, with his rake swirling in a fierce wind, and his mouth spewing curses. The Silver Horned King, wielding the 7-star sword, fought evenly with Zhu Beiji for over 20 exchanges. However, seeing Zhu Beiji's growing ferocity, he began to falter and was about to seek assistance when the telepathic Golden Horned King issued the command, "All of you, join in and capture this fat pig."
we shall take him back for a feast. Initially holding the upper hand, Zhu Beiji, upon seeing the minor demons brandishing swords and knives advancing, and with the golden horned king lurking menacingly behind, could no longer afford to stay and engage. Alarmed, he swiftly turned and fled towards Chen Shi's direction. Although he enjoyed bickering with that monkey, he knew full well of the monkey's formidable powers. At this juncture, if he wished to preserve his life, he could only rely on Monkey Brother. Monkey, save me! Zhu Beiji ran headlong, anxiously calling out, not caring whether the monkey could hear him over the distant mountain path. Just as he navigated the uneven terrain, filled with thorny vines, he stumbled and fell flat on his face. The minor demons, witnessing this, rushed in like ducks returning to the pot, gleefully pouncing upon Zhu Beiji, pinning down his hands and feet, rendering him immobile. My life is over. Zhu Beiji gazed in terror at the surrounding minor demons, feeling a profound sense of despair. Ha! A bunch of minor demons dares to bully my disciple? Just as Zhu Beiji was engulfed in hopelessness, a voice he often found somewhat irksome rang out, bringing a glimmer of hope. Sure enough, when he looked up, he saw a figure wielding a staff. One hand resting on the staff and the other on his hip, exuding an air of effortless charm and reliability. Upon glancing back at the minor demons nearby, they had already been swept away by the staff. Sprawled at a distance, their fates uncertain, Monkey Brother. Zhu Beiji's eyes widened with joy as he sincerely recognized the identity of his savior, then rose from the ground, raising his rake and pointing at the golden and silver horned kings, declaring triumphantly, "It's over for you, do you know that? My monkey brother has arrived. You are doomed." Seeing Zhu Beiji's disgraceful display of bravado, the monkey smirked, but realizing that this foolish one had inadvertently done well, enduring hardship, he chose to ignore him. Instead, he raised his iron staff, pointing at the golden and silver horn kings, and bellowed, "Hey, are you the demons occupying this mountain? Be wise and kneel down to beg for mercy. If you have not committed too many sins, your grandfather's son might spare you." Having observed for a while from the shadows, the monkey noted that the magical treasures at the waists of the two demons were indeed remarkable. Just the 7-star sword alone, with its subdued divine light, was extraordinary. However, no matter how fine the treasure, it all depends on who wields it, and the Silver Horn King was evidently incompetent, despite possessing such a valuable item. He was still unable to handle Zhu Beiji. It was a pity that this fool did not probe for more treasures and instead fell into their clutches, now on the verge of being captured. Nevertheless, having compared with the 7-star sword, the monkey believed that the remaining 3 treasures, while exceptional, should pose no threat to him. Seeing Zhu Beiji's pitiful cries, he grew weary of remaining concealed, deciding to reveal himself. First dealing with those minor demons, and then confronting the 2 major demons. Upon sighting the monkey, the Silver Horn King's pupils contracted, and he leaned closer to the Golden Horn King, whispering, "Brother, is this the Sun Wukong you mentioned? Clearly, it is that thief monkey who wreaked havoc back in the day. No wonder you insisted on bringing treasures, but his skills are extraordinary, and we shouldn't provoke him. Ha, fear not, no matter how formidable this monkey is. Can he rival the treasures of our lord, the Golden Horned King?" Upon seeing the monkey, also trembled slightly, but, caressing the red gourd at his waist, felt emboldened, whispering to reassure his brother. Then, noticing the monkey raising his iron staff, displaying an impatient demeanor, he stepped forward, coldly laughing. "Sun Wukong, if I call your name, will you dare to respond?" "Why call me grandfather?" The monkey, seeing that the demon not only failed to surrender but also dared to jabber on, immediately grew impatient and replied. Yet, this response proved to be his undoing. With a whoosh, the monkey, who had just been standing tall against the heavens, was abruptly sucked into the gourd, witnessing the monkey fall into the trap. The Golden Horned King swiftly sealed the gourd's opening, affixing a talisman, and laughed heartily at the Silver Horned King. "Ha, the Sun Wukong is nothing extraordinary, with so many treasures in our possession. Capturing him is as easy as pie. It turns out that this gourd, known as the Purple Gold Gourd, is indeed a treasure. When held in hand against an enemy, one merely needs to call out the person's name. Once they respond, they will be sucked into the gourd, and upon sealing it with a talisman inscribed with Taishan Laojuan's command, the individual inside cannot escape, and within a short while, they will be turned to sludge." The monkey was caught off guard, underestimating the gourd, and was neatly captured. Now trapped in the gourd, surrounded by darkness, he attempted to push upwards, but the stopper felt as heavy as a mountain, reminiscent of the 5 Elements mountain. There was no way he could budge it. Moreover, he heard the triumphant voice of the silver-horned demon from outside. "Sun Wukong, no matter how skilled or powerful you are no match for our treasure. Those trapped within the gourd will be turned to sludge in no time. Just sit back and wait for death." After the Silver Horn King finished speaking, feeling unsatisfied, he seized the gourd from the Golden Horn King's hands and shook it vigorously to avenge the grievances of 500 years. The two demons, using the purple gold gourd, temporarily relieved their anger and then turned their gaze to the sprawled Zhu Beiji, grinning wickedly. "Zhu Beiji, your elder brother has been captured by us. Where do you think you can run?" Initially taken aback, he soon exhaled with relief, contemplating, "No harm done. After all, Sun Wukong, caused a great uproar in the Heavenly Palace 500 years ago, and after being refined in the 8 trigrams furnace by the Supreme Old Lord for 49 days. I emerged with a heart of gold, lungs of silver, a head of bronze, an iron back, and fiery golden eyes. How could I be transformed so easily within a mere moment? Let us see what tricks these two demons possess. Perhaps I can find an opportunity to escape." Yet, mindful of his master's earlier admonitions, Sun Wukong lamented his predicament, attributing it to the foolishness of Zhu Beiji, which led to his careless capture in the gourd. He feared he would be the subject of his master's ridicule. With a resigned sigh, he rubbed his face in annoyance, but given the circumstances, fretting was of no use. The monkey scratched his head vigorously and leaned against the gourd's inner wall. Closing his eyes and pricking up his ears to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two demons. To his surprise, the demons acted unpredictably, shaking the gourd vigorously. Caught off guard, the monkey was tossed about within. Stumbling and tumbling, he quickly grasped the inner wall, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Very well, you vile demons, once I escape, you shall experience the taste of this gourd." Fortunately, the two demon kings' shaking was merely a fleeting whim. After several rounds, they ceased their antics, remaining inside the gourd. The monkey listened intently as the two demons bound Zhu Beiji, followed by the whinny of the dragon horse and the startled exclamations of Sha Sang. Realizing that his master and companions had also fallen into the demon's clutches amidst a jolt and the triumphant laughter of the two demon kings, the monkey discerned that they had achieved a bountiful harvest and were returning to their lair. He overheard the demons summon the remaining minions, setting the table with dishes and wine. The Golden Horn King personally poured wine for his brother and raised a toast, exclaiming, "Today, thanks to the Lord's blessing, this ignorant monkey was captured by our magical artifact, the purple gold gourd. Come, let us drink." The Silver Horn King clinked glasses with his brother, downing the wine with glee, remarking, "In the past, I thought this monkey was fearsome. But it turns out he is nothing extraordinary." "Ha, my brother, you are mistaken." The Golden Horn King chuckled, shaking his head. He refilled his cup and continued, "This monkey possesses remarkable strength. Recently, I heard he killed the descending Kueisheng." "Really? He even killed Kueisheng?" The Silver Horn King gasped, his hand trembling, spilling some wine in shock. "Ha, when he wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Palace, even the 28 constellations were no match for him. So it is not surprising that Kueisheng, though formidable, fell to that monkey's might." The Golden Horn King waved dismissively. "Why do you think I chose to accompany you and bring along this magical artifact? It is precisely because this fierce monkey is incorrigible and requires caution. However, our treasures are superior. No matter how powerful Sun Wukong may be, he cannot escape our grasp." "Ha!" The Golden Horn King downed another cup of wine, laughing with satisfaction. "Indeed, brother, your cleverness has ensnared that monkey in the gourd." The Silver Horn King, recognizing the moment, raised his cup in praise. The two sat at the table exchanging drinks, their faces flushed with intoxication, even their golden and silver horns turning a rosy hue. Meanwhile, the monkey in the purple gold gourd, intent on eavesdropping on the demon's secrets, found himself thwarted as the two became increasingly inebriated, nearly succumbing to slumber. How long would this take? Remembering the demons had mentioned the gourd's ability to refine beings, an idea sparked in his mind. He quickly fabricated an opportunity, exclaiming dramatically, "Oh heavens, my legs have turned to mush." Little did he know the two demons, engrossed in their revelry, paid him no heed. He called out again, "Mother, my spine has dissolved." If he has dissolved to the waist, then Sun Wukong must be nearly finished. Let us take a look." The Golden Horn King, having had his fill of wine, swayed his dizzy head and, hearing the monkey's cries, grew delighted. The two demon kings, swaying unsteadily, rose bleary-eyed, and retrieved the purple gold gourd. They removed the label and uncorked it, leaning in to peer inside. Sensing his scheme had succeeded, the monkey raised an eyebrow, preparing to transform, when he suddenly rolled his eyes and grinned mischievously. He then loosened his robe and let a stream of yellow liquid fall to the ground, plucking a single hair. Glancing at it regretfully before blowing on it, transforming it into half of his form, lying on the ground as a decoy, his true self morphed into an imperceptible thread, hiding beside the cork, ready to dart out the moment the Silver Horn King removed it. "Ha, brother, that monkey is already half transformed, and the gourd now contains half a jar of yellow liquid." The Silver Horn King, seeing the state of the gourd, grinned excitedly at the Golden Horn King. "Not completely transformed yet. Cover it up. We must not let this monkey escape." Although the Golden Horn King shared in the excitement, He urged caution. Once the Silver Horn King secured the lid, the Golden Horn King took the gourd, shaking it and listening to the delightful sound of liquid sloshing within, grinning at his brother. This monkey has caused so much trouble, he has consumed as much of our finest products. Once he is fully transformed, we shall pour out this vile liquid and see if we can distill its essence. At that point, we can refine pills, and each of us can take one. Not while we may not gain the same powers as this monkey, becoming formidable like Kuwashing is certainly within reach. Indeed, brother, that makes perfect sense. The Silver Horn King, enchanted by his brother's grand vision, beamed with anticipation, already dreaming of the benefits of consuming the Monkey King's elixir. Then I shall no longer need to toil daily at the furnace to concoct pills. I can live a life of leisure, enjoying pleasures as I wish. The Silver Horn King drooled at the thought, lost in his daydreams. The Golden Horn King chuckled, shaking his head, not bothering to rouse his gullible brother. Instead, pouring himself another drink. Meanwhile, the monkey, concealed in the shadows, could barely contain his laughter, lamenting internally, "If not for the pressing need to rescue my master, I would stay and witness how these two demons intend to refine my urine into essence for their pills." He glanced at the purple gold gourd placed by the Golden Horn King, a tinge of reluctance in his hands, torn between seizing it now or fearing the demons had more treasures yet to reveal. Should he fall into their trap again? Recalling his master's teachings, the monkey resisted the urge to act recklessly, opting instead to bide his time. He transformed into a buzzing mosquito, soaring through the lair in search of Chen-Chi and his companions. Fortunately, the lair was not large, and soon he spotted them. To his amusement, he discovered Chen-Chi and Sha Sang bound to a stone pillar. Chen-Chi, accustomed to captivity, remained unfazed, engaging in leisurely conversation with Sha Sang to pass the time. The white dragon horse, tethered nearby, appeared restless, occasionally stamping his hooves and shaking his head. Their belongings lay neatly arranged on the ground, untouched by the two demon kings, who had at least shown some decorum. As for Zhu Beiji, he had likely incurred the demon's ire. Suspended in midair, tightly bound and even silenced with a large piece of black cloth, the foolish one struggled occasionally, resembling a writhing caterpillar in the air. After a moment of amusement, the monkey flew to Chen-Chi's ear, whispering, "Master, master." Initially startled by the buzzing sound approaching, Chen-Chi paled, fearing he had sunk so low as to be tormented by a mosquito. Fortunately, the familiar voice brought in relief. It was the monkey, and he was grateful not to be subjected to bites while bound. "Master, it is me, Yukong. Do not make a sound or attract the demon's attention. I have escaped. Once I ascertain the demon's schemes, I will return to rescue you." The monkey offered quiet reassurance, noticing Chen-Chi's tense demeanor ease. Nodding slightly, he buzzed away. Next, he approached the oblivious Zhu Beiji, circling his head a few times to grab his attention. Once he had it, the monkey landed on the tip of Beiji's nose and stung him sharply before flying off with a smirk. Left with his mouth blocked, Beiji could only glare in frustration. Writhing in midair, the monkey flew away from the Lianhua cave, revealing his true form, crouching on the ground, scratching his head as he pondered how to uncover the secrets of the Golden and Silver Demon Kings. Logically, he had already deduced from eavesdropping that these two were likely old adversaries from the heavens who had descended to the mortal realm. He could simply seek help from the celestial court. However, after having recently experienced the thrill of defeating Kuwashing and witnessing the demon's enviable magical artifacts, his curiosity was piqued. He decided to test the waters first. If trouble arose, he could always seek assistance from the heavenly realm later. As he crouched, scratching his head thrice, his eyes darted around until a brilliant idea struck him. "Splendid, I shall devise a plan, and with the treasures in the demon's possession, they shall all belong to Sun Wukong." Having conceived an idea, the monkey no longer lingered idly, transforming into a mosquito and flying back to the Lotus Cave. However, before departing, he discarded 3 strands of his hair. Upon entering the cave, he discovered that the golden-horned and silver-horned kings were still engaged in their revelry. Just then, a little demon rushed in, flustered, exclaiming, "Report, Your Majesty, another hairy-faced monk, self-styled as Xingzuan, has arrived outside, claiming he seeks vengeance for his brother and demands a duel to the death with you." Upon hearing that this Sun Wukong had acquired a new title, the Golden-Horned King, slightly intoxicated and still a bit dazed, was suddenly jolted awake. He exchanged glances with his brother, and they began to deliberate on their course of action. "Brother, do not fear. It seems that the Sun Wukong has taken yet another brother during his travels. That monkey has always been sociable, easily forging friendships at first sight, and forming bonds after a few encounters. Now that he is at liberty, he is likely reverting to his old ways, befriending some wild creature along the way. Our precious gourd can hold a multitude. Let me take the purple gold gourd out to capture him, and we shall become true blood brothers with Sun Wukong." The Silver-Horned King, recalling the previous display of power his brother had exhibited with their magical treasures, felt a surge of envy and his courage swelled accordingly, yet he carelessly waved his hand, grasped the gourd beside him, and prepared to confront the foe. Hold on, the Golden Horned King suddenly seized his brother, cautioning that Sun Wukong has not fully transformed. If you use the purple gold gourd and capture Xingzuan, what will become of Sun Wukong? Let us use the jade purity bottle instead. There is little difference between these two treasures, and both are equally effective. Your words hold merit, the silver-horned king acknowledged. He shook the gourd, but the sound of the water was not very satisfying, indicating that Sun Wukong had not fully transformed. He hastily set down the purple gold gourd and retrieved the jade purity bottle, smiling at the Golden Horned King as he declared, "Brother, watch me go and capture the enemy. Go ahead, go ahead. I shall remain here and await your return." The Golden Horned King chuckled, waving him off. As long as he was not dealing with the immensely powerful Sun Wukong, his own brother should have no trouble handling the situation with the jade purity bottle. The Silver-Horned King, clutching the jade purity bottle, exited the cave and encountered a monkey that bore a striking resemblance to the original, save for a slight difference in height and facial features. He chuckled to himself, no wonder Sun Wukong chose to befriend him. They look as if they emerged from the same womb. Demon, have you captured my brother and taken his master? Release them at once, or I shall swing my iron rod and turn you all to ashes. Xingzuan brandished his iron rod, baring his teeth in a menacing display towards the Silver-Horned King, unperturbed by the impertinent monkey's threats. The Silver-Horned King mimicked his brother's earlier demeanor, hoisting the jade purity bottle and approaching with a cold smirk. "Xingzuan, if I call your name, will you dare to respond, unfamiliar with the power of this treasure?" Xingzuan, much like the previous monkey, stood firm, hands on his hips, and declared, "I am here." In an instant, with a swift sound, the unfortunate Xingzuan was sucked into the jade purity bottle, vanishing without a trace. The Silver-Horned King, grinning widely, secured the bottle and affixed it with the appropriate seal, exclaiming joyfully, "Brother, you captured Sun Wukong and Xingzuan with this method, while I have done the same with Xingzuan. Our endeavors were not in vain." Having reveled in his triumph, the Silver-Horned King returned to the lair and relayed the news to the Golden Horned King. However, just as the two demon kings settled down, discussing their recent victory, another little demon rushed in, breathless, shouting, "Report, Your Majesty, yet another hairy-faced monk, calling himself Xingzuan, has appeared outside." Chapter 69, The Great Sage's Clever Transformation and the Misfortune of the Old Fox. How can there be another Xingzuan? Is he a brother of Sun Wukong that is sprouted out of nowhere, one after another? When will this end? The Golden Horned King slammed his hand on the stone table, causing the wine in his cup to splash. "Brother, calm down," the Silver-Horned King quickly placated, noticing his brother's anger. "It is merely my turn to take action again." With the purple gold gourd and the jade purity bottle both transformed into monkey heads, I shall take the banana fan with me to fan the flames and see who else dares to interrupt our affairs. No need, dear brother, you have already been sent out once, it would not be fair to trouble you again. Allow me to take the 7-star sword and the banana fan to face the enemy. However, with the continuous arrival of Sun Wukong's brothers, I fear we may not have enough treasures at hand. Once I defeat this new Xingzuan, I shall send one of our little demons to the dragon-suppressing mountain to retrieve the golden rope from Mother, which we shall use against our foes. Initially, the Golden Horned King gestured angrily, but then recalled something and turned back to his brother, advising, "But, the golden rope we offered as a birthday gift to Mother, if we go to ask for it back now, would it not make us appear untrustworthy and fickle?" The Silver-Horned King hesitated at this. "Do not worry about such matters, just have a little demon invite Mother to bring the golden rope along." Claiming we have captured the Tang Monk. 1 bite of Tang Monk meat would prolong her life, and at her age she would take our words as a testament to our filial piety. The Golden Horned King donned his full armor, with the banana fan tucked into the back of his collar. Waving goodbye to his brother, he hastily led the little demons out to confront their adversaries. Evidently annoyed by the repeated interruptions to their revelry, this wrath would naturally befall the unfortunate Xingzian. As he exited, behold the Golden Horned King in all his splendor, his helmet adorned with shimmering tassels, a belt of colorful clouds about his waist, clad in dragon-scale armor, and a blazing red robe draped over him. His eyes sparkled like lightning, his steel whiskers danced wildly, wielding the 7-star sword in one hand and the banana fan in the other. He moved as swiftly as clouds over the sea, his voice reverberating like thunder across the mountains. With an imposing presence that commanded the heavens, he led his band of demons forth. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, he confronted the shouting Xingzuan, and with a fierce glare he pointed his sword and declared, "You are Xingzuan, here to challenge me on behalf of Sun Wukong." The Xingzuan who had come to challenge was evidently cautious upon witnessing the fate of the previous Xingzuan.
falling silent and merely raising his iron rod, making various provocative gestures at the Golden Horned King. Furious, the Golden Horned King clenched his teeth and, without engaging in further banter with this insolent monkey, sheathed the seven-star sword and drew the banana fan, directing it southeast towards the fiery palace. With a swift motion, he began to fan vigorously. What an extraordinary sight it was, as the banana fan swept through the air. Flames erupted, scorching the heavens and the earth. This fire was no ordinary flame, neither from the skies, nor from a furnace, nor from a mountaintop, nor from a hearth. It was a spark of divine essence drawn from the natural elements. This fan was not a common item found in the mortal realm nor a mere creation of human hands, but a treasured artifact that had existed since the dawn of chaos. With this fan, fanning this fire, it blazed luminously, akin to electric red silk, radiant and dazzling, resembling clouds of crimson brocade. There was no trace of smoke, only a vast expanse of red flames, turning the pines on the ridge into fiery trees and the cypresses in the cliffs into lanterns. The creatures of the wild scurried for their lives, and the birds in the forest flew high, fearing for their feathers, after thoroughly fanning the flames for a good 7 or 8 rounds. The Golden Horned King wiped the sweat from his brow. Satisfied with the inferno before him, he felt a tremendous sense of relief, unable to suppress his admiration for the great fire. This divine fire scorched the air, turning stones to ashes and reddening the ground. What more could this impertinent monkey do to disrupt him? As anticipated by the Golden Horned King, once the banana fan was unleashed, the audacious Xingzuan was consumed by the flames. Reduced to ashes, along with the iron rod he wielded, Sun Wukong's judgment appears to be lacking. What sort of brothers has he chosen, not even able to withstand the flames of my banana fan for a moment? Seeing the monkey so easily reduced to cinders, the Golden Horned King felt a twinge of doubt, but quickly dismissed it. The banana fan was a treasured possession of their lord. It was indeed expected to dispatch an ordinary wild demon with such ease. Yet, he regretted having wasted extra effort in fanning the flames so many times. Shaking his head, he extinguished the divine fire and returned to the cave, waving to the Silver Horned King who awaited him. This Xingzuan was utterly useless. Not only does he pale in comparison to Sun Wukong, but even the Xingzuan you captured is far inferior, unable to withstand the might of my divine fire. Reduced to dust upon hearing the Golden Horned King's praise, the Silver Horned King shook the jade purity bottle. Noticing that Xingzuan had yet to fully transform, gaining confidence, he no longer felt anxious and replied, "Brother, since the recent arrivals of monkeys have proven to be increasingly weak, do we still need to request the golden rope back? Indeed, as the saying goes, it is better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. Moreover, inviting Mother here would also demonstrate our filial piety. How could we not request her presence? Very well, Clever Spirit and Cunning Bug, you two are usually quite clever. Today I shall send you both to the dragon-suppressing mountain to fetch our dear mother." The Golden Horned King pondered briefly, then waved his hand, summoning 2 little demons from within the cave. He instructed, "Hurry back after paying your respects to Mother, extolling the benefits of Tang Monk's flesh, and informing her of our plans to feast upon it, but ensure you bring back the golden rope to guard against the various brothers Sun Wukong has befriended." "Yes, Your Majesty." 2 peculiar little demons, each with a rather odd and unattractive appearance, stepped forth and responded warmly. Their daily tasks primarily consisted of running errands and delivering messages. Now, having received a royal edict, they dared not delay. With great joy and urgency, they hurried out of their cave, making their way directly to Yalong Mountain. However, as the 2 little demons journeyed, the figure of Sun Wukong materialized atop a small hill. Observing their retreating silhouettes, scratching his cheek, he chuckled to himself, "Ah, what a stroke of fortune! I have already discerned the 4 treasures of those 2 demons. I was fretting over the last item being yet another peculiar object, but to my surprise, it rests in the possession of another creature. Now that I have these 2 little demons to guide me, once I reach the troublesome Yalong cave and ascertain the efficacy of this golden rope, Sun Wukong shall easily subdue these 2 demons." In truth, the one who had been challenging the demons, known as the Traveler's Son and the Walking Sun, was merely a transformation of the monkey Asfur, sent forth to test their mettle at his true form, had remained concealed within the cave, shadowing the 2 demons as they revealed their treasures and how they might subdue him. After observing the powers of the 4 treasures, the monkey concluded that, as long as he remained cautious, they would not pose any significant threat. The 7-star sword was indeed extraordinarily powerful, its blade's energy howling through the air. However, the 2 demon lords wielding it were rather inept, handling it as if it were a child's plaything. The purple gold gourd and the jade purification bottle were undeniably formidable and enigmatic, yet if one did not respond to them, they were merely aesthetically pleasing artifacts.
The flames fanned by the banana leaf fan were fearsome, capable of disintegrating his monkey fur in an instant, but ultimately they would only result in a rather messy outcome for him. Naturally, the monkey was reluctant to incinerate his fur entirely. How could he face others thereafter? He resolved to devise a strategy: either evade the flames or retract the fan. When the time came, what power could the golden horn and silver horn possess? Thus contemplating, the monkey transformed into a mere fly, trailing behind the two little demons. After traveling approximately 17 or 18 miles, they arrived at a grove of black pines, where they knocked on two stone doors. Announcing their identities, "We are the little demons under the command of King Golden Horn and King Silver Horn, sent to pay our respects to the honored matriarch. Please open the door, we come bearing good news." Good news indeed. Upon entering the Yalong cave, as soon as they crossed the threshold, the clever and agile spirits kneeling before the elderly matriarch greeted her with congratulations. Oh, what does the matriarch of the golden and silver demons look like? The monkey mused with curiosity, observing discreetly. Her hair is white and fluffy, sparkling like stars. Her complexion is ruddy, lined with wrinkles, and her teeth sparse yet spirited. She resembles a chrysanthemum wilting in the frost. Bearing the visage of an aged pine after the rain, her head is adorned with a white silk scarf, and her ears dangle with golden earrings encrusted with jewels. What joyous occasion is this? The elderly matriarch inquired, setting down her teacup with a smile. Dear matriarch, our two great lords have captured the monk Tang Seng, who is said to possess a rare and precious physique. A single bite could extend one's life and grant immortality. Thus, they dispatched us to invite you to a feast, to showcase their filial piety. Such wonderful news! The elderly matriarch, upon hearing the little demon's words, stood in astonishment, her joy evident, considering her frail condition and the limited years she had left. She had tirelessly sought connections and allies in hopes of prolonging her lifespan. To think that today, her two adopted sons had brought her news of longevity. Unable to contain her excitement, she rose, trembling with anticipation, gesturing for her attendants. Who would have thought my sons possessed such filial hearts? Quickly prepare the sedan chair and assist this old body into it. We are off to the Lotus Cave at Pingding Mountain. Seeing the matriarch's urgency, one of the little demons exchanged glances with the other and promptly said, Matriarch, do not forget to bring the golden rope bestowed by our lords. The monk Tang Seng has a formidable apprentice with many connections, and once captured, his brothers will surely come to demand retribution. It would be wise to carry the golden rope for protection. Once we reach the Lotus Cave, it will aid our lords in dispelling those bothersome flies. Quite right, quite right. The elderly matriarch, eager for the flesh of Tang Seng, called for an attendant to fetch the golden rope, ready to depart, however, before the two female demons could lift the fragrant vine chair. A voice shouted from outside, Is the matriarch of the golden and silver demons within? Your sons have committed a crime. Come forth and face your fate. Another female demon rushed in, reporting, Madam, a monkey demon claiming to be Sun Wukong has come, demanding that you discipline your sons for their misdeeds. Oh no, it must be the brother of that Sun Wukong seeking revenge. The clever and agile spirits, upon hearing the report, bowed their heads in fear and said, This Sun Wukong has many brothers. Previously, two brothers named Traveler Sun and Walking Sun came, but they were no match for our lord's might. One fell to the hands of our great lord, while the other perished under his fan. Now another has come. Surely he poses a threat to our lord and follows us here to seek vengeance. The elderly matriarch, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of displeasure and trepidation. Yet the thought of the immortal Tang Seng's flesh ignited her greed. She smiled, Do not panic, do not panic. This monkey demon would not dare to confront my sons. His arrival is merely an invitation to his own demise. Come, lift the chair and follow me out of the cave. Once we capture him, we shall swiftly proceed to my son's lair. My son invites me to partake of the flesh of Tang Seng. I shall add a dish of monkey brain to express my intentions as a mother. Touching the golden rope in her bosom, the elderly matriarch grinned and waved her hand confidently. Thus, the two female demons lifted the chair, draped it with azure silk, and set forth, while the clever and agile spirits followed closely behind the elderly matriarch, accompanied by several young female demons carrying cosmetics, mirrors, handkerchiefs, and incense boxes. As they exited the cave, the matriarch gazed at the monkey, who was scratching his head and appearing rather feeble and not particularly clever. She sighed in relief, feeling at ease enough to purse her lips at her attendants. What brings you here? I am heading to my son's location, worried that no one will attend to him, and you come to offer your services. Return, close the door and guard the house. Having dismissed the group of enchanting spirits, the elderly matriarch then tossed the golden rope from her bosom, grinning at the traveler's son, revealing her few remaining teeth. Catch! The golden rope flew from her hand, catching the wind and swiftly ensnaring the traveler's son. Binding him despite his struggles, even when he attempted to shrink himself, the elderly matriarch chanted incantations, causing the rope to constrict further, forming a golden collar around his neck, rendering any transformation impossible. With a triumphant smirk, she commanded the clever and agile spirits, "Approach and bind this monkey, and let us proceed to the Lotus Cave. We shall prepare a fresh dish of live monkey brain for my son."
"Live monkey brain for you, dear mother." Just as she finished speaking, before the two little demons could respond, an iron rod appeared in midair, striking the elderly matriarch on the crown of her head, causing her brain to burst and blood to spurt forth. It was none other than the monkey, who had watched the golden rope's marvel and could no longer restrain himself. He reverted to his original form and swiftly dealt the old woman a blow for her incessant cries for monkey brain. Noticing the surrounding little demons gazing at him in terror, he grinned, brandishing his golden rod, and with a sweep of wind, sent them all to the underworld to settle their accounts, having received Chen-Chi's guidance. The monkey believed he had sufficiently cultivated his character. On the journey to the west, he generally ignored minor demons encountered along the way. However, when faced with formidable demons obstructing their path, the monkey would show no mercy. The demons within Yalong Cave had merely reaped the benefits of the golden and silver horns and were swiftly swept away by the monkey. Once the area was cleared, he joyfully tucked away his fur and picked up the fallen golden rope, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent! I was concerned about where to hang those treasures, and now I have a golden rope delivered right to me. Wonderful, wonderful! Soon, I will have the golden rope around my waist, a 7-star sword on my left, a purple gold gourd on my right, a jade purification bottle in my arms, and a banana leaf fan on my back." Chapter 70. Returning the favor in kind. Standing in place, lost in thought for a moment, the monkey wiped his mouth and tucked the golden rope into his bosom, preparing to depart. Yet, a new idea struck him. He stepped forward and used his golden rod to lift the cloak that concealed the elderly matriarch's true form. Ah, so it turns out she was a 9-tailed fox. How amusing that she named her dwelling Yalong Cave. However, those two demon lords, with their horns sprouting from their heads, were not foxes but rather appeared to be two masses of golden and silver energy. Were they her adopted sons? The monkey scratched his head, piecing together the clues, his eyes spinning with mischief as he thought, if that is the case, I could make good use of this 9-tailed fox's identity. Having contemplated this, the monkey plucked 4 strands of fur, transforming into the forms of the clever spirit and the agile spirit, and then became 2 little demons from Yalong Cave. They lifted the sedan chair and headed towards the Lotus Cave. Meanwhile, the monkey's true form morphed into that of an old 9-tailed fox, leaning against the chair, swaying in tandem with the movements of his doppelgangers. A smile plastered across his face. Before long, the monkey and his doppelgangers arrived at the entrance of the Lotus Cave. The little demon on guard was promptly admitted by the fur-clad doppelgangers, who hurried inside to announce, "Great Lord, the matriarch has arrived." Upon hearing this, King Golden Horn and King Silver Horn quickly prepared an incense altar to welcome her. As the monkey, disguised as the 9-tailed fox, entered the cave, he was met with throngs of demons kneeling in reverence, accompanied by the sounds of drums and flutes, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The incense wafted from the cauldron, filling the air with fragrant smoke. What a grand spectacle this is! These 2 demon kings certainly possess a remarkable filial piety. The monkey silently marveled to himself while feigning a delighted expression, mimicking the old fox's gait with a charming, coy demeanor as he sauntered into the main hall and took a seat in the southern area. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn were not to be outdone. They promptly knelt before the monkey, who was masquerading as the old fox, and bowed their heads in reverence, exclaiming, "We pay our respects, mother. Your sons offer their greetings." "Ah, my sons are so dutiful. Rise, quickly rise." The monkey, occupying the prominent position, reveled in the advantage he had gained, nearly bursting with laughter internally while a smile danced across his face as he bent slightly, extending a hand in a feigned gesture of support. This bend of his body inadvertently revealed a monkey's tail, dangling just above him, which was noticed by Zhu Beiji. Suspended in the air, however, with his limbs bound and mouth gagged, he could not articulate his thoughts. Only wriggling helplessly. Observing this, Sha Sang expressed concern to Chen-Chi, saying, "Master, second brother seems to be twisting about. I fear the binding has caused him distress and triggered a fit." "Nonsense," Chen-Chi calmly shook his head, countering with utmost seriousness, "Beiji's original form is that of a pig. How could he possibly suffer from such a malady? If anything, it would be an outbreak of swine fever." "Ah, master speaks wisely," Sha Sang chuckled, realizing his earlier misconception. Given Beiji's character, what could truly vex him? It was likely the dampness of the cave, with mosquitoes aplenty, that had led to his discomfort. But what was Beiji laughing about? It turned out that the monkey
in his transformation had forgotten to conceal his true nature, revealing a tail as he bent down, hanging in the back. Beiji was keenly observing the gathering of demons and, upon witnessing the two demon kings deceived into kneeling and bowing, could not suppress his laughter. Unfortunately, with his mouth gagged, he could not share this amusement with his master or Sha Sang. Before he could fully enjoy the moment, Chen Qi and the others began to mock him. Infuriated, Beiji shook his body vigorously, attempting to convey to his master, "I, the old pig, have not been afflicted by swine fever. It is that fevered monkey who has come." Meanwhile, on the other side, the two demon kings, having paid their respects to the false matriarch, began to discuss their intentions. "Mother, we have captured Tang Sang, but we fear he has a disciple who is closely connected with many others, which complicates matters. Thus, we sent the two crafty spirits to summon you, hoping you could bring the golden rope along. Have you brought it?" Indeed, the monkey replied with a smile, producing the golden rope from within his garments and brandishing it. "It is right here." "Excellent. We kindly request that you temporarily return the golden rope to us, so we may deal with that group of Sun Wukong's brethren." Upon seeing the golden rope in the hands of their mother, the Silver Horn King was filled with joy and rose to clasp his hands together in gratitude. Well said, well said." The monkey readily relinquished the golden rope, feigning curiosity as he asked, "My sons, I heard from your little demon that today you wielded a great deal of power with your treasures against Sun Wukong and his kin. May I have the pleasure of admiring these marvelous items?" After receiving the golden rope, the Silver Horn King, full of trust in the mother, waved his hand with pride, saying, "What are you saying, mother? We are all family. What harm is there in sharing the treasures?" The Golden Horn King interjected, looking somewhat troubled. However, the purple gold gourd and the jade pure vase still contain the monkey's head, and we wear the 7-star sword often. Mother might be weary of seeing them. Perhaps we could offer just the banana fan for your amusement." No matter, the monkey said, his face adorned with a smile as he waved his hand. "Let me first take a look at the fan. As for the gourd and vase, I shall examine them closely once the monkey's head has transformed." What he truly desired was the banana fan, the reason being that the 7-star sword was already firmly held by the golden and silver horn demons. As for the gourd and vase, their silence was acceptable, but the banana fan, when fanned, would create a tremendous blaze. He must ensure that his master does not end up as a pile of ashes. Upon receiving the banana fan from the Golden Horn King, the monkey played with it for a moment, inquiring about its usage and discerning its authenticity before contentedly tucking it behind his back without waiting for the golden and silver horns to express their confusion. The monkey suddenly turned hostile, kicking over the incense table, revealing his true form, and sneered, "Hey, my sons, do you wish to see who I truly am?" The Golden and Silver Horn Kings, caught off guard by this sudden transformation, stepped back, avoiding the overturned table, and upon seeing the monkey's face gasped, "Sun Wukong, your grandfather is here." The monkey, having learned caution, refrained from responding audibly, only chuckling inwardly as he brandished his golden staff, aiming it at the heads of the two demon kings. "Oh no, this monkey has escaped from the gourd," the Golden Horn King exclaimed as he drew the 7-star sword to defend against the monkey's iron rod, realizing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the Silver Horn King hastily grabbed the purple gold gourd and jade pure vase, one in each hand, and shouted desperately to the monkey, "Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong," repeating the name thrice, but the monkey paid him no mind. Striking the Golden Horn King's 7-star sword with relentless force, seeing their brother on the verge of being smashed into the ground by the unruly monkey, both knew that their treasures were of no use against the vigilant Sun Wukong. In a moment of desperation, the Silver Horn King pulled out the golden rope and hurled it at the monkey, chanting the binding spell, hoping to ensnare him with this artifact unknown to the monkey. But unexpectedly, as the rope flew through the air, it transformed into a mere strand of hair, merging with the monkey's fur. How infuriating! This wretched monkey tricked me with a fake golden rope. Upon witnessing this, the Silver Horn King realized he had been deceived and, with a grimace and a stomp of his foot, bolted southward. This was not an act of betrayal, leaving his brother behind. Rather, the Silver Horn King deemed himself unarmed and knew he could not stand against Sun Wukong. It was far more prudent to capture his master and fellow disciple as leverage, reflecting on how the two brothers had descended with 5 treasures, each possessing 2 to spare, and now found themselves defenseless. The Silver Horn King could not help but lament, cursing Sun Wukong as a thief, a deceiver, a bandit. Yet, the distance that had once seemed trivial now appeared insurmountably long, before he could reach Chen Qi. The monkey's voice echoed ominously from behind. "Silver Horn King, The Silver Horn King dared not respond, stretching out his hand toward the bound Chen Qi, when suddenly an iron rod struck him from behind. crashing onto his shoulder, forcing a pained cry from his lips. Instantly he was sucked into the purple gold gourd. The monkey capped the gourd, sealing it with a spell, and cheerfully exclaimed, "I had intended to confine you within this gourd, returning your own methods against you, and now that wish has been fulfilled." With a few swift strikes, the monkey had knocked down the Golden Horn King, seized the purple gold gourd, and shouted at the Golden Horn King. Then, with a swift swing of his iron rod, forcibly imprisoned him within the gourd as well. Faced with the Silver Horn King, the monkey employed the same tactic, sending both brothers into the gourd, where they would join his own fur in the yellow broth. After shaking the gourd, the monkey did not forget to collect the fallen 7-star sword from the ground, fastening it to his waist alongside the newly acquired golden rope, and stowing the jade pure vase in his garment. He then plucked a strand of fur, chewed it into pieces, and, with a shout of transformation, created numerous clones to deal with the remaining little demons. Meanwhile, he strolled with an air of grandeur to his master and fellow disciples, freeing them from their bindings. After a brief display, he boasted, "Master Sha Sang, look, do I not exude an air of authority?" "Indeed, you do exude authority," Chen Shi acknowledged, lifting his thumb in praise. Given that the monkey had behaved relatively well today, not getting into too much trouble, and successfully completed the Golden Horn and Silver Horn quest, the master of this ensemble would soon return to reclaim their gear. Let the monkey revel in his triumph for now. Yes, senior brother, I heard from second brother that those two demons rely heavily on their magical artifacts, yet not only could they not best you, but they also gifted you these treasures, Sha Sang added, stretching his limbs in admiration. However, is there someone we have forgotten? Whoa. In midair, witnessing the monkey freeing his master and old Sha Beiji began to lament, writhing and making noise from his throat. Oh no, I forgot about second brother, Sha Sang exclaimed, suddenly realizing that. He hurriedly pulled the rope in the corner and slowly lowered Beiji, then removed the gag from his mouth. Oh dear, you nearly drove me mad, old Sha. Thank you. Now freed from the irritating cloth, Beiji breathed heavily, not forgetting to express his gratitude to Sha Sang for his assistance. Once the ropes were completely undone, Beiji rolled over, softly grumbling, "You're the only reliable one, Sha Sang. The rest of them are nothing but a headache." Sha Sang smiled, responding with silence. The foolish fellow clambered to his feet and approached the monkey once more, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic grin, and remarked, "Oh, monkey brother, I knew that gourd could not contain you. Those two demons dared to boast, claiming they could turn you into nothing but sludge in a mere moment. Look at them now, it is they who are about to become that sludge. It is all thanks to you, monkey brother, with your unparalleled skills and astute intelligence. Those two little demons, who rely solely on their magical artifacts to flaunt their might, are no match for you. Speak quickly, and let loose whatever you have to say." The monkey, well aware of this fool's nature, crossed his arms and cast a scornful glance, responding with a cold laugh. Hey, you understand me well, monkey brother. Nothing escapes your discerning eye. And not at all displeased, Beiji continued. "Indeed, I see you are struggling to carry all 5 of these treasures. You've even tucked the jade bottle into your bosom. How inconvenient that must be. Why not let this old pig bear some of the burden for you? When you need them, just call for me, and I shall hand them over. So you've set your sights on my treasures?" The monkey teased, chuckling at Beiji's hopeful demeanor. However, as Beiji reached out to seize the treasures, the monkey swiftly slapped his hand away and, his expression darkening, scolded, "You blockhead, how dare you even mention the treasures? I sent you ahead to scout the path, and how did you go about it?" "Well, what else could I do but scout with my feet? I was walking along when I stumbled upon those two demons. Their treasures possess tremendous power, and even you, monkey brother, are no match for them. How could I possibly stand a chance? They captured me and hung me up." Beiji, upon hearing the monkey's rebuke, felt a twinge of guilt but stubbornly lied. The monkey's timely arrival was perceived by Beiji as a result of the monkey's extraordinary abilities, believing he had come from afar at the sound of his cries for help, unaware that the monkey had been following closely behind. Thus, when the monkey inquired, Beiji, emboldened by luck, replied, "You scouted with your feet and ended up napping beneath a tree." The monkey stepped closer, grabbed Beiji's ears, twisting them round 3 times to and fro, while smirking coldly. "Blockhead, how does it feel to be on the receiving end of a woodpecker's pecking? Ouch. So it was you, monkey brother," Beiji exclaimed, covering his ears, realizing he had been exposed, and he no longer dared to lie. With a sorrowful expression, he confessed, I was wrong, monkey brother. It was just a moment of laziness. Please forgive me this once. You may escape the death penalty, but the living punishment is unavoidable. I previously promised to let you carry my burdens for 2 days, yet here you are, trying to weasel your way out and lying